Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Chapter 4. The Leaky Cauldron. It took Harry a few days to adjust to the unfamiliar sense of freedom. He had never, in his life, been able to wake when he pleased or choose his own meals. Now, no one stopped him. He could wander wherever he liked as long as he stayed within Diagon Alley, and that was hardly a restriction. The bustling, cobbled street was filled with the most intriguing magical shops imaginable, and Harry had no desire at all to return to the non-magical world. Each morning, he ate breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron, where he found endless entertainment in simply observing the other guests. There were tiny, excitable witches visiting from the countryside, elderly wizards debating loudly over articles in Transfiguration Today, eccentric-looking sorcerers, noisy dwarf, and on one occasion a figure that looked suspiciously like a hag wrapped in a thick woolen mask, calmly ordering raw liver. After eating, Harry would head out to the small backyard. There, he'd take out his wand and tap a specific brick above the rubbish bin. The wall would shift and rearrange itself, opening into the familiar archway that led into Diagon Alley. The days passed quickly in warm sunshine. Harry explored every corner of the street, drifting from shop to shop, or sitting beneath bright umbrellas outside cafes. Around him, other witches and wizards compared their purchases, some proudly demonstrating new gadgets, others discussing the ongoing hunt for Sirius Black. Harry no longer had to struggle through homework in secret by torchlight. Instead, he sat comfortably outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, working in the open air. Occasionally, Fortescue himself would offer helpful advice along with a steady supply of free ice cream, delivered with remarkable frequency. The shopkeeper seemed especially knowledgeable about historical witch burnings, which proved unexpectedly useful. After visiting Gringotts to withdraw money, Harry found himself carrying a pouch full of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Spending it all at once became a real temptation. More than once, he had to remind himself that he still had several years of school ahead, and that relying on the Dursleys for money would be unbearable. He passed up a beautifully crafted set of solid gold gobstones, despite how much he wanted them. A moving model of the solar system, enclosed in glass, also caught his attention. It would have made astronomy lessons unnecessary, but he resisted that too. Still, the greatest test of his self-control appeared about a week after his arrival. In the shop he found most irresistible of all, quality Quidditch supplies. Wondering what had drawn such a crowd, Harry slipped into the shop and edged forward, weaving between clusters of excited customers until he finally caught sight of what they were all staring at. At the center stood a raised platform, and resting upon it was the most extraordinary broom he had ever laid eyes on. Brand new design just released, a broad-shouldered wizard was saying confidently to the man beside him. "It's the fastest one ever made, isn't it, Dad?" piped up a younger boy, clinging eagerly to his father's arm. "The Irish international team has already ordered 7, the shopkeeper announced proudly. They're tipped as strong contenders for the World Cup." A woman shifted slightly in front of Harry, giving him a clearer view of the sign beside the display. The Firebolt. The description beneath it boasted of cutting-edge craftsmanship, a sleek ash handle polished to an almost indestructible finish, each broom uniquely numbered, and a tail made from perfectly selected birch twigs, trimmed for maximum aerodynamic efficiency. The result was flawless balance, unmatched control, and astonishing speed reaching 150 miles per hour in just 10 seconds, along with a powerful braking charm built in. The price, however, was not listed. Price on request. Harry didn't dare imagine how much it would cost. He had never wanted anything so badly in his life. Still, he reminded himself that his Nimbus 2000 had never let him down in a match. Was it really worth emptying his entire vault at Gringotts for a new broom, no matter how incredible it was? He didn't ask, but from that day on, he found himself returning again and again, just to admire it. There were, of course, more practical matters to deal with. He stopped by the apothecary to restock his potion ingredients, and since his school robes had become noticeably too short at the sleeves and ankles, he visited Madame Malkin's to be fitted for new ones. Most importantly, he needed his textbooks for the coming term, especially for the 2 new subjects he would be taking, care of magical creatures and divination. When Harry glanced into the bookshop window, he was taken aback. Instead of the usual orderly display of heavy, gold-lettered volumes, there was now a large iron cage filling the space. Inside it, dozens, perhaps 100 copies of the Monster Book of Monsters were behaving in complete chaos. Pages tore loose and fluttered about as the books snapped at each other, tangling together in what looked like violent, ongoing scuffles. Harry reached into his pocket and unfolded his book list, scanning it properly for the first time. There it was, the Monster Book of Monsters, required for care of magical creatures. At last, Hagrid's earlier comment made sense. Harry felt a flicker of relief. He had half expected that Hagrid might need help managing some dangerous new creature instead. The moment he stepped inside Flourish and Blotts, the shop manager rushed toward him. "Hogwarts student?" he demanded briskly. "Here for your schoolbooks." "Yes," Harry began. "I need step aside," the man cut in, pushing past him in a hurry. He pulled on a pair of thick, protective gloves, grabbed a heavy, knotted stick, and marched straight toward the iron cage at the front of the shop. "Wait," Harry said quickly. "I've already got one of those. You have—" The manager's face lit up with unmistakable relief. "Oh, thank goodness, I've been bitten 5 times already today." A loud tearing sound interrupted him. Inside the cage, 2 of the books had latched onto a third and were viciously ripping it apart. "Stop it! Stop it!" the manager shouted, jabbing his stick between the bars and forcing them apart. "That's enough. I swear, I'm never stocking these again. Absolute chaos. And I thought the Invisible Book of Invisibility was bad cost a fortune, and we never even found them." He shook his head, then turned back to Harry. "Now then, what else can I get for you?" Harry checked his list again. "I need Unfogging the Future by Cassandra Verblatsky." "Ah, divination?" the manager said, peeling off his gloves as he led Harry toward the back of the shop. That section was filled with books on fortune-telling, stacked beside titles like Predicting the Unpredictable and Broken Balls, When Fortunes Turn Foul. "Here we are," he said, climbing a small ladder and retrieving a thick, black-bound volume. Unfogging the Future covers all the basics: palm reading, crystal gazing, even interpreting bird entrails. But Harry had stopped paying attention. Something else had caught his eye, a book displayed nearby on a small table. Its title read, Death Omens, What to Do When You Know the Worst is Coming. "I wouldn't bother with that one," the manager remarked casually, noticing where Harry's attention had drifted. Books like that have a way of making you see signs of doom everywhere, not exactly comforting reading. But Harry didn't respond. His gaze remained fixed on the cover. A massive black dog stared back at him, its eyes bright and unsettling. Something about it tugged at his memory. The manager slipped Unfogging the Future into Harry's hands. "Anything else?" he prompted. "Yes," Harry said, forcing himself to look away from the image and back at his list. "I'll need Intermediate Transfiguration and the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3 as well." A short while later, Harry stepped back out onto the street, his arms full of books. He made his way toward the leaky cauldron, though he barely registered his surroundings, bumping into passers-by as he went. Back in his room, he climbed the stairs and let himself in, dropping the books onto the bed. Someone had clearly tidied up in his absence. The windows stood open, letting in warm sunlight. From outside came the distant rumble of buses on the hidden Muggle street, mingling with the faint, constant bustle of Diagon Alley below. Harry glanced up at the mirror above the basin. "It wasn't a death omen," he said firmly to his reflection. "I was just frightened that night. It must have been a stray dog." Almost without thinking, he tried to smooth down his unruly hair. "Not much point in that, dear," wheezed the mirror. As the days passed, Harry began scanning the crowds wherever he went, hoping to catch sight of Ron or Hermione. With the new term approaching, Diagon Alley was filling up with Hogwarts students. He ran into Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas in Quality Quidditch Supplies, where they stood admiring the firebolt just as he had been doing. He also spotted the real Neville Longbottom outside Flourish and Blots. Neville looked flustered and upset. Apparently he had lost his book list and was being sternly scolded by his rather intimidating grandmother. Harry chose not to approach. The last thing he needed was for her to discover that he had once used Neville's name while trying to avoid attention from the ministry. On the final morning before term began, Harry woke with one comforting thought. At least he'd see Ron and Hermione the next day on the Hogwarts Express. After getting dressed, he headed out for one last visit to admire the firebolt. He was still debating where to eat lunch when someone suddenly shouted his name. "Harry! Harry!" He spun around. There they were, Ron and Hermione, sitting outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlour, both waving wildly. Ron looked as freckled as ever. Hermione noticeably suntanned. "At last!" Ron exclaimed as Harry joined them. "We went to the Leaky Cauldron first, but they said you weren't there. Then we tried the bookshop and Madame Malkin's, and I sorted all my school things ages ago," Harry said. "But how did you even know I was staying at the Leaky Cauldron?" "Dad told me," Ron replied simply. That made sense. Mr. Weasley worked at the Ministry of Magic. He would have heard everything about the incident with Aunt Marge. "Did you really make your aunt inflate?" Hermione asked, her tone serious. "I didn't do it on purpose," Harry said, while Ron burst out laughing. "I just lost control. That's not amusing." "Ron," Hermione said sharply, "honestly, Harry, I'm surprised they didn't expel you." "So am I," Harry admitted. "Actually, I thought I'd be arrested." He turned to Ron. "Did your dad say why Fudge let me off?" Ron shrugged, still grinning. "Probably because it's you, isn't it? Famous Harry Potter. If I'd done something like that, I'd be in serious trouble, actually. Mum would have finished me off before the ministry even got the chance." He leaned forward eagerly. "Anyway, you can ask Dad yourself tonight. We're staying at the Leaky Cauldron too. We'll all go to King's Cross together tomorrow. Hermione's staying there as well." Hermione nodded happily. "My parents dropped me off this morning with all my things." "That's brilliant," said Harry, smiling. "So have you both got everything for school?" "Check this out," Ron said, pulling a narrow box from his bag and opening it. "New wand, 14 inches, willow, with a unicorn tail hair core." He gestured toward a large bag at his feet. "And we've got all our books. Those monster books are mad." The shop assistant looked like he was about to cry when we asked for 2. Harry glanced at Hermione's side, where not 1, but 3 overstuffed bags were piled up. "What on earth have you got in there?" he asked. "Well, I've signed up for more subjects than you have," Hermione replied matter-of-factly. "These are for arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination, ancient runes, and Muggle studies." "Muggle studies?" Ron repeated, rolling his eyes and glancing at Harry. "What's the point of that? You grew up with Muggles, your parents are Muggles, you already know everything there is to know." "That's exactly why it'll be interesting," Hermione said seriously. "I want to see how wizards interpret Muggles." "Do you plan on doing anything other than studying this year?" Harry asked, while Ron let out a quiet laugh. Hermione chose to ignore them both. "I've still got 10 galleons left," she said, checking her purse. "My birthday's coming up in September, and my parents gave me money so I could buy something early." "Maybe a good book," Ron suggested with mock innocence. "I don't think so," Hermione said calmly. "I'd rather get an owl. Harry has Hedwig, and you've got Errol." "I don't really, Ron cut in. Errol belongs to the whole family. All I've got is Scabbers. He pulled the rat from his pocket and set him on the table. And I think he needs looking at. Ever since Egypt, he hasn't been himself. Scabbers did look worse for wear, thinner than usual, with drooping whiskers that made him seem rather miserable. There's a magical pet shop just over there, Harry said, nodding toward a nearby storefront. By now, he knew Diagon Alley well. You could ask about Scabbers, and Hermione could look for an owl. They finished their ice cream, paid, and crossed the street to the magical menagerie. The shop was cramped and overwhelmingly full. Cages lined every wall, leaving barely any space to move. The air was thick with noise, and smell chirping, screeching, hissing, and chattering filled the room. Behind the counter, a witch was busy explaining the care of double-ended newts to a customer, so Harry, Ron, and Hermione waited, glancing around at the creatures. 2 large purple toads sat nearby, noisily gulping down flies. A massive tortoise with a sparkling, jewel-studded shell glimmered under the light. In a glass tank, bright orange snails oozed slowly along the sides. A plump white rabbit kept transforming into a silk top hat and back again with sharp, popping sounds. There were cats in every shade imaginable, a loud cage full of ravens, and a basket of pale, pudding-coloured fluff balls that hummed continuously. On the counter stood a large cage of sleek black rats, their long bald tails looping together as they played what looked like a skipping game. Eventually, the wizard with the newts left, and Ron stepped forward. "It's my rat," he said, placing Scabbers down. "He hasn't been right since I brought him back from Egypt." "Put him here," said the witch, pulling a pair of thick black glasses from her pocket and peering down at the rat. Ron pulled Scabbers from his pocket and set him down beside the cage of sleek black rats. The moment he appeared, the others abandoned their skipping game and rushed toward the bars, clearly curious. Compared to them, Scabbers looked especially pitiful. Like most of Ron's belongings, he wasn't new. He had originally belonged to Percy, and time hadn't been kind to him. The witch picked him up, squinting thoughtfully. "How old is he?" she asked. "No idea," Ron admitted. "Pretty old, I think. He used to be my brother's." "And what abilities does he have?" she continued, turning Scabbers over in her hands. Ron hesitated. The truth was, Scabbers had never displayed anything remotely impressive. The witch examined his ragged ear and the missing toe on one of his front paws, then clicked her tongue. "This one's had a rough life," she said. "He looked like that when I got him," Ron replied quickly. "Well, a standard rat like this rarely lives beyond 3 years," she said matter-of-factly. "If you're after something sturdier, you might consider one of these." She gestured toward the glossy black rats, who immediately resumed their synchronized skipping. "Show-offs," Ron muttered under his breath. "If you'd rather keep him?" "You could try this tonic," the witch added, producing a small red bottle from beneath the counter. "Fine," said Ron. "How much?" "Ow!" He suddenly doubled over as a large orange blur launched itself from the top of a nearby cage, landing squarely on his head before springing towards Scabbers with a furious hiss. "No! Crookshanks!" the witch shouted. Too late, Scabbers slipped free of her grip like a wet bar of soap, hit the floor, and bolted for the door. "Scabbers!" Ron yelled, dashing out after him, with Harry close behind. It took nearly 10 minutes to catch the runaway rat, who had hidden himself beneath a rubbish bin near Quality Quidditch Supplies. Once Ron finally retrieved him, he shoved the shaking creature back into his pocket and rubbed his head. "What was that thing?" he demanded. "Either a very large cat," Harry said, "or a surprisingly small tiger." Ron looked around. "Where's Hermione?" "Still inside, I'd guess, probably choosing an owl." They headed back through the crowded street toward the shop. Just as they reached it, Hermione stepped outside, but instead of an owl, she was holding a massive ginger cat in her arms. "You actually bought that," Ron said, staring in disbelief. Hermione beamed. "Isn't he wonderful?" Harry wasn't entirely convinced. The cat had thick, fluffy ginger fur, but its legs bowed outward slightly, and its face looked permanently sour, flattened in a way that suggested it had once collided headfirst with something solid. Now that Scabbers was no longer in sight, however, it had settled comfortably in Hermione's arms, purring with obvious satisfaction. "Hermione, that creature practically took my head off," Ron protested. "He didn't mean to. Did you, Crookshanks?" Hermione said soothingly, stroking the cat. "And what about Scabbers?" Ron shot back, tapping his pocket where the rat was still trembling. "He needs peace and quiet. How's he supposed to relax with that thing around?"
"Oh, speaking of Scabbers, you forgot this," Hermione said, handing him the small red bottle. "And honestly, stop worrying. Crookshanks will stay in my dormitory, and Scabbers will be in yours. Problem solved. Besides, the shopkeeper said Crookshanks had been there for ages and no one wanted him." "Can't imagine why," Ron muttered dryly, as they headed back toward the leaky cauldron. Inside, they found Mr. Weasley seated at a table, reading the Daily Prophet.
"Harry," he said warmly, looking up. "Good to see you. How are things?" "Fine, thanks," Harry replied, joining him with Ron and Hermione. As Mr. Weasley lowered the paper, Harry caught sight of the now familiar photograph of Sirius Black staring up from the front page. "They still haven't found him?" Harry asked. Mr. Weasley shook his head, his expression turning serious. "No, the Ministry's reassigned a lot of us to help track him down, but so far nothing." "If we caught him, would there be a reward?" Ron asked eagerly. "Could do with some extra money." "Don't be absurd." "Ron!" Mr. Weasley said sharply, though he looked more anxious than annoyed. "Black isn't something a 13-year-old wizard is going to deal with. Leave that to the Azkaban guards. They'll bring him in." Just then, Mrs. Weasley entered the bar, arms full of shopping bag, followed by the rest of the family. Fred and George both grinning as usual, Percy looking particularly self-important as the newly appointed head boy, and Ginny, who had always been shy around Harry, seemed even more flustered than usual. She flushed bright red and managed a quiet hello without meeting his eyes, perhaps still remembering how Harry had saved her the previous year. Percy, on the other hand, stepped forward stiffly and offered his hand as though greeting a stranger. "Harry, how nice to see you," he said, formally. "Hello, Percy," Harry replied, doing his best to keep a straight face. Ron flushed. "Well, it's not my fault your room's too cramped," he muttered. "Besides, you tidy up like an old woman." "Be quiet," Percy snapped, but Fred and George had already burst out laughing. Harry leaned back in his chair, feeling an odd sense of relief. After everything that had happened, from blowing up Aunt Marge to the chaotic ride on the night bus, things finally seemed normal again. He was sitting with friends, enjoying a warm meal, getting ready to return to Hogwarts. But as the laughter faded, Harry noticed something. They were still talking about Sirius Black. And this time, Mr. Weasley's tone wasn't light at all.
"Listen," he said, lowering his voice and glancing around at the children. "I don't want you to worry, but this is more serious than you think. Black isn't just an ordinary criminal." The table fell silent. Ron began, but stopped at a sharp look from his mother. Mr. Weasley continued, his voice grave. "There's a reason the Ministry has assigned so many people to find him, and there's a reason the Azkaban guards have been brought in."
A chill ran down Harry's spine. The guards, just thinking about them was enough to make him uneasy, even though he had never met one. "So, who is he after?" Hermione asked quietly. Mr. Weasley hesitated for a moment, then said, "Possibly someone very important." Harry said nothing, but his hands tightened under the table. A creeping sense of dread settled over him as though something was slowly drawing nearer. Dinner went on, but it wasn't as lively as before. Even Fred and George were quieter. That night, back in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Hedwig perched on top of the wardrobe, giving an occasional soft hoot. Tomorrow, he would board the Hogwarts Express. A new school year awaited him, but this time, everything felt different. And somewhere out there, Sirius Black was still free. "You should start packing properly. Ron, we won't have much time in the morning," Mrs. Weasley called from across the table. Ron shot Percy an annoyed look. Dinner left everyone heavy-limbed and drowsy. Gradually, they drifted upstairs, each retreating to their rooms to sort through belongings for the next day. Harry's room was beside Ron and Percy's. He had just finished fastening the clasps on his trunk when raised voices seeped through the wall. Curious, he stepped out to investigate. The door to number 12 stood slightly open. Percy's voice rang out, sharp with frustration. "It was right there on the bedside table. I took it off to polish it."
"I didn't take it." "Okay," Ron snapped back.
"What's going on?" Harry asked, appearing in the doorway. "My head boy badge is missing," Percy said, turning on him. "And Scabbers' rat tonic's gone too," Ron added, rummaging furiously through his things. "I might have left it downstairs."
"You're not leaving this room until my badge turns up," Percy barked. "I'll go grab your stuff." "Ron, I'm already packed," Harry offered, heading out before Percy could object.
The corridor was dim now, shadows stretching along the walls. Harry had nearly reached the bar when another argument reached his ears, this time from the parlour. He paused, recognizing the voices instantly. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, not wanting to intrude. He hesitated until he caught his own name. Instinctively, he edged closer to the door. "It's wrong not to tell him," Mr. Weasley was saying, his tone firm and heated. "Harry deserves to know. I've tried explaining that to Fudge, but he keeps treating him like a child. He's 13.
"Arthur, it would frighten him," Mrs. Weasley interrupted, her voice tight. "Do you really think he should go back to school with something like that hanging over him? He's better off not knowing." "I'm not trying to scare him, I'm trying to keep him alert," Mr. Weasley shot back. "You know what he and Ron are like, always wandering off. They've even ended up in the Forbidden Forest before. This year, Harry mustn't take risks. When I think about the night he ran away, or if that bus hadn't found him, I doubt he'd have survived until the Ministry did." "But nothing happened. He's safe, isn't he?" she argued. "Molly? Sirius Black may be unbalanced, but he's also dangerous. Escaping Azkaban isn't something just anyone can do. It's been weeks and there's still no sign of him. The Ministry can say what it likes. We're no closer to catching him than we are to inventing self-writing wands. But one thing is certain, we know what he's after."
"Harry will be protected at Hogwarts. We thought Azkaban was secure too. If Black got out of there, breaking into Hogwarts isn't impossible. But no one can prove Harry is his target." A loud thump cut her off. Harry imagined Mr. Weasley's fist striking the table. "Molly, listen, this wasn't reported. Fudge wanted it kept quiet, but he went to Azkaban himself after Black escaped. The guards said Black's been talking in his sleep. The same words over and over. He's at Hogwarts, he's at Hogwarts. He's unstable, yes, but he's focused, and he wants Harry dead. In his mind, killing Harry might restore you-know-who's power. Black lost everything the night Harry brought him down, and he's had 12 years alone to dwell on it." Silence followed.
Harry leaned even closer, hardly daring to breathe. "Well, you'll do what you think is best, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley said at last. "Quieter now, but you're forgetting Dumbledore. As long as he's at Hogwarts, I can't believe Harry's in real danger. Surely he knows all of this."
"Of course he knows. We had to consult him about letting the Azkaban guards take up positions around the school grounds. He wasn't pleased, but he agreed in the end." "Not pleased." Mrs. Weasley sounded incredulous. "Why ever not, if they're there to capture Black?" "Dumbledore has never trusted the guards from Azkaban," Mr. Weasley replied, his voice weighed down with unease. "And frankly, neither do I. Still, when you're up against someone like Black, you sometimes have to rely on allies you'd rather keep your distance from. If they manage to protect Harry, then I'll never complain about them again," Mr. Weasley finished, sounding exhausted. "It's getting late. Molly, we should turn in." Chairs scraped faintly across the floor. Harry slipped silently away, hurrying down the corridor toward the bar so he wouldn't be seen. A moment later, the parlor door opened, and soon after, he heard the familiar creak of stairs as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley headed up. The bottle of rat tonic lay where it had been left, tucked beneath the table. Harry waited until he heard their bedroom door close upstairs before retrieving it and making his way back.
On the landing, Fred and George were hunched together in the dim light, shaking with barely contained laughter. From inside the bedroom, Percy's furious voice echoed as he tore the room apart in search of his missing badge.
"We've got it," Fred murmured conspiratorially when he spotted Harry, gave it a bit of an upgrade. The badge now read Big Head Boy. Harry let out a short laugh despite himself, handed Ron the tonic, then slipped into his own room and shut the door behind him. He stretched out on the bed, staring into the darkness. So it was true Sirius Black was after him. Everything began to make sense. Fudge's unusual kindness, his insistence that Harry stay in Diagon Alley under watchful eyes, even the plan to escort him to the station with ministry cars, it had all been about keeping him safe. Harry listened to the distant noise of Percy still raging next door and wondered, not for the first time, why fear wasn't gripping him the way it seemed it should. Sirius Black had killed 13 people with a single spell. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley clearly believed the truth would terrify him. But oddly enough, Harry found himself agreeing with Mrs. Weasley on one point. There was no safer place than wherever Dumbledore was. People always said that Dumbledore was the only wizard Voldemort had ever truly feared. If that was true, then Black, once Voldemort's ally, would surely think twice before going anywhere near him. And then there were the Azkaban guards. From everything he'd heard, they were enough to frighten even the bravest witches and wizards. With them surrounding the school, breaking in would be nearly impossible. No, the real problem, the one that gnawed at him, was something else entirely. Hogsmeade. With Black on the loose, there was no chance anyone would let him wander beyond the castle grounds. If anything, he'd be watched more closely than ever, every step tracked until the danger passed. Harry frowned up at the shadowy ceiling. Did they really think he couldn't handle himself? He had faced Voldemort 3 times and survived. That had to count for something. Then, without warning, the memory of a dark shape lurking in Magnolia Crescent flickered across his mind. The feeling of helpless anticipation crept in the sense of waiting for something terrible you couldn't stop. "I'm not going to be killed," Harry muttered into the silence. "That's the right attitude, dear," his mirror replied drowsily. Chapter 5. The Dementor. Tom roused Harry early the next morning, flashing his familiar gummy smile as he handed over a steaming cup of tea. Still half asleep, Harry dressed quickly, then turned his attention to Hedwig, who was clearly not in the mood to be shut back into her cage. He was midway through coaxing her inside when the door burst open and Ron stumbled in, dragging a jumper over his head, his expression already sour. "The sooner we're on that train, the better," Ron muttered, tugging the sweatshirt into place. "Maybe then I'll get a break from Percy. Now he reckons I've ruined his picture of Penelope Clearwater. Ron pulled a face. You know, his girlfriend, he says her nose looks blotchy now, so she's practically hiding behind the frame.
I need to tell you something, Harry started, lowering his voice.
But before he could continue, Fred and George appeared in the doorway, grinning widely as they leaned in to applaud Ron for, once again, managing to wind Percy up. They all made their way downstairs for breakfast. Mr. Weasley sat absorbed in the Daily Prophet, his brow creased with concern, while Mrs. Weasley entertained Hermione and Ginny with a story about a love potion she had once brewed in her younger days. The three of them were dissolving into fits of laughter. "What was it you wanted to say?" Ron asked, dropping into his seat beside Harry.
Later, Harry replied quietly, as Percy swept into the room looking deeply offended about something.
There was no real chance to talk after that. The morning dissolved into a rush of activity, lugging heavy trunks down the narrow staircase of the leaky cauldron, stacking them in a messy heap by the door. Hedwig and Hermes, Percy's screech owl, sat in their cages atop the pile, while a small wicker basket nearby rattled and hissed angrily. "It's okay, Crookshanks," Hermione said soothingly through the basket lid. "I'll let you out once we're on the train."
"No, you won't," Ron cut in sharply. "What about Scabbers?"
He tapped his chest, where a noticeable bulge showed his rat tucked safely inside his pocket. At that moment, Mr. Weasley leaned in through the doorway from outside. "They've arrived," he announced. "Harry, come along." He guided Harry briskly across the pavement toward a pair of dark green, rather old-fashioned cars waiting at the curb. Each was driven by a wizard in deep emerald velvet robes, both casting quick, cautious glances up and down the busy street.
"Hop in, Harry," Mr. Weasley urged.
Harry slid into the back seat. Moments later, Hermione and Ron squeezed in beside him, followed, much to Ron's obvious irritation, by Percy, who climbed in last. The trip to King's Cross passed quietly, nothing like Harry's wild ride on the night bus. The ministry cars looked fairly normal at first glance, though Harry noticed they slipped neatly through impossibly tight gaps that Uncle Vernon's company car would never have managed. They arrived with time to spare. The drivers quickly produced trolleys, unloaded the trunks, tipped their hats respectfully to Mr. Weasley, and pulled away somehow, cutting to the front of a motionless line of traffic at the lights.
Inside the station, Mr. Weasley stayed close beside Harry, guiding him through the crowds.
"Right," he said, scanning the area. "There are quite a few of us. Let's go through in pairs. Harry, you're with me." He steered Harry toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, pushing the trolley along while pretending to study a train that had just pulled in. With a subtle glance, he leaned casually against the metal divider. Harry followed suit. A heartbeat later, they slipped clean through it. They emerged onto platform 9 3/4, where the Hogwarts Express stood waiting its scarlet engine, hissing and billowing steam across a platform crowded with witches and wizards seeing students off. Percy and Ginny burst through moments later, slightly out of breath, as if they'd charged straight at the barrier. "Oh, there's Penelope!" Percy exclaimed, hastily smoothing his hair as his ears turned pink. Ginny caught Harry's eye, and both of them quickly looked away, stifling laughter as Percy strutted off toward a girl with long, curly hair, chest puffed out so his polished badge couldn't be missed. Soon the rest of the group arrived, and Harry and Mr. Weasley led them along the train, passing carriage after carriage packed with students, until they found one that was nearly empty. They hoisted the trunks aboard, secured Hedwig and Crookshanks in the luggage rack, then stepped back down onto the platform to say their goodbyes. Mrs. Weasley kissed each of her children in turn, then Hermione, and finally Harry. He flushed slightly, but couldn't help feeling pleased when she pulled him into an extra, lingering hug. Take care of yourself, Harry, won't you? She said softly, blinking rapidly. Then, rummaging through her large handbag, she added, I've packed sandwiches for all of you here, Ron. No, not corned beef this time. Fred, where's Fred? Ah, here you are, dear. Harry, Mr. Weasley said in a low voice, touching his arm. Could you come here a moment? Mr. Weasley nodded toward a nearby pillar, and Harry followed him behind it, leaving the others gathered around Mrs. Weasley. There's something I need to tell you before you go, Mr. Weasley said, his voice tight with urgency.
It's okay, Mr. Weasley, Harry replied quickly. I already know.
Mr. Weasley blinked. You do? How?
I overheard you and Mrs. Weasley last night. I didn't mean to listen, Harry added hastily. Sorry.
Mr. Weasley let out a slow breath, clearly uneasy. That's not how I would have wanted you to find out.
Honestly, it's fine, Harry said. This way, you didn't have to break your promise to Fudge, and at least I understand what's going on. Harry, I thought you'd be frightened. I'm not, Harry said, and he meant it. Seeing Mr. Weasley's doubtful look, he added, Really? I'm not trying to act brave, it's just Sirius Black can't be worse than Lord Voldemort. Can he?
Mr. Weasley winced at the name but didn't comment on it. I always knew you were tougher than Fudge gives you credit for, he said quietly, and I'm glad you're not afraid. But...
Arthur, Mrs. Weasley called from the train. What are you doing? It's about to leave. I'm coming. Molly? Mr. Weasley answered, then turned back to Harry, his tone dropping, more urgent now. Listen to me. I need your word.
That I'll stay out of trouble and not leave the castle, Harry guessed, a note of resignation in his voice.
Not exactly. Mr. Weasley's expression hardened. Harry, promise me you won't go looking for Black. Harry stared at him. What? Why would I?
A shrill whistle cut through the station. Along the platform, guards were already moving, slamming carriage doors shut. Just promise me, Mr. Weasley pressed, speaking faster now, no matter what you hear. Why would I go after someone who's trying to kill me? Harry said, baffled.
Swear it, Harry, whatever you might learn. Arthur, now, Mrs. Weasley called again.
Steam surged from the engine as the train began to move. Harry dashed for the carriage. Ron yanked the door open and pulled it wide. Harry scrambled aboard, and moments later they were leaning out of the window, waving as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley grew smaller and smaller until the train curved away and they vanished from sight.
I need to talk to you two alone, Harry said under his breath as the train gathered speed.
Clear off, Ginny, Ron said. Well, thanks a lot, Ginny snapped, tossing her head before marching away. Harry? Ron and Hermione moved along the corridor in search of a free compartment, peering through each glass door as they passed. Everyone was already taken voices, laughter, and luggage crammed into every space until they reached the very last carriage. This one wasn't empty. A man sat by the window, fast asleep. They hesitated in the doorway. The Hogwarts Express was almost always filled with students. Aside from the witch with the snack trolley, adults were a rare sight. The man's robes were worn and patched in several places, as though they'd been mended countless times. His face looked pale and drawn, lined with fatigue. Though he didn't seem old, strands of grey threaded through his light brown hair. "Who do you think he is?" Ron whispered, as they slipped inside and quietly shut the door, choosing seats as far from him as possible. "Professor R.J. Lupin," Hermione murmured immediately.
Ron blinked. How do you know that?
She pointed upward, his case. Above the man's head, resting on the luggage rack, was a small, battered suitcase tied together with carefully knotted string. Faded lettering in one corner read, "Professor R.J. Lupin." "What subject do you think he teaches?" Ron asked, eyeing the man's tired face. Hermione lowered her voice. Isn't it obvious? There's only one position open: defense against the dark arts. Harry and Ron exchanged a look. That job had never lasted long for anyone. Each of their previous teachers had only stayed a year, and whispers around the school claimed the position was cursed. "Well, I hope he's better than the last lot," Ron muttered. "He looks like he might collapse if someone sneezes at him." Anyway, he turned back to Harry. "What were you trying to tell us earlier?" Harry leaned forward and quietly recounted everything: the argument he had overheard, what Mr. Weasley had revealed, and the warning he'd been given just before boarding the train. When he finished, Ron stared at him, stunned. Hermione had both hands pressed over her mouth. She lowered them slowly. Sirius Black escaped. "To find you," she whispered. "Harry, you have to be extremely careful. Please don't go looking for danger."
"I don't look for danger," Harry said, slightly irritated. "It just tends to find me." "How stupid would you have to be to go chasing someone who wants you dead?" Ron said, though his voice wavered.
They were reacting far more strongly than Harry had expected. Both of them looked genuinely shaken, far more afraid of Black than he felt himself. "No one even knows how he got out of Azkaban," Ron added uneasily. "No one's ever managed it before, and he wasn't just any prisoner, he was kept under the highest security."
"But they'll catch him, won't they?" Hermione said quickly, as if trying to convince herself. "The Muggles are watching for him too." "Hang on, what's that sound?" Ron said suddenly.
A faint, thin whistling noise drifted through the compartment. They all glanced around, searching for its source. "It's coming from your trunk." "Harry," Ron said, getting to his feet and reaching up to the luggage rack. A second later, he pulled out the pocket sneakoscope from beneath a pile of robes. It spun wildly in his hand, glowing brightly and giving off a sharp, shrill whistle. "Is that a sneakoscope?" Hermione asked, instantly intrigued as she leaned in closer. "Yeah, though it's not exactly top quality," Ron admitted. "It started going crazy when I was tying it to Errol to send to Harry." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Were you doing anything suspicious at the time?"
"No. Well, I wasn't really supposed to use Errol," Ron said defensively. "He's not meant for long trips anymore, but how else was I supposed to send Harry his present?"
"Just put it away," Harry said quickly as the whistling grew louder, "before it wakes him up." He nodded toward Professor Lupin, who was still fast asleep by the window. Ron hurriedly wrapped the sneakoscope in a particularly unpleasant pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks, muffling the noise, and shoved it back into the trunk before snapping the lid shut. "We can have a look at it in Hogsmeade," Ron said, dropping back into his seat. "There's a shop called Dervish and Bangers. They sell magical gadgets like this, Fred and George told me." "Hogsmeade," Hermione said, her eyes lighting up. "Do you know much about it? I've read it's the only all-wizard village in Britain." "Yeah, I suppose," Ron said vaguely. "But that's not why I want to go. I just want to visit Honeydukes." "What's that?" Hermione asked. "It's a sweet shop," Ron said, his expression turning dreamy. "They've got everything pepper imps that make smoke come out of your mouth, giant chocolate balls stuffed with strawberry mousse and cream, and sugar quills you can suck on in class so it looks like you're just thinking." "But Hogsmeade has historical importance too," Hermione pressed on. "In sites of historical sorcery, it says the inn was used as a base during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, and the Shrieking Shack is meant to be the most haunted building in Britain."
"And these massive sherbet balls that make you float a few inches off the ground," Ron continued, completely ignoring her.
Hermione sighed and turned to Harry instead. "It'll be nice to get out of the castle for a bit and explore, won't it?" "I suppose," Harry said dully. "You can tell me all about it afterward." Ron frowned. "What do you mean?" "I'm not allowed to go," Harry replied. "The Dursleys wouldn't sign my permission form, and Fudge wouldn't either." Ron looked stunned. "You can't come. That's ridiculous. Someone like McGonagall will sort it out." Harry let out a short, humourless laugh. Professor McGonagall wasn't known for bending rules. Or we can ask Fred and George, Ron went on quickly. They know loads of secret passages. Ron, Hermione cut in sharply. Harry shouldn't be sneaking out with Black on the loose. Yeah, Harry said bitterly. That's probably exactly what McGonagall will say too. But if we're with him, Ron insisted, Black wouldn't.
Oh, honestly, Ron, Hermione snapped. Black has already killed people in the middle of a crowded street. Do you really think he'll hesitate just because we're there?
As she spoke, she busied herself with the clasps on Crookshanks's basket, her hands moving quickly. Don't let that thing out, Ron warned, but he was too late. Crookshanks sprang gracefully from the basket, stretched his back in a long arch, yawned, and then hopped straight onto Ron's lap. The bulge in Ron's pocket twitched violently. With a scowl, Ron shoved the cat away.
Get off! Ron, stop it! Hermione snapped.
Ron opened his mouth to argue, but at that moment Professor Lupin shifted in his seat. All three of them froze, watching nervously. But he only turned his head slightly, his lips parting as he sank deeper into sleep. The train rolled steadily northward. Outside, the landscape grew rougher, the sky dimming as thick clouds gathered overhead. Students hurried up and down the corridor, their voices rising and falling behind the compartment door. Crookshanks had now claimed a seat of his own, sitting upright and staring intently at Ron more precisely, at the pocket where Scabbers was hidden. Around 1 o'clock, the trolley witch appeared at their door, pushing her cart of sweets.
Should we wake him? Ron asked quietly, glancing at Lupin. He looks like he hasn't eaten in days.
Hermione stepped forward hesitantly. Professor, she said. Excuse me, Professor.
No response.
Don't you worry, dear, the witch said kindly, handing over a stack of cauldron cakes. If he wakes hungry, I'll be near the front. I suppose he's just asleep, Ron murmured once she'd gone. He hasn't, died or anything. He's breathing, Hermione whispered, accepting one of the cakes Harry passed her. Professor Lupin might not have been much company, but his presence turned out to be useful. By mid-afternoon, as rain began to streak the windows and blur the hills beyond, footsteps echoed in the corridor again, and this time 3 very unwelcome figures appeared at the door. Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked by Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Harry felt his mood darken immediately. Malfoy had been a rival from the very beginning. Their first meeting on this very train had set the tone. With his pale, pointed face and constant sneer, he carried himself like he owned the place. A Slytherin, and seeker for his house team, the same position Harry played for Gryffindor. Crabbe and Goyle loomed behind him like bodyguards, broad and heavy, always ready to back him up. Well, Malfoy drawled lazily, sliding the compartment door open. Look who it is, Potter and the Weasel. Crabbe and Goyle let out thick, ugly laughs. I hear your father finally came into some money this summer. Weasley, Malfoy went on smoothly. Did your mother faint from the shock? Ron shot to his feet so fast he knocked Crookshanks's basket onto the floor. From the corner, Professor Lupin gave a sudden snort in his sleep. Malfoy flinched, taking an instinctive step back as his eyes landed on the man by the window.
Who's that? He demanded. New teacher, Harry said, rising as well, ready in case Ron lost control. What were you saying? Malfoy.
Malfoy's pale eyes flickered with irritation. He wasn't reckless enough to start trouble with a teacher right there. Forget it, he muttered, jerking his head at Crabbe and Goyle. The 3 of them backed off and vanished into the corridor. Ron dropped back into his seat, rubbing his knuckles as if he'd already landed a punch.
I'm done putting up with him this year, he said, through clenched teeth. I swear it. One more comment about my family and I'll...
He cut himself off with a sharp, chopping motion in the air.
Ron, Hermione whispered urgently, nodding toward Professor Lupin. Keep it down.
But Lupin hadn't stirred. He remained slumped in his seat, breathing evenly. Outside, the rain grew heavier as the train pushed farther north. The windows blurred into sheets of grey, then slowly darkened until lanterns flickered on throughout the carriage. The steady rumble of the train mixed with the drumming rain and the howl of the wind, but still Professor Lupin slept on. "We've got to be close now," Ron said, leaning forward to peer past Lupin at the window, now completely black. He had barely finished speaking when the train began to slow. "Finally," Ron said, getting up and stepping carefully around Lupin to get a better look outside. "I'm starving. I want to get to the feast." "It can't be Hogwarts yet," Hermione said, glancing at her watch. "Then why are we stopping?" The train slowed further, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels fading until the storm outside seemed louder than ever. Harry stood and slid open the compartment door to look into the corridor. Up and down the carriage, students were leaning out of their compartments, craning to see what was happening. With a sudden jolt, the train came to a halt, somewhere nearby. Heavy thumps and crashes suggested luggage tumbling from racks. Then, without warning, every light went out. Darkness swallowed the train.
What's happening? Ron's voice came from behind Harry. Ow! Hermione exclaimed. Ron, that's my foot.
Harry felt his way back to his seat in the pitch black. "Do you think the train's broken down?"
No idea.
There was a faint squeak, and Harry caught the shadowy outline of Ron wiping a patch on the window, trying to see through the darkness outside. "There's something out there," Ron whispered. "I think someone's getting on." Before anyone could respond, the compartment door slid open abruptly, and a figure stumbled inside, tripping over Harry's legs. "Sorry. Do you know what's happening?" "How sorry?"
Neville, Harry said, reaching out in the darkness and pulling him upright by his robes. It's me. Harry, what's going on? Neville's voice trembled.
"No idea. Just sit down." A sharp hiss, followed by a yelp. Neville had nearly collapsed onto Crookshanks. "I'm going to find out what's happening," Hermione's voice cut in. Harry felt her brush past him as the door slid open again, then a heavy thud, followed by two startled cries.
Who's that? Who's that? Ginny? Hermione? What are you doing? I was looking for Ron.
"Just come in here."
Not there, Harry said quickly. I'm here. Ow. Neville groaned again.
"Quiet." The sudden, rough voice cut through them all. Professor Lupin was awake. They fell silent at once. There was a faint, crackling sound, and a flicker of light filled the compartment. Lupin stood in the corner, holding a small cluster of flames in his palm. The light cast sharp shadows across his worn face, still pale, but now tense and watchful. "Stay where you are," he said quietly. Stepping forward, the fire held out before him. But before he could reach the door, it slid open. A figure stood there. It was tall, so tall its head brushed the ceiling and wrapped in a dark, hooded cloak that concealed everything beneath it. The air seemed to tighten around it. Harry's gaze dropped instinctively, and what he saw made his stomach twist. A hand protruded from the folds of the cloak. It was grey, damp-looking, lifeless. The skin appeared decayed, stretched tight over something that no longer seemed truly alive, like flesh left too long in water. Then, as if aware of being watched, the hand vanished back into the darkness of the cloak The creature drew in a long, slow breath, a rattling, hollow sound, as though it were pulling something deeper than air from the room. Cold swept over them. Not just ordinary cold, it sank beneath Harry's skin, into his chest, tightening around his lungs, seeping into his heart.
He couldn't breathe.
His vision blurred, darkness pressing in from all sides. A roaring filled his ears, like rushing water, dragging him downward. He felt himself falling, sinking into something endless and freezing.
And then he heard it. A scream.
Distant, yet piercing, full of terror, of pleading, of despair. It echoed through him, over and over. He tried to move, to reach toward it, but his body wouldn't respond. White mist swirled around him, inside him.
Harry, can you hear me?
Something struck his face lightly, again.
Voices broke through the darkness, pulling him back. What?
Harry's eyes flew open. Lanterns glowed overhead again, and the familiar rumble beneath him told him the train was moving. Somehow, he'd slipped off his seat and was lying on the floor. Ron and Hermione were crouched beside him, while Neville and Professor Lupin looked on from above. A wave of nausea rolled through him. When he pushed his glasses back into place, his hand came away damp with cold sweat. Ron and Hermione hauled him upright and settled him back into his seat. "You okay?" Ron asked, his voice tight.
Yeah, Harry said, though he immediately glanced toward the door. The cloaked figure was gone. What happened? Where did it go, and who screamed? No one screamed, Ron replied, even more uneasily.
Harry scanned the compartment. Ginny and Neville were staring at him, both pale as paper. "But I heard it." A sharp crack interrupted him. Professor Lupin was snapping a large bar of chocolate into pieces. "Here," he said, handing Harry a generous chunk. "Eat it, you'll feel better." Harry accepted it but hesitated. "What was that thing?" he asked.
A Dementor, Lupin answered calmly, passing chocolate around to the others. One of the guards of Azkaban.
They all stared at him in stunned silence. Lupin folded the empty wrapper neatly and tucked it into his pocket. "Go on, eat," he urged again. "It helps. I need to speak with the driver." He stepped past them and left the compartment. Hermione watched Harry closely. "Are you sure you're all right?"
I don't understand, Harry said, wiping his face again. What happened?
"Well, the Dementor came in and just stood there," Hermione began, frowning slightly. "At least, I think it was looking around. I couldn't see its face. And you just—"
I thought you were having some kind of seizure, Ron said, still shaken. You went stiff, fell off your seat, and started jerking.
"And Professor Lupin stepped over you and went straight at it," Hermione continued. "He drew his wand and said something like, 'No one here is hiding Sirius Black. Leave.' But it didn't listen, so he cast a spell, and this silvery thing came out of his wand. That's when it backed off and sort of floated away."
It was awful, Neville said, his voice higher than usual. Did you feel how cold it got? I felt strange, Ron admitted, rubbing his arms, like I'd never be happy again. Ginny, curled up in the corner, gave a small, shaky sob. Hermione quickly moved over and wrapped an arm around her. "But none of you—" collapsed, Harry asked, uneasy. Ron shook his head. No, Ginny was shaking, though.
Harry frowned. He didn't understand. His body still felt weak, as if he'd just come through a bad illness, and worse than that. A creeping embarrassment settled in. Why had he reacted so strongly when no one else had? The compartment door slid open again. Professor Lupin returned, pausing just inside with a faint, reassuring smile. "I promise the chocolate isn't poisoned," he said lightly. Harry took a bite. Almost instantly, warmth spread through him down his arms, into his fingers and toes, pushing back the cold that had sunk so deeply inside him. "We'll be arriving at Hogwarts in about 10 minutes, Lupin said. His gaze rested briefly on Harry. "Feeling better?" Harry nodded, avoiding his eyes. "Yeah, I'm fine." They spoke very little for the rest of the journey. Eventually, the train ground to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, and everyone surged toward the doors at once. The platform erupted into noise owls screeching, cats yowling, and Neville's toad croaking loudly from somewhere beneath his hat. A bitter wind cut through the crowd, and cold rain lashed down in sharp, stinging sheets. "First years over here," boomed a familiar voice. Harry turned and spotted Hagrid's Wishol's silhouette at the far end of the platform, waving the new students toward him for their first crossing of the lake. "You three all right?" he shouted above the din. They waved back, but the crowd swept them along before they could answer. Pushed forward with the rest, Harry, Ron and Hermione followed the stream of students off the platform and onto a muddy track. Lined up ahead were rows of old-fashioned carriages, dozens of them waiting in silence. No horses were visible. Yet the moment they climbed inside and shut the door, the carriage jolted forward, joining the slow procession up the road. The air inside smelled damp, with a hint of straw. Harry felt steadier after the chocolate, though a lingering weakness clung to him. Ron and Hermione kept glancing his way, as if expecting him to collapse again at any moment. As the carriage rolled toward a set of towering iron gates, mounted on stone pillars carved with winged boars, Harry caught sight of two more cloaked figures standing guard Dementors. A wave of icy dread surged through him again. He shut his eyes and leaned back, waiting for the feeling to pass as they moved beyond the gates. The carriage picked up speed along the winding drive toward the castle. Hermione leaned toward the small window, watching the distant towers and turrets loom closer through the rain. At last, the carriage lurched to a stop. Ron and Hermione climbed out first. Harry followed, stepping down onto the wet ground, and immediately heard a familiar, mocking voice at his ear. "You fainted, Potter? Is Longbottom telling the truth? You actually passed out." Malfoy had shoved past Hermione, planting himself squarely in Harry's path on the stone steps. His face gleamed with malicious delight.
"Move!" Ron said sharply, his jaw tight. "Oh, did you faint too? Weasley," Malfoy went on loudly. "Did the big key, scary Dementor get to you as well?"
"Is there a problem here?" came a calm voice. Professor Lupin had just stepped down from the carriage behind them. Malfoy looked him up and down, his gaze lingering on the worn robes and battered case. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth.
"Oh, no problem at all, Professor," he said, with a faint edge of mockery. Then, exchanging amused looks with Crabbe and Goyle, he turned and sauntered up the steps into the castle.
Hermione nudged Ron sharply to get him moving, and the three of them were swept along with the crowd up the wide stone steps, through the towering oak doors, and into the vast entrance hall. Torches blazed along the walls, casting flickering light over the polished floor and the grand marble staircase that rose toward the upper levels. To the right, the doors to the great hall stood open. Harry was carried toward them with the rest of the students, and caught only a brief glimpse of the enchanted ceiling, dark and swirling with storm clouds, when a sharp voice cut through the noise.
"Potter, Granger, a word, please."
They turned at once. Professor McGonagall was standing a short distance away, calling them over. Her expression was as strict as ever, her hair pulled tightly into its usual bun, her glasses glinting under the torchlight. Harry felt a familiar sense of unease as he made his way toward her. Somehow, she always gave the impression he'd done something wrong even when he hadn't. "No need to look so alarmed," she said briskly as they approached. "I merely want to speak with you in my office. Move along. Weasley?" Ron stood rooted for a moment, staring as Harry and Hermione were guided away from the bustling hall. They followed Professor McGonagall across the entrance hall, up the marble staircase, and along a quieter corridor. Inside her office, a small, warm room lit by a crackling fire, she gestured for them to sit. Taking her place behind the desk, she wasted no time. "Professor Lupin sent word ahead," she said. "He informed me you were taken ill on the train. Potter." Harry had barely opened his mouth to respond when there was a gentle knock, and Madame Pomfrey swept into the room. Harry felt heat rise to his face. It was bad enough collapsing in front of everyone. He didn't need this kind of attention as well.
"I'm fine," he said quickly. "Honestly, I don't need—" "Oh, is that so?" Madame Pomfrey interrupted, bending close to examine him anyway. "And what have you been up to this time? Something reckless, I expect." "It was a Dementor, a Poppy," said Professor McGonagall.
The two witches exchanged a grave look. Madame Pomfrey clicked her tongue in disapproval as she brushed Harry's hair aside and pressed a hand to his forehead. "Dementors around a school," she muttered. "No wonder. He won't be the last to go down like that. Cold as ice. Dreadful creatures, especially for those already a bit fragile."
"I'm not fragile," Harry snapped. "Of course you're not," she said absently, now checking his pulse as though she hadn't heard him.
"What do you recommend?" Professor McGonagall asked crisply. "Rest. Perhaps the hospital wing for the night."
"I said I'm fine," Harry insisted, jumping to his feet. The idea of ending up in the hospital wing, especially with Malfoy around, was unbearable.
Hermione gave Ron a firm shove between the shoulder blades, urging him forward, and the three of them were swept up with the rest of the students. Together they climbed the broad stone steps, passed through the immense oak doors, and entered the echoing entrance hall. Flames from the wall torches danced across the stone, illuminating the sweeping marble staircase that curved upward toward the higher floors. Off to the right, the great hall doors stood open. Harry was carried along with the crowd and caught only a fleeting look at the enchanted ceiling, dark tonight, thick with rolling storm clouds, before a crisp voice rang out above the noise.
"Potter, Granger, come here, please."
They turned immediately. Professor McGonagall stood a short distance away, beckoning them over. Her posture was rigid as ever, her hair drawn tight into a bun, her square spectacles catching the firelight. As Harry approached, that familiar prickle of unease crept over him. She had a way of making him feel guilty before he'd even spoken. "There's no need for that expression," she said briskly when they reached her. "I simply require a word in my office. Off you go. Weasley."
Ron lingered, looking confused, as McGonagall guided Harry and Hermione away from the shoom of the hall. They followed her across the entrance hall, up the marble stairs, and along a quieter corridor where the noise faded behind them.
Her office was small but welcoming, warmed by a lively fire. She indicated the chairs in front of her desk, and once they were seated, she settled herself and got straight to the point. "Professor Lupin has already sent word," she said. "He reports that you were unwell on the train. Potter." Harry barely had time to react before a soft knock sounded and Madame Pomfrey hurried in. A flush crept up Harry's neck. Fainting, or whatever it had been, was embarrassing enough without turning it into an event.
"I'm really fine," he said quickly. "There's no need for—" "Oh, we'll be the judge of that," Madame Pomfrey cut in, leaning in to inspect him closely. "What have you done this time? Something foolish, I suppose."
"It was a Dementor, Poppy," McGonagall said. The two women exchanged a serious glance. Madame Pomfrey tutted under her breath as she brushed Harry's hair back and pressed her cool hand to his forehead. "Dementors stationed at a school," she muttered. "I expected as much. He won't be the only one to react like that. Cold as death, those creatures, and particularly hard on anyone even slightly susceptible."
I'm not susceptible, Harry protested sharply. Yes, yes, she said distractedly, taking his wrist to check his pulse. Hold still.
What's your recommendation? McGonagall asked, her tone precise. Rest? Should he spend the night in the hospital wing?
I told you, I'm fine, Harry said, springing to his feet. The thought of lying in the hospital wing, especially with Malfoy ready to spread the story, was the last thing he wanted. Well, he ought to have some chocolate at the very least, said Madame Pomfrey, still peering closely into Harry's eyes. I've already had some, Harry replied. Professor Lupin gave it to me. He gave it to all of us. Did he? Said Madame Pomfrey, sounding pleased. At last, a defense against the dark arts teacher who understands basic treatment.
Are you quite certain you're all right? Potter? Professor McGonagall asked, her tone sharp.
Yes, Harry said firmly.
Very well. Wait outside for a moment while I speak with Miss Granger about her timetable. Then we shall go down to the feast together. Harry stepped back into the corridor. Madame Pomfrey bustled off toward the hospital wing, muttering under her breath. He didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, Hermione emerged looking unusually delighted about something, with Professor McGonagall close behind. Together, they headed back down the marble staircase toward the great hall.
Inside, the hall was already filled a vast sea of black-pointed hats. The 4 long house tables were packed with students, their faces lit by the glow of thousands of floating candles. At the front, Professor Flitwick, tiny, with his shock of white hair, was carrying away an old hat and a 3-legged stool. Oh, Hermione whispered, disappointed. We've missed the sorting.
At Hogwarts, the new students were sorted into their houses by trying on the enchanted sorting hat, which decided where they belonged, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin. Professor McGonagall moved off toward the staff table, while Harry and Hermione slipped quietly around the edge of the hall toward Gryffindor. As they passed behind the benches, several students turned to look. A few even pointed at Harry. The story had already spread. It seemed his collapse on the train hadn't gone unnoticed. They reached their table and sat down beside Ron, who had been saving them seats.
What happened? He whispered.
Harry leaned closer, beginning to explain in a low voice, but just then the headmaster rose to his feet and he stopped. Professor Dumbledore stood at the staff table, his presence immediately commanding attention. Despite his age, there was a vitality about him that filled the room. His long silver hair and beard shimmered in the candlelight, his half-moon glasses perched on his crooked nose. Many called him the greatest wizard alive, but that wasn't why Harry trusted him. There was something else, something steady and reassuring. As Dumbledore smiled out over the hall, Harry felt the tension inside him ease for the first time since the Dementor had stepped into the train compartment. "Welcome," said Albus Dumbledore, the candlelight glinting off his long silver beard. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few matters to address, and as one of them is rather serious, I think it best to speak of it before you are distracted by the feast." He paused briefly, then went on, his tone steady but grave. As many of you will already know, following the search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is currently hosting several Dementors from Azkaban. They are here on ministry business. A hush settled over the hall. Harry couldn't help recalling what Mr. Weasley had said, that Dumbledore had never approved of their presence. "They have been stationed at every entrance to the grounds," Dumbledore continued. "While they remain here, no student is to leave the school without proper permission. Dementors are not easily deceived. They will not be fooled by tricks, disguises, or even invisibility cloaks," he added calmly, prompting a quick glance between Harry and Ron. "They do not understand excuses, nor are they moved by pleading. I urge all of you, do not give them cause to harm you. I trust our prefects and our newly appointed head boy and girl to ensure that no one comes into conflict with them." a little way down the table. Percy sat straighter, his chest swelling with importance. Dumbledore's gaze swept the hall once more, and no one dared speak. On a brighter note, he continued, his tone softening, I am pleased to welcome 2 new members to our staff this year. First, Professor Lupin, who has agreed to take up the position of Defence Against the Dark Arts teacher. There was polite, scattered applause, nothing too enthusiastic. Only those who had shared the train compartment with him, including Harry, clapped with real warmth. Remus Lupin looked noticeably more worn than the other teachers in their fine robes. Look at Snape, Ron muttered.
At the staff table, Severus Snape was staring directly at Lupin. His expression wasn't just displeased, it was twisted with something deeper, something colder. Harry recognized it instantly. It was the same look Snape wore whenever he looked at him. Pure dislike, sharpened into something close to hatred.
As for our second appointment, Dumbledore went on, once the lukewarm applause faded, I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleburn has retired, wishing to enjoy more time with what remains of his limbs. However, I'm delighted to announce that his position will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this role alongside his duties as gamekeeper.
Harry, Ron and Hermione all stared at each other in astonishment, then immediately joined the applause. At the Gryffindor table, the reaction was especially loud and enthusiastic.
Harry leaned forward, searching for Hagrid. He spotted him at last, his face flushed a deep red, his enormous hands folded awkwardly in front of him, trying to hide a broad, delighted grin beneath his thick black beard. We should have guessed, Ron shouted, thumping the table in excitement. Who else would set us a book that bites?
Harry, Ron and Hermione were among the last to stop applauding. As Albus Dumbledore resumed speaking, they noticed Rubeus Hagrid dabbing at his eyes with the edge of the tablecloth.
Well then, said Dumbledore, his voice brightening, I believe that covers everything of importance. Let the feast begin. At once, the empty golden plates and goblets before them filled to the brim with food and drink. Harry, suddenly starving, piled his plate high and began eating without hesitation. The feast was as wonderful as ever. The great hall rang with laughter, conversation, and the clinking of cutlery. Still, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves impatient for it to end. They were eager to speak with Hagrid. They knew just how much this new role meant to him. Hagrid had never completed his magical education. He'd been expelled in his 3rd year for something he hadn't done. It had taken Harry, Ron, and Hermione to uncover the truth the previous year and clear his name. Finally, after the last crumbs of pumpkin tart vanished from the plates, Dumbledore dismissed them for the night, and at last they had their chance.
Congratulations, Hagrid! Hermione cried as they hurried over to the staff table.
It's all thanks to you 3, Hagrid said, his face glowing as he looked down at them, wiping it with his napkin. Still can't quite believe it. Dumbledore, great man, came straight down to me hut after Professor Kettleburn stepped aside. It's what I've always wanted. His voice wavered, and he buried his face in the napkin again, overcome. Minerva McGonagall quickly ushered them along, shooing them back toward their house. They joined the stream of Gryffindors heading up the marble staircase. Exhaustion was beginning to catch up with them as they climbed corridor after corridor, step after step, until they reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. The large portrait of a plump lady in a pink dress regarded them expectantly. "Password?" she asked. Coming through, Percy's voice called from behind. "New password, Fortuna Major."
"Oh dear," muttered Neville Longbottom. Looking troubled, he always struggled to remember them.
The portrait swung open, and they climbed through into the warm, familiar common room. Soon, the group split. boys and girls heading toward their respective staircases. Harry made his way up the spiral steps to the boys' dormitory, his mind blissfully empty except for one simple thought: he was back. Inside the round room, with its 5 four-poster beds, everything felt comfortingly the same. Harry looked around, a quiet sense of relief settling over him.
At last, he felt like he was home.
Chapter 6. Talons and Tea Leaves. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped into the Great Hall the next morning, the first thing they noticed was Draco Malfoy holding court at the Slytherin table. A crowd had gathered around him, and he was clearly in the middle of an exaggerated story. As they walked past, he clutched his chest and pretended to collapse dramatically, earning loud bursts of laughter.
"Don't rise to it," Hermione Granger whispered behind Harry. "He's not worth it." "Hey, Potter!" shrieked Pansy Parkinson, her mocking voice cutting through the hall. "Watch out, the Dementors are coming! Woo!"
Harry slid into a seat at the Gryffindor table beside George Weasley. "Here, your new third-year schedule," George said, handing over a piece of parchment. "What's wrong?"
"Malfoy," Ron muttered, dropping into the seat on George's other side and shooting a glare across the hall.
George glanced up just in time to see Malfoy act out another fainting fit. "Pathetic," he said coolly. "He wasn't so brave last night when the Dementors showed up near our carriage. Came running straight into ours, didn't he, Fred?" "Looked like he was about to wet himself," said Fred Weasley, casting a scornful look toward the Slytherin table.
"I can't say I enjoyed it much either," George added. "Those Dementors are foul creatures."
"They sort of drain everything out of you," Fred said, "like all the warmth just disappears." "You didn't black out, though," Harry said quietly. "Forget that," George said firmly. "Dad went to Azkaban once, remember? Fred said it was the worst place he'd ever been, came back shaking. Dementors suck the happiness right out of everything. Most prisoners lose their minds in there." "Anyway," Fred went on, brightening slightly, "let's see how Malfoy feels after our first Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin opening game of the season." The last time Harry had played against Malfoy, things hadn't gone well for him, and that thought lifted Harry's mood a little. He reached for a plate and helped himself to sausages and fried tomatoes.
Meanwhile, Hermione was scanning her timetable with growing excitement. "Oh, this is brilliant. We're starting new subjects today," she said.
Ron leaned over her shoulder, frowning. "Hang on, this can't be right. They've got you down for about 10 classes a day. That's impossible."
"I'll manage," Hermione said calmly. "I've already arranged everything with Minerva McGonagall, but look at this," said Ron Weasley, letting out a laugh as he pointed at the timetable. 9 o'clock divination, then right under it, also 9 o'clock Muggle studies, and hang on, he bent closer, squinting, arithmancy too, all at the same time. I mean, you're clever, Hermione, but you can't be in 3 places at once."
"Don't be ridiculous," said Hermione Granger curtly. "Obviously I won't be attending 3 classes simultaneously." "Then how?" "Pass the marmalade." "Still."
"Oh, honestly, Ron, why does it matter to you if my schedule's a bit crowded?" Hermione snapped. "I told you, it's all been sorted with Minerva McGonagall."
Just then, Rubeus Hagrid strode into the great hall. He was bundled in his heavy moleskin coat and absent-mindedly swinging a dead polecat from one enormous hand.
"Yeah, all right," he called eagerly, pausing near them on his way to the staff table. "You're in me first lesson right after lunch and been up since 5, getting everything ready. Hope it goes all right. Me teaching. Can you believe it?"
Beaming, he moved off, still swinging the polecat. Ron watched him go, a hint of unease creeping into his expression. "What do you reckon he's been preparing?" Around them, students were beginning to leave for their first classes. Ron glanced down at his schedule again. "We'd better move divinations up in North Tower. It'll take ages to get there." They hurried through the rest of breakfast, said goodbye to Fred and George, and made their way out of the hall. As they passed the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy performed yet another exaggerated swoon. Laughter trailed after Harry as they entered the entrance hall. The climb to North Tower proved long and tiring. Even after 2 years at Hogwarts, there were still parts of the castle they'd never explored, and this was one of them. There must be a shortcut, Ron panted as they reached yet another landing after a long flight of stairs. The corridor ahead was unfamiliar, with nothing on the wall except a large painting of an empty stretch of grass.
"I think it's this way," Hermione said, peering down a passage to the right. "No, that can't be right," Ron argued. "That's south. You can see the lake from that window."
Meanwhile, Harry had stopped, his attention caught by the painting. A plump, dappled grey pony had wandered into view and was grazing peacefully. Hogwarts portraits were always lively, their subjects frequently wandering in and out of frame. But Harry never got tired of watching them. A moment later, a squat little knight in battered armour clanked into the scene after the pony. Judging by the smudges of grass on his metal knees, he'd only just fallen off. "Aha!" he suddenly cried, spotting Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Who are these rogues that trespass upon my domain? Have you come to mock my fall? Draw your wands, you scoundrels!" They stared as the tiny knight yanked his sword free and began waving it wildly, hopping in fury. The weapon was far too large for him. One reckless swing threw him off balance, and he toppled forward, landing face first in the grass.
Are you okay?" Harry asked, stepping closer to the painting. "Stand back, you villainous knave," the knight snapped.
He grabbed his sword again and tried to push himself upright, but the blade stuck fast in the turf. Tugging with all his strength did nothing. At last, panting, he collapsed again and lifted his visor to wipe sweat from his face.
"Listen," Harry said quickly, taking advantage of the pause. "We're trying to find the North Tower. Do you know the way?" "A quest, you say?" The knight's mood changed in an instant. He scrambled to his feet, eyes shining. "Then follow me, brave companions. We shall reach our destination or fall gloriously in the attempt."
He gave his sword another useless tug, attempted to mount the plump pony and failed, then abandoned the effort entirely, on foot, then forward. With that, he clanked noisily out of the frame and vanished.
"Harry?" Ron and Hermione hurried along the corridor, guided by the echoing clatter of his armour. Every so often, they caught sight of him again in a painting ahead, dashing through one frame after another.
"Courage! My friends, the peril grows!" he shouted, reappearing among a group of startled ladies in elaborate dresses whose portrait hung beside a narrow spiral staircase. Breathing hard, the trio climbed the twisting steps, growing increasingly dizzy as they spiraled upward. At last, faint voices drifted down from above. They had reached their destination. "Farewell?" the knight called, popping into a nearby painting of stern-faced monks. "Call upon Sir Cadogan, should you ever require valour and strength." "Right," Ron muttered as the knight vanished. "If we ever need someone completely mad." They climbed the final steps and emerged onto a cramped landing where most of their classmates were already waiting. There were no visible doors, just a round trapdoor in the ceiling with a small brass plaque. "Sybil Trelawney, divination teacher." Harry read aloud. "How are we supposed to get up there?" As if in answer, the trapdoor swung open and a slender silver ladder slid down, stopping right in front of him. The chatter died away instantly. "Go on," Ron said with a grin. Harry took a breath and started climbing. Harry climbed through the trapdoor, and found himself in the most peculiar room he had ever seen. It hardly resembled a classroom at all. Instead, it felt like a mixture of a cluttered attic and a cozy, old tea parlour. The space was packed with small, round tables, each surrounded by mismatched armchairs and soft, overstuffed stools. A dim, reddish glow filled the room. Heavy curtains blocked the windows, and the lamps were veiled with dark fabric, casting everything in a hazy crimson light. The air was thick and overly warm, almost suffocating. From the fireplace came a strange, sweet scent as a large copper kettle simmered over the flames. Shelves lined the circular walls, crowded with odd objects, dusty feathers, melted candle stubs, worn decks of cards, shimmering crystal balls, and stacks of delicate teacups. Ron appeared beside Harry as the rest of the class climbed up and gathered around, speaking in hushed voices. "Where is she?" he muttered. From somewhere in the shadows, a soft, drifting voice answered. "Welcome. How delightful to finally see you in the physical realm." Harry blinked, and for a moment, the figure stepping forward reminded him of an enormous, shimmering insect. Sybil Trelawney moved into the firelight. She was extremely thin, with huge, magnified eyes behind oversized glasses. A gauzy, glittering shawl hung around her shoulders, and countless beads, chains, rings, and bangles adorned her arms and neck, clinking softly as she moved.
"Sit, my children, sit," she murmured.
The students awkwardly settled themselves into chairs and poufs. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took places together at one of the small tables. "Welcome to divination," Professor Trelawney said, lowering herself into a winged armchair near the fire. "I am Professor Trelawney. You may not have encountered me before. I find that venturing too often into the noise and activity of the castle disturbs my inner eye." No one responded. The room felt too strange, too heavy with heat and scent. Trelawney adjusted her shawl with delicate fingers and continued. "You have chosen to study divination, the most subtle and demanding of magical disciplines. I must tell you from the outset, if you do not possess the sight, there is little I can teach you. Books will only take you so far."
At that, Harry and Ron exchanged amused glances. Across the table, Hermione Granger looked distinctly unsettled, clearly not pleased to hear that books might not be of much use in this class.
Many witches and wizards, however skilled they may be at producing dramatic effects, loud spells, and sudden vanishings, still lack the ability to pierce the hidden veil of what is yet to come, Professor Trelawney continued. Her wide, shining eyes drifted slowly across the class, lingering just long enough to make several students shift uneasily. "It is a rare gift. You, boy." She pointed suddenly at Neville Longbottom, who nearly slid off his seat in alarm. "Is your grandmother in good health?"
I think so," Neville replied nervously.
"I wouldn't be entirely certain, dear," said Sybil Trelawney, the firelight flashing against her dangling green earrings. Neville swallowed hard. She carried on calmly, as if nothing unusual had been said. "This year we shall begin with the foundational arts of divination. Our first term will focus on the interpretation of tea leaves. In the following term, we will explore palmistry. And you, my dear," she turned abruptly toward Parvati Patil, "beware a red-haired man." Parvati startled and glanced back at Ron, who happened to be sitting behind her. She promptly shifted her chair a little farther away. "In the second term," Trelawney went on dreamily, "we will move on to crystal gazing, provided we have concluded our studies of fire omens. Unfortunately, our lessons will be interrupted in February by an outbreak of influenza. I shall lose my voice entirely. And around Easter, one among you will depart us forever." A heavy silence fell over the room. No one spoke, but Professor Trelawney seemed oblivious.
"I wonder, dear," she said suddenly to Lavender Brown, who flinched. "If you might pass me the large silver teapot."
Lavender hurried to comply, clearly relieved to have something practical to do. She brought over a massive teapot and set it carefully in front of the professor. "Thank you, and just so you know, the thing you are dreading will occur on Friday the 16th of October. Lavender froze, her expression turning pale. "Now then," Trelawney continued, clapping her hands lightly, "pair up, take a teacup from the shelf, bring it to me to be filled, then return to your seats. Drink until only the leaves remain. Swirl them 3 times with your left hand, invert the cup onto its saucer, and allow the liquid to drain. Then exchange cups with your partner and interpret the patterns using pages 5 and 6 of Unfogging the Future. I shall circulate and assist you." As students began to rise, she caught Neville gently by the arm. "And dear, after you break your first cup, would you be so kind as to choose one of the blue patterned ones? I'm rather fond of the pink set." Sure enough, no sooner had Neville reached the shelf than a sharp clink of breaking china rang out. Professor Trelawney glided over with a dustpan and brush, a blue one this time. "Dear, if you please. Yes, that's right." Meanwhile, Harry and Ron Weasley collected their cups, had them filled, and returned to their table. The tea was scalding, and they gulped it down as quickly as they could. Following instructions, they swirled the remaining leaves, tipped the cups upside down, waited, and then exchanged them to begin reading. "Right," said Ron Weasley, flipping open his book to the right page. "What do you make of mine?" Harry squinted into the cup. Honestly, just a bunch of wet leaves. The thick, scented air was making his head feel heavy and dull. "Expand your awareness, Walpay, my dears. Let your vision rise above the ordinary," called Sybil Trelawney from across the room. Harry blinked and tried again. "Okay. There's something that looks like a bent cross." He checked the book. "That means difficulties and hardship. Sorry, but wait. There's also something like the sun. That's great joy. So, you'll have a terrible time, but somehow enjoy it." "You're hopeless," Ron muttered, though he was grinning. They both struggled not to laugh as Trelawney drifted past, watching them closely.
"My turn," Ron said, peering into Harry's cup with exaggerated seriousness. "There's a shape like a bowler hat. Maybe you'll end up working at the ministry."
He rotated the cup. "Or maybe not. It looks more like an acorn now. Hang on." He flipped through the book. "Unexpected fortune. Brilliant. You can share it with me. And here there's something that could be an animal. If that's the head, maybe a hippo or a sheep." Harry snorted. Professor Trelawney spun around instantly. "Let me see that, dear," she said, sweeping over and taking Harry's cup from Ron. The room fell silent as everyone leaned in to watch. She studied the cup carefully, turning it slowly. "The falcon," she murmured. "You have a dangerous enemy." "But that's obvious," said Hermione Granger in a clear whisper. Trelawney's gaze snapped toward her. "Well, it is," Hermione continued. "Everyone knows about Harry, and you know who." Harry and Ron exchanged stunned looks. They had never heard Hermione challenge a teacher so directly before. Trelawney ignored the remark and returned her attention to the cup. "The club, this suggests violence. An attack," she said softly. "Oh dear, this is not a fortunate reading."
"I thought it was a hat," Ron muttered under his breath.
"The skull," Trelawney went on, her voice lowering. "You are in grave danger." The entire class watched in silence as she turned the cup once more. Then suddenly, she gasped and let out a sharp, piercing scream. There was a sharp clink of breaking china. Neville Longbottom had dropped another cup, but no one paid him much attention this time. Sybil Trelawney had sunk into a nearby armchair, one glittering hand pressed to her chest, her eyes squeezed shut. "My dear boy, my poor, unfortunate child. No, I cannot. It would be too cruel. she murmured.
"What is it, Professor?" asked Dean Thomas immediately.
Chairs scraped as everyone stood and gathered closer, forming a tight circle around Harry and Ron's table. All eyes were fixed on the teacup. "My dear," Trelawney said, opening her eyes with dramatic slowness, "you bear the mark of the grim."
"The what?" Harry asked.
He wasn't alone in his confusion. Dean looked blank, and Lavender Brown seemed uncertain, but several others gasped, hands flying to their mouths. "The grim, my dear, the grim," Trelawney exclaimed, clearly shocked at his ignorance. "A monstrous spectral hound, said to haunt graveyards. It is an omen, the darkest omen of death." A cold weight settled in Harry's stomach. The image surfaced instantly, the black dog from the Death Omens book in Flourish and Blots, and that shadowy shape he'd seen before. Around him, whispers spread. Lavender now looked terrified too. Everyone was staring, everyone except Hermione Granger, who had moved behind Trelawney's chair.
"I don't think it looks like a grim at all," she said bluntly.
Trelawney turned slowly, her expression sharpening with clear disapproval. "My dear," she said coolly, "you must forgive me, but I detect very little aura about you. Very little sensitivity to the currents of the unseen."
"Nearby?" Seamus Finnegan tilted his head, squinting. "If you look at it like this—" "Yeah, I can sort of see it," he said. "But from this angle it looks more like a donkey."
"When you've all decided whether I'm about to die or not," Harry snapped suddenly, surprising even himself.
At once, people began looking anywhere but at him. "I think that will be all for today," Professor Trelawney said faintly. "Yes. Put away your things."
In near silence, the class obeyed, returning cups, packing books, avoiding Harry's gaze. Even Ron seemed unsure what to say. "Until next time," Trelawney added weakly, "may fortune favour you and you—" "Dear," she pointed at Neville, "you will arrive late next lesson. Do try to make up for it."
"Harry?" Ron and Hermione climbed back down the ladder and descended the spiral staircase without speaking. Then they set off for Minerva McGonagall's Transfiguration class.
Despite leaving early, they only just made it on time. Harry chose a seat at the very back, feeling exposed as though everyone was watching him. And in a way, they were students kept sneaking glances as if expecting him to collapse at any moment. He barely registered what Professor McGonagall was explaining about animagi wizards capable of transforming themselves into animals. He didn't even notice when she demonstrated, shifting seamlessly into a tabby cat marked with square spectacles around its eyes. "Honestly, what's gotten into all of you today?" Professor McGonagall said, transforming back into her human form with a soft pop and scanning the room sharply. "It may not be important, but this is the first time a class hasn't applauded one of my transformations." Once again, every head turned toward Harry, yet no one said a word. After a brief pause, Hermione raised her hand. "Professor, we just came from our first divination lesson. We were reading tea leaves, and—"
"Ah, I see," Professor McGonagall interrupted, her expression tightening. "That explains enough, Miss Granger. Now then, who is it that's supposed to die this year?"
The class froze in silence.
"I am," Harry said at last. "Indeed?" she replied, fixing him with a sharp, piercing look. "Well, Potter, you should be aware that Sybil Trelawney has predicted the death of a student every single year since she began teaching here, and not one of those predictions has come true. Foretelling doom is her preferred way of welcoming new classes. If I were the sort to criticize my colleagues—" She stopped abruptly, her lips thinning, then continued in a more controlled tone. "Divination is among the least precise forms of magic. I won't hide the fact that I have little patience for it. Genuine seers are extremely rare, and Professor Trelawney—"
She paused again before finishing briskly. "In any case, you appear perfectly healthy to me, Potter. so I see no reason to excuse you from homework. Should you happen to die, I'll understand if it isn't handed in." A ripple of laughter passed through the room, and even Harry felt some of the tension lift. Away from the dim lighting and heavy incense of Trelawney's classroom, the idea of ominous tea leaves seemed far less frightening. Still, not everyone looked reassured. Ron remained uneasy, while Lavender murmured anxiously. But what about Neville's cup? When the lesson ended, they joined the bustling crowd heading down to the Great Hall for lunch. "Come on, Ron, don't look so miserable," Hermione said, nudging a dish of stew toward him. "You heard what Professor McGonagall said." Ron scooped some stew onto his plate, but hesitated, gripping his fork without eating.
"Harry," he said quietly, his voice serious, "you haven't seen a big black dog anywhere, have you?" "Actually, yeah," Harry replied. "I saw one the night I left the Dursleys."
Ron's fork clattered loudly onto his plate. "Probably just a stray," Hermione said calmly, pouring herself some pumpkin juice.
Ron stared at her in disbelief. "Hermione, if Harry really saw a Grim, that's serious, really serious. My Uncle Bilious saw one once, and he died the very next day."
"Coincidence," Hermione said coolly. "You don't know what you're talking about," Ron snapped, his frustration rising. "Grims terrify most wizards. They're a sign of death." "Well, there you have it," Hermione said, loftily. "People see the Grim and panic themselves to death. It's not a prediction it causes the death. And Harry's still perfectly fine because he's not foolish enough to decide he's doomed just because he spots a shadowy dog." Ron could only gape at her, clearly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Hermione calmly opened her bag, pulled out her brand-new arithmancy textbook, and set it up beside her drink.
"Honestly, divination seems terribly vague," she went on, flipping through the pages. "It's mostly guesswork."
"There was nothing vague about what I saw in that cup," Ron shot back. "You weren't so sure when you said it looked like a sheep," Hermione replied coolly.
Ron bristled. "Well, Professor Trelawney said you don't have the right aura. You just don't like not being the best at something for once." That hit a nerve. Hermione slammed her book shut so hard that bits of food jumped on the table.
"If being good at divination means making up nonsense about death from tea leaves, then I'd rather not study it at all. That class was ridiculous compared to arithmancy." She grabbed her bag and stormed off without another word. Ron stared after her, frowning. "What's she on about?" he muttered to Harry. "She hasn't even had an arithmancy lesson yet." After lunch, Harry was relieved to step outside. The rain from the previous day had cleared, leaving behind a pale grey sky and fresh, damp grass underfoot. They headed down the sloping lawns toward the edge of the forbidden forest for their very first Care of Magical Creatures lesson. Ron and Hermione still weren't speaking. Harry walked between them in silence until he noticed three all too familiar figures ahead, Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. The way they were laughing made it obvious what they'd been discussing. Hagrid was waiting outside his hut, wearing his heavy moleskin coat, with Fang the boarhound by his side. He looked eager, almost impatient. "Come on, now, hurry up," he called. "Got a proper treat for you today. You're going to love this lesson. Everyone here. Right, follow me." For a moment, Harry feared they were heading into the forest again, which he had no desire to revisit. But Hagrid led them along the edge instead, and soon they arrived at a fenced paddock. It looked completely empty. "Everyone gather round the fence," Hagrid called, beaming. "That's it, close enough so you can see. Now, first thing, open your books."
"How?" drawled Draco Malfoy coldly. Said Rubeus Hagrid, blinking.
"How are we supposed to open them?" Malfoy repeated. Holding up his copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, tightly bound with rope. Around him, other students revealed similarly restrained books, some strapped shut, others jammed into bags or clipped tight.
Hagrid looked stunned. Hasn't anyone managed to open theirs?
The class shook their heads. "You've got to stroke 'em," Hagrid explained, as if it were perfectly obvious. "Look." He took Hermione Granger's book, peeled off the tape, and as it snapped hungrily at his fingers, he calmly ran a thick finger down its spine. Instantly, the book shuddered, relaxed, and fell open obediently.
"Oh, brilliant," Malfoy sneered. "We should have stroked them. Why didn't we think of that?" I thought they were quite funny," Hagrid said uncertainly.
"Absolutely hilarious," Malfoy replied mockingly. "Books that try to bite your hands off, genius."
"Shut up, Malfoy," said Harry Potter quietly. He could see Hagrid's confidence slipping and didn't want his first lesson to fall apart. Right then," Hagrid muttered, losing his train of thought. "So, now you've got your books. And now we need the creatures. I'll just go and get 'em. Hang on."
He hurried off into the forest, disappearing among the trees.
"Honestly, this place is falling apart," Malfoy said loudly. "That oaf teaching my father will have a fit when he hears." "Shut up, Malfoy," Harry said again.
"Careful, Potter," Malfoy smirked. "There might be a Dementor behind you."
"Oh!" squealed Lavender Brown suddenly, pointing across the paddock.
Everyone turned. Approaching them was a group of creatures unlike anything they had ever seen. They had the bodies, hind legs, and tails of horses, but their front halves were those of enormous birds of prey. Massive wings folded against their sides, and their heads were crowned with sharp, steel-grey beaks and fierce, burning orange eyes. Their talons, long, curved, and lethal, scraped the ground as they moved. Hagrid reappeared behind them, struggling slightly to control the chains attached to their collars. "Come on now, steady there," he called, guiding them toward the fence. The class instinctively backed away as the creatures drew near. Hagrid secured them carefully, then turned, grinning broadly.
"Hippogriffs," he announced proudly. "Aren't they magnificent?"
And once the initial shock faded, it was hard not to agree. Their forms were striking feathers blending seamlessly into fur, each creature a different shade, silvery grey, burnished bronze, soft pinkish roan, rich chestnut, and deep, glossy black. "So," said Rubeus Hagrid, rubbing his hands together with excitement, "if you want to come a bit nearer." No one moved at first. Only Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger stepped cautiously toward the fence. "Now, first thing you got to know about hippogriffs is they're proud," Hagrid explained. "Real proud. Easy to offend. Never insult one, 'cause it might be the last thing you do." Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy, along with Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, were whispering among themselves, clearly more interested in causing trouble than listening. "You always wait for the hippogriff to make the first move," Hagrid went on. "It's polite. You walk up, bow, and wait. If it bows back, you can touch it. If it doesn't, get away fast, those talons will rip you apart." He looked around hopefully. "Right then, who wants to go first?" Most of the class stepped back even farther. Even Harry hesitated for a moment.
"I'll do it," he said finally.
A ripple of nervous whispers broke out behind him.
"Oh, no, Harry!" Lavender Brown murmured, with Parvati Patil nodding beside her. "Remember your tea leaves."
Harry ignored them and climbed over the fence. "Good man," Hagrid boomed. "Let's see how you get on with Buckbeak." He led forward a large, steel-grey hippogriff Buckbeak and removed its collar. On the other side of the fence, the class watched in tense silence. Malfoy's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Steady now, Harry," Hagrid said quietly. "Keep eye contact. Don't blink too much, they don't trust that." Harry's eyes immediately started to water, but he forced himself not to blink. Buckbeak turned its fierce head and fixed him with one blazing orange eye.
"That's it, now about," Hagrid instructed.
Harry bent forward in a short bow, then straightened. For a moment, nothing happened. The hippogriff simply stared at him, unmoving.
"Ah, right." Back away slowly, Hagrid began nervously.
But suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Buckbeak bent its front legs and lowered itself into a graceful bow. "Well done," Hagrid shouted, overjoyed. "You can touch him now, go on." Though every instinct told him to retreat, Harry stepped forward carefully and reached out. He patted Buckbeak's sharp beak. To his surprise, the creature closed its eyes contentedly, clearly enjoying the attention. The class burst into applause, everyone except Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle, who looked thoroughly disappointed.
"Right then, Harry," boomed Rubeus Hagrid, beaming. "Reckon he might let you ride him."
That was more than Harry Potter had expected. Flying on a broomstick was one thing, this was quite another. "Climb up just behind the wing joint," Hagrid instructed, "and mind you don't pull any feathers." Harry carefully placed his foot on Buckbeak's wing and swung himself onto its back. The hippogriff rose to full height, and Harry hesitated. Unsure what to hold on to, everything in front of him was feathers. "Go on," Hagrid shouted, giving Buckbeak a firm slap. In an instant, enormous wings spread wide, and before Harry could think, he was airborne. He grabbed tightly around Buckbeak's neck as they soared upward. It felt nothing like flying on a broom. This was rougher, wilder. The powerful wings beat against his legs, and he rocked unsteadily with each motion, the creature's strength making him feel as though he might slip off at any moment. Buckbeak circled the paddock once before descending. The landing was worse. Harry leaned back as the hippogriff dipped forward, heart racing, convinced he might fall. But then came a heavy thud as they touched down, and he managed to stay on. "Well done," Hagrid roared, delighted as most of the class cheered. Encouraged, the others began to step into the paddock. One by one, they approached the hippogriffs, bowing nervously. Neville Longbottom kept retreating from his, while Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger cautiously worked with a chestnut-coloured one.
Meanwhile, Malfoy had taken over Buckbeak. The creature had bowed, and Malfoy was now stroking its beak with a smug expression.
"This is easy," he said loudly. "I knew it would be if Potter could do it." "You're not dangerous at all, are you?" he added mockingly. "You ugly brute."
It happened instantly.
Buckbeak lashed out with lightning speed, razor-sharp talons flashing. Malfoy screamed and collapsed onto the grass, clutching his arm as blood spread rapidly across his robes.
"I'm dying," he shrieked. "It's killed me."
"You're not dying," Hagrid shouted, panicked, struggling to restrain Buckbeak as it tried to lunge again. "Someone help me, gotta get him inside." Hermione rushed forward to open the gate as Hagrid scooped Malfoy up and hurried toward the castle. As they passed, Harry caught a glimpse of the injury, a deep, bleeding gash along Malfoy's arm.
Shaken. The rest of the class followed slowly. The Slytherins erupted in outrage. "They should fire him, Key!" cried Pansy Parkinson, near tears.
"It was Malfoy's fault," snapped Dean Thomas. Crabbe and Goyle glared menacingly, flexing their fists as tension hung thick in the air. They climbed the stone steps into the empty entrance hall.
"I'm going to check on him," said Pansy Parkinson, hurrying off up the marble staircase. The rest of the Slytherins followed more slowly, still grumbling about Rubeus Hagrid as they disappeared toward their dungeon common room.
Meanwhile, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger headed up toward Gryffindor Tower.
"Do you think he'll be okay?" Hermione asked anxiously.
"Of course he will,"
said Harry. "Madame Pomfrey can fix cuts in seconds. I've had worse."
"But it's a terrible start for Hagrid," said Ron, frowning. "Trust Draco Malfoy to ruin it." They arrived early for dinner, hoping to see Hagrid at the staff table, but his seat was empty. "They won't fire him, will they?" Hermione asked, pushing her food around her plate without eating. "They'd better not," Ron muttered, equally uninterested in his meal. Harry kept glancing toward the Slytherin table, where Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle were deep in conversation with a group of students. He was certain they were exaggerating Malfoy's injury. "Well," Ron said gloomily, "can't say it wasn't an eventful first day." Later, back in the crowded Gryffindor common room, they tried to focus on their homework, but kept getting distracted. "There's a light on in Hagrid's hut," Harry said suddenly, peering out the window. Ron checked his watch. "If we hurry, we could go see him." Hermione hesitated, glancing at Harry. "I'm allowed out on the grounds," he said firmly. "And Sirius Black hasn't got past the Dementors, has he?" That settled it. They slipped out of the portrait hole and made their way quietly to the front doors, relieved not to run into anyone. Outside, the damp grass looked almost black in the fading light. When they reached the hut, they knocked.
"Come in," came a low voice. Inside, Hagrid sat at his wooden table, sleeves rolled up, with Fang resting his head in his lap. A massive tankard sat in front of him, and one glance told them he'd been drinking heavily. "Reckon it's a record," he slurred. "Don't think they've ever had a teacher last just one day."
"You haven't been fired," Hermione said quickly. "Not yet," Hagrid muttered gloomily, taking another long drink, "but it's only a matter of time, after Malfoy."
"How is he?" Ron asked. "It wasn't that bad, was it?"
"Madame Pomfrey patched him up," Hagrid said, staring into his drink. "But he's saying it still hurts, all wrapped in bandages. Carrying on, Harry, Ron." And Hermione exchanged startled looks as Hagrid's sudden outburst echoed around the small hut. Only moments ago he had been drowning in self-pity, and now he was roaring like a thunderclap. All right," said Ron, rubbing his arm where Hagrid had grabbed him. "We were just checking you were okay." "Yeah," Harry added, a little defensively. "We wanted to make sure you hadn't been well sacked." Hagrid's expression softened for a fraction of a second, but he quickly shook his head, water droplets still flying from his tangled hair. "Don't matter," he muttered gruffly. "You shouldn't be risking it, not with all them Dementors around, and Black on the loose." Hermione stepped forward, her voice calmer but firm. "We weren't in any danger. The grounds are still patrolled. And—" "Don't argue," Hagrid snapped, though not unkindly. "Rules are rules. Now come on." Grumbling under their breath, the three of them followed Hagrid out into the cold night. The damp grass squelched under their feet as they trudged back up the slope toward the castle. The sky had darkened to a deep grey, and the wind carried a faint chill that made Harry pull his robes tighter around himself. They walked in silence for a while, the only sound Hagrid's heavy footsteps and Fang padding along beside them. As they approached the castle doors, Hagrid finally spoke again, more quietly this time. "Thanks for coming," he said, not looking at them. "Meant a lot." Harry gave a small nod. "We meant what we said. We'll tell the truth." "Too right we will," said Ron. Hermione added, "You did nothing wrong, Hagrid. Malfoy brought it on himself." Hagrid didn't reply, but his shoulders seemed a little less slumped. When they reached the entrance, he held the door open and ushered them inside.
"Off to bed with you," he said. No more sneaking out." "We won't," said Hermione at once. "Yeah, right," Ron muttered under his breath as they headed toward the staircase. Harry, however, said nothing. As they climbed back up toward Gryffindor Tower, his mind wasn't on Hagrid anymore, but on the Dementors, and the strange, icy feeling that still hadn't quite left him. Chapter 7. The Boggart in the Wardrobe. Malfoy didn't show up again until late Thursday morning, right in the middle of a double potions lesson shared by Slytherin and Gryffindor. When he finally sauntered into the dungeon, his arm was wrapped in thick bandages and supported by a sling, and he carried himself like someone who had just survived a heroic ordeal.
"How is it, Draco?" cooed Pansy Parkinson, leaning toward him with exaggerated concern. "Does it still hurt?" "A bit," Malfoy replied, forcing a pained expression onto his face. But the moment Pansy glanced away, he shot a quick, conspiratorial wink at Crabbe and Goyle.
"Settle down, everyone," drawled Professor Snape lazily. Harry and Ron exchanged dark looks. If it had been them arriving late, Snape would have handed out detention without hesitation, but Malfoy always seemed untouchable, in potions being a Slytherin, and Snape's favourite had its privileges. Today's task was to brew a shrinking solution. Malfoy deliberately set up his cauldron right beside Harry and Ron, making sure they had to share the same workspace. "Sir," Malfoy called out smoothly, "I'll need assistance cutting these daisy roots. My arm, you see?" Without even glancing up, Snape said, "Weasley, you will help him."
Ron's face flushed deep red. "There's nothing wrong with your arm," he muttered furiously.
Malfoy only smirked. "You heard the professor?" Clenching his jaw, Ron grabbed the knife and yanked Malfoy's roots toward him. He chopped them aggressively, each piece uneven and jagged. "Professor," Malfoy said in a silky voice, "Weasley's ruining my ingredients." Snape glided over, peered down at the mess, then gave Ron a thin, unpleasant smile. "Swap ingredients with Mr. Malfoy, Weasley." "But, sir..." Ron had spent ages cutting his own roots into perfect, even slices.
"Now," Snape said quietly, his tone far more threatening than any shout.
Reluctantly, Ron shoved his neatly prepared roots across the table and took back the uneven mess. His grip on the knife tightened as he resumed cutting.
"And, sir," Malfoy added smugly, "I'll need help peeling this shrivel fig as well. Potter, you'll take care of Malfoy's shrivel fig," said Severus Snape, fixing Harry with his usual look of cold dislike.
Harry grabbed the shrivel fig without a word. Beside him, Ron Weasley was still trying to salvage the ruined roots he'd been forced to swap. Working quickly, Harry peeled the shrivel fig and tossed it back across the table with more force than necessary. Malfoy caught it, his grin widening. "Seen your friend Rubeus Hagrid lately?" he asked under his breath.
"That's none of your concern," Ron snapped, not even looking up.
"I'm afraid he won't be teaching much longer," Malfoy continued, feigning sympathy. "Father's not too pleased about my injury." "Keep talking," Ron growled, "and you'll have a real one." Malfoy let out an exaggerated sigh. "He's already contacted the school governors and the ministry. My father has influence, you know. And with an injury like this, he shifted his sling dramatically. Who can say if I'll ever fully recover?" Harry's hands clenched as he worked. "So that's your plan," he said sharply. "You're faking it to get Hagrid sacked." "Well, partly," Malfoy whispered smugly. "There are other advantages too. Now, Weasley, slice my caterpillars." A few tables away, Neville Longbottom was struggling badly. Potions had always been his worst subject, and Snape's presence only made it worse. His potion, meant to be bright green, had turned a sickly orange.
"Orange Longbottom," Snape announced, scooping some up for the class to see before letting it splash back into the cauldron.
Tell me, does anything ever get through that thick skull of yours? One cat spleen, I said. A dash of leech juice. Is that so difficult to grasp?
Neville looked like he might cry.
Please, sir, said Hermione Granger quickly. I could help him fix it. I don't recall asking you to show off, Miss Granger, Snape cut in coldly.
Hermione flushed, silenced at once.
Longbottom, Snape went on. At the end of the lesson, we will test your potion on your toad. Perhaps that will motivate you to improve.
He swept away, leaving Neville pale and shaking.
Help me, Neville whispered desperately to Hermione.
Before she could answer, Seamus Finnegan leaned over toward Harry. "Hey, did you hear?" he said, lowering his voice. "It's in the Daily Prophet this morning. They think Sirius Black has been spotted." "Where?" Harry and Ron asked at once. Even Malfoy looked up, listening intently.
Not far from here, Seamus said, clearly excited. A muggle saw him, didn't realise who he was, of course just thought he was some ordinary criminal. She called the police hotline. By the time the ministry got there, he'd already vanished. Not too far from here, repeated Ron Weasley, giving Harry Potter a meaningful look. Then he noticed Draco Malfoy staring at them. What is it? Malfoy. Need something else peeled?
But Malfoy didn't react to Ron. His eyes were locked on Harry, glittering with something unpleasant as he leaned closer across the table. "Thinking of going after Sirius Black on your own, Potter," he whispered. "Yeah, maybe I am," Harry replied casually. Malfoy's lips curled into a thin, cruel smile. "If it were me," he said softly, "I wouldn't be sitting safely in school. I'd already be out there looking for him." "What are you on about?" Ron snapped. Malfoy leaned in even closer, lowering his voice. "Don't you know Potter?"
Know what? Harry shot back.
Malfoy gave a quiet, mocking laugh. "Or maybe you're too scared to risk it. Happy to let the Dementors handle it. Are you? Personally, if it were me, I'd want revenge. I'd hunt him down myself." "What are you talking about?" Harry demanded, anger rising, but before Malfoy could answer, Severus Snape cut across the room. "You should have finished your potions by now," Snape announced coldly. "Clear away your equipment while they simmer. We will shortly test Longbottom's effort." At once, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle snickered, watching Neville Longbottom stir his potion in panic. Nearby, Hermione Granger whispered hurried instructions under her breath, trying not to be noticed. Harry and Ron moved to the stone basin in the corner, where icy water poured from a gargoyle's mouth. "What did he mean?" Harry muttered, rinsing his hands. "Why would I want revenge on Black? He hasn't done anything to me yet."
"He's lying," Ron said firmly. "Just trying to wind you up, get you to do something stupid."
Before Harry could respond, Snape's voice rang out again.
"Everyone gather around," he said, his dark eyes gleaming. "We shall now test Longbottom's potion."
The class crowded closer. The Gryffindors looked tense, the Slytherins eager. Snape picked up Trevor in one hand, then dipped a spoon into Neville's potion, now a murky green.
"If this is correct," Snape said smoothly, "the toad will shrink into a tadpole. If not, it may be poisoned."
A heavy silence fell. Snape tipped a few drops into Trevor's mouth. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then pop. Where the toad had been, a tiny wriggling tadpole now squirmed in Snape's palm. The Gryffindors erupted into cheers, relieved beyond words, but Severus Snape looked anything but pleased. With a tight expression, he pulled a small vial from his robes, sprinkled a few drops over Trevor, and in an instant the tadpole popped back into a full-grown toad. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape announced coldly. The celebration died immediately.
I warned you not to assist him, Miss Granger, he added, casting a sharp look at Hermione Granger. Class dismissed.
Still fuming, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione made their way back up to the entrance hall. Harry's thoughts were stuck on what Draco Malfoy had said while Ron was busy venting. 5 points, 5 when the potion worked, Ron burst out. Why didn't you just say Neville did it all himself? Hermione? Hermione didn't reply. Ron frowned and looked around. Hang on. Where's Hermione? Harry turned as well. They were already at the top of the steps, students streaming past them toward lunch. She was right behind us, Ron muttered. At that moment, Malfoy walked by between Crabbe and Goyle, shooting Harry a smug grin before disappearing into the crowd.
There she is, Harry said suddenly.
Hermione came hurrying up the stairs, slightly out of breath. One hand clutched her bag tightly, while the other seemed to be tucking something quickly into her robes.
How did you do that? Ron asked, staring. Do what? Hermione said, catching up.
You were right behind us, and then suddenly you were back at the bottom of the stairs. Hermione blinked. Oh, well, I had to go back for something. Oh, no. Her bag had split at the seam. It was so overloaded that several large books were threatening to spill out. Why are you carrying all of that? Ron asked, incredulous.
You know how many subjects I'm taking, Hermione replied quickly. Could you hold these for a second?
Ron took the stack, flipping through them with a puzzled look. But you don't even have these classes today. This afternoon's just Defense Against the Dark Arts.
Oh, yes, Hermione said vaguely, already stuffing the books back into her bag. I'm starving. Let's get lunch.
She hurried off toward the Great Hall.
Ron watched her go, then leaned toward Harry. Don't you think she's hiding something?
Harry shrugged, though he had the same uneasy feeling. When they arrived at their first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, Remus Lupin wasn't there yet. The class settled down, chatting while they laid out their books and parchment. A few minutes later, Lupin entered quietly, carrying his worn old briefcase. He still looked shabby, but there was more colour in his face now, like he'd finally had a proper meal. Good afternoon, he said with a small smile. Put your books away, Betty, please. Today will be a practical lesson. You'll only need your wands. The class exchanged curious looks as they packed everything away. A practical lesson was something new, at least compared to last year's chaotic experiences. Right, Lupin continued once everyone was ready. If you'd follow me. And with that, he led them out of the classroom, leaving the students buzzing with curiosity about what was coming next. Curious and slightly confused, the class followed Remus Lupin out into the corridor. They hadn't gone far when they turned a corner and spotted Peeves, floating upside down and jamming chewing gum into a keyhole. Peeves only noticed them when Lupin was almost upon him. Instantly, he began to sing in a taunting voice.
Loony, loopy Lupin, loony, loopy Lupin.
The students glanced nervously at Lupin, expecting him to be annoyed, but to their surprise, he simply smiled. I'd take that gum out if I were you, Peeves, he said calmly. Argus Filch won't be able to get into his broom cupboard. Peeves ignored him completely and blew a loud raspberry. Lupin sighed softly, then turned to the class. This is a useful spell. Watch closely. He raised his wand. What do I see? The wad of gum shot out of the keyhole like a bullet and flew straight into Peeves's nostril. With a howl of outrage, Peeves flipped upright and sped off down the corridor, cursing loudly.
Brilliant, sir! Exclaimed Dean Thomas.
Thank you, Lupin replied mildly. Now, let's continue. They followed him with noticeably more respect now, impressed by how easily he had handled Peeves. After a short walk, Lupin stopped outside the staff room.
Inside, please.
The students filed in. The room was lined with mismatched chairs and cluttered tables, but it wasn't empty. Severus Snape was sitting there, watching them with a cold, amused expression. As Lupin stepped in behind them, Snape rose smoothly. "Leave the door open, Lupin," he said silkily. "I'd rather not witness this." He swept past the class, his black robes billowing. At the doorway, he paused and turned back, eyes gleaming unpleasantly. "Perhaps no one has told you," he added, "but this class includes Neville Longbottom. I suggest you don't give him anything too complicated unless Miss Granger is there to whisper instructions." A tense silence followed as Snape left, his remark hanging heavily in the air. "Right," said Professor Lupin, a faint smile returning to his face as the wardrobe rattled again, as though something inside was desperate to get out. "So, we have an advantage, but there is another way to deal with a boggart one that is even more effective." He stepped a little closer to the wardrobe, lowering his voice slightly, as if sharing a secret. "The spell to repel a boggart is ridiculous," he said. "It forces the boggart to take on a form that is amusing rather than frightening. Laughter is what destroys it." The class exchanged uncertain looks. The idea of laughing at their worst fears didn't seem particularly easy. "So," Professor Lupin continued, clapping his hands together once, briskly, "before we let it out, I want each of you to think carefully what frightens you the most, and then imagine how you might change it into something ridiculous." Neville looked as though he might faint. "Let's start with you, Neville," said Professor Lupin kindly. "What would you say is your greatest fear?" Neville swallowed hard. "Professor Snape," he whispered. A ripple of laughter ran through the class, though it quickly died when they remembered Snape might be nearby. "Professor Snape," said Lupin thoughtfully. "Very well. And what do you think he ought to be wearing?"
Neville blinked in confusion. Wearing?
"Yes," said Lupin, suppressing a grin. "We're going to make him a little less intimidating." After a moment, Neville's face lit up slightly. "My grandmother's clothes?" he said nervously. This time, the laughter was louder. Even Harry grinned. "Excellent," said Professor Lupin. "So, Neville, when the boggart emerges and turns into Professor Snape, you will cast ridiculous and picture him in your grandmother's outfit. Understood?" Neville nodded, though his hands were shaking.
"Everyone else," Lupin said, turning to the class, "I want you to line up behind Neville. Each of you will take a turn. Remember, concentrate on transforming what you fear into something absurd. That is your greatest weapon."
The wardrobe shuddered violently, as though the creature inside had heard everything. A loud bang echoed through the room. "Steady now," said Lupin calmly. "On my count, Neville, step forward."
Neville moved stiff-legged to the front of the line.
Professor Lupin raised his wand and grasped the wardrobe handle.
"Ready," he said.
Neville nodded, though he looked terrified. "Very well," said Lupin. 1, 2, 3. Harry's stomach tightened. He didn't need to think any further. He knew exactly what his boggart would become, a Dementor. He could almost feel it again, that suffocating cold, the creeping despair, the way all happiness seemed to drain out of him. His mind went blank for a moment as he tried to imagine turning something like that into something funny. It didn't seem possible. Around him, the class was still silent, each person lost in their own thoughts. The wardrobe rattled again, louder this time, making several people jump. "Have you all got something in mind?" said Remus Lupin calmly. There were a few uncertain nods. "Right," he said. "Neville, we'll begin with you. Everyone else, stand back and give him plenty of room, but stay ready. Remember concentration." Neville stepped forward, gripping his wand so tightly his knuckles turned white. The rest of the class pressed themselves against the walls, forming a wide circle around the wardrobe. Professor Lupin raised his wand and tapped the handle. The wardrobe burst open. Out sprang a figure tall, black-robed, with greasy hair and a hooked nose. The boggart had transformed instantly into Severus Snape. "Ridiculous!" Neville shouted, his voice shaking but loud enough. There was a sharp crack, and suddenly Snape was standing there in a long green dress, a vulture-topped hat perched absurdly on his head, and a large red handbag dangling from his arm. The class erupted into laughter. The boggart wavered, shrinking slightly under the sound. Then it spun, searching for a new target, and rushed toward the next person in line. Seamus stepped forward quickly as the mummy collapsed, his wand already raised. The boggart twisted again, its form blurring, and in the next instant it had become a banshee, its mouth wide open in a silent scream, long hair streaming wildly around its face.
"Ridiculous!" shouted Seamus.
There was another crack, and suddenly the terrifying banshee was no longer frightening at all. It now wore a ridiculous wig and had a comically high-pitched squeak instead of a scream. The class burst out laughing again as it wobbled uncertainly.
"Excellent," called out Remus Lupin, next Dean.
Dean Thomas rushed forward. The boggart shifted again, becoming a severed hand, crawling along the floor toward him.
"Ridiculous!" Dean yelled.
The hand sprouted roller skates and began sliding helplessly across the floor, bumping into chair legs. More laughter rang out.
One by one, the students stepped forward, each facing their own fear and transforming it into something absurd. With every burst of laughter, the boggart seemed to weaken, shrinking slightly each time it changed form.
Harry stood near the back, his stomach tight. His turn was getting closer. Up ahead, Hermione Granger stepped forward confidently. The boggart changed again, becoming Professor McGonagall, stern and severe. "You have failed everything," the boggart said sharply. For a split second, Hermione looked shaken. Then she lifted her wand.
"Ridiculous!"
With a crack, Professor McGonagall was suddenly holding a stack of papers that all read, "Outstanding," and she beamed proudly. The class laughed, and Hermione quickly stepped aside. Now there were only a few people left. Harry could feel his heart pounding. He knew what was coming. A cold dread crept over him as Remus Lupin glanced down the line and then toward him. The class was still buzzing as they packed up their things, laughter lingering in the air after the boggart's dramatic defeat. Even Neville looked a little dazed, though a wide, proud grin had spread across his face. "Did you see his face?" Ron said, still laughing. "Snape in that hat." But Harry wasn't laughing. He was watching Remus Lupin. Something about what had just happened didn't sit right with him. "Why did he stop me?" Harry muttered under his breath.
Ron blinked. "What?" "Lupin," Harry said quietly. "He didn't let me have a turn." Ron frowned, thinking, maybe he thought you'd already done enough, answering questions and all that.
But Harry wasn't convinced. He knew exactly why Lupin had stepped in. Because of the Dementor.
If the boggart had turned into one in front of everyone.
Harry felt a chill at the thought. He remembered the train, the freezing darkness, the way he had collapsed. Lupin must have known. He must have guessed what Harry's fear would be, and didn't want the whole class to see it. "Come on," said Ron, slinging his bag over his shoulder. "Let's get to lunch. I'm starving." They filed out of the staff room with the rest of the class, everyone talking at once.
"That was brilliant," said Hermione Granger, catching up with them. "The way Professor Lupin explained everything and that spell, it's really quite clever when you think about it." "Yeah, brilliant," said Ron, still grinning. Best defense against the dark arts lesson we've ever had.
Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. For the first time, he had come face to face almost with what frightened him most, and somehow that felt more real and more unsettling than anything the boggart had actually turned into. Hermione didn't laugh. "Very funny," she said coldly. Ron grinned, clearly pleased with himself, but Harry barely heard them. His thoughts were still on Remus Lupin and why he had stepped in at the last second. They reached the empty classroom and collected their bags. The noise from the corridor drifted in, students still talking animatedly about the lesson. "Seriously, though," said Hermione, slinging her bag over her shoulder, "Professor Lupin really knows what he's doing. That was exactly the right way to teach us about boggarts." "Yeah," said Ron, "way better than anything we've had before." Harry hesitated, then said quietly, "Why do you think he didn't let me try?"
Ron shrugged. Dunno, maybe he just ran out of time.
Hermione, however, looked thoughtful. "Or maybe," she said slowly, "he thought your boggart would be something different." Harry didn't reply. He knew exactly what she meant. That icy, creeping feeling came back again, the memory of the Dementor gliding toward him, draining everything good from his mind. He shoved the thought away.
"Come on," said Ron, pushing open the classroom door. "Lunch!"
They headed down the corridor together, the chatter around them loud and cheerful, but Harry walked in silence, still turning the same question over in his mind. Why hadn't Lupin let him face it? Chapter 8.
Flight of the Fat Lady.
In no time at all, Remus Lupin had become the most popular teacher at Hogwarts. His lessons were practical, engaging, and for once actually useful. Only Draco Malfoy and the other Slytherins kept up a steady stream of insults, usually about Lupin's shabby robes, but no one else cared. Compared to what they were learning, appearances didn't matter. They moved from boggarts to other dark creatures, redcaps lurking in blood-stained places, and then Kappas, eerie water dwellers with a deadly grip. For Harry, these lessons were a bright spot in an otherwise mixed timetable, because not everything was going well. Potions, taught by Severus Snape, had become unbearable. Ever since the boggart incident, Snape seemed even more bitter than usual. The story of him in Neville's grandmother's clothes had spread everywhere, and Snape clearly hadn't forgiven it. His temper was sharper, and Neville Longbottom suffered the most. Divination wasn't much better. Up in her dim, perfumed tower, Sybil Trelawney kept predicting doom, often focusing on Harry. Parvati and Lavender treated her like a prophet, whispering mysteriously and acting as though Harry's fate was sealed. It made every lesson feel heavy and uncomfortable. And then there was care of magical creatures. After the dramatic first class with hippogriffs, Rubeus Hagrid had lost confidence. Instead of exciting creatures, they were now stuck with flobberworms dull, sluggish things that did little except eat lettuce. "Why would anyone bother?" Ron complained more than once. Harry didn't blame Hagrid, but the lessons dragged. Still, by early October, something much better began to lift Harry's mood. Quidditch season was coming, and when Oliver Wood called a team meeting one Thursday evening, Harry felt a surge of excitement that pushed everything else, Snape, Trelawney, even Dementors, temporarily out of his mind. Oliver Wood looked around at them, searching each face as if trying to measure how much they meant it. For a moment, the tension in the room hung thick, then something shifted.
"That's what I like to hear," said Oliver Wood, his voice firming again, "because we're not just going to win, we're going to dominate."
He turned sharply and pointed toward the darkening pitch outside. "Slytherin first match," he said, "and we all know what that means." A shadow passed over the group. Draco Malfoy and his team, fast, ruthless, and not above playing dirty. They've got a strong side, Wood continued, but we've got something better: teamwork, speed, and the best seeker in Hogwarts. His eyes landed on Harry Potter again. Your job is the same as always, Harry, he said. Spot the snitch before Malfoy does, and don't let anything distract you. Harry nodded. He could already feel that familiar thrill building, the rush of flying, the focus of the chase. Quidditch was the one place where everything else faded away. We train hard from now on, Wood went on, early mornings, late evenings if we have to. I want perfect passing from the chasers, brutal defense from the beaters. Fred grinned. We can do brutal.
And no mistakes, Wood finished.
Silence followed for a second, then the team broke into determined nods and murmurs of agreement.
Outside, the wind swept across the pitch, rippling the grass under the fading light.
Harry tightened his grip on his broom. For the first time in weeks, he felt completely focused.
No Dementor, no gloomy predictions, no Snape. Just the game. Crookshanks, no! Cried Hermione Granger, trying to grab him.
But it was too late. There was a loud rip. Ron's bag split open, parchment and ink spilling everywhere, and something small and grey shot out like a bullet.
Scabbers, yelled Ron Weasley.
The rat streaked across the floor, claws scrabbling frantically, while Crookshanks sprang after him with a wild hiss. The common room erupted into chaos.
Catch it, someone shouted.
Harry leapt up, trying to head off Crookshanks, but the cat was too fast. Chairs scraped, people jumped out of the way, and a couple of first years squealed as the chase tore past them.
Crookshanks, stop! Hermione yelled, diving forward, but Crookshanks dodged her easily.
Scabbers darted toward the stairs, clearly panicking, his thin tail whipping behind him. For a moment, it looked as though Crookshanks would catch him. Then Scabbers squeezed through a tiny gap beneath a cupboard door and vanished. Crookshanks slammed into the wood with a thud, scratching furiously at it.
Ron skidded to a halt beside the cupboard, breathing hard, his face white with anger. That cat tried to kill him, he shouted, rounding on Hermione. He was only acting like a cat, Hermione shot back, though she looked shaken. That's what cats do. That's not normal, Ron snapped. He's got it in for Scabbers. He's been after him since the first day.
Hermione picked up Crookshanks, who was still straining toward the cupboard, his yellow eyes blazing. Well, maybe Scabbers shouldn't be hiding in bags then, she said defensively. That's because he's scared, Ron said furiously, and no wonder with that thing around. Harry stepped between them. Look, Scabbers got away, didn't he? Said Harry Potter. He's probably hiding somewhere safe. Ron didn't look convinced. He crouched down, peering anxiously at the cupboard door.
Come on, Scabbers, come on, he muttered.
But there was no movement from inside. The excitement in the common room slowly died down, though people kept glancing over at Ron and Hermione. Hermione hugged Crookshanks tightly, her expression stubborn, while Ron remained on the floor, staring at the cupboard with a mixture of worry and anger. And just like that, the cheerful mood from earlier Quidditch, Hogsmeade, everything had completely disappeared. Ron spun around wildly, still gripping the bag while Crookshanks clung to it, claws dug in deep.
Ron, stop, you'll hurt him, Hermione cried. But it was too late. Scabbers suddenly shot out of the torn bag and flew across the room.
Grab that cat, Ron shouted. Crookshanks landed lightly, then instantly leapt after the fleeing rat. George lunged to intercept him but missed. Scabbers darted through a maze of legs and vanished beneath an old chest of drawers. Crookshanks slid to a halt, crouched low, and began striking furiously under the furniture with his paw. Ron and Hermione rushed over. Hermione seized Crookshanks and pulled him back, while Ron dropped to the floor and struggled to drag Scabbers out by his tail.
"Look at him," Ron snapped, holding the trembling rat up. "He's nothing but skin and bones. Keep that cat away from him."
"Crookshanks doesn't know any better," Hermione insisted, her voice unsteady. "Cats chase rats, it's what they do." "There's something odd about that cat," Ron muttered, trying to shove the panicking Scabbers into his pocket. "It knew I said Scabbers was in my bag."
"That's nonsense," Hermione replied sharply. "He smelled him. Obviously, how else would he?"
"No, he's got a thing against Scabbers," Ron cut in, ignoring the amused looks from others nearby. "And Scabbers was here first, and he's not well."
Fuming, Ron stormed off toward the boys' dormitory, disappearing up the stairs.
The next day, Ron still hadn't cooled down. During herbology, he barely spoke to Hermione, even though the three of them were working side by side on the same pufferpod plant. "How's Scabbers?" Hermione asked quietly, as they plucked the swollen pink pods and tipped the shiny beans into a wooden bucket.
"He's hiding under my bed, shaking," Ron said irritably, missing the bucket and scattering beans across the greenhouse floor.
"Careful. Weasley!" Professor Sprout called out as the spilled beans instantly burst into flowers before their eyes. Harry lined up outside the Transfiguration classroom, still trying to work out how he might convince Professor McGonagall to let him visit Hogsmeade before he could settle on a plan. However, a commotion near the front caught his attention. Lavender Brown was in tears. Parvati had an arm around her, quietly explaining the situation to Seamus and Dean, both of whom looked grim. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked, concerned, as she, Harry, and Ron approached. "It's her rabbit," Parvati said softly. "Binky, a fox got him." Hermione's expression softened. "Oh, I'm really sorry. Lavender."
"I should have realized," Lavender cried dramatically. "Do you know what day it is?" No one answered.
"The 16th of October. She told me the thing you're dreading will happen on the 16th. She was right." Now the rest of the class had gathered, murmuring. Seamus nodded thoughtfully. Hermione, however, looked uncertain.
"You were dreading Binky being killed by a fox?" she asked carefully.
"Well, not specifically by a fox," Lavender said tearfully, "but I was afraid he might die." Hermione paused, then asked, "Was Binky very old?"
"No," Lavender sobbed. "He was just a baby."
Parvati hugged her tighter, glaring at Hermione.
"But then why would you expect him to die?" Hermione pressed. "And anyway, he didn't die today. You only got the news today. You couldn't have been expecting it if it shocked you."
Lavender burst into louder sobs. "Just ignore Hermione," Ron said sharply. "She doesn't care about other people's pets." At that moment, the classroom door opened. Professor McGonagall stood there, saving them from what looked like an imminent argument. Inside, Hermione and Ron sat on opposite sides of Harry, both clearly annoyed, and didn't speak for the entire lesson. When the bell rang, Harry still hadn't found the courage to ask about Hogsmeade, but Professor McGonagall beat him to it. "Before you go," she announced, "remember to hand in your Hogsmeade permission slips before Halloween. No form, no visit."
Neville raised his hand nervously. "Professor, I think I've lost mine."
"Your grandmother sent yours directly to me," McGonagall replied. "Now off you go."
"Now's your chance," Ron whispered urgently to Harry. "Harry, maybe don't," Hermione began.
"Go on," Ron insisted. Taking a deep breath, Harry approached the teacher's desk once the room had emptied. "Yes, Potter," she said. "My aunt and uncle, they forgot to sign my form," Harry admitted. Professor McGonagall peered at him over her glasses, silent for a moment, clearly considering his words. Harry hesitated, then pushed on awkwardly. "So, do you think it might be all right? I mean, could I still go to Hogsmeade?" Professor McGonagall didn't look up immediately. She shuffled the papers on her desk before answering firmly, "I'm afraid not. Potter, the rule is clear. No signed form, no trip." Harry tried again, a bit more urgently this time. Professor, my aunt and uncle are muggles. They don't really understand things like Hogwarts permission slips. If you could just... "But I cannot," she cut in, now, rising and placing her papers away neatly. "The form requires a parent or guardian's signature. That is non-negotiable." She glanced at him then, and for a brief moment, her expression softened almost sympathetic. "I'm sorry, Potter. That's my final decision. Now off you go, or you'll be late." There was no arguing further.
As they left, Ron muttered a string of complaints about McGonagall, which Hermione immediately objected to. She insisted it was for the best, which only made Ron more irritated. Meanwhile, Harry had to listen to everyone around him chatting excitedly about their plans for Hogsmeade. "Hey, at least there's the Halloween feast," Ron offered, trying to lift his spirits.
"Yeah, brilliant," Harry replied flatly. Normally, the feast was something to look forward to, but not this time. It felt hollow, knowing everyone else would be coming back from a day in Hogsmeade. People tried to help. Dean even offered to forge Uncle Vernon's signature, but that idea was useless now that Harry had already told the truth. Ron suggested sneaking out under the invisibility cloak, but Hermione quickly shut that down, reminding them that Dementors could see through it. Percy's attempt at reassurance didn't help much either. "They exaggerate Hogsmeade," Percy said seriously. "Sure, the sweet shop's excellent and Zonko's is, well, dangerously entertaining, and the Shrieking Shack is interesting, but honestly, you're not missing much." That didn't make Harry feel any better. On Halloween morning, he got up with everyone else and went to breakfast, trying to act as though everything was fine, even though he felt anything but. "We'll bring you loads of sweets from Honeydukes," Hermione promised, clearly feeling sorry for him. "Yeah, loads," Ron added. Their earlier argument about Crookshanks seemed completely forgotten now. "Don't worry about me," Harry said, forcing a casual tone. "I'll see you both at the feast. Have fun." Harry walked with the others to the entrance hall, where Filch stood by the doors, ticking names off a long list and scrutinizing every student as though expecting trouble. "Staying behind! Potter!" Malfoy called out loudly from the queue beside Crabbe and Goyle, too frightened of the Dementors to go out. Harry ignored him and headed off alone, climbing the marble stairs and making his way through the unusually quiet corridors back to Gryffindor Tower.
"Password," muttered the fat lady, waking with a start.
"Fortuna Major," Harry replied dully. He stepped into the common room, which was buzzing with younger students and a few older ones who clearly weren't bothered about missing Hogsmeade.
"Harry, hi, Harry."
It was Colin Creevey, beaming with excitement as usual.
"You're not going to Hogsmeade. Why not? Hey," he added, turning to his friends, "you can sit with us. Harry." No thanks," Harry said quickly. "I got some work to do in the library."
Not wanting attention, he turned right back around and left again. "What was the point of waking me up?" the fat lady grumbled behind him. Harry wandered aimlessly toward the library, but halfway there he changed his mind. He wasn't in the mood to study. As he turned back, he nearly walked straight into Filch, who had just finished supervising the departures. "What are you up to?" Filch demanded suspiciously.
"Nothing," Harry said honestly. "Nothing," Filch sneered. "That's a likely excuse. Wandering the corridors alone, why aren't you out with the rest, buying ridiculous things like stink pellets and other nonsense?"
Harry just shrugged. "Well, then get back where you belong," Filch snapped, watching him closely until he moved on. But Harry didn't return to the common room. Instead, he climbed another staircase, considering a visit to the owlery to see Hedwig. As he passed along a corridor, a voice suddenly called out,
Harry.
He turned back and saw Professor Lupin standing in his office doorway. "What are you doing here?" Lupin asked kindly. "Where are Ron and Hermione?" "In Hogsmeade," Harry said, trying to sound casual. "I see." Lupin studied him for a moment. "Why don't you come in? I've just received something interesting for our next lesson, a Grindylow."
A what? Harry asked, curiosity replacing his gloom. Harry stepped into Lupin's office and immediately noticed a large tank in the corner. Inside it, a strange green creature pressed its face against the glass, baring sharp teeth and wiggling its long, thin fingers in an unsettling way.
"A Grindylow," Lupin explained calmly. "Watching it. A water demon. Not too difficult to deal with, especially after Kappas. The key is to break its grip. Those long fingers are strong, but they snap easily." The creature snarled, then retreated into a clump of weeds at the bottom of the tank.
"Tea," Lupin offered, searching for his kettle. "I was about to make some."
"Okay," Harry said, still a bit unsure. With a tap of his wand, the kettle hissed to life. Lupin handed him a slightly chipped mug and smiled faintly. "Only tea bags, I'm afraid, though perhaps that's a relief after your divination lesson." Harry blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" "Professor McGonagall mentioned it," Lupin said lightly. "You're not worried, are you?"
"No," Harry answered quickly.
He briefly considered mentioning the large black dog he'd seen before, but decided against it. He didn't want Lupin to think he was easily frightened, especially after being left out of the boggart lesson. Lupin seemed to notice something on his face. "Is something bothering you, Harry?" "No," Harry said at first, then paused. "Actually, yes. That day with the boggart, why didn't you let me try?" Lupin looked mildly surprised. "I thought it was obvious." "Why?" Harry pressed. "Well," Lupin said slowly, "I assumed that if the boggart faced you, it would turn into Lord Voldemort." Harry froze. Not only was that unexpected, Lupin had actually said the name out loud. Almost no one ever did. "I see now I was mistaken," Lupin added thoughtfully. "Still, I didn't think it wise for Voldemort to appear in the staff room. It might have caused panic." "I wasn't thinking about him," Harry admitted. "I was thinking about the Dementors." Lupin studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Interesting. That suggests the thing you fear most is fear itself. That's actually quite impressive." Harry wasn't sure how to respond, so he took another sip of tea. "So you thought I didn't trust you to handle the boggart?" Lupin asked, gently. "Yeah, a bit," Harry admitted.
"Well, that wasn't it," Lupin said, "and I'm glad we've cleared that up."
Harry felt noticeably lighter. "Professor Lupin, about the Dementors," he began, but a knock interrupted him. "Come in," Lupin called. The door opened, and Professor Snape entered, carrying a goblet filled with a faintly steaming potion. He stopped when he saw Harry, his eyes narrowing slightly.
"Ah, Severus," Lupin said, warmly. "Thank you. You can leave it there."
Snape placed the goblet down, glancing between them.
"I was just showing Harry the Grindylow," Lupin added.
"Charming," Snape replied coolly, without even looking at the tank. "You should drink that potion immediately." "Yes, I will," Lupin said calmly. "I prepared a full batch," Snape continued, "if you require more."
"I likely will tomorrow. Thank you, Severus."
Snape gave a brief nod, though his expression remained unreadable, before turning to leave. Snape paused at the doorway, his expression cold and unreadable. "Not at all," he said, though there was something in his eyes that made Harry uneasy. Then he stepped out, still watching them as he left. Harry glanced at the goblet, curiosity creeping in. Lupin noticed and gave a small smile. "Professor Snape kindly brewed this for me," he explained. "I'm not very skilled at potions myself, and this one is quite complicated." He lifted the goblet, sniffed it, then added with a faint grimace, "Shame sugar ruins it."
He took a sip and shuddered.
"Why?" Harry started, but Lupin answered before he could finish. "I've been a bit unwell," he said simply. "This potion helps. I'm fortunate Professor Snape can make it, few wizards can." Lupin drank again, and Harry suddenly felt a strong urge to knock the goblet out of his hands. "Professor Snape's really into the dark arts," Harry blurted.
"Is he?" Lupin replied mildly, taking another swallow. "People say," Harry hesitated, then pushed on, "they say he'd do anything to get your job."
Lupin finished the potion and pulled a face. "Nasty stuff," he muttered. Then, more briskly, "Well, I should get back to work. I'll see you at the feast." "Right," said Harry, setting down his empty cup. The goblet on Lupin's desk still smoked faintly. "There you go," Ron announced later, dropping into a chair. "We brought back everything we could carry." A cascade of brightly coloured sweets spilled into Harry's lap. It was already dusk, and Ron and Hermione looked windblown, flushed, and thrilled. "Thanks," Harry said, picking up a packet of pepper imps. "So what was Hogsmeade like?" From the way they talked, it sounded incredible. They'd been everywhere, Dervish and Bangers, Zonkos, and the Three Broomsticks, where they'd had steaming mugs of butterbeer. "The post office was amazing, Harry," Ron said. "Hundreds of owls, all sorted by speed." "And Honeydukes has new fudge they were giving samples," Hermione added. "We even thought we saw an ogre at the Three Broomsticks," Ron said. "Wish we could have brought you butterbeer," Hermione said. "It's perfect in the cold." Then she looked at him more closely. "What about you? Did you get any work done?"
"Not really," Harry admitted. "I ended up in Lupin's office. He made me tea, and then Snape showed up."
He told them about the potion.
Ron stared at him, horrified. Lupin actually drank it. Is he insane?
Hermione, however, glanced at her watch, her expression thoughtful. A wave of excitement rippled through the class as they spilled out of the staff room, still talking over one another about the lesson. Harry, however, walked more slowly, his thoughts tangled. Something about the class kept bothering him. Professor Lupin had clearly avoided letting him face the boggart. Why? Was it because of what had happened on the train? Did Lupin think he was too weak, too likely to collapse again? Harry frowned, but no one else seemed to notice anything unusual.
"Did you see me deal with that banshee?" Seamus shouted proudly. "And the hand," Dean added, waving his fingers dramatically. "And Snape in that outfit." Someone else laughed. "My mummy was brilliant," another voice chimed in. "I wonder why Professor Lupin's afraid of crystal balls," Lavender mused.
"That was the best defense against the dark arts lesson ever," Ron said enthusiastically as they headed back to collect their bags. "He's definitely a good teacher," Hermione agreed, "though I wish I'd had a turn with the boggart." Ron grinned. "What would yours have been?" Piece of homework marked 9 out of 10. Before long, defense against the dark arts became the most popular subject in school. Almost everyone admired Professor Lupin except Malfoy and the other Slytherins, who took every chance to mock him. "Look at those robes," Malfoy would sneer loudly as Lupin passed. "He looks like a worn-out house elf." But no one paid much attention to Malfoy. Lupin's lessons stayed engaging and practical. After the boggart, they studied Redcap's vicious creatures that lurked in places stained by blood, and then Kappa's, eerie water-dwellers with a taste for drowning unsuspecting victims. Harry only wished his other classes were as enjoyable. Potions, in particular, had become unbearable. Snape seemed more unpleasant than ever, especially after the story of the boggart turning into him spread around the school. He took his irritation out on Neville more than anyone. Divination wasn't much better. Harry found Professor Trelawney's gloomy predictions and tearful stares unsettling. Meanwhile, Lavender and Parvati seemed fascinated by her, acting as though they possessed secret knowledge. Even care of magical creatures had lost its charm. After the excitement of the first lesson, Hagrid seemed to lose confidence. Now they spent their time feeding dull, sluggish flobberworms. "Why do these things even exist?" Ron complained one day, poking lettuce at them. At the beginning of October, though, something lifted Harry's spirits. Quidditch season was approaching. Oliver Wood called a team meeting, determined to win the cup in his final year. He paced in front of them, his voice full of urgency. "This is our last chance, my last chance to win the cup," he said. "I'm leaving this year, we've come so close before, but this time, we have to do it." His eyes shone with fierce determination. "We've got the best team in the school," he went on, pointing at each of them. 3 brilliant chasers, 2 unstoppable beaters, a seeker who's never failed us." He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, "and me." Fred and George immediately chimed in, praising him jokingly, but even they looked serious underneath. "We're going to win it this year," Fred said firmly. "Definitely," Angelina agreed. Harry nodded. "We will." From that moment on, the team trained hard. No matter the cold, wind or rain, Harry held on to one thought through it all. This year, they would finally win the Quidditch Cup. Chapter 9. Grim Defeat. Professor Albus Dumbledore quickly escorted all the Gryffindors back to the Great Hall. About 10 minutes later, the students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin were brought in as well, all of them looking puzzled and uneasy. Standing before them, Dumbledore spoke calmly but firmly. "The teachers," he explained, "needed to search the entire castle for everyone's safety. The students would have to remain in the Great Hall overnight." He instructed the prefects to guard the entrances, leaving the head boy and girl in charge. Any trouble was to be reported to him. Immediately messages could be sent through the ghosts. He turned to leave, then paused, as if remembering something important. With a simple flick of his wand, the long house tables slid aside and lined themselves neatly against the walls. Another effortless motion, and the stone floor was suddenly covered with hundreds of soft, purple sleeping bags. "Sleep well," Dumbledore said quietly, before stepping out and closing the doors behind him. The moment he was gone, the hall erupted into excited chatter. Gryffindors eagerly began recounting everything that had happened to the rest of the students. Percy's voice cut through the noise. "Everyone into your sleeping bags and come on, settle down, lights out in 10 minutes. Ron grabbed Harry and Hermione, and the 3 of them hurried to claim a corner, dragging their sleeping bags with them. "Do you think Sirius Black is still in the castle?" Hermione asked in a hushed, worried tone. "Dumbledore must think it's possible," Ron replied. Hermione shivered slightly as she climbed into her sleeping bag, still fully dressed. "It's lucky he chose tonight, though it's the one night we weren't in the tower." Ron shrugged. "Maybe he's lost track of time, being on the run. Didn't realize it was Halloween, otherwise he might have come straight here." That thought sent a chill through Hermione. All around them, students were whispering the same question: how had he gotten inside? "Maybe he can apparate," suggested a Ravenclaw nearby, "just appear out of nowhere." "Or maybe he disguised himself," a Hufflepuff added. "He could have flown in," Dean Thomas offered. Hermione rolled her eyes in frustration. "Honestly, am I the only one who's actually read Hogwarts? A history?"
"Probably," Ron said dryly. "So what?"
Hermione lowered her voice but spoke with certainty. The castle, she explained, was far more than just stone walls. It was layered with powerful enchantments designed to prevent intruders from slipping in unnoticed. Apparition inside Hogwarts was impossible, and no disguise could fool the Dementors stationed at every entrance to the grounds. Even flying in wouldn't work, they would have seen it. And as for secret passages, Filch knew them all and would have ensured they were guarded. Before anyone could respond, Percy's voice rang out again, sharper this time. "Lights out! Everyone into your sleeping bags, no more talking!" At once the candles extinguished themselves, plunging the hall into dimness. Only a faint glow remained, the pale shimmer of ghosts drifting silently through the air, and the enchanted ceiling above scattered with starlight, combined with the soft rustle of whispers that hadn't quite died away. The great hall felt oddly like an open field beneath a night sky. Throughout the night, teachers returned at intervals to check on the students. Hours passed, around 3 in the morning, when most had finally fallen asleep. Professor Albus Dumbledore entered quietly. Harry, still awake, watched from beneath half-closed eyes as Dumbledore searched the hall for Percy, who was pacing among the sleeping bags, keeping order. As the headmaster approached, Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly pretended to be asleep.
"Any sign of him?" Percy whispered. "None," Dumbledore replied. "Is everything calm here?"
"Completely under control, sir." "Good. There's no need to move them tonight. I've arranged a temporary guard for the Gryffindor entrance. They can return tomorrow."
"And the fat lady?"
"She's hiding in a landscape painting on the 2nd floor," Dumbledore said. "She refused to admit Black without the password, so he attacked her. She's badly shaken, but once she recovers, Filch will restore the portrait." Just then, the hall door creaked open again. More footsteps echoed softly.
"Headmaster," came the voice of Severus Snape. Harry shifted ever so slightly, straining to hear.
"The 3rd floor is clear," Snape reported. "Nothing there. Filch has searched the dungeons as well, no trace of him." "And the astronomy tower, Professor Trelawney's room, the owlery?"
"All checked."
Dumbledore paused briefly. "Very well, Severus, I did not expect Black to remain here." There was a short silence before Snape spoke again, his tone edged with curiosity. "Do you have any idea how he managed to get inside?" Harry lifted his head just enough to listen more clearly. Dumbledore's reply was calm, almost thoughtful. "Many possibilities, Severus," he said quietly, "all of them equally improbable." Harry cracked his eyes open just enough to peer toward the voices. He could only see Professor Albus Dumbledore from behind, but Percy stood nearby, listening intently, while Severus Snape's sharp profile looked tense and irritated. "You recall the discussion we had before the term began," Snape said quietly, barely moving his lips, as though trying to keep Percy from fully hearing.
"I do, Severus," Dumbledore replied, a note of warning in his calm voice.
"It seems highly unlikely that Black could have entered the castle without assistance from someone inside," Snape continued. "I did raise my concerns when you chose to appoint."
"I do not believe that anyone within this castle would aid Black," Dumbledore interrupted firmly. The finality in his tone made it clear the subject was closed.
After a pause, he added, "I must go and speak with the Dementors. I promised to inform them once the search was finished." "Didn't they offer to help, sir?" Percy asked.
"Oh, they did," Dumbledore said coolly. "But no Dementor will set foot inside this castle while I remain headmaster."
Percy looked slightly embarrassed. Dumbledore turned and left the hall, moving swiftly and silently. Snape lingered for a moment, watching him go with a look of clear resentment, then swept out as well. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione. Both had their eyes open, reflecting the faint starlight from the enchanted ceiling.
"What was that about?" Ron mouthed.
Over the next few days, the entire school was consumed with talk of Sirius Black. Theories about how he had broken into the castle grew more and more ridiculous. During herbology, Hannah Abbott insisted to anyone who would listen that Black might be able to transform into a flowering bush. Meanwhile, the damaged portrait of the fat lady had been removed and replaced by Sir Cadogan, along with his plump grey pony. This proved to be far from an improvement. Sir Cadogan constantly challenged students to duels and kept inventing absurdly complicated passwords, changing them several times a day. "He's completely mad," Seamus Finnegan complained to Percy. "Can't we have someone else?" "None of the other portraits would agree," Percy replied. "They're all too frightened after what happened. Sir Cadogan was the only one willing." But Sir Cadogan wasn't Harry's main concern. Ever since the incident, he had been under close watch. Teachers seemed to appear whenever he was in the corridors, and Percy followed him around like an overzealous guard, no doubt acting on Mrs. Weasley's instructions. To make matters worse, Professor McGonagall called Harry to her office. The serious look on her face made his stomach drop. For a moment, he feared something terrible had happened. "There's no point keeping this from you any longer, Potter," Professor Minerva McGonagall said gravely. "I know it may come as a shock, but Sirius Black."
"I already know he's after me," Harry said tiredly. "I overheard Ron's dad telling his mum. He works at the ministry."
McGonagall blinked, clearly surprised. She studied Harry for a moment before nodding slightly. "I see. In that case, you'll understand why I don't think it's wise for you to continue Quidditch practice in the evenings. The pitch is far too exposed."
"Our first match is on Saturday," Harry protested. "I have to train, Professor."
She hesitated, clearly torn. Harry knew how much she cared about Gryffindor's chances, after all. She had been the one to put him on the team in the first place. He waited anxiously. "Well," she said slowly, turning to look out the rain-streaked window at the distant Quidditch field. "I would very much like to see us win the cup this year. However, I'll feel more comfortable if a teacher is present. I'll arrange for Madam Hooch to supervise your practices." As the match approached, the weather grew worse. Strong winds and relentless rain battered the grounds. Still, the Gryffindor team trained harder than ever under Madam Hooch's watchful eye. At their final practice before Saturday, however, Oliver Wood delivered unexpected news. "We're not playing Slytherin," he announced, clearly furious. "Flint just told me we're up against Hufflepuff instead." "Why?" the team demanded all at once. "He claims their seeker is still injured," Wood said, through clenched teeth. "But it's obvious they don't want to play in this weather. They think it'll ruin their chances." Thunder rumbled in the distance as rain lashed against the pitch.
"There's nothing wrong with Malfoy's arm," Harry snapped. "He's faking it." "I know," Wood said bitterly, "but we can't prove it. And now all our strategies are useless. We've been preparing for Slytherin, and Hufflepuff plays completely differently. They've got a new captain and seeker Cedric Diggory." At that, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie exchanged amused looks and burst into giggles. "What's so funny?" Wood demanded. "He's the tall, handsome one, right," said Angelina.
"Very quiet type," Katie added, and the three of them started laughing again. Wood stared at them in disbelief, clearly not sharing their enthusiasm. "He's only quiet because he hasn't got enough brains to say anything," Fred said impatiently. "Honestly, Oliver, why are you so worried? Hufflepuff's easy. Last time we played them, Harry caught the snitch in 5 minutes. Remember, Dave?" "That was under completely different conditions," Oliver Wood snapped, looking increasingly agitated. "Diggory has built a strong team this year. He's a very capable seeker. This is exactly what I was afraid of. You're taking it too lightly. We can't relax for a second. Slytherin is trying to throw us off. We have to win. Oliver. Relax, Fred said quickly, now slightly concerned by Wood's intensity. We are taking them seriously, very seriously. By the day before the match, the storm had worsened. The wind howled around the castle, and heavy rain lashed against the windows. It was so dark inside that extra torches had been lit in the corridors and classrooms. The Slytherin team, meanwhile, looked thoroughly pleased with themselves, especially Draco Malfoy. If only my arm weren't still injured. Malfoy sighed dramatically as the storm raged outside. Harry ignored him. His mind was completely consumed by the match. Wood kept cornering him between classes, offering last-minute advice. By the third time, Wood talked so long that Harry suddenly realized he was late for defense against the dark arts. He sprinted down the corridor with Wood still calling after him. Diggory's got a sharp swerve. Harry tried looping him. Harry skidded to a stop outside the classroom, flung the door open, and rushed in. Sorry, I'm late. Professor Lupin, He stopped short. It wasn't Professor Remus Lupin at the desk. It was Severus Snape. This lesson started 10 minutes ago. Potter, Snape said coldly. That's 10 points from Gryffindor. Sit down. Harry didn't move. Where's Professor Lupin? He demanded. He is feeling too unwell to teach today. Snape replied, a thin, unpleasant smile curling his lips. Now, I believe I told you to sit down. But Harry remained standing. What's wrong with him? Snape's dark eyes gleamed ominously. Here's a clear, natural, rewritten version of your passage. Nothing serious, Severus Snape replied, though his tone suggested he wished otherwise. 5 more points from Gryffindor, and if I have to tell you again to sit down, it will be 50. Harry clenched his jaw but said nothing. He walked to his seat and sat down. Snape turned slowly to face the class.
As I was saying before Potter interrupted, he continued smoothly. Professor Remus Lupin appears to have left no record of the subjects you have studied so far.
Sir, we've done boggarts, redcaps, kappas, and grindylows, Hermione said quickly. We were just about to begin. Silence. Snape cut in coldly. I did not ask for a report. I was merely observing Professor Lupin's lack of organization. He's the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've ever had, Dean Thomas said boldly. A murmur of agreement spread through the room. Snape's expression darkened at once. You are easily impressed, he said. Lupin has hardly challenged you. First years could manage redcaps and grindylows. Today we will cover. He flipped through the textbook, deliberately choosing a chapter at the very end.
Werewolves.
A ripple of unease passed through the class. But, sir, Hermione said, unable to stop herself, we're not meant to study werewolves yet. We're supposed to start hinky-punks. Miss Granger, Snape said softly, though his voice was edged with danger. I was under the impression that I am teaching this lesson, not you. Turn to page 394. All of you. Reluctantly, the class obeyed, exchanging irritated glances as they opened their books. Snape looked around. Now then, who can tell me how to distinguish a werewolf from a true wolf? Silence filled the room. Only Hermione's hand shot into the air.
Anyone, Snape said, pointedly ignoring her. Surely Professor Lupin has not neglected even this most basic distinction.
We already told you, Parvati said suddenly. We haven't studied werewolves yet. Quiet, Snape snapped. Remarkable. A third-year class unable to recognize a werewolf. I shall be sure to inform the headmaster how far behind you all are.
Please, sir, Hermione said again, her hand still raised. A werewolf differs from a true wolf in several ways. For instance, the snout.
That is the second time you have spoken without permission. Miss Granger, Snape said coolly. 5 more points from Gryffindor for being an insufferable know-it-all. Hermione flushed deeply. Her hand dropped, and she stared at her desk, her eyes shining with unshed tears. The class reacted at once. Though many had called Hermione a know-it-all before, none of them appreciated Snape saying it. Angry looks were directed toward him from all sides. Ron, who regularly teased Hermione himself, spoke up loudly, unable to hold back. You asked a question and she knows the answer. Why bother asking if you don't want one? The moment the bell rang, everyone knew Ron had pushed things too far. Severus Snape moved toward him slowly, his presence filling the room with tension. "Detention, Weasley," he said smoothly, leaning in close. "And if you ever question my teaching again, you will regret it." From that point on, the classroom fell into complete silence. No one dared speak. The students bent over their parchment, copying notes about werewolves while Snape prowled between the desks, criticizing their previous work with cold precision. Poorly explained, completely wrong. Lupin gave this 8 out of 10. Generous. I wouldn't give it 3. When the lesson finally ended, Snape stopped them before they could leave. "You will each write an essay," he announced, his voice sharp. 2 rolls of parchment on identifying and killing werewolves, due Monday morning. It's clear this class needs proper discipline. Weasley, remain here. We must discuss your detention. The rest of the class hurried out, and once they were far enough away, their frustration exploded into angry whispers. "Snape's never acted like this with any other Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher," said Harry Potter. "Why does he hate Lupin so much? Is it because of the boggart?"
"I'm not sure," said Hermione Granger thoughtfully, "but I hope Professor Lupin recovers soon."
A few minutes later, Ron Weasley stormed up to them, furious. "Do you know what that?" he muttered angrily, calling Snape a name that made Hermione gasp. "Is making me do. I've got to clean bedpans in the hospital wing. No magic." He clenched his fists. Why couldn't Black hide in Snape's office? That would have solved everything. Harry woke long before dawn the next morning. At first, he thought the storm had disturbed him. Then he felt a sudden blast of cold air against his neck and jerked upright. Hovering beside him was Peeves, puffing out his cheeks and blowing loudly into his ear. "What was that for?" Harry snapped. Peeves only grinned, blew once more, and shot out of the room, laughing wildly. Groaning, Harry checked the time 4:30. He rolled over, trying to fall asleep again, but it was no use. The thunder echoed through the castle, the wind battered the walls, and the trees outside groaned under the storm. Soon he would be facing that same weather on the Quidditch pitch. Giving up, Harry got dressed, picked up his broom Nimbus 2000, and quietly slipped out of the dormitory. As Harry Potter stepped through the door, something brushed against his leg. He quickly bent down and caught Crookshanks by the tip of his thick, bushy tail, dragging him outside. "You know, I think Ron might be right about you," Harry muttered suspiciously. "There are loads of mice around here. Go hunt them instead. Leave Scabbers alone." He gently pushed the cat toward the spiral staircase with his foot. Down in the common room, the storm sounded even fiercer. Harry had no illusions about the match being cancelled. Quidditch games weren't stopped for something as minor as a thunderstorm. Still, uneasiness crept into him. Oliver Wood had pointed out Cedric Diggory earlier. The Hufflepuff Seeker was older, taller, and much heavier. While most Seekers relied on speed, Cedric's size might actually help him stay steady in such violent winds. Harry spent the remaining hours before dawn by the fire, occasionally getting up to block Crookshanks from sneaking back upstairs. Eventually, he figured it must be time for breakfast and slipped out through the portrait hole alone. "Stand and fight, you ragged cur," shouted Sir Cadogan. "Not now," Harry yawned, too tired to argue. A large bowl of porridge helped revive him slightly, and by the time he moved on to toast, The rest of the team had arrived.
"This is going to be a hard match," said Wood. "Too tense to eat."
"Relax, Oliver," said Alicia reassuringly. "We can handle a bit of rain." But this was far beyond a bit of rain. The entire school still turned up to watch, but students struggled across the grounds, bent against the powerful wind. Umbrellas were useless, constantly being ripped from their hands. Just before entering the changing rooms, Harry spotted Draco Malfoy with Crabbe and Goyle, laughing under a massive umbrella and pointing at him. Inside, the team pulled on their scarlet robes and waited for Wood's usual motivational speech, but it never came. He opened his mouth a few times, made a strange, choking sound, then simply gestured for them to follow. The moment they stepped onto the field, the wind nearly knocked them sideways. If the crowd was cheering, it was impossible to hear over the thunder. Rain hammered against Harry's glasses, blurring his vision. How was he supposed to spot the snitch in conditions like this? Across the field, the Hufflepuff team approached in bright yellow robes. The captains met in the middle. Cedric smiled politely at Wood, but Wood could only give a stiff nod, his face tight with nerves. Harry saw Madam Hooch signal them to mount. He pulled his foot free from the mud with a squelch and climbed onto his Nimbus 2000. Madam Hooch blew her whistle, a thin, distant sound lost in the storm. They shot into the air. Harry climbed quickly, but the wind immediately buffeted his broom, fighting to keep it steady. He turned and squinted through the sheets of rain, searching for any sign of the snitch. Within minutes, Harry Potter was drenched and shivering, his clothes clinging to him as icy rain soaked through to his skin. His vision was nearly useless. He could barely make out his teammates, let alone the tiny golden snitch. He sped back and forth across the pitch, passing only indistinct flashes of red and yellow, completely unaware of how the match was unfolding. The roar of the crowd and commentary was swallowed by the howling wind. Twice, Bludgers came dangerously close to knocking him off his broom. The rain-smeared lenses of his glasses made it impossible to see them in time. Time seemed to blur. Controlling his broom became harder with every passing second. The sky darkened ominously, as if night were falling ahead of schedule. More than once, Harry nearly collided with another player friend or foe. He couldn't tell. Everyone was soaked, and the storm made them nearly indistinguishable.
A sudden bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by the shrill sound of Madam Hooch's whistle. Through the sheets of rain, Harry spotted Oliver Wood signaling him down. Moments later, the entire team landed heavily in the mud. "I've called a timeout," Wood shouted over the storm. "Get over here!"
They crowded beneath a large umbrella at the edge of the field. Harry yanked off his glasses and wiped them frantically on his robes. "What's the score?" he asked. "We're 50 points ahead," Wood replied, "but if we don't catch the snitch soon, we'll be stuck playing into the night." Harry groaned, holding up his glasses. "I can't do anything with these." At that moment, Hermione Granger appeared beside him, holding her cloak over her head and, surprisingly, smiling.
"I've got an idea. Give me your glasses quick."
Harry handed them over. With a swift tap of her wand, Hermione cast Impervious. "There," she said, returning them. "They'll repel water now." Wood looked as if he might hug her on the spot. "Brilliant," he called after her as she ran back into the crowd. "Right, team back in." The spell worked perfectly. Harry was still freezing and soaked to the bone, but now he could see clearly. Renewed determination surged through him as he shot back into the storm, scanning the field in every direction for the snitch. He dodged a bludger, dipped under Cedric Diggory, who was racing the other way. Thunder cracked again, followed by a jagged streak of lightning. The conditions were becoming dangerously severe. Harry knew he had to end the match soon. He turned sharply, aiming back toward the center of the pitch. Just then, Another flash of lightning illuminated the stands. And in that brief, blinding instant, Harry saw something that made his heart stop. High in the topmost row, perfectly outlined against the sky, stood the unmistakable shape of a massive, shaggy black dog, silent and unmoving. Harry Potter's numb fingers slipped on the broomstick, and his Nimbus 2000 dipped suddenly beneath him. He shook the wet hair from his eyes and stared back toward the stands, but the black dog was gone.
"Harry," came Oliver Wood's desperate shout. "Behind you!"
Harry spun around. Cedric Diggory was racing towards something ahead, and there it was, a flicker of gold, trembling in the stormy air between them. Panic surged. Harry flattened himself against the broom and shot forward. "Come on," he muttered through clenched teeth. "Faster." Then something strange happened. The noise of the storm faded. The wind still battered him, but it made no sound. It was as if the entire world had gone silent, as if he'd suddenly gone deaf. And then the cold came. It wasn't just outside him, it spread through his chest, seeping into his very bones. A dreadful realization hit him as he noticed movement below. Without thinking, Harry looked down. 100 Dementors stood beneath him, their hooded faces turned upward. The freezing sensation deepened, cutting through him like icy water. And then he heard it again.
A scream. A woman's voice echoing inside his mind. "Not Harry. Please, not Harry. Stand aside now. Take me instead, kill me, just not Harry."
White mist flooded his thoughts. His grip weakened. Why was he flying? He needed to help her. She was going to die. The world tilted. He was falling.
"Not Harry, have mercy."
A high, cruel laugh pierced the air. The screaming grew louder. And then nothing.
Lucky the ground was soft. I thought he was dead. He didn't even break his glasses.
Voices drifted around him, distant and unclear. Pain spread through every part of his body. He couldn't remember where he was or how he had gotten there.
Scariest thing I've ever seen. Scariest. Cold darkness. Screaming.
Harry's eyes flew open. He was lying in the hospital wing. Around him stood the Gryffindor Quidditch team, covered in mud. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger were there too, both soaked and pale. "Harry," said Fred Weasley, his face unusually white beneath the dirt. "How are you feeling?"
Memories rushed back all at once, the lightning, the black dog, the snitch, and the Dementors. "What happened?" Harry demanded, sitting up so fast that everyone jumped.
"You fell," Fred said, "about 50 feet. "We thought you were dead," added Alicia, her voice trembling. Hermione let out a small, shaky sound, her eyes red with tears. "But the match," Harry said. "What happened? Are we replaying it?"
No one answered.
The silence said everything. A heavy feeling sank into Harry's chest. "We didn't lose?" he asked quietly. "Cedric Diggory caught the snitch," said George Weasley quietly. "Right after you fell. He didn't even realize at first. When he saw you on the ground, he wanted to stop the match, asked for a rematch, but they won fair and square. Even Oliver Wood admits it." "Where's Wood?" Harry asked suddenly, noticing his absence.
"In the showers," said Fred Weasley. "We think he's trying to drown himself."
Harry bent forward, pressing his face into his knees, clutching his hair. Fred reached out and gave his shoulder a firm shake.
"Come on, Harry, you've never missed the snitch before."
"There had to be a first time," George added.
"It's not over yet," Fred went on quickly. "We only lost by 100 points. "Yeah," said George, picking up the thread. So if Hufflepuff loses to Ravenclaw and we beat both Ravenclaw and Slytherin,
Hufflepuff would need to lose by at least 200 points, Fred calculated. But if they beat Ravenclaw?
They won't, George cut in. Ravenclaw's too strong. But if Slytherin loses to Hufflepuff...
It all comes down to point difference, Fred finished. Harry said nothing. The words barely registered. For the first time in his life, he had lost a Quidditch match. After a while, Madame Pomfrey came over and firmly told the team to leave. "We'll visit later," Fred said. "Don't be too hard on yourself. Harry, you're still the best seeker we've ever had." They filed out, leaving muddy footprints behind. The door shut, and the room fell quiet. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger stepped closer to the bed.
"Albus Dumbledore was furious," Hermione said shakily. "I've never seen him like that. He ran onto the field when you fell, used his wand to slow you down before you hit the ground. Then he turned on the Dementors, sent silvery light at them. They left immediately. He was so angry they came onto the grounds."
"Then he levitated you on a stretcher," Ron added. "Brought you all the way back up to the castle. Everyone thought you were." He trailed off. But Harry wasn't really listening. His mind was fixed on the Dementors, on the voice he had heard, the screaming. He noticed Ron and Hermione watching him anxiously, so he forced himself to ask something practical. "Did someone get my Nimbus 2000? Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance.
Ron began.
"What?" Harry pressed. "Well, when you fell, it was blown away," Hermione said carefully.
"And it hit the Whomping Willow?"
Harry felt his stomach drop. The Whomping Willow was infamous for its violent, thrashing branches.
"And," he asked again, dread creeping into his voice.
"Well, you know what it's like," Ron said awkwardly. "It doesn't take kindly to being hit." "Professor Phileas Flitwick brought it back," Hermione added softly. Slowly, she reached down, picked up a bag, and turned it upside down onto the bed. Broken wood spilled out splintered fragments, twisted twigs. All that remained of Harry's loyal broomstick lay in pieces before him. Chapter 10. The Marauder's Map. Madame Pomfrey insisted that Harry remain in the hospital wing for the entire weekend. He didn't protest, yet he refused to let her discard the broken pieces of his Nimbus 2000. Deep down, he knew it was pointless. The broom was completely destroyed, but he couldn't bring himself to part with it. To him, it felt like losing a close companion. Visitors came constantly, all trying to lift his spirits. Hagrid sent a strange bouquet of yellow, cabbage-like flowers crawling with earwigs, while Ginny Weasley shyly brought a handmade get-well card that sang loudly unless Harry kept it firmly shut beneath his fruit bowl. The Gryffindor team visited again on Sunday, this time with Wood, who assured Harry in a hollow voice that he didn't blame him at all. Ron and Hermione hardly left his side, except at night. Still, none of their efforts truly helped, because they didn't know everything weighing on his mind. Harry had kept quiet about the Grim, not even telling Ron or Hermione. He was certain Ron would panic and Hermione would dismiss it. But the truth troubled him. The Grim had appeared twice, and each time something dangerous had followed. First, he had nearly been hit by the night bus. Then he had fallen 50 feet during the match. Was it an omen of death? Would it continue to follow him everywhere? The Dementors haunted him even more. Thinking about them made him feel ashamed and sick. Everyone agreed they were terrifying, but no one else fainted in their presence or heard voices from the past. No one else relived the final moments of their parents. Now Harry understood whose voice he had heard. It was his mother's, lying awake at night in the hospital wing. He replayed her desperate pleas in his mind as she tried to shield him from Lord Voldemort, followed by Voldemort's cold laughter before killing her. His sleep was restless, filled with nightmares of decaying hands and desperate cries, only to wake again to the echo of her voice. Returning to school on Monday was almost a relief. The noise and activity distracted him, even if he had to put up with Draco Malfoy's mockery. Malfoy was delighted by Gryffindor's loss. Now, fully recovered, he entertained himself by mimicking Harry's fall from his broom. During potions, he even acted out Dementors gliding around the dungeon. Eventually, Ron lost his temper and hurled a slimy crocodile heart at him, hitting him square in the face, earning Gryffindor a 50-point penalty from Snape. "If Snape's teaching defense against the dark arts again, I'm skiving off," said Ron as they headed toward Lupin's classroom after lunch. "Check who's in there. Hermione." Hermione peered around the classroom door.
It's okay.
Professor Lupin was back at work. It certainly looked as though he had been ill. His old robes were hanging more loosely on him, and there were dark shadows beneath his eyes. Nevertheless, he smiled at the class as they took their seats, and they burst at once into an explosion of complaints about Snape's behavior while Lupin had been ill.
It's not fair. He was only filling in. Why should he give us homework?
"We don't know anything about werewolves." 2 rolls of parchment. "Did you tell Professor Snape we haven't covered them yet?" Lupin asked, frowning slightly. The babble broke out again.
Yes, but he said we were really behind.
He wouldn't listen. 2 rolls of parchment. Professor Lupin smiled at the look of indignation on every face. "Don't worry, I'll speak to Professor Snape. You don't have to do the essay."
Oh no, said Hermione, looking very disappointed. I've already finished it.
They had a very enjoyable lesson. Professor Lupin had brought along a glass box containing a hinky-punk, a little one-legged creature who looked as though he were made of wisps of smoke, rather frail and harmless-looking. "Lures travellers into bogs," said Professor Lupin as they took notes. You noticed the lantern dangling from his hand. Hops ahead, people follow the light then. The hinky-punk made a horrible squelching noise against the glass. When the bell rang, everyone gathered up their things and headed for the door, Harry among them. But... "Wait a moment, Harry," Lupin called. "I'd like a word." Harry doubled back and watched Professor Lupin covering the hinky-punk's box with a cloth. "I heard about the match," said Lupin, turning back to his desk and starting to pile books into his briefcase. "And I'm sorry about your broomstick. Is there any chance of fixing it?"
No, said Harry. The tree smashed it to bits.
Lupin sighed. They planted the Whomping Willow the same year that I arrived at Hogwarts. People used to play a game, trying to get near enough to touch the trunk. In the end, a boy called Davy Gudgeon nearly lost an eye, and we were forbidden to go near it. No broomstick would have a chance. "Did you hear about the Dementors too?" said Harry with difficulty. Lupin looked at him quickly. "Yes, I did. I don't think any of us have seen Professor Dumbledore that angry. They have been growing restless for some time, furious at his refusal to let them inside the grounds. I suppose they were the reason you fell." "Yes," said Harry. He hesitated, and then the question he had to ask burst from him before he could stop himself. Why do they affect me like that? Am I just... "It has nothing to do with weakness," said Professor Lupin sharply, as though he had read Harry's mind. "The Dementors affect you worse than the others because there are horrors in your past that the others don't have." A ray of wintry sunlight fell across the classroom, illuminating Lupin's grey hairs and the lines on his young face. Dementors are some of the most horrifying beings in existence. They thrive in the darkest, most miserable places, feeding on decay and sorrow. Wherever they go, they drain away peace, hope, and happiness. Even muggles, though unable to see them, can sense their presence. If you get too close, Every positive thought and memory is stripped away. Given enough time, a Dementor can leave you empty like them, without a soul, consumed by darkness. You're left reliving only the worst moments of your life. And what you've been through, Harry, is enough to overwhelm anyone. You shouldn't feel ashamed. When they come near me, Harry said quietly, staring at the desk, his voice tightening, I hear Voldemort killing my mum. Lupin instinctively moved as if to place a hand on Harry's shoulder, but stopped himself. A brief silence followed. Why did they have to show up at the match? Harry asked bitterly. They're starving, Lupin replied calmly, snapping his briefcase shut. Dumbledore won't allow them inside the school, so they've lost their usual source of prey. A large, emotional crowd like the one at the Quidditch match must have been irresistible to them. All that excitement and heightened feeling, it would have seemed like a feast.
Azkaban must be awful, Harry murmured.
Lupin nodded grimly. It's built on a small island in the middle of the sea, but the guards are enough to keep prisoners from escaping. The Dementors trap people within their own minds, stripping away every positive thought. Most prisoners lose their sanity within weeks. But Sirius Black escaped, Harry said slowly. He got away from them. Lupin nearly dropped his briefcase, catching it quickly before it hit the floor.
Yes, he said, straightening. Black must have found some way to resist them. It's hard to believe. Dementors are meant to drain a wizard's strength if exposed to them for too long.
You drove that Dementor away on the train, Harry said suddenly. There are certain methods of defense, Lupin replied. But that was only one Dementor. The more there are, the harder it is to resist them. What kind of methods? Harry asked eagerly. Can you teach me? I'm not exactly an expert at dealing with Dementors. Harry, far from it. But if they come to another match, I need to be ready, Harry insisted. Lupin studied Harry's determined expression, hesitated, then gave in. All right, I'll do my best to help you, but it will have to wait until next term. I've got too much to handle before the holidays. I chose a rather unfortunate time to fall ill. With Lupin's promise to teach him how to defend against Dementors, the hope that he might no longer have to relive his mother's death and Ravenclaw's crushing victory over Hufflepuff at the end of November, Harry's spirits improved noticeably. Gryffindor was still in the running for the Quidditch Cup, though they couldn't afford another loss. Wood regained his intense enthusiasm and pushed the team relentlessly, even as cold rain continued into December. Harry didn't see any sign of Dementors on the grounds. Dumbledore's fury seemed to have forced them to remain at the entrances. About 2 weeks before the end of term, the weather suddenly changed. One morning, the sky gleamed with a pale, pearly brightness, and the muddy grounds sparkled under a layer of frost. Inside the castle, the excitement of Christmas was everywhere. Professor Flitwick had already decorated his classroom with twinkling lights that turned out to be real, fluttering fairies. Students eagerly chatted about their holiday plans. Ron and Hermione both decided to stay at Hogwarts, Ron claiming he couldn't bear 2 weeks with Percy, and Hermione insisting she needed the library, but Harry knew they were staying for his sake, and he appreciated it deeply. To almost everyone's delight, except Harry's, another Hogsmeade visit was scheduled for the final weekend of term. We can do all our Christmas shopping there, Hermione said enthusiastically. Mum and Dad would love those tooth-flossing string mints from Honeydukes. Accepting that he'd once again be the only third year left behind, Harry borrowed a copy of Witch Broomstick from Wood and decided to spend the day reading about different models. Lately, he had been forced to practice on one of the school's old brooms, a sluggish, unreliable shooting star, and he was certain he needed a new one. On the morning of the Hogsmeade trip, Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, who were bundled up in cloaks and scarves, then made his way alone up the marble staircase toward Gryffindor Tower. Snow had begun to fall outside, and the castle felt unusually quiet.
Psst, Harry.
He stopped halfway along the third-floor corridor and turned to see Fred and George peeking out from behind the statue of a one-eyed, humpbacked witch. "What are you two doing?" Harry asked. "Why aren't you heading to Hogsmeade?" "We thought we'd bring you a bit of holiday cheer before we go," said Fred, giving him a sly wink. "Come over here." Fred jerked his head toward an empty classroom beside the one-eyed witch statue. Harry followed him and George inside, and George carefully shut the door before turning to Harry with a wide grin. "An early Christmas gift," he announced. With a dramatic flourish, Fred pulled something out from under his cloak and placed it on a desk. It was a large, square piece of old, worn parchment, completely blank. Harry looked at it suspiciously, certain it had to be another prank.
"What's this supposed to be?"
"This," said George, patting it proudly, "is the key to all our success." "It's painful handing it over," Fred added, "but we decided last night that you need it more than we do." "Besides, we've already memorized it," said George. "We're passing it on to you." "And why would I want a scrap of old parchment?" Harry asked.
"A scrap," Fred repeated, shutting his eyes in mock outrage. "George, explain."
"Well," George began, "back in our first year when we were young, carefree, and innocent." Harry let out a snort. He doubted they had ever been innocent.
"Or at least more innocent than now we got into trouble with Filch," George continued.
"We set off a dung bomb in the corridor," said Fred, "which he didn't appreciate. So he dragged us to his office and started threatening us with all the usual punishments. Detention. Disembowelment. And that's when we noticed a drawer labelled confiscated and highly dangerous," George said. "Don't tell me," Harry began, grinning. "Well, what would you have done?" Fred replied. "George created a distraction with another dung bomb, and I opened the drawer and grabbed this."
"It's not as bad as it sounds," George added quickly. "We don't think Filch ever figured out how it worked. He probably had an idea, though that's why he took it." "And you know how to use it?" Harry asked. "Oh, definitely," said Fred with a smug smile. "This little treasure has taught us more than any teacher here."
"You're joking," Harry said, eyeing the battered parchment.
"Are we?" George replied.
He pulled out his wand, tapped the parchment lightly, and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." At once, faint ink lines spread out from the tip of his wand like a web, branching and crossing until they filled the entire page. Then elegant green lettering appeared across the top. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's map. The parchment had transformed into a detailed map of Hogwarts and its grounds. But what amazed Harry most were the tiny moving dots scattered across it, each labelled with a name in minuscule writing. Leaning closer in disbelief, Harry saw Professor Dumbledore pacing in his office, Mrs. Norris prowling along the second floor, and Peeves bouncing around the trophy room. As his eyes traced the familiar corridors, he began to notice something even more extraordinary. The map revealed several hidden passages Harry had never explored before. Many of them seemed to lead somewhere beyond the castle. "Straight into Hogsmeade," Fred said, running his finger along one of the routes. "There are 7 altogether. Filch knows about these 4, he indicated them, but we're pretty sure we're the only ones who know the rest. Don't bother with the one behind the mirror on the 4th floor. We used it last year, but it's collapsed now. And no one's using this one either, the Whomping Willow's planted right on top of the entrance. But this passage here, this one goes directly into the cellar of Honeydukes. We've used it loads of times, and the entrance is just outside this room, through that one-eyed witch statue."
"Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs," George said softly, tapping the title. "We owe them
A lot.
Truly noble fellows, Fred added, mock seriously, dedicated to helping future troublemakers.
Anyway, George continued, don't forget to erase it when you're done. Or anyone could read it, Fred warned.
Just tap it and say, Mischief managed, and it'll go blank again. So, young Harry, Fred said, mimicking Percy's pompous tone, do try to behave yourself. See you at Honeyduke's, George added with a wink. With that, they left, both clearly pleased with themselves. Harry remained behind, staring at the incredible map. He watched as the tiny dot labelled Mrs. Norris paused and sniffed along a corridor. If Filch truly didn't know about this, Harry wouldn't have to pass the Dementors at all. Yet, even as excitement surged through him, he remembered something Mr. Weasley had once said. Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. This map was exactly the kind of magical object Mr. Weasley had warned about, but Harry reasoned with himself he only wanted to use it to reach Hogsmeade, not to do anything wrong, and Fred and George had used it for years without trouble. He traced the secret passage to Honeyduke's with his finger. Then, almost without thinking, he rolled up the map, tucked it inside his robes, and moved quickly to the classroom door. He opened it slightly. No one was there. Carefully, he slipped out and crept behind the statue of the one-eyed witch.
What now?
He unfolded the map again and was startled to see a new label, Harry Potter. The tiny figure stood exactly where he was in the corridor. Watching closely, Harry saw the miniature version of himself tap the statue with a wand. Quickly, he copied the action, but nothing happened. Looking back at the map, he noticed a tiny speech bubble beside his figure. It contained a single word. Descendium. Descendium? Harry whispered, tapping the statue again. At once, the hump on the statue swung open, creating a gap just wide enough for a slim person to squeeze through. Harry quickly checked the corridor to make sure no one was watching, then tucked the map away, climbed headfirst into the opening, and pushed himself forward. He slid down what felt like a long stone chute before landing on cold, damp ground. Getting to his feet, he realized it was completely dark. Raising his wand, he whispered, Lumos, and a small light revealed a narrow, low tunnel made of packed earth. Taking out the map again, he tapped it lightly and said, Mischief managed. Instantly, it turned blank. He folded it, slipped it back into his robes, and, with his heart racing from both excitement and nerves, began moving forward. The tunnel twisted and curved like the burrow of some enormous animal. Harry hurried along, occasionally stumbling over the uneven ground, his wand lighting the way ahead. The journey felt endless, but the thought of reaching Honeyduke's kept him going. After what seemed like an hour, the passage began sloping upward. Breathing heavily, Harry quickened his pace, his face flushed, while his feet remained icy cold. Soon, he reached the bottom of a set of worn stone steps that climbed out of sight. Moving carefully and silently, he started up them. Step after step, he climbed, losing count as he went, until suddenly his head bumped into something solid. It was a trapdoor. Rubbing his head, Harry paused to listen. There was no sound above. Slowly, he pushed the trapdoor open and peeked through. He found himself in a cellar filled with crates and boxes. Climbing out, he carefully shut the trapdoor behind him. It blended so perfectly into the dusty floor that it was almost invisible. Harry crept toward a wooden staircase leading upward. Now he could hear voices, along with the faint chime of a bell and the sound of a door opening and closing. Just as he was deciding what to do, he heard a door open nearby. Someone was coming down. "And bring another box of jelly slugs. Dear, we're nearly out," called a woman. Footsteps descended the stairs. Harry darted behind a large crate and waited, holding his breath. He heard the person shifting boxes on the other side of the room. This might be his only chance. Moving quickly but silently, Harry slipped out from hiding and climbed the stairs. Glancing back, he saw a bald man bent over a crate. His broad back turned. Harry reached the top, slipped through the door, and found himself behind the counter of honeydukes. He crouched low, edged sideways, then straightened up. The shop was packed with Hogwarts students, and no one paid him any attention. Blending into the crowd, Harry looked around, barely suppressing a laugh as he imagined Dudley's reaction if he could see him now. Everywhere he looked, there were incredible sweets, soft nougat, pink coconut ice, golden toffees, and endless varieties of chocolate. Barrels overflowed with Bertie Bott's every flavour beans and fizzing Whizbees, the floating sherbet sweets Ron had described. Another section was filled with special treats, Drubel's best blowing gum, which produced long-lasting blue bubbles, tooth-flossing string mints, pepper imps that made you breathe fire, ice mice that caused your teeth to chatter, peppermint toads that seemed to hop in your stomach, delicate sugar quills, and even exploding bonbons. Harry squeezed his way through a cluster of older students and spotted a crooked sign in the far corner of the shop, labelled Unusual Tastes. Beneath it stood Ron and Hermione, peering skeptically at a tray of blood-flavoured lollipops. Grinning to himself, Harry crept up behind them. "Ah, no, Harry wouldn't want those. They're probably meant for vampires," Hermione was saying, wrinkling her nose. "What about these?" Ron suggested, shoving a jar of cockroach clusters right under her face.
"Absolutely not," Harry said suddenly. Ron nearly dropped the jar in shock. "Harry!" Hermione squealed, spinning around. "What are you doing here? How did you even—" "Blimey!" Ron exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. "You've learned to apparate." "Don't be ridiculous," Harry muttered, lowering his voice so no one nearby could overhear. He quickly explained about the Marauder's map. Ron looked deeply offended. "Why didn't Fred and George ever give it to me? I'm their brother."
"But Harry's not keeping it," Hermione cut in sharply, as though the idea were absurd. "You're going to give it to Professor McGonagall, right?" "No, I'm not," Harry said firmly. "Have you lost your mind?" Ron said, staring at Hermione. "Why would anyone hand over something that brilliant? If he turns it in, he'll have to explain where it came from," Harry added. "Filch would immediately know Fred and George stole it." "But what about Sirius Black?" Hermione whispered urgently. "What if he's using one of those secret passages to get into the castle? The teachers need to know. He's not getting in that way," Harry replied quickly. "There are 7 passages. Filch already knows about 4. One's collapsed, another's blocked by the Whomping Willow, and the one I used is practically invisible unless you already know it's there." He hesitated slightly. What if Black did know? Ron, however, cleared his throat and pointed toward a notice posted near the shop door. It warned that Dementors would be patrolling Hogsmeade every night until Sirius Black was caught. "See," Ron said quietly, "there's no way Black's sneaking in here with Dementors everywhere, and besides, the shop owners live upstairs, they'd hear him." Hermione still looked uneasy. "But Harry shouldn't even be here. He doesn't have permission, if anyone finds out." "He'd never spot Harry in this weather," Ron interrupted, gesturing toward the thick, swirling snow outside. "Come on, Hermione, it's Christmas. Let him enjoy it." Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn. "You're not going to report me, are you?" Harry asked with a grin. "Of course not," she said quickly, "but honestly, Harry—" "Have you seen these?" Ron said, grabbing Harry and dragging him toward another display, fizzing Whizbees, jelly slugs, and acid pops. "Fred gave me one when I was 7, burned a hole straight through my tongue. Mum nearly flattened him with a broomstick." Ron eyed a box of cockroach clusters thoughtfully. "Reckon Fred would eat one if I told him they were peanuts." After paying for their sweets, Ron and Hermione stepped out of Honeydukes with Harry close behind, bracing themselves as the door opened onto a swirling blizzard. Hogsmeade looked like something out of a Christmas card. Snow lay thick on the rooftops of the tiny cottages and shops. Holly wreaths decorated every door, and enchanted candles flickered gently in the trees despite the wind. Harry shivered immediately, unlike Ron and Hermione. He had no cloak to shield him from the cold. They trudged up the street together, heads bent low against the biting gusts, shouting to be heard over the storm. "That's the post office," Ron called.
"Zonko's is just up there," Hermione added.
"We could go to the Shrieking Shack."
"Or," Ron interrupted, his teeth shattering, "how about a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks?"
Harry didn't need convincing. His fingers were numb, and the cold seemed to be seeping into his bones. They quickly crossed the road and hurried into the small inn. Inside, it was a complete contrast, warm, noisy, crowded, and filled with curling smoke. At the bar stood a curvy, pretty woman serving a group of loud warlocks. "That's Madame Rosmerta," Ron said, glancing at her and going slightly red. "I'll get the drinks." Harry and Hermione slipped toward the back, finding a small empty table by the window beside a decorated Christmas tree glowing softly near the fireplace. A few minutes later, Ron returned, carefully balancing 3 foaming tankards of hot butterbeer.
"Merry Christmas," he said, raising his drink with a grin.
Harry took a long sip. It was rich, sweet, and warming, spreading heat through him from the inside out. For a moment, the storm outside didn't seem to matter at all. Then the door burst open again, letting in a blast of icy wind that ruffled Harry's hair. He glanced up over the rim of his tankard and nearly choked. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had just entered, shaking snow from their cloaks. Behind them came Hagrid, talking animatedly with a stout man in a lime-green bowler hat and striped cloak, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Before Harry could react, Ron and Hermione both grabbed him and shoved him under the table. Hidden beneath it, dripping butterbeer and clutching his tankard, Harry watched as their feet approached. The group paused, then began walking directly toward their table.
"Above him," Hermione whispered urgently, "mobiliobus."
The Christmas tree beside them lifted slightly into the air, slid sideways, and settled down in front of their table, its thick branches forming a perfect screen. Through the lower needles, Harry saw chair legs scrape back as the professors and Fudge sat down at the table right next to them. Then came the sounds of settling, sighs, and movement followed by another set of footsteps. A woman's voice spoke Madame Rosmerta.
"A small gilly water?" "Mine," said Professor McGonagall.
4 pints of mulled mead. "Thanks, Rosmerta," rumbled Hagrid.
"A cherry syrup and soda with ice and umbrella."
Said Professor Flitwick happily. "And a red currant rum for you, Minister."
"Much obliged, my dear," said Fudge warmly. "Lovely to see you again. Why don't you join us for a drink?"
"Well, thank you, Minister," Madame Rosmerta replied. Harry watched the glittering turquoise heels retreat, then return again, his heart thudding uncomfortably in his throat. It suddenly struck him this wasn't just a student weekend in Hogsmeade. The teachers were here too. How long were they planning to stay? If he wanted to get back to the castle unnoticed, he'd need time to slip back through Honeydukes. Beside him, Hermione's leg twitched nervously. "So, what brings you here?" "Minister," came Madame Rosmerta's voice. From under the table, Harry saw Cornelius Fudge shift in his seat, as though checking whether anyone was listening. Then he lowered his voice. "What else, my dear? But Sirius Black, I expect you heard what happened at the school on Halloween." "I heard a rumour," Madame Rosmerta admitted. "Did you tell the whole pub?" "Hagrid," said Minerva McGonagall sharply. "Do you think Black's still around here?" "Minister?" Madame Rosmerta asked in a whisper. "I'm certain of it," Fudge replied curtly. "You know the Dementors have searched the village twice," she said, a hint of irritation in her voice. "They've frightened off my customers. It's terrible for business." Rosmerta. "I dislike them as much as you do," Fudge said uneasily. "But they're a necessary precaution, though Dumbledore refuses to let them inside the castle grounds."
"I should hope not," McGonagall said firmly. "How are we meant to teach with those creatures floating about?" "Here, here," squeaked Phileas Flitwick, his small feet dangling above the floor. "Still," Fudge went on, "they're here to protect us from something far worse. We all know what Black is capable of."
Madame Rosmerta sounded thoughtful. "I still find it hard to believe, of all people to turn to the dark side, Sirius Black was the last I'd have expected. I remember him as a student at Hogwarts. If you'd told me back then what he'd become, I'd have thought you'd had too much mead." "You don't know the half of it," Fudge said gruffly. "What he did, the worst of it, isn't widely known." "The worst," she echoed, curiosity rising in her voice. "Worse than murdering all those people."
"Much worse," said Fudge. "I can't imagine what could be worse than that." "You remember him at Hogwarts," McGonagall said quietly. "Do you remember who his best friend was?" "Of course," Madame Rosmerta replied with a small laugh. "You never saw one without the other. They used to come in here all the time, such a pair. Sirius Black and James Potter." Harry's tankard slipped from his hands and hit the floor with a dull clunk. Ron kicked him sharply under the table. "Exactly," said McGonagall. "Black and Potter, the leaders of their little group. Both brilliant, exceptionally so. But I don't think we've ever had too big a troublemakers." "I dunno," rumbled Rubeus Hagrid with a chuckle. "Fred and George Weasley might give 'em a run for their money. You'd have thought Black and Potter were brothers," squeaked Phileas Flitwick. "Inseparable." "Of course they were," said Cornelius Fudge. "Potter trusted Black more than anyone. That didn't change after school. Black was best man when James Potter married Lily, and they even made him Harry's godfather. Harry doesn't know. Of course, you can imagine how that truth would haunt him." "Because Black was working with you-know-who," Madame Rosmerta whispered.
"Worse than that." Fudge lowered his voice, speaking in a deep murmur. "Very few people know the full story. The Potters were aware that you-know-who was hunting them. Albus Dumbledore had spies, and one of them warned him in time. He urged James and Lily to go into hiding, but hiding from someone like that, well, it's no simple matter. So Dumbledore advised them to use the Fidelius charm. How does that work?" asked Madame Rosmerta eagerly. "It's an extremely complex piece of magic," Flitwick explained. "It involves concealing a secret inside a living soul. The chosen person becomes the secret keeper, and the secret can only be revealed if they choose to tell it. As long as they remain silent, no one, not even you-know-who, could find the hidden person, even if he stood right outside their window." "So Black was their secret keeper," she whispered.
"Of course," said Minerva McGonagall. "James trusted him completely. Said Black would die before betraying them. He even planned to go into hiding himself, but Dumbledore was uneasy. I remember he offered to be secret keeper instead. He suspected Black." Madame Rosmerta gasped. "He suspected someone close to them," McGonagall said grimly. "He believed a traitor had been passing information to you-know-who for some time, but James still chose Black."
"He did," Fudge said heavily. "And barely a week after the charm was cast, Black betrayed them." She breathed. "He did. He had grown tired of pretending, ready to openly support you-know-who. He chose the exact moment when their deaths would serve him best. But things didn't go as planned. As we know, you-know-who was defeated by little Harry Potter, his power destroyed, he vanished. And that left Black exposed a traitor without a master. He had no choice but to flee."
Filthy, stinking turncoat, roared Rubeus Hagrid, so loudly that conversations across the pub faltered. Hagrid, McGonagall hissed. I saw him, Hagrid growled, lowering his voice only slightly. I was the last to see him before he killed all them people. I was the one who pulled Harry out of the ruins, tiny little thing. Parents gone. And then Sirius Black shows up on that flying motorbike of his. I didn't think nothing of it. Didn't know he'd been their secret keeper. Thought he'd come to help. He looked white as a ghost, shaking all over. And do you know what I did? Hagrid's voice trembled with fury. I comforted him, comforted the man who betrayed him. How was I to know he wasn't grieving for Lily and James? Growled Rubeus Hagrid. Turns out it was you-know-who he cared about. Then he says, Give Harry to me. Hagrid, I'm his godfather. I'll look after him. Ha. But I had my orders from Albus Dumbledore. I told him Harry was to go to his aunt and uncle. Black argued. But in the end he backed down, told me to take his motorbike. Said he wouldn't be needing it anymore.
Hagrid's voice darkened. I should have known something was wrong then. He loved that bike. Why give it away? Why wouldn't he need it? Truth was, it'd be too easy to trace. Dumbledore knew he'd been the Potter's secret keeper. Black knew the Ministry would be after him within hours. He clenched his fists. But what if I'd handed Harry over? Reckon he'd have thrown him off halfway over the sea, his best friend's son. But when a wizard goes over to the dark side, nothing matters anymore. A heavy silence settled over the table. At last, Madame Rosmerta spoke. Well, at least he didn't get away. The Ministry caught him the next day, didn't they? If only that were true, said Cornelius Fudge bitterly. It wasn't us who found him. It was little Peter Pettigrew, another of the Potter's friends, driven mad with grief, no doubt. Knowing Black had betrayed them, he went after him himself. Pettigrew, that chubby boy who always followed them around at school, Madame Rosmerta asked.
He idolized them, said Minerva McGonagall quietly. Never as talented. I was often sharp with him. I rather regret that now. Her voice faltered. There, Minerva, Fudge said gently. Pettigrew died a hero. Muggle witnesses whose memories we later modified told us what happened. They said he cornered Black in the street, crying. Lily and James, Sirius, how could you? Then he drew his wand, but Black was faster, blew him to pieces.
McGonagall sniffed, her voice thick. Foolish boy, he was never good at duelling. He should have left it to the Ministry. I tell you, Hagrid muttered, his voice low and dangerous, if I'd gotten to Black first, I wouldn't have used a wand. I'd have torn him apart. You don't understand, Hagrid, Fudge said sharply. No one but trained hit wizards could have taken Black once he was cornered. I was there. I was one of the first on the scene. I'll never forget it. His voice dropped, haunted. A crater in the middle of the street, so deep it broke the sewer beneath, bodies everywhere, Muggles screaming, and Black, standing there, laughing, in front of him, all that remained of Pettigrew, just blood-stained robes and fragments. His voice trailed off. Around the table, there was nothing but the quiet sound of people blowing their noses. Well, there you have it, Rosmerta, said Cornelius Fudge heavily. Black was captured by 20 members of the Magical Law Enforcement Squad, and Peter Pettigrew was awarded the Order of Merlin First Class. A small comfort for his poor mother, I suppose. Black's been in Azkaban ever since. Madame Rosmerta sighed. Is it true he's mad, Minister? I wish I could say he was, Fudge replied slowly. I do think his master's fall unsettled him for a time. Killing Pettigrew and all those Muggles, that was the act of a desperate man. But when I visited Azkaban, he didn't seem mad at all. There was a pause. He spoke perfectly rationally. Fudge continued, his voice uneasy, calm, almost bored. Asked me if I'd finished with my newspaper. Said he missed doing crosswords. It was deeply unsettling. The Dementors barely seemed to affect him, and they were guarding him day and night. But why would he escape? Madame Rosmerta asked. Surely he's not trying to rejoin you-know-who.
I imagine that is his long-term goal, Fudge said vaguely, but we hope to catch him well before that. Still, you-know-who alone is one thing, but with his most loyal servant returned, he shuddered. I dread to think how quickly he might rise again. A glass was set down with a faint clink. You know, Cornelius, if you're dining with the headmaster, we should be heading back, said Minerva McGonagall.
Chairs scraped softly as the group stood. Cloaks swished into view, and Madame Rosmerta's sparkling heels clicked away behind the bar. A moment later, the door of the 3 broomsticks opened, letting in a gust of snow, and then they were gone. Silence. Harry, Ron and Hermione ducked down, their faces appearing beneath the table. Both of them stared at him, stunned, unsure what to say. Chapter 11. The Firebolt. Harry pushed his way through a knot of 6th years and spotted a sign hanging in the far corner of the shop. Unusual tastes. Beneath it stood Ron and Hermione, peering doubtfully at a tray of blood-flavored lollipops. Grinning, Harry crept up behind them.
Ugh, no! Harry wouldn't like those. They're probably meant for vampires, Hermione was saying. What about these? Ron added, thrusting a jar of cockroach clusters under her nose.
Absolutely not, Harry said. Ron nearly dropped the jar.
Harry, Hermione squealed, spinning around. What are you doing here? How did you even?
Blimey, Ron said, staring at him in awe. Don't tell me you've learned to apparate already.
Yeah, right, Harry muttered, lowering his voice so the nearby students wouldn't hear. He quickly explained about the Marauders' map.
Ron's expression shifted to outrage. Why didn't Fred and George ever give that to me? I'm their brother. But you're not keeping it, Harry, Hermione cut in firmly. You're handing it over to Professor McGonagall, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Are you serious? Ron said, gawking at her. Give up something that brilliant.
If you hand it in, you'll have to explain where you got it, Harry added. Filch would figure out Fred and George stole it. Hermione lowered her voice anxiously. But what about Sirius Black? He could be using one of those secret passages to get into the castle. The teachers need to know. He's not getting in that way, Harry said quickly. There are 7 tunnels. Filch already knows about 4. One's collapsed, another's blocked by the Whomping Willow, and the one I used is practically invisible unless you know it's there. He trailed off for a second, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. What if Black did know? Ron cleared his throat and pointed toward a notice pinned by the door. By order of the Ministry of Magic. Customers are reminded that until further notice, Dementors will patrol Hogsmeade streets every night after sundown. See, Ron said quietly. No way Black's sneaking around here with Dementors everywhere. And anyway, the shop owners live upstairs, they'd hear him. Hermione still looked uneasy. Even so, Harry shouldn't be here. He doesn't have permission, if anyone finds out. He'll be fine, Ron said, glancing at the swirling snow outside. Look at that. No one's spotting him in this. Come on, Hermione, it's Christmas. Harry deserves a break. Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn. You're not going to report me, are you? Harry asked with a grin.
Of course not. But honestly, Harry.
Have you seen the fizzing Whizbees? Ron interrupted, dragging him away toward a nearby barrel. And jelly slugs. And acid pops. Fred gave me one when I was 7, burned a hole straight through my tongue. Mum nearly knocked him out with her broomstick. Ron eyed the cockroach clusters thoughtfully. Reckon Fred would eat one if I told him they were peanuts. A fury unlike anything he had ever felt surged through Harry, spreading through him like a slow, burning poison. In his mind, he could see Sirius Black's face laughing, taunting superimposed over everything, As if the photograph from the album had been pasted inside his eyes, the images came unbidden, like a film he couldn't stop. Black raising his wand. Peter Pettigrew, small and helpless, vanishing in a violent burst. And beneath it all, a voice Harry had never truly heard, whispering eagerly, "It's done, my lord. The Potters trusted me." Then came the other sound, that terrible, high, cruel laughter, the same one that echoed in his head whenever the Dementors drew near. "Harry, you look awful." He hadn't slept until dawn. When he finally woke, the dormitory was empty. He dressed slowly and went downstairs. Finding the common room deserted except for Ron, who was chewing a peppermint toad and rubbing his stomach, and Hermione, surrounded by neatly arranged homework across several tables. "Where is everyone?" Harry asked. "They've gone, it's the holidays, remember?" Ron said, eyeing him carefully. "It's almost lunchtime. I was about to come wake you." Harry dropped into a chair by the fire. Snow drifted steadily past the windows. Crookshanks lay stretched in front of the hearth like a ginger rug, barely moving. "You really don't look well," Hermione said, studying him with concern. "I'm fine," Harry muttered. Hermione exchanged a glance with Ron before speaking again, more cautiously. "Harry, about what we heard yesterday? I know it's a lot, but you mustn't do anything reckless." "Like what?" Harry asked flatly. "Like going after Black," Ron said bluntly. Harry didn't answer. It was obvious they had already discussed this between themselves. "You're not going to—" "Are you?" Hermione pressed. "Black isn't worth dying for," Ron added. Harry looked at them both. They meant well, but they didn't understand. "Not really." "Do you know what happens when a Dementor gets close to me?" he said quietly. "I hear my mum. I hear her begging Voldemort not to kill me. If you heard your mum like that, you wouldn't forget it? Ever." His voice tightened. "And if you found out that someone she trusted betrayed her, handed her over to be killed?" "There's nothing you can do," Hermione said desperately. "The Dementors will find him. He'll be sent back to Azkaban, and he deserves it." Harry shook his head. "You heard what Fudge said. Azkaban doesn't affect him like it does everyone else. It's not a punishment for him." The fire crackled softly. But the warmth didn't reach him. Inside, the anger was still there, sharp, cold, and growing stronger. "So what are you saying?" Ron demanded, his voice tight. "You want to what, kill Black?"
"Don't be ridiculous," Hermione said quickly, though her voice trembled. "Harry wouldn't want to kill anyone. Would you, Harry?"
Harry didn't answer. The truth was, he didn't know what he wanted anymore. All he knew was that doing nothing while Black was still out there felt unbearable.
"Malfoy knows," he said suddenly. "Remember what he said in Potions. If it were me, I'd hunt him down myself. I'd want revenge."
Ron stared at him in disbelief. "You're actually going to listen to Malfoy instead of us," he snapped. "Do you even know what was left of Pettigrew after Black was done? My dad told me the biggest piece was a finger, just a finger. That's what his mum got back. Black's not just dangerous. Harry, he's completely mad." But Harry pressed on, ignoring him. Malfoy's father was one of Voldemort's followers. Of course he knew about Black.
"Say you know who," Ron cut in angrily.
So the Malfoys must have known Black was working for him, Harry finished.
"And Malfoy would love to see you blown to bits too," Ron shot back. "Use your head. He's just hoping you'll get yourself killed before he has to face you on the Quidditch pitch." "Harry, please," Hermione said, her eyes shining with tears now. "Be sensible." "Yes. Black did something terrible, but don't put yourself in danger. That's exactly what he'd want. You'd be walking straight into a trap. Your parents wouldn't want you to get hurt. They'd never want you to go after him."
Harry's jaw tightened. "I'll never know what they would have wanted," he said coldly, "because thanks to Black, I never got the chance to ask them." Silence fell. In front of the fire, Crookshanks stretched lazily, flexing his claws as if nothing in the world mattered. Ron shifted uncomfortably, clearly desperate to change the subject. Look, it's Christmas. Yeah, let's not sit here arguing. Why don't we go visit Hagrid? We haven't seen him in ages.
No, Hermione said at once. Harry's not supposed to leave the castle. Yeah, let's go, Harry interrupted, standing up abruptly. I'd like to ask him why he never mentioned black when he told me about my parents.
That clearly wasn't what Ron had intended.
Or we could stay here, he said hurriedly. Play chess. Percy left a set.
No, Harry said firmly. We're going to see Hagrid. So they fetched their cloaks and slipped out through the portrait hole, Sir Cadogan shouting after them to stand and fight as usual, then made their way through the quiet, echoing corridors and out the great oak doors. Outside, the cold hit them at once. Snow lay thick across the grounds, glittering under a pale sky. They trudged across the lawn, leaving a shallow trail behind them, their cloaks and socks quickly growing damp and freezing. The forbidden forest shimmered in the distance, every branch dusted with silver, and Hagrid's cabin looked like something from a storybook, its roof thick with snow. Ron knocked on the door. No answer.
He's not out, is he? Hermione said, shivering. Ron pressed his ear to the wood. There's a strange noise. Listen, is that Fang?
Harry and Hermione leaned in as well. From inside came a low, uneven sound, deep, throbbing moans that didn't sound quite like a dog at all. Maybe we should go get a teacher, Ron said uneasily.
Hagrid, Harry shouted, pounding on the door. Hagrid, are you in there?
Heavy footsteps thudded from inside, and then the door creaked open. Hagrid stood in the doorway, his eyes swollen and red, tears streaming down his face and soaking into his leather vest. "You've heard," he roared, and before Harry could react, Hagrid threw his arms around him. Being hugged by Hagrid was no small matter, nearly crushed under the weight. Harry staggered backward, but Ron and Hermione quickly grabbed Hagrid and managed to guide him back into the cabin. He collapsed into a chair and bent over the table, sobbing loudly, his beard already dripping with tears.
Hagrid, what's happened? Hermione asked, horrified.
Harry noticed a letter lying open on the table.
What's this?
Hagrid only sobbed harder but pushed the letter toward him. Harry picked it up and began to read aloud. Dear Mr. Hagrid, further to our inquiry into the incident involving a hippogriff and a student in your class, we accept Professor Dumbledore's assurance that you were not at fault.
Oh.
Well, that's good news, Ron said, patting Hagrid's shoulder. But Hagrid waved a huge hand, urging Harry to keep reading. However, we must express concern regarding the hippogriff involved. We have decided to support the formal complaint made by Mr. Lucius Malfoy. The case will be reviewed by the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. A hearing is scheduled for April 20th in London. You and the hippogriff must attend. Until then, the creature must remain restrained and isolated. A list of school governors followed beneath.
Oh, Ron said slowly, but Buckbeak's not dangerous, right? I'm sure it'll be fine.
You don't know that lot, Hagrid choked, wiping his face with his sleeve. They've always had it in for creatures like him, anything unusual. They want it gone. Suddenly, a wet, crunching sound came from the corner of the cabin.
Harry, Ron and Hermione spun around.
There, in the shadows, Buckbeak the hippogriff lay on the floor, calmly tearing into a slab of raw meat, blood dripping across the wooden boards. I couldn't just leave him tied up outside in the snow. Hagrid choked, all alone, at Christmas. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances. They had never quite agreed with Hagrid's idea of what counted as an interesting creature. Most people would have called them downright dangerous. Still, compared to some of Hagrid's favourites, Buckbeak seemed almost gentle. You just need to build a strong case. Hagrid, Hermione said gently, sitting beside him and placing a hand on his huge arm. I'm sure you can prove Buckbeak isn't dangerous.
It won't matter, Hagrid wailed. That committee, they're all in Lucius Malfoy's pocket, terrified of him. And if I lose, Buckbeak.
He dragged a finger across his throat and let out another anguished sob, collapsing forward with his face in his arms. What about Albus Dumbledore? Harry asked. He's done more than enough for me, Hagrid groaned. Got too much to deal with already, keeping them Dementors away from the castle, and Sirius Black on the loose. Ron and Hermione both glanced quickly at Harry, as if expecting him to snap about the truth Hagrid had never told him. But Harry held it back. Not now, not when Hagrid looked this shaken.
Listen, Hagrid, he said instead. You can't just give up. Hermione's right, you need a proper defence. You can call us as witnesses.
I think I've read about a case where a hippogriff was provoked and got off, Hermione added thoughtfully. I'll find it for you. There must be something we can use.
Hagrid only cried harder.
Harry and Hermione turned to Ron helplessly. Want me to make some tea? Ron offered. Harry blinked at him. It's what my mum does, Ron muttered with a shrug. Eventually, after a lot of reassurance and with a steaming mug of tea in his hands, Hagrid blew his nose loudly into a handkerchief the size of a blanket. Yeah, right, he sniffed. Can't fall apart like this. Gotta pull myself together. Fang crept out from under the table and rested his head on Hagrid's knee. Hagrid stroked him absent-mindedly.
I ain't been myself lately, he admitted. Worried about Buckbeak, and nobody likes me classes. We do, Hermione said quickly. Yeah, they're brilliant, Ron added, crossing his fingers out of sight. How are the flobberworms?
Dead, Hagrid said gloomily. Too much lettuce.
Oh, right, Ron said, trying not to laugh. And them Dementors? Hagrid shuddered. They make me feel awful. Got to walk past them every time I go for a drink at the Three Broomsticks. Feels like being back in Azkaban.
He fell quiet, staring into his tea. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged uneasy looks. None of them had ever heard Hagrid talk about his time there before.
After a moment, Hermione asked softly, was it really that bad? In Azkaban? You've no idea, Hagrid said in a low, heavy voice. There's nowhere else like it. I thought I was losing me mind, kept reliving the worst moments over and over the day I got expelled from Hogwarts, the day me dad died, the day I had to give Norbert away.
His eyes filled again at the memory of the little dragon.
After a while, you don't even remember who ye are. You stop caring about living. I used to hope I'd just not wake up. Then when they let me out, it was like being born again. Everything came rushing back. Best feeling I ever had. Though the Dementors didn't like letting me go. But you were innocent, Hermione protested.
Hagrid gave a hollow snort. Think they care? Long as they've got people there to feed on, they don't give a damn who's guilty. He fell silent, staring into his tea, then spoke again, more quietly. I even thought about letting Buckbeak go, set him free. But how do you explain hiding to a hippogriff? And I'm scared of breaking the law. He looked up at them, his face wet with tears. I don't ever want to go back. The visit wasn't cheerful, but it changed something. Harry still hadn't forgotten about Sirius Black, not even close, but he couldn't sit and stew on revenge while Hagrid needed help. The very next day, Ron and Hermione went to the library and returned to the common room carrying piles of heavy books. They settled by the fire, flipping through dusty pages filled with accounts of dangerous magical creatures and old legal cases.
Here, this one's from 1722, Hermione said, frowning. But the hippogriff lost the case. Oh, that's horrible, look what they did to it.
Ron grimaced as he skimmed another page. Here's one: a manticore attacked someone in 1296, and they let it go. Wait, that's only because no one dared go near it. They kept searching, determined to find something, anything, that might help Buckbeak. Elsewhere in the castle, Christmas had arrived in full splendor, even if most of the students had gone home. Holly and mistletoe hung thick along the corridors. Suits of armor glowed with enchanted lights. And in the great hall, a dozen towering Christmas trees shimmered with golden stars. The smell of festive food drifted through every passage. By Christmas Eve, it was so rich and inviting that even Scabbers poked his head out of Ron's pocket, twitching his nose hopefully at the air. Harry was yanked out of sleep on Christmas morning by Ron lobbing a pillow straight at his head.
Oi, wake up, presents.
Still groggy, Harry fumbled for his glasses and blinked toward the foot of his bed. A small pile of wrapped gifts had magically appeared there. Beside him, Ron was already tearing into his own presents with enthusiasm.
Another jumper from Mum. Maroon again. Check yours.
Sure enough, Harry had one too, but his was bright scarlet, with a Gryffindor lion stitched proudly across the front. Alongside it came a generous bundle of homemade treats, mince pies, Christmas cake, and crunchy nut brittle. As he shifted everything aside, something long and narrow caught his eye beneath the pile. "What's that?" Ron asked, leaning over, clutching a pair of newly unwrapped socks.
No idea.
Harry tore open the wrapping and froze. A sleek, dazzling broomstick slid out onto his bed, gleaming even in the dim light. Ron dropped everything and scrambled closer, staring as if he'd just seen magic for the first time.
No way, he breathed.
It was a firebolt, the very same top-tier broom Harry had admired endlessly in Diagon Alley. The polished handle shimmered as Harry picked it up. It hummed faintly in his hands, almost alive. When he let go, it hovered perfectly in mid-air, steady and ready, as though waiting for him to mount it. His gaze traced every detail from the golden registration number to the flawlessly crafted birch twigs forming the tail.
Who sent you this? Ron whispered, awestruck.
Check if there's a note. Ron ripped through the remaining packaging. Nothing.
No card. Blimey, who'd spend that kind of money on you?
Harry shook his head, still stunned. Definitely not the Dursleys. Ron began circling the broom, unable to take his eyes off it. Bet it was Dumbledore. He sent you the invisibility cloak without saying anything, didn't he? Yeah, but that belonged to my dad, Harry replied. He was just returning it. This is different. No way he'd spend hundreds of galleons on a student.
Exactly why he wouldn't admit it, Ron shot back. Imagine Malfoy finding out. He'd scream favoritism. Oh, just wait till Malfoy sees you riding this.
Ron burst out laughing at the thought, nearly falling onto the bed. This is world-class Harry, absolute top level. Harry ran his hand along the firebolt again, still trying to process it. Who would... Ron suddenly snapped his fingers. I've got it, Professor Lupin. Harry let out a short laugh. Lupin? Come on, if he had that kind of money, he'd at least buy himself some decent robes first. Yeah, but he likes you, Ron insisted, and he wasn't around when your Nimbus got wrecked. Maybe he heard about it later, popped into Diagon Alley, and picked this up for you.
What do you mean he wasn't around? Harry cut in. He was sick during that match.
Well, he wasn't in the hospital wing, Ron replied. I'd know I was there scrubbing bedpans for Snape, remember? Harry frowned, unconvinced. I still don't see how Lupin could afford something like this. Just then, Hermione walked in, wrapped in her dressing gown, carrying Crookshanks, who looked thoroughly unimpressed, a piece of tinsel dangling awkwardly around his neck. Don't bring that thing in here, Ron yelped, quickly scooping up Scabbers and stuffing him into his pajama pocket. Hermione ignored him completely. She set Crookshanks down on Seamus's empty bed and then froze, staring at the firebolt in amazement.
Harry, who gave you that? No clue, Harry said. There wasn't a note or anything.
To his surprise, Hermione didn't look excited. Instead, her expression tightened with concern.
What's wrong with you? Ron asked.
I don't know, she said slowly, eyeing the broom. It just feels strange. I mean, this is a really good broom, isn't it? Ron let out a dramatic sigh. It's the best broom in existence, Hermione. Which means it must have cost a fortune. Probably more than all the Slytherin's brooms combined, Ron said, clearly delighted by that thought. Hermione crossed her arms. Exactly. So who would send Harry something that expensive and not even say who it's from?
Who cares? Ron shot back. Harry, can I try it just once? I don't think anyone should ride that broom yet, Hermione snapped.
Harry and Ron both stared at her. What do you think he's going to do, use it to sweep the floor? Ron retorted. Before Hermione could reply, Crookshanks suddenly launched himself off the bed straight at Ron.
Get him out of here! Ron roared as the cat's claws shredded his pajamas. Scabbers bolted for freedom, scrambling up Ron's shoulder. Ron grabbed him by the tail and lashed out wildly at Crookshanks, but missed and kicked Harry's trunk instead. It toppled over with a crash, and Ron hopped around in agony, clutching his foot.
Crookshanks froze, fur bristling. Then a sharp, piercing whistle filled the room. From the pile of spilled belongings, the pocket sneaker-scope had burst free of Uncle Vernon's old socks. It spun wildly across the floor, glowing and shrieking.
Oh, right, that thing, Harry said, bending down to pick it up. I forgot it was in there. I never wear those socks if I can help it.
The sneaker-scope continued to whirl and whistle in his hand, while Crookshanks hissed furiously at it, tail puffed up like a bottle brush. You'd better take that cat out of here. Hermione! Ron snapped, sitting on Harry's bed and clutching his injured toe. And can't you shut that thing up? He added, glaring at Harry as Hermione stormed out. Crookshanks still shooting Ron a venomous look over her shoulder. Harry shoved the sneaker-scope back into Uncle Vernon's old socks and tossed it into his trunk. The room fell quiet again apart from Ron's muttered groans of pain and frustration. Scabbers trembled in Ron's hands. Harry hadn't seen him properly in a while, and the sight was unsettling. The rat, once plump, now looked gaunt and patchy, with tufts of fur missing. He doesn't look great, Harry said cautiously. It's stress, Ron shot back. He'd be fine if that oversized furball stopped trying to eat him. But Harry couldn't help recalling what the witch at the magical menagerie had said, that rats usually only lived about 3 years. Unless Scabbers had some hidden magic, it seemed like his time might be running out. And even though Ron often complained about him, Harry knew losing Scabbers would hit him harder than he let on. The Christmas mood in the Gryffindor common room that morning was practically non-existent. Hermione had locked Crookshanks in her dormitory, but was still furious at Ron for kicking at him. Ron, in turn, was still seething over the attack on Scabbers. After several failed attempts to get them to talk to each other, Harry gave up and focused on inspecting the firebolt, which he had brought downstairs, for some reason. That irritated Hermione too. She didn't say anything, but her dark looks toward the brooms suggested she didn't trust it any more than Crookshanks trusted Ron. At lunchtime, they headed to the Great Hall and found it rearranged for the holidays. The usual house tables had been pushed aside, replaced by a single, long table set for a small group. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick were already seated, along with Filch, who had traded his usual coat for a shabby, moth-eaten tailcoat. Only 3 other students were present, 2 nervous-looking first years and a gloomy Slytherin 5th year. "Merry Christmas," boomed Dumbledore as they approached. With so few of us, it seemed rather pointless to sit separately come along. Sit down.
Harry, Ron and Hermione took seats together at the end of the table.
Crackers, Dumbledore announced cheerfully, offering one end of a large silver cracker to Snape. Snape accepted it with clear reluctance. They pulled.
Bang!
The cracker exploded like a gunshot, revealing a tall, pointed witch's hat topped with a stuffed vulture. Harry caught Ron's eye, both of them remembering the boggart incident, and they grinned. Snape, however, looked thoroughly displeased and pushed the hat toward Dumbledore, who happily swapped it for his own.
Eat up! Dumbledore urged, beaming.
Harry had just started serving himself roast potatoes when the great hall doors swung open again. Professor Trelawney drifted in, moving as though she were floating. She wore a shimmering green dress covered in sequins, giving her the appearance of an enormous, glittering dragonfly. "Sybil, what a delightful surprise," said Dumbledore, rising to greet her. "I have been crystal gazing, Headmaster," said Professor Trelawney, in her usual dreamy, distant tone. "And to my great surprise, I foresaw myself leaving my lonely lunch and joining you here. Who am I to ignore destiny? I came at once. Please forgive my lateness." Of course," said Dumbledore warmly, his eyes sparkling. "Let me get you a chair." With a flick of his wand, a chair soared through the air, spun briefly, and dropped neatly between Professors Snape and McGonagall. But Professor Trelawney didn't sit. Her wide eyes scanned the table, and suddenly she gave a soft cry. "I cannot, Headmaster. If I sit, there will be 13 of us, a most ill-omened number. Never forget when 13 dine together. The first to rise will be the first to die." "We'll take that risk, Sybil," said Professor McGonagall briskly. "Do sit down. The food is getting cold." After a moment's hesitation, Trelawney lowered herself into the chair, eyes squeezed shut, as though bracing for disaster. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall reached for a dish nearby. "Try, Sybil." Trelawney ignored her completely. Opening her eyes again, she looked around the table. "But where is dear Professor Lupin?" "I'm afraid he is unwell again," said Dumbledore, gesturing for everyone to begin eating. "Most unfortunate, especially today." "But surely you already knew that, Sybil?" McGonagall asked, raising an eyebrow. Trelawney fixed her with a chilly stare. "Naturally I knew, Minerva, but one mustn't flaunt one's gifts. I often pretend not to possess the inner eye, to spare others discomfort." "That explains quite a lot," McGonagall replied dryly. Trelawney's tone sharpened slightly. "If you must know, I have foreseen that Professor Lupin's time among us is limited. He himself seems aware of it. He practically fled when I offered to read his future." "Curious," said McGonagall flatly.
"I doubt," Dumbledore interrupted gently but firmly, "that Professor Lupin is in any immediate danger. Severus, you've prepared his potion again."
"Yes, Headmaster," said Snape.
"Excellent," said Dumbledore. "Then he should recover soon enough. Derek, have you tried the chipolatas? They're quite good."
The nervous first year flushed bright red at being addressed and quickly reached for the sausages. For the rest of the meal, Professor Trelawney behaved almost normally, but as Christmas dinner drew to a close after 2 hours of feasting, Harry and Ron stood up from the table, still wearing their paper hats. Immediately, Trelawney let out a sharp cry.
"My dears, which of you stood first? Which one?" No idea," said Ron, glancing uneasily at Harry. "I hardly think it matters," said Professor McGonagall coolly, "unless someone with an axe is waiting outside to strike down the first person through the door."
Ron couldn't help laughing. Trelawney looked deeply offended. "Coming?" Harry asked Hermione.
"No," she said quietly. "I need to speak to Professor McGonagall for a moment, probably trying to squeeze in a few more classes." Ron muttered sleepily as they headed into the entrance hall, which, notably, contained 0 mad axemen.
When they reached the portrait hole, they found Sir Cadogan in the middle of a loud Christmas celebration with a couple of monks, several former Hogwarts headmasters, and his plump little pony. He lifted his visor and raised a tankard toward them.
Merry Hick Christmas, password. Scurvy cur, said Ron. And the same to you, Sir Cadogan bellowed, swinging the portrait open.
Harry went straight up to the dormitory, grabbed his firebolt and the broomstick servicing kit Hermione had given him for his birthday, then brought both back down to the common room. He tried to find anything to do with the broom, but it was flawless. No twigs needed trimming, and the handle already gleamed like polished gold. In the end, he and Ron simply sat there, admiring it from every possible angle. Then the portrait hole opened again. Hermione climbed in, followed by Professor McGonagall. Both Harry and Ron froze, still holding the firebolt. McGonagall rarely entered the Gryffindor common room, and when she did, it usually meant something serious. Hermione quickly moved past them, sat down, grabbed a nearby book, and buried her face in it. So this is it. Then, Professor McGonagall said sharply, stepping closer to the fire and fixing her gaze on the broom. Miss Granger has informed me that you've received a broomstick. Potter. Harry and Ron turned slowly to look at Hermione. The top of her face, visible above the book she was pretending to read, was bright red. The book, Harry noticed, was upside down. "May I?" McGonagall asked, but didn't wait. She took the firebolt and inspected it thoroughly, from handle to tail. And there was no note, no card, no message at all.
No, Harry said. I see, she murmured. Then, briskly, I'm afraid I'll have to take this. Potter. What? Harry jumped to his feet. Why?
It must be examined for jinxes, McGonagall replied calmly. I'm not an expert, but Madam Hooch and Professor Flitwick can dismantle it if necessary. Dismantle it, Ron repeated, horrified. Shouldn't take long, she continued. Few weeks at most. You'll get it back once we're certain it's safe.
There's nothing wrong with it, Harry protested, his voice unsteady. Honestly, Professor.
You can't be sure of that, McGonagall said, not unkindly. Not until you've flown it, and that's out of the question, until we know it hasn't been tampered with. I'll keep you informed. With that, she turned and swept out through the portrait hole, firebolt in hand. The entrance closed behind her. Harry stood there, stunned, still gripping his tin of polish. Ron, however, spun around furiously to face Hermione. What did you go tell McGonagall for? Hermione dropped her book. Her cheeks were still flushed, but she stood her ground. Because I think, and Professor McGonagall agrees, that Broom was probably sent to Harry by Sirius Black. Chapter 12. The Patronus. Harry understood that Hermione had acted with good intentions, yet that knowledge did little to calm his frustration. For a fleeting moment, he had possessed the finest broom imaginable, only to lose it just as quickly. Now, thanks to Hermione, he had no idea if he would ever get it back. In his mind, the firebolt had been perfectly safe, but he couldn't help worrying about what condition it might be in after undergoing countless precautionary inspections and spell checks.
Ron, meanwhile, was no less outraged. To him, taking apart a brand new firebolt bordered on outright vandalism. Hermione, however, stood firmly by her decision, convinced she had done the responsible thing. Tension lingered between them, and before long, she began keeping her distance from the common room altogether. Harry and Ron guessed she had retreated to the library and made no effort to bring her back. In truth, they were relieved when the holiday break ended and the rest of the students returned, filling Gryffindor Tower with its usual noise and activity.
On the evening before classes resumed, Oliver Wood tracked Harry down. "Enjoy your Christmas?" he asked briskly, though he didn't wait for a reply. Instead, he leaned in, lowering his voice. I've been thinking a lot over the holidays about the last match, especially. If those Dementors show up again, well, we can't risk you, he trailed off, clearly uncomfortable finishing the thought.
I'm already dealing with it, Harry cut in quickly. Professor Lupin's agreed to help me learn how to defend myself against them. We're starting. Soon he said he'd have time after Christmas. Wood's tense expression eased. Right, that's good. That's very good. I'd hate to lose you as Seeker, Harry. So have you arranged for a new broom yet? Harry shook his head. What? You need to hurry. You can't possibly face Ravenclaw and that old shooting star.
He actually got a firebolt for Christmas, Ron added. Wood froze. A firebolt? You're serious? An actual firebolt? Don't get too excited, Harry said flatly. It's gone, confiscated. He went on to explain how the broom had been taken away for examination, in case it had been tampered with. Tampered with? Why would anyone do that? Sirius Black, Harry replied, tiredly. They think he might be trying to get to me. Professor McGonagall believes he could have sent it. Wood barely reacted to the mention of a notorious fugitive targeting his Seeker. Instead, he frowned in disbelief. That makes no sense. Black's a wanted man. He couldn't just walk into a shop and buy a firebolt. The entire country is searching for him. I know, Harry said, but McGonagall still insists on dismantling it to be sure. Wood's face drained of colour.
I'll speak to her, he said firmly. I'll convince her she's overreacting. A firebolt, an actual firebolt on our team. She wants us to win just as much as we do. I'll make her understand. A firebolt.
Classes resumed the following day. Hardly anyone was enthusiastic about trudging outside for a double lesson in the bitter chill of January. Yet Hagrid had prepared something that lifted their spirits. A roaring fire crackled at the centre of the grounds, alive with salamanders that thrived in the heat. The lesson turned out far more enjoyable than expected, as students gathered twigs and brittle leaves to keep the flames alive while the fiery creatures darted energetically across the glowing, collapsing logs. The first divination class of the term, however, proved far less pleasant. Professor Trelawney had moved on to reading palms, and she wasted no time alarming Harry by declaring that his lifeline was the shortest she had ever encountered. What Harry truly looked forward to was defense against the dark arts. After speaking with Wood, he was eager to begin learning how to defend himself against Dementors without delay.
Oh yes, Lupin said thoughtfully when Harry reminded him after class. Let's see. Thursday evening. Perhaps, 8 o'clock. The History of Magic classroom should give us enough space. I'll need to plan this carefully. We obviously can't bring an actual Dementor into the castle for practice. He still looks unwell, doesn't he? Ron remarked later, as they made their way toward dinner. What do you think's wrong with him?
Behind them came a sharp, disapproving noise. Hermione was there, crouched beside a suit of armour, struggling to close her overstuffed bag. And what was that for? Ron demanded, clearly annoyed. Nothing at all, Hermione replied coolly, slinging the heavy bag onto her shoulder. You did? Ron insisted. I only said I wondered what was wrong with Lupin. And you, isn't it perfectly obvious? Hermione interrupted, wearing an infuriatingly superior expression. Well, if you're not going to explain, then don't bother, Ron shot back. Fine, she said stiffly, and swept away down the corridor. She hasn't got a clue, Ron muttered, watching her leave. She just wants us to start talking to her again. On Thursday evening at 8, Harry made his way from Gryffindor Tower to the History of Magic classroom. The room was deserted and dim, so he lit the lamps himself and waited. After a few minutes, Professor Lupin arrived, carrying a large wooden crate, which he set down heavily on Professor Binns's desk. What's inside? Harry asked. A boggart, Lupin replied, removing his cloak. I've been searching the castle since Tuesday and finally found this one hiding in Filch's filing cabinet. It's the closest thing we have to a Dementor. When it faces you, it will take that form, giving us something to practice against. When we're done, I'll keep it in my office. There's a cupboard under my desk that should suit it nicely." "Right," Harry said, doing his best to sound calm, though a flicker of unease lingered beneath his voice. Still, he was relieved that Lupin had managed to find a substitute, even if it wasn't the real thing. So, Professor Lupin drew his wand and gave a small nod for Harry to do the same. "What I'm about to show you is quite difficult magic far beyond your current level. It's known as the Patronus Charm." Harry swallowed. "What exactly does it do?" "If performed properly," Lupin explained, "it produces a Patronus, a kind of Zashitnik against Dementors. Think of it as a shield, something that stands between you and them." For a moment, Harry imagined hiding behind an enormous, Hagrid-like figure wielding a weapon. Lupin continued calmly. "A Patronus is formed from positive energy, everything a Dementor seeks to drain away. Hope, joy, the instinct to go on living. Because it doesn't feel despair, Dementors cannot affect it. Still, I should warn you, this spell is not easy. Even experienced witches and wizards struggle with it." "What does it look like?" Harry asked. "That depends. Each Patronus is different. It reflects the individual who conjures it. And how do I make one? You'll need to speak the incantation, but more importantly, you must focus completely on a powerful, happy memory." Harry searched his mind. Nothing from the Dursleys' house would work. At last, he fixed on the memory of his first time flying a rush of freedom and exhilaration. "Okay," he said quietly, holding on to that feeling. "The words are," these Lupin paused, "Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum," Harry murmured, repeating it to himself. "Keep your thoughts locked on that memory," Lupin reminded him. "Right, yeah," Harry said, dragging his focus back to the sensation of soaring through the air. Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum. A faint burst of light shot from his wand, just a thin strand of shimmering silver mist. "Did you see that?" Harry said, a spark of excitement breaking through. "It did something." "Well done," Lupin said warmly. "Now shall we test it against something closer to the real thing?" Harry tightened his grip on his wand and stepped forward into the center of the empty classroom. He tried to cling to the memory of flying, but another thought kept creeping in. He might hear her again, his mother's voice. He shouldn't want that, should he? Lupin lifted the lid of the large crate. From within, a Dementor began to rise, its shadowy, hooded form turning toward Harry. One decayed hand clutched at its robes. Instantly, the room darkened, the lamps flickered, then died. The creature drifted closer, its breath rattling as it inhaled deeply. A biting cold swept through Harry's body. "Expecto Patronum," he shouted. "Expecto Patronum, Expecto!" But everything was slipping away. The classroom faded, the Dementor dissolving into nothing. Harry felt himself falling, sinking into a thick, swirling whiteness. And then he heard it again, clearer than ever. "Not Harry. Please take me instead. Move aside, Harry." He jolted awake. He was lying flat on the floor, staring up at the ceiling. The lamps burned steadily once more. He didn't need anyone to explain what had happened. "Sorry," Harry murmured as he pushed himself upright, a cold sheen of sweat running down his face beneath his glasses. "Are you okay?" Lupin asked, watching him closely.
"I think so." Harry steadied himself against a nearby desk, gripping its edge.
"Here," Lupin said, offering him a chocolate frog. "Eat this before we attempt it again. I didn't expect success on your first try, honestly. It would have been remarkable if you had managed it."
"It's worse now," Harry said quietly, biting into the chocolate. I could hear her more clearly this time, and him too. Lord Voldemort.
Lupin's face seemed even more drawn than usual. Harry, if you'd rather stop, I completely understand.
No, Harry cut in sharply. Finishing the chocolate frog in a hurry, I need to keep going. What if the Dementors show up during our match with Ravenclaw? I can't risk blacking out again. If we lose that match, the cup's gone.
Very well, Lupin said after a moment. Then perhaps choose a different memory, something happier. The last one didn't seem strong enough. Harry searched his thoughts again and settled on the moment Gryffindor had won the house championship the previous year. That had been pure triumph. He tightened his grip on his wand and stepped back into position in the center of the room. "Ready?" Lupin asked, his hand resting on the crate. "Ready?" Harry replied, forcing his mind to stay on that moment of victory instead of what he knew was about to emerge. "Go," Lupin said, lifting the lid.
Instantly, the warmth drained from the room. Darkness crept in as the Dementor floated forward, its ragged hand stretching toward Harry, its breath rattling in the silence. "Expecto Patronum," Harry shouted. "Expecto Patronum, expecto pa."
The world dissolved again. A thick, pale mist swallowed everything. Shapes shifted around him, unclear and distant. Then a voice broke through, different this time, urgent and filled with fear.
"Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Run. I'll hold him off."
Footsteps stumbling, a door crashing open, and then that terrible, high, cold laughter.
Harry, wake up!"
Lupin's voice cut through as he tapped Harry firmly on the cheek. It took a few moments before Harry fully realized where he was, lying on the dusty classroom floor once more.
"I heard my dad," Harry said faintly. "I've never heard him before. He tried to stand against Lord Voldemort to give my mum time to escape."
Only then did Harry notice the tears on his face, mixing with the sweat. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to fix his shoelace as he wiped them away, hoping Lupin wouldn't notice. "You heard, James?" Lupin said, his voice oddly strained. "Yeah." Harry wiped his face and looked up again. "Wait, you knew him?" "My dad? I mean—"
"I did," Lupin replied after a slight pause. "We were at school together, close friends, actually. Listen, Harry, perhaps we should stop for tonight. This spell is far beyond your level. I shouldn't have pushed you this hard." "No," Harry said quickly, already getting back to his feet. "I want to try again, just once more. I think I see the problem. I'm not focusing on a strong enough memory. Give me a second."
He searched through his thoughts, determined to find something brighter, something powerful enough to hold back the darkness. Then it came to him, the moment he had learned he was a wizard, the instant he realized he would leave the Dursleys behind and go to Hogwarts. That feeling of escape, of belonging, it had been pure joy. Clinging tightly to that memory, Harry stood straight and faced the crate again.
"Ready?" Lupin asked, though his expression suggested hesitation. "Make sure you're concentrating. All right, go."
He lifted the lid once more, the Dementor rose, and immediately the room sank into freezing darkness.
"Expecto Patronum," Harry shouted. "Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum."
The voices returned inside his head, distorted this time, fading in and out like a broken signal, but he didn't lose sight of the Dementor. It had stopped moving. Then, from the tip of his wand, something burst forth, a large, shimmering silver shape that positioned itself between him and the creature. Harry's legs trembled violently, barely able to support him, but he remained standing, just.
"Ridiculous!" Lupin shouted, rushing forward.
A sharp crack split the air, the silvery form vanished, and so did the Dementor. Harry collapsed into a nearby chair, breathing hard, his body drained as though he had run endlessly, his legs shook uncontrollably. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lupin guiding the boggart back into the crate, where it shrank once more into a small, glowing sphere. "Brilliant," Lupin said, coming over to him. That was real progress. Harry, an excellent start.
Can I try again? Harry asked at once. Just one more time.
"Not tonight," Lupin said firmly. "You've done more than enough." He reached into his pocket and handed over a large bar of Honeyduke's chocolate. "Finish that, or Madame Pomfrey will have something to say to me. Same time next week."
All right, Harry agreed, taking a bite as Lupin moved around the room, putting out the lamps that had flickered back to life.
As the darkness settled, a thought struck him. "Professor Lupin," he said, "if you knew my dad, then you must have known Sirius Black too, right?" Lupin turned sharply, his reaction immediate. "What makes you think that?" he asked, his tone suddenly tense. "Nothing really," Harry said quickly. "I just thought, since they were all at Hogwarts together." Lupin's expression eased again, the tension slipping away as quickly as it had appeared. "Yes, I knew him," Lupin said curtly. "Or at least, I believed I did. You should head back now. Harry, it's late." Harry left the classroom, his footsteps echoing softly along the corridor. After turning a corner, he slipped behind a suit of armor and sat down on its stone base, finishing the last of his chocolate. He wished he hadn't brought up Black. It was clear Lupin had no desire to discuss him. Before long, his thoughts drifted elsewhere to his parents. Despite the chocolate, he felt hollow and exhausted. Hearing those fragments of their final moments had shaken him. Yet they were also the only times he had heard their voices since he was very young. Still, he knew the truth if part of him wanted to hear them again. He would never manage a proper Patronus. "They're gone," he told himself firmly. "They're gone, and replaying their voices won't change that. Pull yourself together, especially if you want to win the Quidditch Cup." With that, he stood, swallowed the last bite of chocolate, and made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower. A week into the new term, Ravenclaw faced Slytherin, and Slytherin scraped a narrow victory. According to Wood, this outcome actually worked in Gryffindor's favor. If they defeated Ravenclaw, they could still claim second place. Determined not to miss the opportunity, he increased training sessions to 5 times a week. Between those exhausting practices and Lupin's Dementor defense lessons, which were somehow even more draining, Harry found himself with only one free evening to complete all his assignments. Even so, he seemed to handle the pressure far better than Hermione. She, on the other hand, looked as though she was reaching her limit, night after night. She occupied the same corner of the common room, surrounded by towers of books and parchment arithmancy calculations, rune references, diagrams of Muggle mechanics, and pages upon pages of detailed notes. She spoke to almost no one, and any interruption was met with sharp irritation.
"How does she manage it?" Ron muttered one evening, while Harry struggled through a particularly unpleasant essay on undetectable poisons for Snape. Harry glanced up. Hermione was barely visible behind a teetering wall of books. "Manage what?" he asked.
"Getting to all her classes," Ron said. "I heard her talking to Professor Vector this morning about yesterday's arithmancy lesson, but she couldn't have been there. She was with us in care of magical creatures. And Ernie Macmillan told me she's never missed Muggle studies either, but half those lessons clash with divination, and she's never skipped that one." Harry didn't have the luxury of puzzling over Hermione's baffling timetable just then. Snape's essay demanded his full attention. He had barely returned to it when he was interrupted once more, this time by Wood. "Got some bad news. Harry, I spoke to Professor McGonagall about the firebolt." Wood grimaced. "Didn't go well. She got rather heated, said my priorities were all wrong. Apparently, she thinks I care more about winning the cup than about you not getting killed, all because I mentioned I wouldn't mind if it threw you off as long as you caught the snitch first." He shook his head, still stunned. "Honestly, the way she reacted, you'd think I'd said something outrageous. Then I asked how long she planned to keep it. He straightened, mimicking her sharp tone. As long as necessary. Wood. Wood sighed. You might want to think about ordering another broom. There's a form in which broomstick. You could get a Nimbus 2001 same as Malfoy's. I'm not buying anything Malfoy approves of, Harry replied shortly. The weeks slipped by, January blending into February, without any relief from the freezing weather. The Ravenclaw match crept closer. Yet Harry still hadn't replaced his broom. Instead, he made a habit of asking Professor McGonagall about the firebolt after every transfiguration lesson. Ron would linger beside him, hopeful, while Hermione hurried past without even looking their way.
No, Potter, you still cannot have it back, Professor McGonagall said the 12th time, cutting him off before he could even speak. We've ruled out most standard curses, but Professor Flitwick suspects a possible hurling hex. You will be informed when the examination is complete, and kindly stop pestering me.
As if that weren't enough. Harry's progress with the Patronus charm remained frustratingly slow. After several sessions, he could summon a faint, silvery shape whenever the boggart transformed, but it lacked strength. It hovered weakly, like a thin mist, doing nothing to repel the Dementor, while draining Harry's energy just to maintain it. He grew increasingly irritated with himself and quietly ashamed of the part of him that still longed to hear his parents' voices. "You're being far too hard on yourself," Professor Lupin told him firmly during their 4th week of practice. "For someone your age, producing even a partial Patronus is an extraordinary achievement. You're no longer collapsing, are you?" "I thought it would actually drive them off," Harry said, discouraged, like charge at them or something, make them disappear. "A fully formed Patronus can do exactly that," Lupin replied. "But you've come remarkably far in a short time. If Dementors appear during your next Quidditch match, you should be able to hold them off long enough to get yourself safely back down." "But you said it's harder when there are lots of them," Harry pointed out. Lupin gave him a reassuring smile. "I trust you'll manage. Now how about something to drink? I've brought a little treat from the 3 broomsticks. I doubt you've tried it before." He reached into his case and produced 2 bottles. "Butterbeer?" Harry blurted out instinctively. "I've had that, it's great." Lupin's eyebrow lifted slightly.
"Oh, Ron and Hermione brought some back for me from Hogsmeade," Harry added quickly. "I see," Lupin said, though a trace of doubt lingered on his face. "Well then, let's toast to Gryffindor beating Ravenclaw. Not that I meant to show favoritism," he added hurriedly.
They drank quietly for a while. Then Harry spoke again, voicing a question that had been on his mind. "What's actually under a Dementor's hood?" Lupin lowered his bottle, considering. "That's something very few can answer," he said slowly. "Anyone who has seen it clearly isn't in a state to describe it afterward. A Dementor only reveals what's beneath when it uses its most terrible weapon."
"And that is—" "It's known as the Dementor's Kiss," Lupin said, his expression tightening. "It's reserved for those they intend to destroy completely. There must be some sort of mouth beneath the hood, because they seize their victim and draw out the soul."
Harry choked slightly on his drink. "You mean they kill them?"
"No," Lupin said quietly. "It's worse than death. A person can go on living without a soul. Their body still functions, but everything that makes them who they are is gone. No memories, no identity, no awareness. There's no recovery from it. They remain alive but empty, and the soul is lost forever."
He took another sip before continuing. "That's what awaits Sirius Black. It was reported in the Daily Prophet this morning. The Ministry has authorized the Dementors to administer the kiss if they capture him." Harry sat in silence, shaken by the image of such a fate. Then, thinking of Black, his expression hardened.
He deserves it, he said abruptly. You really believe that? Lupin asked mildly. That someone could deserve a fate like that? Harry met his gaze stubbornly. Yes, for certain things I do.
He wanted to explain about what he had overheard in the Three Broomsticks, about the betrayal that had cost his parents their lives, but saying so would mean admitting he had gone to Hogsmeade without permission. Lupin wouldn't approve of that, so instead Harry finished his drink, thanked him, and left the classroom. As he walked away, he couldn't shake the unease from Lupin's explanation. The idea of having one's soul torn away lingered in his mind, so vivid and disturbing that he wasn't paying attention to where he was going and walked straight into Professor McGonagall halfway up the stairs. Watch where you're going. Professor. I was just on my way to find you in the Gryffindor common room, she said briskly. Well, here it is. We've completed every test we could think of, and there's no sign of anything suspicious. It seems you have a rather generous friend somewhere. Potter. Harry stared. In her hands was the firebolt, gleaming just as perfectly as before. You mean I can have it back? He asked, hardly believing it.
Yes, you can, she said, and to his surprise, she was smiling. You'll want some time to get used to it before Saturday's match, I imagine. And Potter, do try to win, won't you? Otherwise we'll be out of contention for the 8th year running, as Professor Snape so kindly reminded me last night. Still stunned, Harry took the broom and made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower. As he rounded a corner, he nearly collided with Ron, who was hurrying toward him, beaming.
She gave it back. Brilliant. Hey, can I have a turn on it? Tomorrow? Yeah, sure, anything, Harry said, feeling lighter than he had in weeks. Then he added, You know, we should probably make things right with Hermione. She was just trying to help. Yeah, I suppose, Ron admitted. She's in the common room now, actually working, for once. They turned into the corridor leading to Gryffindor Tower and found Neville Longbottom standing in front of the entrance, looking desperate, while Sir Cadogan blocked his way. I wrote them down, Neville was saying miserably. I must have dropped the list. Preposterous, Sir Cadogan bellowed. Then, spotting Harry and Ron, he puffed up importantly. Ah, good evening. Brave sirs, assist me in restraining this suspicious fellow. He seeks to gain entry by deceit.
Oh, give it a rest, Ron muttered as he and Harry approached. I've lost the passwords, Neville said helplessly. I asked him what they'd be for the week because he keeps changing them, but now I can't find where I wrote them. Odds bodkins, Harry said to Sir Cadogan. The knight looked deeply let down but swung the portrait open anyway, allowing them through.
The moment they entered, a ripple of excitement swept the room. Heads turned all at once, and within seconds Harry found himself surrounded by a crowd, all eyes fixed on the firebolt. Where did you get that? Harry, can I try it out? Have you flown it yet? Ravenclaw won't stand a chance now. They're all using clean sweep 7s. Let me hold it for a second. For several minutes, the broom was passed eagerly from hand to hand, examined and admired from every angle. Eventually, the excitement faded and the crowd thinned out. When it did, Harry and Ron noticed Hermione sitting apart, the only one who hadn't come over. She was bent over her work, deliberately avoiding their gaze. They walked over to her table, and after a moment, she finally looked up. I've got it back, Harry said, smiling as he lifted the firebolt slightly. See, Ron added, nothing wrong with it after all? Well, it could have been, Hermione said defensively. At least now you know it's safe. Yeah, I guess, Harry said. I should probably take it upstairs. I'll do it, Ron said quickly. I need to give Scabbers his tonic anyway. He picked up the broom carefully, as though it were fragile, and disappeared up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Mind if I sit? Harry asked.
I suppose not, Hermione said, shifting a towering pile of parchment off a chair. Harry glanced over the chaotic spread on the table, a lengthy arithmancy essay still drying with fresh ink. An even longer Muggle Studies assignment titled Explain Why Muggles Need Electricity, and a rune translation Hermione was currently working through. "How are you managing all of this?" Harry asked. "Oh, it's just working hard," Hermione replied. "Up close." She looked nearly as exhausted as Lupin.
"Why don't you drop a subject or two?" Harry suggested, watching her rummage through books for a rune dictionary. "Drop one," Hermione said, horrified. "I couldn't possibly—" "Arithmancy looks awful," Harry said, picking up a sheet filled with complicated numbers. "It's not. It's brilliant," Hermione insisted. "It's actually my favorite subject. It's—" Whatever explanation she was about to give was cut short. A strangled cry rang out from the boys' staircase. The entire common room fell silent, everyone turning toward the sound. Footsteps came pounding down the stairs, and then Ron burst into view, clutching a bedsheet. "Look!" he shouted, rushing toward them. "Look at this!" "Ron, what?" Hermione began. "Scabbers! It's Scabbers!" Hermione leaned back, completely confused, as Ron shook the sheet in front of her. Harry glanced down and froze. There were dark red stains splashed across the fabric. "Blood!" Ron shouted into the stunned silence. "He's gone!" "And do you know what I found on the floor?" No, Hermione said shakily. Ron dropped something onto her rune notes. Harry and Hermione both leaned closer. Scattered across the page were several long orange hairs from a cat. Chapter 13. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. It seemed as though Ron and Hermione's friendship had finally broken apart. The tension between them had grown so intense that Harry couldn't imagine how things could ever return to normal. Ron was furious. In his eyes, Hermione had never taken Crookshanks's behavior seriously, had failed to keep proper watch over him, and was now refusing to accept the obvious. The suggestion that Scabbers might simply be hiding somewhere under one of the boys' beds, for instance, only made him angrier. To Ron, it was nothing but denial. Hermione, however, stood her ground just as stubbornly. She insisted there was no real proof that Crookshanks had eaten Scabbers. The ginger hairs, she argued, could have been there for weeks, and besides, Ron had been biased against her cat from the very beginning, ever since that incident in the magical menagerie when Crookshanks had leapt straight at him. Harry, for his part, privately believed Crookshanks was responsible, but when he tried to point out that all the evidence seemed to support that conclusion, Hermione turned on him as well.
"Of course you're siding with Ron. I should have expected that," she snapped. "First the firebolt, now this apparently everything is my fault. Just leave me alone. Harry, I've got enough to deal with."
Ron, meanwhile, was taking the loss of Scabbers far more seriously than anyone had expected.
"Honestly, Ron, you always said he was dull," Fred said, trying to lighten the mood. "And he hasn't exactly been in top shape lately, looked like he was fading away. If Crookshanks did get him, it was probably quick. One gulp, he wouldn't have felt a thing."
"Fred," Ginny protested. "He mostly just slept and ate, didn't he?" George added. "He bit Goyle for us once," Ron said miserably. "You remember that, Harry?" "Yeah, I do," Harry admitted.
"A glorious achievement," Fred said, barely suppressing a grin. "Let that mark on Goyle's finger be remembered forever. Honestly. Ron, why not go to Hogsmeade and get another rat? Sitting around feeling sorry won't help."
Hoping to distract him, Harry eventually convinced Ron to come along to the Gryffindor team's final practice before the Ravenclaw match. He promised Ron a chance to try out the firebolt once they were done. That seemed to lift Ron's spirits, at least a little. "Really? Can I take a few shots on it?" he asked eagerly. Together, they headed down to the Quidditch pitch. Madam Hooch, who had been supervising Gryffindor's practices ever since the Dementor incident, was just as impressed with the firebolt as everyone else before they even took off. She examined it closely, clearly appreciating its quality, and offered her expert opinion on the broom. "Just look at how well it's balanced. The Nimbus line was always impressive, but they had a slight weakness after a while. The tail would dip and create drag. This, though perfectly even, and the handles been refined, too narrower than the clean sweeps. It actually reminds me of the old silver arrows. Shame they stopped producing those. That's what I learned on Splendid Broom, truly. She carried on enthusiastically for quite a while, until Wood cleared his throat.
Madam Hooch, could Harry have it back now? We need to get on with practice. Oh, of course. Here you go, Potter, she said, handing it over. I'll go and sit with Weasley. She and Ron headed toward the stands, while the rest of the Gryffindor team gathered around Wood for a final talk before the next day's match.
Harry, I've just found out who Ravenclaw's seeker is. Cho Chang, 4th year, very capable, Wood said, frowning slightly. I was hoping she wouldn't be playing. She's been injured recently. He paused, clearly annoyed at her recovery, then added, Still, she's on a Comet 260. Compared to your Firebolt, that thing might as well be standing still. He cast another admiring glance at Harry's broom. Right then, positions. Everyone.
At last. Harry swung onto the firebolt and pushed off the ground. The sensation was beyond anything he'd imagined. The broom responded instantly, as though it could anticipate his intentions. It sliced through the air at breathtaking speed, the pitch below blurring into streaks of green and grey. Harry leaned into a sharp turn that made Alicia Spinnet cry out, then plunged downward in a controlled dive, skimming the grass before pulling up smoothly and climbing higher and higher into the sky. "Harry, I'm releasing the snitch!" Wood shouted. Harry wheeled around and surged forward, overtaking a bludger with ease. He spotted the snitch flash into view near Wood and, within moments, had it secured in his hand. Cheers erupted from the team. Harry released it again, waited briefly, then launched after it once more. He darted between players, spotted it glinting near Katie Bell, circled her effortlessly, and snatched it again.
The entire practice felt flawless. Energized by the firebolt, the team executed every move with precision. When they finally landed, Wood had nothing to criticize, a rare occurrence, as George Weasley was quick to point out. "I honestly don't see how we can lose tomorrow," Wood said, brimming with confidence. "Unless, Harry, you've got those Dementors under control." "Right. Yeah," Harry answered, though privately he wished his Patronus were stronger. "They won't show up again," Fred said firmly. "If they do, Dumbledore will go mad." "Let's hope you're right," Wood replied. "Anyway, excellent work. Everyone, back to the tower now. Early night, we need to be ready." "I'm going to stay out a bit longer. Ron wants a turn on the firebolt," Harry told Wood, while the rest of the team headed back toward the changing rooms. Harry made his way over to Ron, who had already climbed down from the stands to meet him. Madam Hooch, meanwhile, had dozed off in her seat. "Here," Harry said, passing him the broom. Ron's face lit up with pure delight. He swung onto it at once and shot off into the dimming evening sky, leaving Harry to stroll along the edge of the pitch, watching. Darkness settled fully before Madam Hooch jerked awake, scolded them for not waking her, and insisted they return to the castle immediately. Harry carried the firebolt over his shoulder as he and Ron left the shadowy stadium, still talking excitedly about its incredible responsiveness, its speed, and how effortlessly it handled every movement. They were about halfway back when Harry glanced to the side and froze. Two bright eyes were staring out at them from the darkness. He stopped abruptly, his pulse racing. "What is it?" Ron asked. Harry pointed silently. Ron raised his wand. Lumos. Light spilled across the grass and climbed up the trunk of a nearby tree, revealing the branches above. Perched among them was Crookshanks, crouched low among the leaves. "Get out of here!" Ron shouted, snatching up a stone from the ground. But before he could throw it, the cat disappeared in a flash of ginger fur. "See that?" Ron snapped, tossing the stone aside. "She still lets him roam wherever he likes, probably just finished off Scabbers and moved on to birds." Harry didn't respond. Relief washed over him as he exhaled slowly. For a split second, He had been certain those eyes belonged to something far worse. Feeling slightly foolish for the fear that had gripped him, he said nothing as they continued toward the castle, keeping his gaze fixed straight ahead until they reached the brightly lit entrance hall. The next morning, Harry went down to breakfast with the other boys from his dormitory, who treated the firebolt as if it was something to be honored. As he entered the great hall, conversations faltered and heads turned toward the broom, followed by a wave of whispers. Harry couldn't help noticing the stunned expressions on the Slytherin team. "Did you catch his face?" Ron said gleefully, glancing back at Malfoy. "He's completely shocked this is perfect."
Wood, too, seemed to be glowing with pride. "Set it here, Harry," he said, placing the broom carefully in the center of the table and turning it so the name was clearly visible. Before long, students from other houses wandered over to admire it. Cedric Diggory stopped by to congratulate Harry on his impressive new broom, and Penelope Clearwater Percy's Ravenclaw girlfriend asked if she might hold it for a moment.
"Careful there, Penny, no funny business," Percy said cheerfully as she inspected the firebolt. Turning to the team, he added in a lower voice, "We've got a wager going 10 galleons on the match." Penelope set the broom back down, thanked Harry politely, and returned to her seat.
"Harry, just make sure you win," Percy whispered urgently. "I don't actually have 10 galleons, right coming? Penny." He hurried off to join her, already reaching for his breakfast.
"Well, Potter, think you can handle that thing?" came a smooth, mocking voice. Draco Malfoy had approached, with Crabbe and Goyle looming behind him.
"Shouldn't be a problem," Harry replied coolly.
"It certainly looks impressive," Malfoy said, his eyes gleaming with spite. "Shame it doesn't include a parachute for when you get too close to a Dementor." Crabbe and Goyle burst into snickering.
"Too bad yours doesn't come with an extra hand," Harry shot back. "Might help you catch the snitch for once."
The Gryffindors erupted in laughter. Malfoy's expression tightened, his eyes narrowing before he turned sharply and walked off. They watched as he rejoined his teammates, clearly being bombarded with questions about whether the broom really was a firebolt. At 11:15, the Gryffindor team made their way to the locker rooms. The conditions couldn't have been more different from their previous match: clear skies, cool air, and only the faintest breeze. Perfect visibility. Harry still felt nervous, but the familiar thrill of an upcoming Quidditch match was beginning to take over. From outside, they could hear the growing roar of the crowd filling the stadium. Harry removed his school robes, tucked his wand inside the shirt he would wear beneath his Quidditch gear, and hoped he wouldn't need it. A thought crossed his mind was Professor Lupin somewhere in the stands, watching. "You all know what's at stake," Wood said, as they prepared to head out. "If we lose, that's it, we're out. Just fly the way you did yesterday, and we'll be fine." They stepped onto the pitch to a wave of thunderous applause. The Ravenclaw team, clad in blue, was already assembled at the center. Their seeker, Cho Chang, stood among them, the only girl on the team. She was slightly shorter than Harry, and despite his nerves, he couldn't help noticing how striking she looked. When she smiled at him as they lined up behind their captains, he felt an unexpected flutter in his stomach, one that had nothing to do with the match.
"Wood!" "Davies, shake hands," Madam Hooch instructed briskly.
Wood stepped forward and shook hands with the Ravenclaw captain. "Mount your brooms, on my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Harry launched himself skyward. The firebolt surged upward with incredible speed, outpacing every other broom on the field. He circled the stadium, scanning for the snitch while the match commentary echoed around him, Lee Jordan's voice carrying over the crowd.
"And they're off. All eyes today are on Harry Potter, and that brand new Firebolt rumour has it this model will be used by national teams in this year's World Championship. Jordan, kindly comment on the match itself." Professor McGonagall's voice cut in sharply. "Of course, Professor, just a bit of context. The firebolt also features an automatic braking system and Jordan... Right, Gryffindor in possession. Katie Bell advancing toward the goal.
Harry shot past Katie in the opposite direction, eyes darting across the pitch for a flash of gold. He quickly realized Cho Chang was right behind him. She was far skilled enough to anticipate his movements and cut him off, forcing him to veer away repeatedly. "Push it, Harry!" Fred shouted as he zoomed by, chasing a bludger heading straight for Alicia. Harry leaned forward, urging the firebolt to greater speed. As they swept around the Ravenclaw goal hoops, he left Cho trailing behind. At that very moment, Katie scored, sending Gryffindor supporters into a frenzy. Then Harry spotted it, the snitch, darting low near the boundary. He plunged downward instantly. Cho reacted just as fast, diving after him. Wind roared in his ears as excitement surged. This was his strength. He was closing in only a few feet away. A bludger came hurtling across his path. Struck by a Ravenclaw beater, Harry swerved sharply, missing it by inches. In that brief instant, the snitch disappeared. A groan rose from the Gryffindor stands, while Ravenclaw supporters cheered their beater. George retaliated immediately, smashing the second bludger toward the same player, forcing him into a desperate mid-air dodge. Gryffindor leads 18-0, and look at Potterfly, he's really testing that firebolt now. The speed, the turning. Chang's Comet simply can't compete. The balance alone is extraordinary. Jordan, this is not an advertisement. Commentate properly. Ravenclaw began to recover. Scoring 3 quick goals, the gap narrowed only 50 points now. If Cho reached the snitch first, Gryffindor would lose. Harry dropped lower, weaving past a Ravenclaw chaser, scanning frantically. Then there, a flash of gold circling near the Gryffindor goalposts. He sped toward it, focus locked, but suddenly Cho shot in front of him, cutting him off. "Harry, this is no time for politeness," Wood bellowed. "Knock her aside if you have to." Harry swerved to avoid crashing into her. Cho glanced back, grinning. By the time he recovered, the snitch had vanished again. He pulled the firebolt upward, rising high above the chaos of the match. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Cho following him. She wasn't searching anymore, she was watching him. Fine, Harry thought. If she wanted to track him, he'd use it. He plunged downward again. Cho immediately followed, convinced he had spotted the snitch. At the last second, Harry jerked out of the dive, while she continued downward. He shot upward once more fast, straight, like an arrow. And there it was again, the snitch, glimmering high above the Ravenclaw end of the pitch. Harry surged forward, far below. Cho corrected her course and chased after him. He was gaining now, inch by inch. Then suddenly, "Oh!" Cho cried, pointing. Startled by Cho's shout, Harry glanced downward. Below him stood 3 towering figures, dark, cloaked, and hooded, staring straight up. He reacted without hesitation. One hand plunged inside his robes, pulling out his wand as he shouted, "Expecto Patronum." A brilliant surge of silvery light burst from the tip, vast and powerful. Harry barely registered it streaking toward the figures. His thoughts remained focused, unusually clear. The snitch was just ahead. He stretched forward, arm extended, and closed his fingers around the tiny, fluttering ball. A sharp whistle cut through the air. Harry spun around mid-flight to see 6 streaks of red racing toward him. Seconds later, his teammates collided with him in a chaotic celebration, nearly knocking him off his broom. From below came the thunderous roar of Gryffindor supporters.
That's it, Wood shouted over and over. "Alicia, Angelina!" And Katie each planted a kiss on Harry's cheek, while Fred wrapped him in a crushing hug that left him gasping. Somehow, in the middle of the commotion, they managed to descend back to the ground.
The moment Harry's feet touched the grass, a wave of cheering students rushed onto the pitch. Ron led the charge and grabbed Harry's arm, thrusting it triumphantly into the air. "Yes, we did it, yes," he shouted.
Excellent work, Harry, Percy said, beaming. That's 10 galleons for me. I must go and find Penelope, excuse me. Brilliant flying, Seamus called. Absolutely magnificent, Hagrid boomed, his voice carrying easily over the noise.
That was quite a Patronus you produced, came a calm voice beside him. Harry turned to see Professor Lupin, who looked both impressed and slightly unsettled. They didn't affect me at all, Harry said, still breathless with excitement. I didn't feel anything. That would be because they weren't actually Dementors, Lupin said carefully. Come with me. He guided Harry away from the celebrating crowd toward the edge of the field. You gave Mr. Malfoy quite a scare, Lupin added. Harry followed his gaze and stared.
On the ground lay Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Marcus Flint, tangled in a heap as they struggled to free themselves from long, black cloaks. It looked as though Malfoy had been perched on Goyle's shoulders. Standing over them, radiating fury, was Professor McGonagall.
This is disgraceful, she was shouting, a pathetic and underhanded attempt to interfere with Gryffindor's seeker. Detention for all of you and 50 points from Slytherin. I will be reporting this to Professor Dumbledore, do not doubt it. Ah, here he comes now. If anything could have crowned Gryffindor's triumph, it was this moment. Ron, who had finally forced his way through the crowd to Harry's side, bent over laughing as they watched Malfoy struggling to untangle himself from the cloak, with Goyle still half-trapped inside it. Come on, Harry, George called, pushing through the crowd. Party in the common room now.
Let's go, Harry said, grinning, feeling lighter than he had in weeks. He led the team out of the stadium, still clad in their red robes, and back toward the castle. The celebration felt like a victory feast already. It stretched on for hours, spilling from afternoon into late evening. At one point, Fred and George vanished, only to return later with arms full of butterbeer bottles, pumpkin fizz, and bags overflowing with Honeydukes sweets.
How did you manage that? Angelina asked, delighted as George tossed peppermint toads into the crowd. Let's just say we had a little help from Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, Fred whispered to Harry with a grin. Amid all the noise and excitement, one person remained apart. Hermione sat in a corner, buried in a massive book titled Home Life and Social Habits of British Muggles. Harry slipped away from the group where Fred and George had begun juggling bottles and walked over to her. Did you even watch the match? He asked. Of course, Hermione replied in a tight, slightly strained voice, not lifting her eyes from the page. I'm glad we won, and you flew brilliantly, but I really need to finish this by Monday. Come on, Hermione, Harry urged gently. Take a break, have something to eat. I can't, she said quickly. I still have over 400 pages left. Her voice edged toward panic. Then she glanced toward Ron. Anyway, he wouldn't want me there. That much was clear. At that exact moment, Ron said loudly from across the room, if Scabbers hadn't been eaten, he'd have loved those fudge flies. He always did. Hermione burst into tears. Before Harry could react, she grabbed her enormous book, pressed it to her chest, and ran from the room, sobbing, disappearing up the staircase to the girls' dormitory. Couldn't you ease up on her? Harry asked quietly. Ron shook his head. No, not unless she admits she was wrong. But she won't. She's acting like nothing's happened, like Scabbers just wandered off for a holiday. The party finally came to an end when Professor McGonagall arrived in her tartan dressing gown and hairnet shortly after 1 in the morning, firmly ordering everyone to bed. Harry and Ron climbed the stairs to their dormitory, still talking about the match. Eventually, exhausted, Harry pulled the curtains around his 4-poster bed to block out the moonlight, lay back, and almost immediately drifted off. That night, he dreamed. He was moving through a forest, the firebolt resting across his shoulder, chasing after something pale and shining. It slipped between the trees ahead of him, always just out of reach. He quickened his pace, but whatever he was following moved faster too. Soon he was running, and somewhere ahead came the sound of hooves striking the ground. The noise grew louder, faster, pounding through the clearing ahead. Harry burst into an open space and no! He woke abruptly, as if jolted awake. The room was pitch dark. Disoriented, he pushed aside his bed curtains. He could hear others moving, and Seamus Finnegan's voice came from across the dormitory. "What's happening?" Harry thought he caught the sound of a door banging somewhere in the dormitory. He fumbled with the curtains around his bed, yanking them open just as Dean Thomas lit a lamp. Ron was upright in bed, one side of his hangings ripped loose, his face pale with shock. Black, Sirius Black, he had a knife. "What are you talking about?" Harry demanded. "He was right here. He slashed the curtains. He woke me up." "You sure it wasn't just a nightmare?" Dean asked, skeptically. "Look at the curtains," Ron shot back. "I know what I saw." They all jumped out of bed at once. Harry reached the door first, flinging it open, and they raced down the stairs. Behind them, doors creaked open and groggy voices called out.
Who yelled, "What's going on?"
When they reached the common room, it was dimly lit by the fading embers of the fire. The mess from the earlier celebration still covered the room, but there was no one there.
"Ron, you sure you didn't imagine it?" Harry asked. "I'm telling you, he was there." "What's all this noise about?"
Didn't Professor McGonagall send everyone to bed? Several girls had come down from their dormitory, wrapped in dressing gowns, yawning. More boys followed. "Brilliant, are we continuing the party?" Fred said hopefully. "Everyone upstairs, now!" Percy snapped, hurrying in while fastening his head boy badge onto his pajamas. "Percy Sirius Black," Ron said weakly. "He was in our dormitory with a knife. I saw him." The room fell silent.
"That's ridiculous," Percy said, though he looked unsettled. "You've eaten too much. Ron, you had a bad dream." "I didn't." "That's enough."
The portrait swung open again, and Professor McGonagall strode in, shutting it sharply behind her. Her eyes swept the room, blazing with anger. "I am very pleased Gryffindor won," she said sharply, "but this behavior is unacceptable. Percy, I expected better from you."
"I had nothing to do with this, Professor," Percy said stiffly. "I was just sending everyone to bed. My brother here claims he had a nightmare." "It wasn't a nightmare," Ron shouted. "Professor, I woke up and Sirius Black was standing over me with a knife."
Professor McGonagall fixed him with a hard stare. "Don't be absurd. Weasley, how could he possibly have entered through the portrait hole?"
"Ask him," Ron said, pointing shakily towards Sir Cadogan's portrait. "Ask if he let anyone in."
Still looking doubtful, Professor McGonagall stepped back through the portrait. The entire room held its breath. "Sir Cadogan," came her voice from outside, "did you allow a man into Gryffindor Tower?"
"Indeed I did, but my lady," the Sir Cadogan replied proudly.
A stunned silence followed, both inside the room and beyond.
"You did," Professor McGonagall said, "but the password."
"He had them all," Sir Cadogan declared. "Read them straight off a piece of parchment." Professor McGonagall re-entered the common room, her face drained of colour.
"Which one of you," she said, her voice trembling with controlled fury, "was foolish enough to write down this week's passwords and lose them?"
No one spoke. Then, barely audible, came a small, frightened sound. Neville Longbottom, shaking from head to toe in his slippers, slowly raised his hand. Chapter 14. Snape's Grudge. No one in Gryffindor Tower got any rest that night. Everyone knew the castle was being searched once more, and instead of returning to bed, the entire house gathered in the common room, waiting anxiously for news of whether Black had been found. When Professor McGonagall finally returned at dawn, her expression said it all. He had slipped away again. The next day, the whole castle felt different. Security had clearly been tightened. Professor Flitwick could be spotted near the entrance, enchanting the front doors so they would recognize a large image of Sirius Black. Filch had taken it upon himself to seal up every possible opening, from cracks in the stone walls to the smallest mouse holes. Sir Cadogan was gone. His portrait had been removed and returned to its usual, forgotten spot on the 7th floor. In his place, the fat lady had resumed her post. Though her painting had been fully repaired, she was still badly shaken and had agreed to return, only under heavy protection. A group of ill-tempered trolls now guarded her corridor, pacing back and forth, grunting to each other and comparing the size of their clubs. Despite all this, one thing stood out to Harry: the statue of the one-eyed witch on the 3rd floor remained untouched. No guards, no barriers. It confirmed what Fred and George had always believed. Only they, and now Harry, Ron, and Hermione, knew about the secret passage hidden inside it. "Do you think we should tell someone?" Harry asked quietly. Ron shrugged. "He's not getting in through Honeydukes," he said. "We'd have heard if anything had happened there." Harry didn't argue. If that passageway was sealed, his trips to Hogsmeade would be over for good. Meanwhile, Ron had become something of a celebrity. For once, he was getting more attention than Harry, and he clearly didn't mind. Though still shaken, he eagerly retold the story to anyone who would listen, adding more detail each time. "I was asleep. Right. Then I heard this tearing sound. I thought it was part of a dream, but then I felt this cold draft, so I woke up, and one side of my bed curtains had been ripped down. I turned over, and there he was, just standing there. He looked like a skeleton, all tangled in filthy hair. Holding this massive knife must have been at least a foot long." We just stared at each other for a second. Then I screamed, and he bolted. After a group of wide-eyed second-year girls drifted away, Ron turned back to Harry, frowning. "But why did he run?" he asked. "Why didn't he stay?" Harry had been asking himself the same question. Black had come that far, had entered their dormitory, and yet he'd fled. Years ago, he hadn't hesitated to kill innocent people. And now he'd stood in a room full of defenseless boys, most of them asleep, and still hadn't acted. Something about it didn't make sense. He probably realized he'd never make it back out once you started shouting, Harry said slowly. To escape, he'd have had to get past everyone in the tower, maybe even fight his way through the whole house. And then the teachers would have been waiting.
Neville, meanwhile, was in serious trouble. Professor McGonagall had been so furious that she banned him from future trips to Hogsmeade, assigned him detention, and worst of all, refused to let anyone tell him the password to Gryffindor Tower. Every evening, Neville had to linger outside until someone came along to let him in, all the while enduring the unpleasant stares of the security trolls pacing nearby. But even that wasn't the worst of it.
2 days after the break-in, Neville received something far more terrifying than any school punishment, a howler from his grandmother. As the morning post arrived in the great hall, owls swooped down across the tables. Neville went pale as a large barn owl dropped a bright red envelope in front of him. Harry and Ron recognized it instantly. "A howler," Ron muttered. "Run." Neville didn't hesitate. He grabbed the envelope as if it might explode and bolted from the hall. The Slytherin table erupted with laughter as he fled. Moments later, the silence outside was shattered. His grandmother's voice rang through the entrance hall, magically amplified to an ear-splitting volume, berating him for disgracing the family name. Harry barely noticed at first that he had received mail too. Hedwig made sure he did by giving his wrist a sharp nip.
Oh, all right. I get it, thanks. He opened his letter while Hedwig calmly helped herself to Neville's abandoned breakfast. Inside was a short note.
Dear Harry and Ron, fancy coming down for tea this afternoon around 6. I'll come get you from the castle. Wait for me in the entrance hall. You're not allowed out on your own. Cheers, Hagrid. He must want the full story about Black, Ron said. That evening, right on time, Harry and Ron left Gryffindor Tower, hurried past the watchful trolls, and made their way to the entrance hall. Hagrid was already there, waiting. Hi, Hagrid, Ron said eagerly. Bet you want to hear what happened the other night? Yeah, I've heard plenty already, Hagrid replied, pushing open the doors and leading them outside. Oh, Ron said, sounding a little disappointed. The moment they stepped into Hagrid's hut, the first thing that caught their attention was Buckbeak. The hippogriff was sprawled across Hagrid's patchwork bedspread, wings tucked in neatly, tearing into a plate piled high with dead ferrets. Harry quickly looked away. Instead, his eyes landed on an enormous brown suit hanging awkwardly from the wardrobe door, paired with a loud yellow and orange tie that clashed horribly. What's all that for? Harry asked. Buckbeak's hearing, Hagrid replied. Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. It's set for Friday. Me and him are heading down to London, booked seats on the night bus and all. A sharp pang of guilt hit Harry. He had completely lost track of the date and from the look on Ron's face. So had he. They had promised to help prepare Buckbeak's case, but ever since the firebolt arrived, it had slipped their minds entirely. Hagrid poured tea for them and set out a plate of Bath buns. Both Harry and Ron declined instinctively. They had learned from experience not to risk Hagrid's baking. I wanted a word with you, Hagrid said, lowering himself heavily between them. His expression was unusually serious. About what? Harry asked. Hermione.
Ron frowned. What about her?
She's not doing too well, Hagrid said. Been coming down here a lot since Christmas. Says she feels on her own. First you weren't speaking to her because of the broom. Now it's because of that cat.
That cat killed Scabbers, Ron cut in sharply.
Or maybe it just did what cats do, Hagrid said firmly. She's been in tears more than once. You know, got too much on her plate, studies, everything. Still, she's been helping me with Buckbeak's case. Found some useful information too, might make a difference.
Hagrid, we should have helped you too, Harry said awkwardly. Sorry about that.
I'm not holding it against you, Hagrid said, waving it off. You've had plenty going on, seen you practicing Quidditch near every hour, but I did think you'd put a bit more value on your friend than on a broom or a rat, that's all. Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances. She was really shaken when Black got into the dormitory, Hagrid went on. Worried sick about you, Ron. Hermione's got a good heart. She has. And the two of ye ignoring her. I'd talk to her if she just got rid of that cat, Ron snapped. But she won't. She keeps defending it. It's dangerous, and she refuses to admit it. Hagrid sighed. People get funny when it comes to their animals, he said thoughtfully. Behind him, Buckbeak crunched loudly and spat a few ferret bones onto the pillow. They spent the remainder of the evening talking about Gryffindor's growing chances of taking the Quidditch Cup. Around 9, Hagrid escorted them back up to the castle. When they entered the common room, a crowd had gathered around the notice board. Hogsmeade trip next weekend, Ron said, stretching to read the announcement. Then, lowering his voice as they moved away, he added, What do you think? Well, Filch still hasn't sealed that passage to Honeydukes, Harry murmured back. Harry. He jumped slightly and turned. Hermione was right behind them, sitting at the table they'd just passed, pushing aside stacks of books to look at him. "If you sneak into Hogsmeade again," she said firmly, "I'll report you to Professor McGonagall, and I'll tell her about that map."
"Do you hear something, Harry?" Ron muttered, staring straight ahead as if Hermione didn't exist. "Ron, how can you even think of going with him?" Hermione pressed on. "After what Sirius Black almost did to you. I'm serious, I'll tell."
"So now you're trying to get Harry expelled," Ron snapped, finally turning. "Haven't you caused enough trouble already this year?" Hermione drew breath to argue. But just then Crookshanks sprang lightly into her lap. One look at Ron's furious expression made her hesitate. Gathering up her cat, she stood quickly and hurried off toward the girls' staircase. "So," Ron said, as though nothing had happened, "are we going or not? You barely saw anything last time. You haven't even been to Zonko's yet." Harry glanced around to make sure Hermione was gone. "All right," he said quietly, "but this time I'm bringing the invisibility cloak."
On Saturday morning, Harry tucked the cloak into his bag, slipped the Marauder's map into his pocket, and headed down for breakfast. Hermione kept casting suspicious glances his way, but he avoided meeting her eyes. Afterward, he made sure she saw him heading up the marble staircase while the others went toward the front doors.
"See you later," he called to Ron. Ron gave him a quick grin and a knowing wink. Harry hurried to the third floor, pulling out the map as he went. Kneeling behind the statue of the one-eyed witch, he spread it open. A small moving dot was approaching. He squinted at the label beside it, Neville Longbottom. Quickly, Harry pulled out his wand. "Descendium," he whispered, tapping the statue and opening the hidden passage. He had just pushed his bag inside when Neville rounded the corner. "Harry, I thought you weren't going to Hogsmeade either." "Hi, Neville," Harry said quickly, stepping away from the statue and stuffing the map back into his pocket. "What are you doing here?" "Nothing much," Neville said. "Want to play Exploding Snap?"
Not right now," Harry replied. "I was just heading to the library to finish that essay for Lupin." "I'll come with you," Neville said eagerly. "I haven't done mine yet either." "Actually, wait, I just remembered," Harry said hastily. "I finished it last night." "Great. Then you can explain it to me," Neville said eagerly, his face full of worry. "I don't get the part about garlic. Are they supposed to eat it? Or—"
He suddenly stopped, letting out a small gasp as he stared past Harry.
Snape was approaching. Neville instinctively stepped back, half hiding behind Harry.
"And what exactly are you two doing here?" Snape asked, stopping in front of them. His gaze moved slowly from one to the other. A curious place to be meeting. Harry felt a chill. Snape's dark eyes drifted toward the nearby doorways and then lingered on the statue of the one-eyed witch. "We're not meeting," Harry said quickly. "We just happened to run into each other." "Is that so?" Snape replied smoothly. "You do have a talent for appearing in unusual places, Potter, and seldom without a reason. I suggest you both return to Gryffindor Tower immediately." Neither of them argued. Harry and Neville turned and walked away in silence. As they rounded the corner, Harry glanced back. Snape was still there, running his hand thoughtfully over the head of the one-eyed witch, inspecting it with unsettling interest. Harry's heart sank. At the portrait hole, Harry quickly gave Neville the password, then made an excuse about forgetting his essay in the library. Once Neville had gone inside, Harry slipped away again. When he was certain he was out of sight of the security trolls, he pulled out the map and bent close over it. The corridor on the third floor was empty. Scanning carefully, he spotted the tiny moving label for Severus Snape, now safely back in his office. Relief flooded through him. He dashed back to the statue, whispered the password to open it, and climbed inside, sliding down the narrow passage until he reached his bag at the bottom. After wiping the map blank, he hurried on. hidden beneath the invisibility cloak. Harry emerged from the secret exit behind Honeydukes. Spotting Ron nearby, he poked him in the back.
"It's me," he whispered.
"What took you so long?" Ron muttered. Snape was hanging around. They headed off along the high street together.
"Are you still there?" Ron kept murmuring under his breath. "This is seriously strange."
They stopped first at the post office. Ron lingered at the counter, pretending to compare prices for sending an owl to Bill in Egypt, giving Harry time to look around unnoticed. Rows upon rows of owls lined the walls, hundreds of them softly hooting and blinking down at him. Massive great greys perched high above, while tiny scops owls sat in neat clusters below, each marked "Local deliveries only," small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. From there, they made their way into Zonko's. The shop was crammed with students, forcing Harry to move carefully under the cloak so he wouldn't bump into anyone and cause alarm. Shelves overflowed with tricks and pranks, more than even Fred and George could have imagined. Whispering instructions. Harry guided Ron through the aisles, slipping coins into his hand when needed. By the time they left, their money had dwindled, but their pockets were stuffed with dung bombs, hiccup sweets, frog spawn soap, and even a nose-biting teacup each. The weather was bright with a steady breeze, and neither of them felt like heading back indoors. Passing the 3 broomsticks, they continued uphill toward the Shrieking Shack, the most infamous haunted building in Britain. It stood alone above the village, its boarded windows and tangled, neglected garden giving it an eerie look even in broad daylight. "Even the Hogwarts ghosts won't go near it," Ron said as they leaned against the fence, staring up at the house. "I asked Nearly Headless Nick once he reckons the place is full of seriously unpleasant spirits. No one's ever managed to get inside. Fred and George tried, of course, but everything's sealed up tight. Harry, warm from the climb, was just about to slip off the invisibility cloak for a moment when voices drifted toward them. Someone was approaching from the other side of the hill. A second later, Malfoy appeared, with Crabbe and Goyle close behind him. He was talking as he walked. "Father should be sending me an owl any time now. He went to the hearing himself, told them about my arm, how I couldn't use it for months." Crabbe and Goyle chuckled. "I'd pay to hear that half-giant idiot trying to defend himself." Malfoy sneered. "No danger at all, perfectly safe. That hippogriff hasn't got a chance." Then Malfoy spotted Ron. His expression shifted instantly into a mocking grin. Well, Weasley, what are you doing out here?" His eyes flicked up toward the shack behind Ron. "Thinking of moving in?" he added with a smirk. "Must be appealing having a place of your own for once. I hear your entire family shares one room. True, is it?" Ron tensed, ready to lunge, but Harry grabbed a fistful of his robes and held him back. "Let me handle it," Harry whispered sharply. The moment was too good to pass up. Moving quietly behind Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, Harry bent down and scooped up a handful of wet mud from the path. "We were just talking about your friend Hagrid," Malfoy sneered at Ron, trying to picture what he'll say to the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. Think he'll start crying when they chop off his hippogriffs.
Splat!
The mud struck Malfoy squarely. Snapping his head forward, his pale blonde hair was instantly soaked and dripping with dirt.
"What the—"
Ron clutched the fence for support, laughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle spun around in confusion, scanning the empty surroundings as Malfoy tried to clean himself off.
"What was that? Who did it?"
"Pretty spooky place, isn't it?" Ron said casually, as if commenting on the weather. Crabbe and Goyle looked uneasy now. Their strength meant nothing against something they couldn't see. Malfoy continued glancing wildly around, clearly unsettled. Harry crept forward again and grabbed another handful of foul-smelling, slimy mud from a nearby puddle.
Splatter!
This time, Crabbe and Goyle weren't spared. Goyle jumped angrily, trying to wipe the mess out of his eyes.
"It came from over there," Malfoy shouted, pointing somewhere a few feet away from Harry.
Crabbe lurched forward blindly, arms stretched out. Harry quickly dodged him, picked up a stick, and tossed it at Crabbe's back. Watching Crabbe spin around in confusion, Harry struggled to keep from laughing out loud, seeing only Ron. Crabbe advanced toward him, but Harry stuck out his foot. Crabbe tripped, and as he did, his foot caught the edge of Harry's cloak. Harry felt a sudden tug, and the cloak slipped off his face. For a brief moment, Malfoy froze, staring straight at him.
"Ah!" he screamed, pointing in terror. Then he turned and bolted down the hill at full speed, with Crabbe and Goyle rushing after him.
Harry quickly pulled the cloak back over himself, but it was already too late. "Harry!" Ron gasped, stumbling forward, staring at the empty air where Harry had just vanished. "You've got to go now. If Malfoy tells anyone, run. Get back to the castle. Quick." "See you." Harry shot back, and then he was gone, sprinting down the path toward Hogsmeade like his life depended on it. His heart hammered violently in his chest. Did Malfoy really see me? Would anyone believe him? No one knew about the invisibility cloak, no one except Dumbledore. Harry's stomach twisted. If Malfoy spoke, Dumbledore would understand everything. He burst into Honeydukes, barely slowing, darted through the cellar, flung open the trapdoor, and tore down the hidden passage. His breath came in sharp, ragged bursts. His side burned, but he didn't stop.
"Malfoy will get there first. He'll find a teacher. How long do I have?" Faster, fast. At last, he reached the stone slide. No time to think. He yanked off the cloak, shoved it into a dark corner too risky to carry, and scrambled upward, fingers slipping against the cold stone. Almost there.
He burst through the hump of the one-eyed witch, barely managing to pull himself out before it snapped shut behind him. Footsteps.
Close.
Too close. Harry spun around. Severus Snape. Gliding toward him like a shadow, robes whispering across the floor. Then he stopped right in front of Harry. "So," Snape said softly. There it was, that look, cold, satisfied, hunting. Harry forced his face into calm, though sweat trickled down his temple and mud clung to his hands. He shoved them deep into his pockets. "Come with me, Potter."
No escape.
Harry followed in silence, every step heavier than the last. Down the stairs, into the dungeons, into the dim, suffocating air of Snape's office. The room felt darker than he remembered. Jars lined the walls, twisted, floating things suspended in murky liquid, catching the firelight like watching eyes.
"Sit."
Harry obeyed. Snape did not. He loomed over him. "Mr. Malfoy," Snape began slowly, voice cutting through the silence, "has just told me a most curious story." Harry said nothing. "He claims he encountered Weasley near the Shrieking Shack." A pause. Alone. Still silence.
"And then," Snape continued, his voice lowering, sharpening, he was struck quite forcefully by mud from nowhere. A beat.
"How do you suppose such a thing could happen?" Harry looked up, forcing confusion into his expression.
I don't know, Professor."
But his pulse betrayed him, pounding, relentless like a clock ticking down. Snape's eyes locked onto Harry's, cold, relentless, drilling into him like blades. It felt exactly like facing a hippogriff. One wrong move, one blink, and it would all be over. Harry forced himself to hold the gaze. "Don't blink. Don't give him anything." "Mr. Malfoy," Snape said softly, each word precise, dangerous, claims he witnessed something extraordinary. A pause, heavy, suffocating.
Can you imagine what that might have been, Potter?
No, Harry replied, injecting just enough curiosity into his voice to sound convincing. What? Snape's lips curled. Your head, Potter. Another pause, floating in midair. Silence crashed down between them. Harry's pulse thudded in his ears. Maybe he should see Madame Pomfrey, Harry said coolly, if he's seeing things like that. What? Snape cut in, his voice dropping to a whisper, sharp as glass. Would your head be doing in Hogsmeade, Potter? Harry said nothing. Because, Snape continued, leaning closer, your head is not permitted in Hogsmeade, nor is any other part of your body.
I know that, Harry said, fighting to keep his expression steady. Sounds like Malfoy's having. Malfoy is not hallucinating, Snape snapped.
In a flash, he bent down, gripping the arms of Harry's chair, trapping him, forcing him to look straight into those burning black eyes.
If your head was there, Snape hissed, then the rest of you was there too. I've been in Gryffindor Tower, Harry shot back.
Can anyone confirm that? Harry froze. He didn't answer. Snape straightened slowly, a thin, vicious smile spreading across his face. Of course, he said silkily. How foolish of me. While the entire wizarding world bends itself in half to protect the great Harry Potter from Sirius Black, Harry Potter himself couldn't care less. Each word dripped with contempt. Let others worry about danger. Harry Potter does exactly as he pleases. Harry clenched his fists but stayed silent. Snape was baiting him.
He wouldn't fall for it. Not yet.
Then, how remarkably like your father you are, Snape said suddenly, his eyes gleaming.
That hit hard.
He, too, was arrogant, a little talent on a broomstick, and he thought himself above everyone else, strutting about, admired, adored. Harry's chest tightened. The resemblance, Snape continued, voice low and venomous, is uncanny.
My dad didn't strut, Harry snapped, the words escaping before he could stop them. And neither do I.
Snape's smile widened. He had him now. No, he went on smoothly, circling, pressing harder. Your father simply believed rules were beneath him. Rules were for ordinary people, not Quidditch heroes. His head was so swollen.
Shut up.
Harry was on his feet before he realized it. The room seemed to explode with his anger, white-hot, uncontrollable, roaring through him.
I told you to shut up about my dad, he shouted, shaking. I know what really happened. He saved your life. Dumbledore told me. Snape froze.
His face drained ashen, lifeless like sour milk. You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for him, Harry went on, breathing hard. Silence.
Deadly.
Then Snape spoke. Very quietly.
And did the headmaster, he whispered, each word laced with something darker than anger, happen to tell you how your father saved my life?
Harry's stomach dropped. Or, Snape continued, eyes burning into him, were the details considered too unpleasant for you to hear? Harry said nothing. But the hesitation just a flicker was enough. Snape saw it, and his expression changed. He knew I would hate for you to walk away with the wrong impression of your father, Potter, Snape said slowly. A twisted, almost vicious smile spread across his face. Have you been imagining some noble act of heroism? His voice sharpened. Let me enlighten you. He stepped closer. Your sainted father and his delightful friends once played a little joke on me. A pause. A joke that would have ended with my death if your father hadn't lost his nerve at the last possible second. Harry's stomach dropped. There was nothing brave about it. Snape continued, his voice like poison dripping into the silence. He wasn't saving me, he was saving himself. Had I died, he would have been expelled. Snape's yellowed teeth showed as his smile widened. Then suddenly,
Turn out your pockets, Potter!
the command cracked through the room like a whip. Harry froze.
Blood roared in his ears. Now, Snape hissed, or we go straight to the headmaster. Empty them.
Slowly, very slowly, Harry obeyed. His fingers felt numb as he pulled out the contents, the bag of Zonko's tricks and the Marauder's map. Snape snatched up the Zonko's bag first.
Ron gave them to me, Harry said quickly, forcing steadiness into his voice. From Hogsmeade, last time.
Did he? Snape murmured, barely interested. And you've been carrying them around ever since. How sentimental. Then his eyes fell on the map. Everything in Harry tightened. Snape picked it up.
And what, he said softly, turning it over between his fingers, is this?
Just a bit of parchment, Harry said with a shrug, willing his face to remain blank. Snape's gaze flicked up sharp, suspicious.
An old scrap like this, he said. Surely you won't miss it if I dispose of it.
His hand drifted toward the fire.
No! Harry burst out before he could stop himself.
The word echoed. Snape went very still.
Then...
So, he whispered, nostrils flaring, not so worthless after all. His eyes glittered with triumph. Another gift from Mr. Weasley, he continued softly, or something more interesting. He leaned closer, voice dropping. A message written in invisible ink, perhaps, or instructions on how to sneak into Hogsmeade without passing the Dementors. Harry blinked. Snape caught it. His smile sharpened. Yes, I think we're getting somewhere. He drew his wand.
Let's see what secrets you're hiding.
He spread the map flat across the desk, the parchment crinkling in the silence.
Reveal your secret, Snape said, tapping it.
Nothing. Not a flicker. Harry forced his hands still, though they trembled. Show yourself, Snape snapped, striking the parchment again. Still nothing. The map remained blank. Silent. Defiant. Harry drew in a slow breath, then another, holding himself together as the tension stretched tighter and tighter. Snape's eyes darkened. Something wasn't right.
And he knew it. Professor Severus Snape, master of this school, commands you to reveal your secrets.
Snape slammed his wand down onto the parchment. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then,
as if an invisible quill had sprung to life, words began to crawl across the blank surface.
Harry's breath caught. Moony presents his compliments to Professor Snape. The message formed slow and deliberate, and begs him to keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business. Snape froze. Completely still. Harry stared, stunned, but the parchment wasn't finished. More ink bled onto the page. Mr. Prongs agrees with Mr. Moony and would like to add that Professor Snape is an ugly git. A flicker of something dangerous passed over Snape's face. Harry's stomach twisted. Still it continued. Mr. Padfoot would like to register his astonishment that an idiot like that ever became a professor. Harry squeezed his eyes shut for a split second.
This is bad. This is really bad.
And then the final blow. Mr. Wormtail bids Professor Snape good day and advises him to wash his hair, the slime ball. Silence.
Heavy, explosive.
Harry braced himself.
Now it comes. So, Snape whispered.
It was worse than shouting. We'll see about this. He spun on his heel, stormed to the fireplace, and seized a handful of glittering powder. With a violent flick, he hurled it into the flames.
Lupin, Snape barked. I want a word.
The fire roared emerald green. Harry stared, heart pounding, as a blurred shape formed within the flames, spinning, growing. And then Professor Lupin stepped out, brushing ash calmly from his worn robes, as if he'd simply walked through a door. "You called Severus," he said lightly. Snape didn't return the calm.
I most certainly did, he snapped, striding back to his desk, fury radiating from him. I asked Potter to empty his pockets.
He jabbed a finger toward the parchment. He was carrying this. The insult still glowed faintly on the map. Lupin's expression changed just for a fraction of a second, subtle, controlled, but there. He knew something. "Well?" Snape demanded. Lupin didn't answer immediately. His eyes lingered on the parchment, unreadable. Harry felt it something shifting beneath the surface. Lupin was thinking, fast. "Well," Snape pressed again, "sharper now. This object is clearly saturated with dark magic. That falls under your expertise. Lupin, where do you suppose Potter acquired it?" Lupin looked up. Just a flicker of a glance toward Harry, but it was enough. "Don't speak." Harry stayed silent. "Dark magic," Lupin repeated mildly. "Really, Severus, it looks to me like nothing more than enchanted parchment designed to insult whoever reads it." A faint pause. "Immature, certainly, but dangerous, hardly." Snape's jaw tightened.
I imagine, Lupin continued calmly, Harry picked it up from a joke shop. Is that so? Snape said, voice turning cold again. You believe a joke shop could produce this?
He leaned forward slightly. Or is it more likely, he said softly, that he obtained it directly from its creators? Harry frowned, slightly confused. Lupin, too, seemed momentarily puzzled. You mean these individuals? He said, glancing at the names. Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs, Mooney. He turned to Harry. Do you know them?
No, Harry said immediately.
See, Lupin said, turning back, voice steady. Looks exactly like something from Zonko's to me. The door burst open.
Ron?
He staggered in, gasping for breath, clutching his side.
I gave Harry that stuff. He wheezed, barely able to stand. Bought it at Zonko's ages ago.
The room fell still again. But this time, the balance had shifted. Well? Lupin clapped his hands together, the sudden brightness in his voice almost jarring after the tension. That settles everything nicely, doesn't it? He didn't wait for an answer. Severus! I'll take this, he added smoothly, already folding the map and slipping it inside his robes before Snape could object. Harry, Ron, come along. I need a word about that vampire essay, if you'll excuse us. Harry didn't dare glance back. Not once. He could feel Snape's gaze burning into his back as they left the office. They didn't speak until they had climbed all the way back to the entrance hall. The castle felt eerily quiet.
Then, Professor, Harry began. I don't want explanations, Lupin cut in sharply.
The warmth was gone. Completely. He cast a quick glance around the empty hall, then lowered his voice.
I know exactly what that map is.
Harry and Ron froze. Yes, Lupin said quietly, catching their stunned expressions. A map of this castle. One that was confiscated by Mr. Filch many years ago.
A beat.
I don't want to know how it came into your possession, he continued, but I am astonished that you didn't hand it in. His voice hardened. Especially after what happened the last time information like this was left lying around. Harry swallowed.
And you are not getting it back, Lupin finished.
Harry had expected that, but it still hit.
Hard.
Then why, Harry asked quickly, unable to hold it in, did Snape think I got it from the people who made it? Lupin hesitated. Just for a second. Because, he said slowly, those people would have found it amusing to lure you out of the castle. Harry's eyes widened. You know them. We've met, Lupin said shortly. Something in his tone shut the conversation down. Then he looked at Harry, really looked at him, and what Harry saw there was worse than anger. Disappointment. Don't expect me to cover for you again.
Each word landed like a weight. I cannot force you to take Sirius Black seriously, Lupin continued, voice low but firm. But I would have thought that what you hear when the Dementors come near you would have been enough.
Harry felt something twist painfully in his chest. Your parents died to keep you alive, Harry, Lupin said quietly. Silence.
A strange way to repay them, he added, risking everything for a bag of joke shop tricks. And then...
He turned and walked away, leaving Harry standing there, feeling far worse than he had in Snape's office. They climbed the marble staircase in silence.
Heavy. Uncomfortable. It's my fault, Ron said suddenly. I talked you into it. Lupin's right. It was stupid. We shouldn't have gone.
He broke off. Hermione was coming toward them. One look at her face and Harry's stomach dropped. She knew. Did she tell McGonagall? Here to enjoy it, are you? Ron snapped bitterly. Or did you just finish reporting us?
No, Hermione said quietly.
She was clutching a letter. Her lip trembled. Something was very wrong.
I just thought you should know.
Her voice broke.
Hagrid lost the case.
The words hit like a blow. Harry felt the air leave his lungs. Hermione swallowed hard.
Buckbeak, she whispered. Tears spilling over, is going to be executed.
Chapter 15. The Quidditch Final. He wrote to me, Hermione murmured, extending the crumpled letter toward them. Harry accepted it carefully. The parchment felt clammy in his hands, its surface marred by large tear stains that had blurred whole sections of the writing, forcing him to squint to make sense of it. Dear Hermione, we didn't win. They've permitted me to bring him back to Hogwarts. The date for the execution hasn't been set yet. Beaky seemed to like London, at least. I'll always be grateful for everything you did.
Hagrid.
They can't be serious, Harry said under his breath, his voice tightening. They just can't. Buckbeak hasn't hurt anyone.
It's Malfoy's father, Hermione replied, brushing away tears with the back of her hand. He's intimidated the committee, you know how he operates. They're all weak, easily swayed, frightened into agreeing with him. There will be an appeal, of course. There always is, but... She hesitated, her expression sinking. I don't think it'll make any difference.
It will, Ron cut in sharply, his tone unusually firm. "This time you're not doing everything on your own. Hermione, I'm with you."
Oh, Ron. Overcome. Hermione threw her arms around him and burst into sobs. Ron froze, clearly unsure what to do, then awkwardly patted her head, as if calming a startled animal. After a moment, she pulled away, still trembling. "Ron, I'm so sorry about Scabbers," she said between broken breaths. "Oh, well, he was ancient," Ron replied quickly, relief flickering across his face now that she'd let go. "And not much use, really. Who knows? Maybe Mum and Dad will finally get me an owl."
With the tighter security measures in place after Black's second intrusion, evening visits to Hagrid's hut were no longer possible. Their only opportunity to see him now came during Care of Magical Creatures lessons. When they finally did, he looked hollow, as though the verdict had drained something vital from him.
"It's me fault," Hagrid muttered miserably. "Couldn't get me words out right. They was all sitting there in them dark robes, and I kept dropping me papers. Forgot half the things ye found for me, Hermione. Then Lucius Malfoy stood up, said his piece, and that was it. They just followed his lead."
"There's still a chance to appeal," Ron insisted, his voice burning with determination. "Don't lose hope, we're working on it." They made their way back toward the castle with the rest of the class. Up ahead, Malfoy strutted alongside Crabbe and Goyle, repeatedly glancing back at them with a sneer, clearly enjoying himself. "It won't change anything, Ron," Hagrid said quietly as they reached the stone steps. "The committee's under Malfoy's thumb. Best I can do now is make sure Beaky's got some happiness left. He deserves that much." He turned abruptly and hurried off toward his hut, pressing a handkerchief to his face. "Patent." Malfoy's voice echoed from just inside the entrance hall. He, Crabbe, and Goyle had lingered there, listening.
"Honestly," Malfoy went on, smirking, "have you ever seen anything more pitiful? And he calls himself a teacher."
Harry and Ron both surged forward, anger flashing, but Hermione was faster.
Smack!
The sound rang out as her hand connected sharply with Malfoy's cheek. He stumbled backward in shock. The others stood frozen, stunned, as Hermione raised her hand again, eyes blazing. "Don't you ever call Hagrid pathetic, you disgusting vial." "Hermione," Ron said faintly, reaching to stop her as she drew back again.
"Let go, Ron."
She yanked her arm free and, in one swift motion, pulled out her wand. Malfoy instinctively retreated, his confidence faltering. Crabbe and Goyle turned toward him, confused, waiting for direction that didn't come. "Let's go," Malfoy muttered under his breath. Without another glance back, he turned, and within seconds Crabbe, and Goyle slipped away toward the dungeon corridor.
"Hermione!" Ron exclaimed again, his voice caught somewhere between disbelief and admiration.
Hermione, still flushed with anger, turned sharply to Harry. "You have to win the Quidditch final," she said, her voice high and urgent. "You just have to. I can't bear the idea of Slytherin taking it." "We're going to be late for charms," Ron said, still staring at her as though seeing her differently. "Come on, we should move." They rushed up the wide marble staircase, their footsteps echoing as they headed for Professor Flitwick's classroom. "You're late. Boys," came Professor Flitwick's sharp voice the moment Harry pushed the door open. "Hurry along now, one's at the ready. We're practicing cheering charms today. Pairs have already been assigned." Harry and Ron quickly slipped into seats at the back, fumbling open their bags. As Ron settled, he glanced over his shoulder.
"Hang on, where's Hermione?"
Harry turned as well, scanning the room. She hadn't come in, yet he could have sworn she'd been right beside him just moments earlier.
"That's odd," Harry said slowly. "Maybe she went to the bathroom or something."
But Hermione never appeared for the entire lesson. She could have used one of those cheering charms herself, Ron remarked as they left for lunch, both of them still wearing wide, almost silly grins. The spell had left the class unusually buoyant. She wasn't in the Great Hall either. By the time they'd finished their apple pie, the charm's effects had faded, replaced by a growing unease. "You don't think Malfoy did something to her, do you?" Ron asked, his voice tight with concern, as they hurried toward Gryffindor Tower. They passed the stationed security trolls, gave the password Flibbertigibbet to the fat lady, and climbed through the portrait hole into the common room.
There she was.
Hermione sat slumped over a table, fast asleep, her head resting on a thick arithmancy textbook. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance before sitting on either side of her. Harry nudged her gently.
Hermione.
She jerked awake instantly. "What is it?" she said, blinking rapidly, her eyes darting around. "Is it time already? What class do we have?"
Divination, but not for another 20 minutes, Harry said. Hermione, why didn't you come to Charms? What? Oh no, she gasped, sitting upright. I missed Charms.
"But how?" Harry pressed. "You were literally right there with us outside the classroom."
I don't understand, Hermione cried, clutching her head. Was Professor Flitwick upset? It's Malfoy. I was so busy thinking about what he said, I completely lost track of everything.
Ron leaned down, eyeing the massive arithmancy book she'd apparently been using as a pillow. "Honestly, Hermione," he said, shaking his head, "I think you're overdoing it. You're taking on way too much."
I am not, she snapped, pushing her hair back in frustration while searching frantically for her bag. I just slipped up, that's all. I need to go and apologize to Professor Flitwick. I'll meet you in divination.
Without waiting for a reply, she gathered her things in a rush, still looking flustered and unsettled. Hermione reached them at the base of the ladder to Professor Trelawney's classroom, nearly breathless, her face tight with frustration and panic. "I can't believe this. I missed cheering charms," she burst out, her voice trembling. "And you just know it'll be on the exams. Professor Flitwick practically said so." Without waiting, she grabbed the ladder and climbed quickly. Harry and Ron followed, exchanging uneasy glances as they disappeared into the suffocating gloom of the tower. The room felt heavier than usual, thick with heat and incense. On every small, unsteady table, crystal balls glowed faintly, swirling with pale, ghost-like mist. The light flickered across their faces as they took their seats together.
I thought we weren't doing crystal balls until next term, Ron muttered, lowering his voice as he cast a suspicious glance into the shadows, as if expecting Professor Trelawney to materialize at any moment. Don't jinx it, Harry whispered back. At least it means we're done with palm reading. I was getting tired of her acting like my hands were cursed. Good day to you.
The voice drifted through the room like cold air. Professor Trelawney emerged slowly from the darkness, her eyes shining, her presence as unsettling as ever. Parvati and Lavender leaned forward instantly, their faces glowing with anticipation in the pale light. "I have chosen," Trelawney said softly, lowering herself into her chair, to begin crystal gazing earlier than planned. "The fates have spoken, and your examination in June will center upon the orb." Hermione let out a sharp, unmistakable snort. "Oh, please," she said loudly, her patience snapping. "The fates told her she's the one who writes the exam." Her voice cut through the room. "That's not prophecy, that's planning." Harry and Ron choked, trying and failing to suppress their laughter. For a moment, the shadows seemed to deepen around Trelawney's face. It was impossible to tell whether she had heard, but when she spoke again, her tone floated on, eerily unchanged. "Crystal gazing," she murmured, "is among the most delicate of magical arts. Few possess the gift. Fewer still recognize it when it awakens." Ron gave a strangled snort and had to jam his fist into his mouth to keep from laughing aloud. "You must first still the mind," silence the outer senses. Trelawney continued dreamily. Only then may the inner eye open. The room fell into an uneasy quiet. They began. Harry stared into the swirling mist, trying to empty his thoughts, but they kept rushing back, louder than ever. This is pointless. This is ridiculous. Beside him, Ron trembled with barely contained laughter, while Hermione sat rigid, irritation radiating off her. After what felt like an eternity, Harry leaned closer. "Anything," he whispered. Ron squinted dramatically into the orb. "Yeah," he said gravely. "That someone burned the table. Look, wax stain." Hermione exhaled sharply, her patience finally cracking. "This is absurd," she hissed. "I could be doing something useful. I could be fixing the mess I made catching up on cheering charms." A soft rustle interrupted her. Professor Trelawney drifted past their table, her bracelets chiming faintly in the silence. "Would anyone," she whispered, care for assistance in interpreting the visions that stir within the orb. "I don't need help," Ron muttered under his breath. "It's obvious." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah," Ron leaned in, lowering his voice to a mock-serious tone. "It means there's going to be a lot of fog tonight." For a split second, there was silence. Then Harry and Hermione both broke, laughter spilling out despite everything, cutting straight through the heavy, suffocating atmosphere.
"Really now?" Professor Trelawney's voice sliced through the laughter, thin but suddenly sharp. Every head in the room snapped toward Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Parvati and Lavender looked utterly appalled, as though something sacred had been shattered. "You are interfering with the delicate currents of clairvoyance." She glided toward their table, her many bangles chiming softly, then bent low over the crystal ball. The pale mist reflected eerily in her oversized glasses.
Harry's stomach dropped. He already knew how this would end. "There is something," Trelawney whispered, her voice dropping to a breath, something stirring, shifting within the orb. Her face drew closer still, her reflection doubling in the glass. "But what is it?" Harry didn't need to hear the answer. If he'd had to wager everything he owned, his broom included, he would have bet it wasn't good.
"My dear," she murmured, lifting her gaze slowly to him, eyes wide and almost feverish. "It appears again." Clearer than ever, drawing nearer, closing in. Her voice trembled with ominous delight. "The grow. Honestly." Hermione's voice cut in, loud and unrestrained. Not that absurd grim nonsense again. The room froze.
Professor Trelawney straightened slowly, her large eyes fixing on Hermione with a look that had lost all its dreamy softness. Around them, whispers sparked. Parvati leaned toward Lavender, muttering urgently, and both shot Hermione looks of open disapproval. When Trelawney spoke again, her tone was no longer distant and mystical, it was cold.
"I regret to say," she began, her voice tightening, "that from the moment you entered this class of, my dear, it has been painfully obvious that you lack the sensitivity required for the noble discipline of divination." Her gaze sharpened. "In fact, I cannot recall ever encountering a mind so profoundly unresponsive to the unseen." Silence fell, thick and suffocating. Then fine.
Hermione shot to her feet so abruptly her chair scraped harshly against the floor. She shoved her book back into her bag with shaking hands. "Fine," she repeated, her voice trembling, not with fear, but fury. Slinging the bag over her shoulder, she nearly knocked Ron sideways. "I'm done. I'm not wasting another second here." Before anyone could react, she stormed across the room. The trapdoor banged open under her foot, and without hesitation, she disappeared down the ladder. The echo of it lingered. For several long moments, no one spoke. Gradually, the class began to stir again, uneasy murmurs replacing the silence. Professor Trelawney turned away from Harry and Ron as though nothing had happened. Though her breathing was uneven now, her shawl clutched tightly around her. Ooh! Lavender's sudden gasp made several students jump. Professor Trelawney, she said excitedly, eyes shining. You predicted this, you remember. You said one of us would leave around Easter. You saw it. All eyes swung back to Trelawney. And slowly, very slowly, she smiled.
Yes, my dear, Professor Trelawney said softly, her voice thick with quiet satisfaction. I was always aware that Miss Granger would depart from us, though one dares to hope the signs might have been misread. She sighed faintly, pressing a hand to her chest. The inner eye is not always a blessing. It can weigh heavily upon those who possess it.
Lavender and Parvati looked completely captivated. Without hesitation, they shifted aside, eagerly making room for her at their table, as though basking in her presence. Ron leaned toward Harry, his voice low but edged with disbelief. Blimey. Hermione picked quite a day to lose it, didn't she? Yeah, Harry muttered, though his attention had already drifted. He stared down into the crystal ball. The mist inside twisted slowly, endlessly, revealing nothing, no shapes, no shadows, no grim. But the doubt lingered. Had Trelawney truly seen it again? Would he see it next? A cold unease settled in his chest. The last thing he needed now. With the Quidditch final looming so close, was another brush with disaster. The Easter holidays arrived, but they brought no relief. If anything, the pressure only tightened. Homework piled higher than ever before, suffocating the third years beneath it. Neville Longbottom looked as though he might crack at any moment, and he wasn't alone. Holiday? Seamus Finnegan exploded one afternoon, throwing his hands up in frustration. In the common room, they call this a holiday. Exams are miles away. What's the point of this? No one had an answer. But no one was suffering more than Hermione. Even after abandoning divination, her workload remained crushing. She carried more subjects than anyone else. And it showed. Night after night, she was the last to leave the common room. Morning after morning, she was the first to arrive at the library. Dark shadows pooled beneath her eyes, deep and hollow, and more than once. She looked on the verge of breaking. Ron, meanwhile, had thrown himself completely into Buckbeak's appeal. Whenever he wasn't struggling through his own assignments, he sat buried in towering stacks of heavy, intimidating books. The Handbook of Hippogriff Psychology, Foul or Foul, a study of hippogriff brutality, reading with a focus so intense it was almost frightening. He was so consumed, he didn't even snap at Crookshanks anymore. Harry had no escape either. Between endless homework, daily Quidditch practices, and Wood's relentless tactical briefings, every spare moment vanished. The Gryffindor-Slytherin match loomed closer with each passing day, scheduled for the first Saturday after the holidays, and the stakes couldn't have been higher. Slytherin led the standings by exactly 200 points, which meant, as Wood reminded them constantly, Gryffindor didn't just need to win, they needed to dominate. And that means Wood would say, fixing Harry with an intense stare. You catch the snitch only if we're more than 50 points ahead, not before. If you do it too early, we win the match but lose the cup. Do you understand? More than 50 points. Harry, more than I know. Oliver! Harry snapped at last, his patience shattering. The entire house was consumed by it. Every conversation, every moment, circled back to the match. Gryffindor hadn't lifted the Quidditch Cup since the days of Charlie Weasley, and that memory only sharpened the hunger. But for Harry, it was more than house pride. It was personal. The tension between him and Malfoy had reached a breaking point. Malfoy still burned with humiliation from Hogsmeade, still seethed over Harry escaping punishment, and Harry hadn't forgotten a single one of Malfoy's attempts to sabotage him during the Ravenclaw match. But above all, there was Buckbeak. That alone was enough. Harry needed to defeat Malfoy in front of everyone. No one could remember a match that had ever carried this much pressure. By the time the holidays ended, the castle felt like it was holding its breath. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin had turned volatile, every glance sharp, every word edged. Arguments flared in corridors, pushing closer and closer to violence, until one particularly ugly clash left a Gryffindor 4th year and a Slytherin 6th year sprawled in the hospital wing, both sprouting leaks from their ears after a misfired hex.
Harry, in particular, couldn't catch a break.
Every trip between classes felt like running a gauntlet. Slytherins lingered in doorways, casually stretching out their legs to trip him. Laughter followed him down the halls. Crabbe and Goyle seemed to materialize out of nowhere, only retreating with visible disappointment whenever they found him surrounded. Wood had taken no chances. Harry was never to be alone. Gryffindor House embraced the order with almost alarming enthusiasm. Wherever Harry went, a noisy, protective crowd followed so large and chaotic that he was constantly late to lessons. It was suffocating. But even that wasn't what worried him most. It was the firebolt. When he wasn't flying it, Harry locked it deep inside his trunk, checking it obsessively between classes, sometimes sprinting all the way back to Gryffindor Tower just to make sure it hadn't been tampered with. The night before the match, the common room abandoned all pretense of normality. Books lay unopened, homework forgotten. Even Hermione had given up.
"I can't do it," she admitted, her voice tight with nerves. "I can't concentrate on anything."
The room buzzed with restless energy. Fred and George were louder than ever, joking wildly as if trying to drown out the tension. Across the room, Oliver Wood hunched over a miniature Quidditch pitch, moving tiny players with his wand, muttering strategies under his breath like a man on the edge.
Angelina? Alicia? And Katie laughed too loudly at everything, their laughter brittle.
Harry sat apart with Ron and Hermione, removed from the chaos but not from the pressure. He tried not to think about the match. Every time he did, a sick, twisting feeling rose in his stomach, like something clawing to get out.
"You'll be fine," Hermione said, though her pale face betrayed her. "You've got the best broom there is," Ron added quickly. "You'll destroy them."
"Yeah," Harry muttered, though the nausea didn't ease.
Suddenly the Wood shot to his feet. "Team bed! Now—"
Sleep didn't come easily. Harry's dreams were restless, tangled with anxiety. First, he dreamed he'd overslept Wood, shouting at him in fury. "Where were you? We had to put Neville in."
Then the dream shifted twisted.
Malfoy and the Slytherin team soared onto the pitch, not on brooms, but on dragons. Fire roared through the air as Harry dodged desperately, his heart hammering until a horrifying realization struck him. He didn't have his firebolt. The ground rushed up to meet him. He fell
and jolted awake.
For a few seconds, he lay there, disoriented, his heart pounding violently against his ribs. Slowly, reality settled back in. No match yet, no dragons, he was safe. The room was silent. His throat felt dry. Carefully, trying not to wake anyone, Harry slipped out of bed and crossed to the window, pouring himself a glass of water from the silver jug.
Outside, the world lay still.
The grounds were wrapped in quiet. Not a single breeze stirred the trees of the forbidden forest. The whomping willow stood perfectly motionless, almost harmless in the darkness. Everything looked calm. Perfect.
Too perfect.
Harry lowered the goblet, setting it down softly. He had just turned to head back to bed when something shifted at the edge of his vision. He froze. Out on the moonlit lawn, something was moving. A shape low, silent slipping across the silvered grass.
His pulse spiked.
Harry lunged for his bedside table, fumbled for his glasses, and shoved them on before racing back to the window, his breath caught as he stared out into the darkness.
It can't be. Not now.
Not the Grim, not tonight, not before the match. He scanned the grounds, heart hammering, searching. There, near the edge of the forbidden forest. The shape moved again, clearer this time, smaller than he'd feared. Harry exhaled sharply, gripping the window frame as relief flooded through him.
A cat.
That distinctive, plume-like tail. Crookshanks. Just Crookshanks, he murmured under his breath, tension draining from his shoulders. But the relief didn't last.
Something felt wrong.
Harry leaned closer, pressing his face against the cold glass, narrowing his eyes. Crookshanks had stopped. And there behind him, at the dark fringe of the trees, something else shifted.
A second shape. Larger. Watching.
And then it stepped forward. A massive black dog emerged from the shadows, its matted fur blending into the night as it moved with eerie silence across the lawn. Crookshanks trotted calmly beside it, as though they belonged together. Harry's breath hitched. His mind raced.
If Crookshanks could see it, if it was real, then what did that mean?
This wasn't just some omen.
Was it? Ron, Harry hissed urgently. Ron, wake up! A groan. What?
I need you to look at something now.
It's pitch black, Harry, Ron mumbled, barely awake. What are you talking about? Down there, just look.
Harry whipped his gaze back to the window. Gone. Both of them. Vanished without a trace. No, Harry scrambled onto the windowsill, leaning dangerously far out, trying to catch even a flicker of movement in the shadows below.
Nothing. Only darkness. Only silence.
Where had they gone? Behind him, Ron let out a loud, contented snore. Harry stayed at the window a moment longer, unease curling tightly in his chest. The next morning, the tension exploded into noise. As Harry and the Gryffindor team stepped into the Great Hall, a wave of applause crashed over them. It echoed off the high ceiling, loud and relentless. Harry blinked in surprise. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were cheering too.
Only Slytherin remained cold.
They hissed as the team passed, a sharp, hostile sound that cut through the applause. Harry's eyes flicked to their table. Malfoy sat rigid among them, his face paler than usual. For once, there was no smirk. Wood didn't seem to notice anything but the match.
Eat, he kept urging, pacing behind them, though he himself didn't touch a bite. You'll need it. Energy focus, eat.
No one had much appetite. Within minutes, Wood was already herding them out, unwilling to waste another second. As they crossed the hall, applause followed them again. Good luck, Harry. Harry turned instinctively. Cho stood among the crowd, smiling. Heat rushed to his face as he quickly looked away. The field lay open beneath a bright, cloudless sky. Wood strode across it, inspecting everything with restless intensity, the team trailing behind him. Wind's calm, he muttered. Good. Sun's strong watch your angles. It could blind you mid-flight. Ground's firm excellent. We'll have speed.
He didn't stop moving, didn't stop talking, his voice tight with nerves.
In the distance, the castle doors burst open. Students poured out onto the lawn, a growing tide of noise and colour, all heading toward the stands. Wood stopped. For a moment he just stared.
Then sharply, "Locker rooms." Not a single one of them spoke as they pulled on their scarlet robes. The silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating. Harry's hands felt clumsy as he tightened his gloves. His stomach churned violently like something alive was twisting inside it, clawing to get free. No one met anyone else's eyes. Then Wood's voice cut through it. "That's it," he said. "Too quickly. Time! Let's go!"
The moment they stepped onto the pitch, the noise hit them like a physical force, a roaring, crashing wall of sound. Scarlet flooded the stand's flags snapping in the air, rosettes pinned proudly to robes, banners whipping wildly. "Go Gryffindor, Lions for the cup." The air trembled with it. But across the field, behind the Slytherin hoops, a darker presence gathered 200 figures in green, their silver serpents gleaming coldly. At the front sat Snape, motionless, dressed to match them, his thin smile cutting like a blade. "And here come the Gryffindors," Lee Jordan's voice rang out over the chaos. "Potter, Bell, Johnson, Spinnet, Weasley, Weasley." And Wood, arguably the strongest team Hogwarts has seen in years. A wave of furious booing erupted from the Slytherin side, trying to drown him out. And here's Slytherin, led by Flint. Looks like they've changed tactics, going for brute force over finesse. More jeers, louder this time. Harry barely heard it. His eyes had already found Malfoy, trailing him, watching, waiting. Captains shake hands. Madam Hooch's sharp voice snapped across the field. Wood and Flint stepped forward, their hands met and tightened, too tight. For a second, it didn't look like a handshake at all, it looked like a challenge. "Mount your brooms!" Harry swung onto the firebolt in one smooth motion, heart hammering. 3, 2, 1. The whistle blew and the world exploded upward. 14 brooms shot into the sky. The wind tore through Harry's hair, ripped the tension straight out of his chest. For a moment, just a moment, everything else vanished. Only speed remained, only flight. Then Malfoy, close behind. Harry surged forward, scanning the air, eyes searching frantically for the snitch. And Gryffindor takes early possession, Lee's voice boomed. Alicia Spinnet with the quaffle charging, straight at the Slytherin goal looking strong. Harry circled high above, the roar of the crowd rising and falling beneath him like thunder. No? Intercepted by Warrington, Slytherin pushing forward fast break. "Och," bludger from George Weasley. Warrington loses it. Johnson picks it up. Gryffindor back in control. The game was already turning brutal. Angelina Johnson advancing beautiful. Dodge, watch out, bludger. Harry twisted mid-air, catching glimpses of the chaos below. And she scores 10-0 to Gryffindor. The stadium erupted. Scarlet surged like fire. Angelina soared upward, fist raised in triumph. Ouch! The celebration shattered. Flint slammed into her at full speed. Angelina reeled, her broom jerking violently beneath her. Gasps and furious shouts exploded from the stands. "Sorry," Flint called down with a grin that said anything but. Didn't see her. A split second later, Fred Weasley snapped. His bat left his hand like a missile. It cracked into the back of Flint's head with a sickening thud. Flint lurched forward, his face smashing into his broom handle, blood bursting from his nose.
"That's enough!" Madam Hooch shrieked, darting between them like a storm. "Penalty to Gryffindor for the foul. Penalty to Slytherin for retaliation." "Oh, come off it," Fred shouted, furious, but the whistle had already blown. The field fell into a tense, expectant silence. Alicia flew forward, gripping the quaffle. "Come on, Alicia," Lee whispered, his voice carrying over the hush. "Come on," she threw. "Yes, she's done it. 20-0 to Gryffindor." The roar returned louder than ever.
Harry wheeled sharply in the air, eyes snapping toward Flint, who was still bleeding as he pushed himself forward to take Slytherin's penalty. Below, Wood hovered in front of the goal hoops, completely still, jaw locked tight. Waiting. Wood's one of the best keepers Hogwarts has ever seen. Lee Jordan's voice rang out, electric with anticipation, as Flint hovered, waiting for the whistle. Nearly impossible to score against, nearly yes. He's done it. What a save. A thunderclap of cheers tore through the stands. Relief surged through Harry, and he shot forward, cutting through the air at speed. His eyes swept the pitch, hunting, always hunting, but his ears stayed locked on Lee's voice. He had to be careful. He could not catch the snitch yet, not until they were safely ahead. Gryffindor in possession, no. Slytherin, no. Gryffindor again. Katie Bell's got it. She's flying fast. Harry wheeled high above, scanning. That was foul. Montague had veered straight into Katie, not for the quaffle, but for her. His hand shot out, grabbing her by the head. She spun wildly in mid-air, nearly losing control. Somehow, she stayed on her broom, but the quaffle slipped from her grasp. The whistle shrieked. Madam Hooch swooped down, fury blazing, her voice carrying even above the roaring crowd as she tore into Montague. Seconds later, Katie takes the penalty and scores. 30-0 to Gryffindor. Take that, you filthy Jordan. If you cannot commentate without bias, I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. Professor, high above, Harry barely registered it. Because there, a flicker of gold, near the base of one of the Gryffindor goalposts, the snitch, his heart slammed. He could take it now and it win the match. No, not yet. If he caught it now, they'd lose the cup. And worse, if Malfoy saw it, Harry acted instantly. He jerked the firebolt around, feigning sudden realization, and blasted toward the opposite end of the pitch. It worked. Malfoy surged after him at once, taking the bait. Then, whoosh! A bludger screamed past Harry's ear, so close it made him flinch. Another whoosh. This one clipped his elbow, sending a jolt of pain shooting up his arm. Harry twisted sharply and saw them, Derek and Bowl, charging straight at him, clubs raised, no hesitation, no mercy. For a split second, everything slowed. Then Harry yanked the firebolt straight upward at the last possible moment. Below him, crack. The two Slytherin beaters slammed into each other mid-air with a sickening impact. Ha! Lee bellowed, barely containing his glee. That's gotta hurt. You'll need better timing than that to take down a firebolt. Harry didn't look back. The game surged on beneath him. Gryffindor back in control. Angelina Johnson with the quaffle Flint right on her. Maybe try poking him in the eye. Angelina, I'm joking. Professor, honestly, the moment shattered. Flint's stolen it. Flint heading for the Gryffindor hoops. Wood, get ready. Harry spun just in time to see it. Flint drove forward, shot goal. The Slytherin section exploded with cheers, a wave of green triumph. Lee's voice cracked with frustration, unleashing a string of words so sharp, Professor McGonagall lunged for his magical megaphone. Sorry, Professor, sorry, that won't happen again. Right, score update, Gryffindor still leading, 30-10, and they've got the quaffle again. Above it all. Harry hovered for a fraction of a second, breathing hard, watching, waiting. The snitch was still out there, and so was Malfoy. The match was spiraling into chaos. Harry had never seen anything like it. Fouls were no longer accidents, they were weapons. Furious at Gryffindor's early dominance, the Slytherins abandoned any pretense of fair play. They lunged, slammed, and struck with barely disguised intent. Bowl swung his bat straight into Alicia. The crack echoed through the air.
I thought she was a bludger, he shouted, grinning.
George didn't hesitate. His elbow slammed into Bowl's face with brutal force. The crowd roared, half outrage, half savage approval. Madam Hooch's whistle screamed again, shrill with fury. Penalties were awarded to both sides, but the game barely slowed. Below, Wood threw himself across the hoops, pulling off another breathtaking save.
40-10 to Gryffindor, Lee shouted.
High above, Harry circled, tense and focused. The snitch was gone again. Malfoy stayed glued to him, shadowing his every move, waiting for the moment Gryffindor pulled far enough ahead. Then, Katie struck again.
50-10.
The stands exploded. Fred and George instantly flanked her, bats raised, daring any Slytherin to try something. They didn't. Instead, they went for wood. Bowl and Derek seized the opening. Both bludgers screamed toward the Gryffindor keeper.
1.
2. They hit him square in the stomach. Wood doubled over mid-air, his broom dipping dangerously as he clutched at it, completely winded. Madam Hooch lost control.
You do not attack the keeper unless the quaffle is in the scoring zone, she shrieked, racing toward them. Penalty to Gryffindor. Angelina didn't miss. 60-10.
The momentum surged. Moments later, Fred sent a bludger rocketing into Warrington, knocking the quaffle clean out of his grasp. Alicia snatched it mid-air and drove it straight through the Slytherin hoops.
70-10.
The Gryffindor section was deafening now, screaming, stamping, shaking the stands. Above it all, Harry flew.
Alone in the sky.
He could feel the eyes on him, hundreds of them tracking his every movement. Malfoy was right behind him.
Always there.
Then, a flash of gold. Harry's heart leapt. The snitch. Just ahead, 20 feet above him, glittering in the sunlight. This was it.
Harry exploded forward.
The firebolt surged beneath him, faster than ever, wind howling past his ears as he stretched out his hand. Closer. Closer. Then, something jerked him back.
Hard.
The speed vanished. The broom lurched. Harry twisted in shock. Malfoy. He'd lunged forward, gripping the tail of the firebolt with both hands, dragging it backward with all his strength.
You...
Fury surged through Harry, white-hot and blinding. He tried to swing at him, but Malfoy was just out of reach, clinging on, his face strained with effort. But his eyes were gleaming. Victorious.
Because it had worked.
The snitch was gone. Penalty. Penalty to Gryffindor. Madam Hooch's voice tore through the air as she shot upward, livid. I have never seen such disgraceful play. Malfoy dropped back onto his broom, breathing hard but smiling. Below, Lee Jordan was nearly incoherent with rage.
You cheating scum! He bellowed into the megaphone, dodging as Professor McGonagall lunged for it. You filthy... cheating!
She didn't even try to stop him. Her hat had fallen off. She was shaking with fury, but pointing straight at Malfoy, shouting louder than anyone. The stadium was boiling. Alicia rose for the penalty, but her hands were shaking. Her aim faltered. The quaffle missed by yards. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. And just like that, everything shifted. Gryffindor's focus cracked. Their rhythm faltered. And below, the Slytherins energized, Vicious pressed harder than ever, feeding off the chaos Malfoy had unleashed. Slytherin in possession, Montague pushing forward, he shoots, he scores. Lee groaned, the excitement draining from his voice. 70-20. Gryffindor, still in the lead, high above the pitch. Harry stayed locked onto Malfoy, flying so close their knees kept colliding mid-air. He didn't give him an inch, couldn't afford to.
Move! Potter! Malfoy snapped, twisting sharply, only to slam straight into Harry again. Not happening. Harry shot back under his breath. Below Angelina Johnson with the quaffle for Gryffindor. Come on, Angelina, come on. Harry risked a glance. Every Slytherin, every single one except Malfoy, was racing toward her. Even the keeper, they were closing in from all sides. A trap. Harry didn't think.
He spun the firebolt around, dropped low so low he was practically lying along the broom, and kicked forward with everything he had. The world blurred. He shot across the pitch like a missile. Oh! The Slytherins scattered in panic as he tore straight through their formation, forcing them apart. Angelina's path cleared instantly. "She scores! She scores!" Lee roared. 80-20 to Gryffindor. Harry barely missed crashing into the stands. He yanked the firebolt upward at the last second, skidding in midair before whipping back toward the center of the field, and froze. Malfoy was diving. Fast, too fast. And there, a flicker of gold, just above the grass. The snitch. Harry's heart slammed painfully against his ribs. No, he plunged. The firebolt screamed downward, wind tearing past him, but Malfoy was ahead. Too far ahead.
Go, go, go! Harry urged desperately, pressing himself flat against the broom, willing it faster. A bludger hurtled toward him. He twisted, barely avoiding it. Closer, closer. He was at Malfoy's heels, then level for one split second. They were side by side. Harry let go. Both hands off the broom. He lunged, knocked Malfoy's arm aside, and closed his fingers around. Yes, he pulled up sharply, soaring back into the sky. The roar that followed was deafening.
It swallowed everything. Harry's ears rang as he rose above the chaos, his fist clenched tight, the tiny golden snitch fluttering wildly, trapped between his fingers. For a moment, he could hardly breathe. Then Wood crashed into him, arms around his neck, nearly knocking him off his broom, laughing and crying all at once. We did it, we did it. Fred and George slammed into them seconds later. Angelina, Alicia, Katie, voices overlapping, shouting, laughing. We won the cup. The team collapsed together in mid-air, tangled in a chaotic, jubilant embrace before drifting back down to the ground. And then the crowd broke. A flood of scarlet surged over the barriers, pouring onto the field. Hands clapped their backs, voices roared in their ears, everything blurred into noise and motion. Suddenly, Harry was lifted, hoisted high above the crowd on a wave of cheering students. Through the dizzying sea of faces, he caught glimpses.
Hagrid, covered head to toe in Gryffindor colours, shouting at the top of his lungs. You did it, Harry. You beat 'em. Wait till Buckbeak hears about this. Percy, jumping wildly, all composure gone. Professor McGonagall, tears streaming down her face, waving a massive Gryffindor flag. And then Ron, Hermione, pushing through the crowd toward him. They didn't say a word. They didn't need to. Their faces said everything.
Ahead, at the centre of it all, stood Dumbledore, calm and smiling, the Quidditch cup gleaming in his hands. Wood, still shaking, pressed it into Harry's grasp. Harry lifted it high, the stadium erupted again, and in that moment, heart racing, victory roaring around him, Harry felt certain of one thing. If a Dementor had appeared right then, he could have driven it away with the brightest Patronus the world had ever seen. Chapter 16. Professor Trelawney's Prediction. Harry's delight at finally winning the Quidditch Cup did not fade quickly. In fact, it stayed with him for at least a full week, glowing warmly somewhere inside him and making everything seem brighter than it had in months. Even the weather appeared to have joined in the celebration. As June crept closer, the skies stretched endlessly blue above Hogwarts, cloudless and blazing, and the days grew heavy with warmth until the castle stones themselves seemed to hum with heat. All anyone wanted to do was escape outside, wander lazily down to the grounds, collapse beneath the shade of a tree, and spend the afternoon doing absolutely nothing except sipping iced pumpkin juice, idly flicking gobstones across the grass, or lying on their backs watching the giant squid drift dreamily through the glittering lake, its long tentacles breaking the surface every so often in slow, lazy spirals.
But of course, they couldn't.
Exams were looming. The promise of summer lay just beyond reach, and instead of enjoying it, the students of Hogwarts were trapped inside the castle's thick stone walls, hunched over books and parchment, trying desperately to force their minds to absorb facts and spells while teasing currents of warm summer air drifted through the open windows and distracted them further. The contrast was torture. Outside, sunlight poured across the lawns and sparkled on the lake. Inside, there were ink stains, yawns, and muttered curses over impossible revision notes. The atmosphere in the common room had changed entirely. Even Fred and George Weasley, who usually treated schoolwork as a joke at best and an insult at worst, had been seen revising. Their OWLS, ordinary wizarding levels, were only days away. And although they still found time for whispered plotting and the occasional suspicious bang from inside their trunk, they had actually opened books. Percy, meanwhile, was preparing for his NEWTS nastily, exhausting wizarding tests, the highest qualifications Hogwarts offered. And since Percy intended to march straight into the Ministry of Magic the moment he left school, he was determined to achieve top marks in every subject. As a result, he had become even more unbearable than usual, already pompous and self-important. Percy was now jumpy, irritable, and viciously protective of quiet. Every evening he stalked around the common room with the expression of a prison guard, handing out savage punishments to anyone who laughed too loudly, whispered too much, or even shuffled cards with what he considered excessive noise. And yet, somehow, there was still one person more tense than Percy. Hermione. Harry and Ron had long since stopped trying to understand how she was managing to attend so many classes at once, though the mystery nagged at them constantly. She was always there, always arriving breathless, clutching books, and looking exhausted, but somehow never seemed to miss anything. They had learned not to ask. Hermione's temper had grown dangerously short as exam week approached, and even innocent questions could cause an explosion. Still, when they saw the exam timetable she had drawn up for herself, neither Harry nor Ron could stop themselves. Pinned neatly across several sheets of parchment in Hermione's tiny, precise handwriting was a schedule so impossible that Harry thought at first she must have made a mistake.
Monday.
9 o'clock arithmancy.
9 o'clock transfiguration. Lunch. 1 o'clock charms.
1 o'clock ancient runes. Ron stared at it for several seconds, blinking. Then he cleared his throat nervously. Hermione, he said carefully, as though speaking to someone holding a lit wand over a barrel of gunpowder. Are you sure you copied these times down right?
What? Hermione snapped instantly, snatching the parchment from the table and glaring at it as if daring it to contradict her. Yes, of course I copied them right.
Harry exchanged a glance with Ron. Is there any point, Harry asked, trying to keep his voice neutral, in asking how exactly you're planning to sit 2 exams at once?
No, Hermione said shortly.
She dropped the timetable, began rummaging through a mountain of parchment and books, and added irritably, Have either of you seen my copy of Numerology and Grammatica?
Oh yeah, said Ron under his breath. Borrowed it for a bit of bedtime reading.
Hermione ignored him completely, still digging furiously through her things. In the middle of all the exam madness, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had still managed to find chances to speak to Hagrid. Buckbeak's appeal was almost upon them. Whenever they had care of magical creatures, Hagrid would wander over under the excuse of checking on their flobberworms or inspecting someone's knotgrass, then crouch beside them and mutter updates in a low voice. "Beaky's getting a bit low," Hagrid whispered one afternoon, bending down so far he nearly crushed Harry's flobber worm in his beard. Been shut up too long. Poor thing, he likes to stretch his wings, but still. Hagrid's beard twitched anxiously as he glanced toward the castle. We'll know day after tomorrow, one way or another. The words settled heavily over the three of them. Aftercare of magical creatures came potions. And potions that afternoon was a complete disaster. Harry had started the lesson badly and only got worse. They were supposed to be brewing a confusing concoction, but no matter how carefully Harry followed the instructions, his potion remained stubbornly thin and watery when it was supposed to thicken into a smooth, syrupy consistency. He stirred harder, added ingredients again, tried adjusting the flame. Nothing worked. Snape drifted silently between the desks like a bat, black robes sweeping the floor, his eyes glittering maliciously as he inspected cauldrons. When he reached Harry's, he stopped. He looked down. A slow, unpleasant smile spread across his face. "Well," he said softly, in a voice dripping with contempt, "this is certainly creative." Harry gritted his teeth. Snape bent over Harry's notes, made a swift mark with his quill, something that looked very much like a large, unmistakable 0, and moved away with an expression of deep satisfaction. Harry stared after him furiously, his ruined potion bubbling weakly in front of him. Then came astronomy at midnight, which meant dragging themselves half asleep up the winding stairs to the tallest tower in the castle, where the night air was cool at last and the sky stretched endlessly above them in 1,000 glittering points of light, and where they squinted through telescopes with aching eyes, scribbling down the positions of stars and planets while trying not to yawn themselves senseless. Harry found it hard to care about the movement of Jupiter's moons when his brain felt like treacle, and by the time he finally stumbled into bed in the early hours of the morning, he felt as though he had barely closed his eyes before he was being hauled awake again for Wednesday's first ordeal. History of Magic. History of Magic was, as always, unbearable. Professor Binns droned on in his usual flat, ghostly monotone as parchment rustled and quills scratched in the suffocating heat of the classroom, and Harry, whose eyelids kept drooping dangerously, wrote down every scrap of information he could remember that Florian Fortescue had told him over the summer about medieval witch burnings and the ridiculous lengths muggles had gone to in trying and failing to catch real witches. His thoughts kept drifting, however, not to history, but to ice cream, specifically to one of Fortescue's enormous chocolate sundaes piled high and melting deliciously in a dish beside him. The image was so vivid that Harry nearly wrote chocolate sauce instead of witch-hunting methods on his parchment. Wednesday afternoon was no easier. Herbology took place in the greenhouses under a merciless sun, and inside the glass walls the heat became almost unbearable. Sweat trickled down Harry's back as they wrestled with dangerous plants and tried to remember the properties of various fungi and roots, while the air around them shimmered with heat and the smell of damp earth. By the time they were finally released, all three of them had sunburned necks and aching heads, and they trudged back up to Gryffindor Tower, feeling wrung out, sunbaked and exhausted, thinking only one thing. This time tomorrow it would all be over. Their second-to-last exam arrived on Thursday morning.
Defense against the dark arts.
And unlike every other written exam they had suffered through that week, Professor Lupin had devised something entirely different. The exam was set up outside in the sunshine and looked more like a bizarre obstacle course than a test. One by one, students had to make their way through a series of magical challenges designed to test everything Lupin had taught them that year. First, there was a deep paddling pool containing a Grindylow which had to be crossed without getting dragged under by its slimy green fingers. Then came a line of deep potholes occupied by red caps. nasty little goblin-like creatures who had to be dodged or stunned before they could trip you. After that, there was a patch of marshland, thick and sucking at your feet, while somewhere ahead a hinky punk bobbed along, trying to lure you in the wrong direction with its false light. And finally, if you made it through all of that, there was an old trunk waiting beneath a tree.
Inside the trunk, a boggart.
Harry had made it through the whole course quickly. He crossed the pool, kicked away the Grindylows' grasping hands, avoided the red caps, ignored the hinky punk's lies, and reached the trunk with his heart pounding. A moment later, he emerged, flushed, breathless, and grinning. "Excellent, Harriet," Lupin murmured as he climbed out, smiling warmly. "Full marks." Harry's chest swelled with pride. He stepped aside, still glowing with success, and stayed to watch Ron and Hermione. Ron managed surprisingly well. He splashed through the pool, stumbled only slightly over the red caps, and kept his nerve until he reached the hinky punk. The little glowing creature darted left.
Ron followed.
It darted right. Ron followed again. And before he knew it, he had stepped straight into the deepest part of the marsh and sank with a yell up to his waist in thick, black mud. Harry laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Hermione, on the other hand, was flawless.
As usual.
She crossed every obstacle perfectly, cool and precise, and reached the trunk without a mistake. She climbed inside. A minute passed. Then another. Harry frowned. Then suddenly the trunk lid burst open and Hermione came flying out, screaming.
"Hermione," said Lupin, hurrying toward her in alarm. "What happened?"
Hermione was white as chalk. Her eyes were huge. Professor McGonagall," she gasped, pointing a shaking finger at the trunk. She said I'd failed everything." For a moment there was silence. Then Ron let out a snort. Harry choked. Lupin, though trying very hard not to smile, looked sympathetic. It took several minutes to calm Hermione down, and even once she had stopped trembling, she looked furious and humiliated. Eventually, the three of them began walking back toward the castle. Ron kept making odd choking noises beside Harry, clearly struggling not to laugh again. Hermione was glaring straight ahead with her arms folded tightly. An argument was brewing. But it never began. Because when they reached the top of the stone step, they saw Cornelius Fudge. The Minister of Magic was standing there in his pinstriped cloak, dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief and gazing out over the grounds. He turned as they approached and smiled when he saw Harry. "Hello there, Harry," he said brightly. "Just had an exam, have you? Nearly done."
"Yes," Harry said shortly.
Ron and Hermione, who had not forgiven Fudge for his part in Buckbeak's case, hovered awkwardly behind him without speaking. "Lovely day," Fudge said, glancing over the sparkling lake. Then he sighed.
Pity.
He looked down at Harry, and his cheerful expression faded. "I'm afraid I'm here on rather unpleasant business," he said. "The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures required a witness to the execution of a dangerous hippogriff. Since I was due to visit Hogwarts anyway to check on the black situation, they asked me to attend." Harry felt sick. "Does that mean the appeal's already happened?" Ron blurted, stepping forward. Fudge blinked at him.
No, he said. "It's this afternoon."
"Then you might not have to witness anything," Ron said firmly. "Buckbeak might be let off." Fudge looked faintly surprised by Ron's boldness and opened his mouth to answer. But before he could, the great oak doors behind him swung open. Two wizards emerged. One was so ancient he seemed to be crumbling where he stood, his skin hanging from his bones like old parchment, and his eyes squinting weakly in the sunlight. The other was tall and broad-shouldered, with a thin black moustache and a brisk, official sort of air. Harry guessed at once who they were. Committee members. The ancient wizard peered toward Hagrid's cabin in the distance and wheezed in a papery voice. Dear, I'm getting much too old for this sort of thing. 2:00, isn't it? Fudge." The black-moustached wizard had not spoken a word, but Harry's eyes were drawn at once to his hand. The man was absently fingering something at his belt, running one broad thumb, slowly and methodically, along the gleaming blade of a polished axe, as though checking its sharpness. Sunlight flashed coldly on the metal. Harry felt his stomach drop. Beside him, Ron made a sudden furious noise in the back of his throat and opened his mouth as though to shout something, but before he could utter a word, Hermione jabbed him hard in the ribs with her elbow and jerked her head sharply toward the entrance hall. Ron glared at her all the way inside. "Why'd you stop me?" he demanded angrily the moment they entered the great hall for lunch. "Did you see that? They've got the axe ready already. They've decided this isn't justice."
"Ron," Hermione hissed, though her own face looked pale and strained. "Your father works for the Ministry. You can't go saying things like that to the Minister of Magic."
Ron looked mutinous. Hermione lowered her voice and added quickly, though she sounded as though she were trying to convince herself as much as him, "If Hagrid keeps calm this time, if he argues properly, if he doesn't start crying or insulting the committee, they can't possibly execute Buckbeak." But Harry could tell she didn't believe it. Not really. Her voice had wavered. All around them, the great hall was buzzing with excitement. Students laughed and talked over their lunch, comparing answers from the morning's exams and celebrating the fact that by evening most of it would be over. There was a holiday feeling in the air already. Plates clattered, goblets sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the enchanted ceiling, and cheerful voices echoed from every table. But Harry, Ron and Hermione barely touched their food. The noise around them seemed distant. All Harry could think about was Hagrid in his cabin. Buckbeak tied up outside. The axe. Harry's and Ron's final exam that afternoon was divination. Hermione's was Muggle studies. They climbed the marble staircase together in silence, each of them wrapped in their own thoughts. At the first floor landing, Hermione turned away, clutching her books tightly against her chest. "Good luck," she said distractedly. "You too," Harry muttered.
Ron barely heard her.
He was checking his watch again. Harry and Ron continued climbing all the way to the 7th floor, where they found most of their class crammed onto the narrow spiral staircase outside Professor Trelawney's trapdoor, books open on their knees, muttering desperately over last-minute revision. The air was hot and stuffy.
Neville was sitting halfway up the stairs with Unfogging the Future spread open on his lap, staring miserably at the chapter on crystal gazing.
"She's doing us one by one," he whispered as Harry and Ron squeezed in beside him. Neville looked close to panic.
"Have either of you ever actually seen anything in a crystal ball?" he asked in a hollow voice.
"Nope," said Ron casually. But he barely seemed to notice what he was saying. He kept glancing at his watch. Harry knew exactly what he was doing. Buckbeak's appeal would be starting soon. The line moved painfully slowly. Every time someone climbed back down the silver ladder from Trelawney's classroom, the others leaned forward eagerly. What did she ask? Was it hard? Did you see anything? But every single person refused to answer. Neville eventually climbed the ladder, looking as though he were marching to his execution. Several endless minutes later, he came stumbling back down, white-faced and wide-eyed. "Well?" Harry and Ron asked together. Neville looked frightened. "She said," he squeaked, "that the crystal ball told her if I told anyone what she asked, I'd suffer a terrible accident." Ron snorted loudly.
How convenient.
Neville shuffled away down the stairs. Ron jerked his thumb upward toward the trapdoor. "You know," he muttered darkly, "I'm starting to think Hermione was right about her." He lowered his voice further. "She's a complete fraud."
Yeah, Harry said absently.
He was staring at his watch. The hands had just reached 2 o'clock. Buckbeak's hearing had begun. His stomach tightened. "Wish she'd hurry up," he muttered. At that moment, Parvati Patil came gliding back down the ladder, positively glowing. Her dark eyes were shining with excitement. "She says I've got all the signs of a true seer," she announced proudly. "To Harry and Ron, I saw loads of things." She beamed. Then she added brightly, "Good luck," and hurried away down the spiral staircase to find Lavender, who squealed the moment she saw her. Ron rolled his eyes. Harry barely noticed. He was still staring at his watch, willing time to stop or move faster. He wasn't sure which. "Ronald Weasley," came Professor Trelawney's familiar misty voice from somewhere above them, drifting down through the trapdoor like smoke. Ron pulled a face at Harry, muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously rude, and hauled himself up the silver ladder out of sight. Harry was left alone on the staircase. He slid down against the wall and sat on the warm wooden step with his arms wrapped loosely around his knees, staring blankly at the patch of sunlight falling through the narrow window nearby, where a single fly buzzed lazily against the glass. The noise of it seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. But Harry barely noticed. His mind was nowhere near the tower. It was across the grounds.
At Hagrid's cabin.
He pictured Hagrid sitting there, huge hands trembling as he tried to speak calmly to the committee. He pictured Buckbeak tethered outside, proud and fierce and unsuspecting. He pictured the gleam of the axe. Harry checked his watch, then checked it again. The minutes dragged. At last, after what felt like forever but was probably only 20 minutes, Ron's large, freckled feet appeared on the ladder, followed by the rest of him. Harry jumped up at once.
How'd it go? He asked quickly.
Ron made a face. "Terrible," he muttered. "Couldn't see a single thing, so I just started inventing stuff. Don't think she believed me, though." Before Harry could reply, Trelawney's dreamy voice floated down again. "Harry Potter." "See you in the common room," Harry muttered to Ron. Then he climbed the ladder. The moment Harry entered the tower room, the heat hit him like a wall. It was even worse than usual. The curtains were drawn tightly across every window, shutting out the bright summer day, and the fire was blazing merrily in the grate despite the sweltering weather. The room was thick with perfumed smoke, sickly and sweet and cloying, and it stung Harry's nose and throat as he picked his way awkwardly through the clutter of poufs, spindly tables, and overstuffed chairs toward Professor Trelawney. She was waiting for him in her enormous glittering shawls and bangles, seated behind a huge crystal ball that shimmered faintly in the firelight. "Good day, my dear," she murmured in her usual soft, distant voice. "If you would kindly gaze into the orb, take your time, and tell me what you see within." Harry sat down. He leaned over the crystal ball and stared into it. And stared. And stared harder.
All he could see was swirling white mist.
He squinted. Nothing. Not even the faintest shape. Well, Professor Trelawney prompted delicately after a while. What do you see? Harry blinked. The room was so hot he felt dizzy. The smoke curled into his nostrils and made his eyes water. He remembered what Ron had said. Make something up.
Harry said slowly. There's a dark shape.
Professor Trelawney leaned forward eagerly. What does it resemble? She whispered. Think carefully. Harry's mind scrambled desperately for something.
And landed on Buckbeak. A hippogriff, he said firmly. Indeed, breathed Professor Trelawney, snatching up her quill and scribbling furiously on the parchment balanced on her knees. My dear boy, you may be glimpsing the outcome of poor Hagrid's difficulties with the ministry.
Harry swallowed. Look closer, she urged. Does the hippogriff appear to have its head? Harry stared at her. Yes, he said firmly. Professor Trelawney paused.
Are you certain? She pressed. Quite certain, dear. You do not perhaps see it writhing on the ground, while a shadowy figure raises an axe behind it?
Harry felt his stomach twist. No, he said.
No blood, she whispered. No grieving Hagrid? No tears? No, Harry said more sharply now.
He wanted to leave. He wanted fresh air. He wanted to know what was happening outside.
It looks fine, he said quickly. It's flying away.
Professor Trelawney gave a long, disappointed sigh. Well, she said sadly, I think we shall leave it there. A little disappointing, but I'm sure you did your best. Harry stood up so fast he nearly knocked over the stool. Relief flooded him. He grabbed his bag and turned toward the trapdoor.
Then a voice spoke.
Not Trelawney's usual soft, breathy murmur. A harsh voice.
A rough voice.
A deep, unnatural voice that seemed to scrape through the room. It will happen tonight. Harry froze. Every hair on his arms stood up.
He spun around.
Professor Trelawney was no longer sitting normally in her chair. She had gone rigid. Her head had fallen back against the cushions. Her eyes were wide open, but blank.
Unfocused.
Her mouth hung slack. Her whole body looked strange.
Stiff. As though someone else was speaking through her.
Harry stared. His heart thudded painfully.
So sorry, he whispered.
But Professor Trelawney gave no sign that she had heard him. Her rolling eyes seemed to disappear beneath her lids for a moment, and Harry's panic rose sharply as he stared at her, frozen in his seat. She looked ghastly. Her face had gone slack and pale beneath the glittering shawls, her head lolling strangely against the back of the chair, as though her neck could no longer support it. For one wild second, Harry thought she was having some kind of fit. He half rose from his chair, glancing toward the trapdoor and wondering whether he ought to run for Madame Pomfrey. Then Professor Trelawney spoke again. The same horrible voice came from her mouth. Deep.
Harsh.
Cold. Not her voice at all. The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever he was. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will set out to rejoin his master. The words seemed to echo in the suffocating room. Harry sat rooted to the spot. His skin prickled. His heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Then Professor Trelawney's head dropped suddenly forward onto her chest. She made a strange, choking grunt. Silence. Harry stared. He didn't move. He barely breathed. Then, as suddenly as before, her head jerked upward again. Her eyes blinked.
Focused.
She looked normal. Dreamy.
Vague.
"I'm so sorry, dear boy," she murmured in her usual misty voice, pressing one hand dramatically to her temple. "The heat of the day, you know, I drifted off for a moment." Harry simply stared at her. He could hardly speak. Professor Trelawney peered at him through her enormous spectacles. "Is something the matter, my dear?" Harry's mouth opened. Closed.
Then he managed... You just told me that the Dark Lord's going to rise again.
Professor Trelawney blinked. Her expression became one of complete astonishment. "The Dark Lord," she repeated faintly. "He who must not be named?" Harry nodded quickly. "You said his servant was going back to him," Harry said. "You said tonight before midnight." Professor Trelawney looked scandalized.
"My dear boy," she said in an injured tone, "that is hardly a suitable subject for jokes." "I'm not joking," Harry burst out. "You just said it. You said the Dark Lord."
"I think," said Professor Trelawney firmly, adjusting her shawls and looking offended, "that perhaps you drifted off too. The heat can do strange things, and, you know, I would certainly never attempt to predict anything quite so absurd." Harry stared at her. She looked perfectly sincere.
As though she had no idea what she had just said.
Slowly, still dazed, Harry picked up his bag and climbed down the silver ladder. He descended the spiral staircase in a blur, his mind racing.
Had he really heard it? A real prediction.
A proper one. Or had it all been some strange performance, some elaborate trick to make her seem impressive?
He didn't know.
He only knew the words were still ringing in his head. "The Dark Lord will rise again." 5 minutes later, Harry was sprinting past the security trolls guarding the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, nearly knocking into a group of laughing third years heading outside to celebrate the end of exams. Students streamed past him in the corridors, grinning and shouting and talking about freedom and sunshine and no more studying. But Harry barely saw them. He was still hearing that voice.
Tonight, before midnight?
By the time he reached the portrait hole and scrambled through into the common room, it was nearly empty. Most of Gryffindor House had already gone outside. Only 2 figures remained in the far corner. Ron and Hermione. Harry rushed toward them. "Professor Trelawney just told me." He stopped.
Both of them looked awful. Ron's face was white.
Hermione looked as though she had been crying. "Buckbeak lost," Ron said weakly. His voice sounded hollow.
Hagrid just sent this.
He held out a scrap of parchment. Harry snatched it. The note was dry.
No tear stains.
But Hagrid's enormous handwriting shook so badly it was barely readable.
"Lost appeal. They're going to execute at sunset. Nothing you can do. Don't come down. I don't want you to see it."
Hagrid. Harry read it twice, then crumpled it in his fist. "We've got to go," he said at once. Ron and Hermione looked up.
He can't just sit there by himself waiting for them.
"Sunset," Ron muttered blankly, staring out the window as though he couldn't really see what was there. "We'd never be allowed out. Especially you. Harry." Harry turned toward the window too. The sunlight was already beginning to soften. Time was slipping away. Harry dropped his face into his hands and sat perfectly still for a moment, trying to think through the roaring panic in his head. Sunset. The word kept beating against his thoughts like a clock ticking down. Outside the window, the afternoon light was already beginning to fade, and with every passing second, Buckbeak was closer to death. Then suddenly Harry looked up. If only we had the invisibility cloak. Hermione turned to him at once. "Where is it?" Harry blinked. "In the passage under the one-eyed witch," he said quickly. "I left it there after coming back from Honeydukes. But if Snape catches me anywhere near that passage again, I'm dead."
"That's true," Hermione said briskly, already getting to her feet.
Harry stared. She looked suddenly determined.
Almost fierce.
"If he sees you," she muttered, half to herself. Then she looked sharply back at Harry. "How do you open the witch's hump again?" Harry frowned. "You tap it and say Descendium," he said. "But—" Hermione didn't wait. Before Harry had finished speaking, she had crossed the room, shoved open the fat lady's portrait with both hands, and vanished. Harry and Ron stared after her. "She hasn't gone to get it," Ron said incredulously. Harry didn't answer. He was too stunned. But Hermione had. She returned 15 minutes later, breathing hard and flushed, the silvery folds of the invisibility cloak tucked carefully beneath her robes.
Ron gaped at her. "Hermione," he said, in awe, "I don't know what's got into you lately. First, you punch Malfoy. Then, you walk out on Professor Trelawney."
Hermione looked unexpectedly pleased. A faint pink flush rose in her cheeks. She almost smiled. There was no more time to waste. They went down to dinner with the rest of the school and forced themselves to sit at the Gryffindor table pretending to eat, while all around them students laughed and talked and celebrated the end of exams. Harry barely touched his plate. He had the invisibility cloak hidden down the front of his robes and had to keep his arms folded tightly across his chest to conceal the bulky lump. Every minute felt unbearable. At last, when dinner ended and the crowd began heading back toward the common rooms or outside into the warm evening light, Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped away in the confusion. They hid in a small empty chamber just off the entrance hall and waited.
And listened.
Footsteps echoed across the stone floor.
Voices faded.
A door slammed.
Silence.
Hermione edged toward the doorway and cautiously poked her head out. She looked left.
Right.
Then turned back.
"Okay," she whispered. "No one there. Cloak on."
Harry pulled the cloak over the three of them. They huddled close together, moving in awkward, tiny steps so that no foot or elbow slipped into view, and crossed the entrance hall on tiptoe. Then they descended the front steps and slipped out into the grounds. The evening was beautiful. The sun was sinking low behind the forbidden forest, bathing the tops of the trees in gold and turning the windows of the castle fiery orange. It felt wrong. The world looked too peaceful.
Too normal.
They hurried across the lawn toward Hagrid's cabin. Harry's heart was pounding harder with every step. When they reached the door, he knocked. There was a long pause. Then heavy footsteps. The door creaked open.
Hagrid stood there, pale and shaking, peering around in confusion for whoever had knocked. "It's us," Harry hissed. "We're under the cloak. Let us in."
"You shouldn't have come," Hagrid whispered. But he stepped aside. They slipped inside. Hagrid shut the door quickly behind them, and Harry pulled off the cloak.
Hagrid looked dreadful.
He wasn't crying. He wasn't raging. He wasn't even talking much. He looked blank.
Lost.
Like a man whose mind had simply stopped working. It was somehow worse than tears. "Want some tea?" he muttered. His enormous hands were trembling violently as he reached for the kettle. "Where's Buckbeak?" Hermione asked softly.
Hagrid swallowed. "I took him outside," he said thickly, slopping milk onto the table as he fumbled with the jug. "Tied him up in the pumpkin patch. Thought he ought to see the trees, smell the air, before—" His voice broke.
His hand shook harder. The milk jug slipped from his fingers. It smashed on the floor. Milk splashed everywhere.
"Hagrid," Hermione said quickly.
She darted forward and knelt at once, pulling out her wand and beginning to clear up the mess. "There's another in the cupboard," Hagrid muttered dully as he sank into a chair and wiped his forehead on his sleeve. Harry glanced at Ron.
Ron looked completely helpless.
Harry sat down heavily beside Hagrid.
"Isn't there anything anyone can do?" he asked fiercely. "Dumbledore!"
But even as he said it, he knew. If Dumbledore could have stopped it,
"He would have." "He's tried," Hagrid said thickly, his voice rough and unsteady. "Dumbledore's done everything he can, but he can't overrule the committee. Told 'em Buckbeak's harmless, told 'em it were an accident, but they're frightened. You know what Lucius Malfoy's like. Probably threatened 'em all. And McNair." Hagrid's voice faltered. "McNair's one of Malfoy's old friends."
he swallowed hard. His huge Adam's apple bobbed painfully.
"But it'll be quick," he said in a whisper, as if trying to convince himself. "Quick and clean, and I'll be beside him."
His eyes were moving wildly around the cabin now, darting from chair to window to fireplace and back again, as though somewhere among the familiar clutter he might find comfort. Or a miracle. "Dumbledore's coming down," he muttered after a moment. "Sent me a note this morning. Said he wants to be there, wants to stand by me." Hagrid's face crumpled for a second. "Great man," he whispered. "Great man, Dumbledore." Hermione, who had been rummaging through Hagrid's cupboard for another milk jug, gave a tiny sob she tried to swallow at once. She straightened up quickly with the new jug in her hands, blinking furiously. "We'll stay with you too, Hagrid," she said shakily. But Hagrid shook his head at once. "No." His voice was suddenly firm. "You've got to go back up to the castle. I told you I don't want you watching this." He looked straight at Harry.
"And ye shouldn't even be here. If Fudge sees ye out after hours, if Dumbledore catches ye, you'll be in serious trouble."
Hermione turned away quickly under the excuse of making tea. Tears were slipping silently down her cheeks now. She grabbed the milk bottle.
And shrieked. "Ron!" Everyone jumped.
Hermione stared at the bottle in horror.
"I don't believe it. It's Scabbers." Ron spun around. "What?"
Hermione hurried over and tipped the bottle upside down over the table. Something grey and frantic shot out. With a terrified squeal and scrabbling claws, Scabbers slid onto the tabletop in a tangle of whiskers and bald patches, fighting desperately to get back inside.
"Scabbers!" Ron shouted.
He lunged forward and snatched up the rat. "What are you doing here?" Scabbers looked dreadful. He was thinner than ever. His fur had fallen out in clumps, leaving ugly pink bald spots. His eyes bulged. He writhed and twisted in Ron's hands in blind panic, trying to escape.
"It's okay," Ron said quickly. "Scabbers, it's okay, no cats, there's no one here."
But Scabbers didn't calm down. He kept squirming wildly. Then Hagrid suddenly stood up so abruptly his chair scraped harshly across the floor.
Everyone froze. Hagrid was staring out the window.
His face had gone chalk white.
"They're coming!" "Harry, Ron and Hermione turned.
A group of figures was making its way down from the castle. At the front walked Dumbledore, tall and straight, his long silver beard glowing in the fading sunlight. Beside him bustled Cornelius Fudge. Behind them came the ancient committee member, stooped and frail.
And McNair.
Even from here the axe in his hand glinted. Harry's stomach lurched.
"You've got to go," Hagrid said.
Now every inch of him was shaking.
"They mustn't find you here. Go now."
Ron stuffed Scabbers into his pocket. Hermione grabbed the cloak. "I'll let you out the back," Hagrid said. They followed him numbly through the cabin and out into the back garden. The air outside was cool and golden. Everything looked too peaceful.
Too ordinary. And then Harry saw Buckbeak.
He was tethered to a tree behind the pumpkin patch. The hippogriff's sharp head was turning nervously from side to side. His claws scraped the earth. He stamped and ruffled his wings uneasily, sensing danger.
"It's okay, Beaky," Hagrid whispered. His voice broke. "It's okay."
He turned back to Harry, Ron and Hermione. "Go on," he said thickly. "Get going." But none of them moved.
"Hagrid, we can't," Harry began. "We tell them the truth," Ron burst out. "They can't kill him," Hermione cried. "Go!" Hagrid roared suddenly.
His face was twisted with grief and fury. "It's bad enough without you lot getting in trouble too." They flinched. They had no choice. Hermione threw the invisibility cloak over all three of them just as voices sounded from the front of the cabin. The door knocked. Then opened.
Hagrid stared at the place where they had vanished.
For 1 second, Harry thought Hagrid could still see them somehow. Then Hagrid whispered hoarsely.
"Go on, go quick," Hagrid whispered hoarsely, his voice cracking under the strain. "Don't listen."
Then he turned abruptly and strode back toward the cabin just as another knock sounded sharply at the front door. Hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved away in silence. Harry felt as though he were walking through a nightmare. Everything seemed distant, blurred.
Unreal.
They crept around the side of Hagrid's house, their footsteps muffled in the grass, and as they reached the far corner, they heard the front door close with a hard snap behind them. Hermione made a strangled little sound.
"Please," she whispered, "please, let's hurry. I can't stand it. I can't bear it."
They began climbing the sloping lawn toward the castle. The evening sky had darkened rapidly. The sun had nearly disappeared. Above them stretched a pale, smoky grey sky tinged with purple, while to the west the horizon burned deep ruby red like a wound. No one spoke. No one looked back. Then Ron stopped so suddenly Harry nearly walked into him. Hermione whirled.
"Oh, please, Ron." "It's Scabbers," Ron hissed.
He was bent double, one hand jammed in his pocket. "He won't stay put."
Scabbers was going mad.
The rat was squealing and thrashing so violently that Ron's robes jerked with every movement. His tiny claws scrabbled frantically against the fabric as he fought to escape.
"Scabbers!" Ron hissed furiously. "It's me! You stupid thing! It's Ron!"
But Scabbers didn't seem to recognize him. He twisted wildly and snapped at Ron's fingers with yellow teeth. Behind them, from Hagrid's cabin, came the sound of the door opening. Men's voices. Hermione made a tiny choking noise.
"Oh, Ron, please," she whispered desperately. "Please move, they're going to do it." Okay, Scabbers, shut up."
Ron forced the rat back down into his pocket, and they stumbled onward. Harry kept his eyes fixed on the castle. He was trying not to hear, trying not to imagine, trying not to picture Buckbeak tied in the pumpkin patch. Behind them, the voices drifted through the evening air. Deep murmurs.
Low and indistinct. A jumble of words impossible to make out.
Then silence. A horrible silence. Harry stopped breathing.
And then...
Swish.
Thud.
The sound sliced through the stillness. Clear.
Sharp. Unmistakable.
Hermione swayed. Harry felt her clutch his arm beneath the cloak.
They did it, she whispered.
Her voice was broken.
They did it.
She stared ahead blindly.
I can't believe it.
Harry couldn't speak. His stomach turned over. His chest felt hollow. The sound of the axe seemed to echo inside his head, long after it had fallen silent. Chapter 17. Cat, Rat and Dog. Harry's victory didn't fade quickly. For days, an entire week, at least, the thrill of lifting the Quidditch cup stayed with him, buzzing beneath everything he did. It felt as though the whole castle shared in it. Even the world outside seemed to celebrate. June crept in with blazing blue skies and heavy, golden sunlight. The air turned warm and lazy, thick with the promise of summer. The grounds called to everyone. Students drifted outside whenever they could, stretching out on the grass, glasses of iced pumpkin juice sweating in their hands. Laughter floated lazily across the lawns. Some played half-hearted games of gobstones. Others simply lay back and watched the giant squid glide dreamily through the lake, its massive shape rippling just beneath the surface.
It should have been perfect.
But it wasn't.
Because none of them were free to enjoy it.
Exams loomed. The castle, instead of emptying into sunlight, filled with restless, frustrated students trapped indoors. Open windows let in teasing drafts of warm air, carrying the scent of summer, making it even harder to focus. Books lay open, but minds wandered. Concentration had to be dragged, forced, wrestled into place. Even Fred and George had been seen studying. That alone said everything. They were preparing for their OWL's ordinary wizarding levels, and for once, mischief had taken a back seat. Percy, meanwhile, was bracing himself for his NEWTs, the most demanding exams Hogwarts offered. With his ambitions fixed firmly on the Ministry of Magic, anything less than perfection was unthinkable. It showed. He had grown tense, sharp-edged and irritable. Any noise in the common room after hours was met with immediate, severe punishment. The atmosphere tightened under his watch.
And yet...
Even Percy wasn't the most stressed person in Gryffindor Tower. That honour belonged firmly to Hermione. Harry and Ron had long since stopped asking how she managed her impossible schedule, but when they finally saw the exam timetable she'd created, they couldn't stay silent. The first column alone made Harry blink. Monday, 9 o'clock, arithmancy, 9 o'clock, transfiguration, lunch, 1 o'clock, charms, 1 o'clock, ancient runes. Hermione, Ron began carefully, as though approaching something volatile. Are you sure these times are right?
What? She snapped instantly, snatching the schedule back and scanning it with fierce intensity. Of course they're right.
Harry frowned. Is there any point in asking how you plan to sit 2 exams at the same time? No, Hermione said shortly, already distracted again. Have either of you seen my copy of Numerology and Grammatica?
Oh, yeah, Ron muttered under his breath. I was just using it as light bedtime reading.
Hermione didn't hear him. She was already digging through towering stacks of parchment, her movements quick, frantic on edge. Despite everything, they still managed to find moments to visit Hagrid. "Beaky's not himself," Hagrid told them quietly one afternoon, crouching low beside Harry under the excuse of checking on a flobberworm. His voice was heavy, weighed down with worry. "He's been shut in too long. Doesn't like it. But we'll know soon enough." He hesitated. "Day after tomorrow," he said, barely above a whisper. "That's when it's decided, one way or the other." The words lingered. And suddenly, even the bright summer air didn't feel quite so warm anymore. Their potions exam that afternoon went disastrously wrong. Harry tried, he really did, but no matter how carefully he followed the instructions, his confusing concoction refused to behave. It sat in his cauldron, stubbornly thin, refusing to thicken no matter what he added or stirred. Behind him, Snape hovered, watching, waiting. There was something almost satisfied in the way he observed Harry's struggle, arms folded, eyes cold with quiet anticipation. When time was called, Snape leaned in, glanced once at the pathetic mixture, and with a single, deliberate stroke, scribbled a mark that looked unmistakably like a 0. Then he moved on without a word. Harry's stomach sank. That night brought astronomy. High atop the tallest tower, under a sky glittering with cold, distant stars, they traced constellations with numb fingers and tired eyes. The wind cut through their robes, and Harry found himself wishing, absurdly, that he were anywhere else. Wednesday morning was no better. History of magic. The air inside the classroom was thick, stale, suffocating. Harry's quills scratched furiously as he poured everything he could remember onto the parchment every story Florian Fortescue had ever told him about medieval witch hunts. His head ached, his eyelids drooped, and more than anything, he longed for one of Fortescue's cold, rich ice creams to cut through the heat. Wednesday afternoon offered no mercy. Herbology. The greenhouses baked under a relentless sun, the heat pressing down like a weight. By the time they stumbled back to the castle, their necks burned red, their clothes clung uncomfortably to their skin, and their thoughts were fixed on one thing only: tomorrow. It would all be over. Their second-to-last exam arrived Thursday morning. Defense against the Dark Arts. And it was nothing like they expected. Professor Lupin had turned the test into a full obstacle course sprawled across the sunlit grounds. One by one, they faced it, wading through a deep pool where a Grindylow lurked beneath the surface, scrambling across uneven ground, crawling with redcaps, forcing their way through a patch of sucking marsh while a hinkypunk tried to lure them astray. And finally, climbing into an old trunk to face a boggart. "Excellent, Harry," Lupin murmured as Harry emerged, slightly breathless but grinning. Full marks, relief flooded through him. For once, something had gone right. Still riding that success, Harry lingered nearby to watch Ron and Hermione take their turns. Ron managed surprisingly well until the hinkypunk. Within seconds, he was hopelessly turned around, stumbling straight into the deepest part of the marsh and sinking to his waist in thick, sucking mud. Harry winced. Hermione, on the other hand, was flawless. Every obstacle handled perfectly. Until the trunk. She stepped inside, the lid slammed shut. Seconds passed. Too many. Then the lid burst open. Hermione stumbled out, screaming. "Hermione!" Lupin said sharply, hurrying forward. What happened?
Professor McGonagall, she gasped, shaking violently, pointing back at the trunk. She told me I'd failed everything. It took time to steady her. Even once her breathing slowed, her hands still trembled. Eventually, the three of them made their way back toward the castle. Ron kept shooting sideways glances at Hermione, clearly on the verge of laughing, but one look at her face stopped him from saying anything. The tension hung there, unspoken.
Until they reached the top of the steps and saw him. Cornelius Fudge stood there, framed against the bright afternoon light, his pinstriped cloak slightly rumpled, his face damp with sweat as he gazed out across the grounds. At the sound of footsteps, he turned and brightened immediately when he spotted Harry. "Ah, Harry," he said, stepping forward with forced cheerfulness. "Just finished an exam, have you? Nearly done now, I suppose?" "Yes," Harry replied. Behind him, Ron and Hermione lingered in uneasy silence, hovering, watching clearly, unwilling to speak to the minister at all. "Beautiful day," Fudge said, his gaze drifting across the glittering lake. But his voice lacked warmth. "Such a pity. Such a dreadful pity." He let out a long, heavy sigh, then turned his attention back to Harry. "I'm afraid I'm here on rather grim business," he continued quietly. "The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures requires a witness for the execution of a hippogriff deemed too dangerous." He hesitated briefly. "As I was already coming to Hogwarts to review the situation with Black, I was asked to attend." "Wait, does that mean the appeal's already happened?" Ron cut in suddenly, stepping forward, his voice tight. Fudge blinked at him. No, the hearing is set for this afternoon." "Then there's still a chance," Ron said firmly, his hands clenching. "They might not execute it at all. Buckbeak could be cleared." Fudge opened his mouth to respond. But the castle doors swung open behind him. Two wizards stepped out. One was so ancient he looked as though he might crumble into dust at any moment, his frail body trembling with each step. The other stood in stark contrast, tall, broad-shouldered, with a thin black moustache and a hard, unreadable expression. Harry's eyes were drawn to the second man's hand. He was holding something.
No, touching something.
A gleaming axe hung at his belt, and he was slowly running his thumb along its polished blade.
A cold chill shot through Harry.
The older wizard squinted toward Hagrid's cabin in the distance and murmured weakly, Dear, I'm far too old for this sort of thing. 2:00, isn't it? Fudge." Ron took a sharp breath, clearly about to speak, but Hermione jabbed him hard in the ribs and shot him a warning look, nodding urgently toward the entrance hall. "What was that for?" Ron burst out the moment they were inside, his voice rising with anger. "Did you see them? They've already got the axe. This isn't a hearing, it's a sentence."
"Ron!" Hermione snapped, though her own face was pale. "Your dad works for the ministry. You can't just say things like that to him."
She faltered, though her confidence slipping. "As long as Hagrid keeps calm and explains everything properly, they can't just execute Buckbeak." But the words sounded hollow. Even she didn't believe them. The great hall buzzed with excitement as students crowded in for lunch, voices bright with relief as exams neared their end. Laughter echoed, plans were made, the promise of freedom hung in the air. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat apart from it all.
Silent.
The noise around them felt distant, meaningless. All they could think about was Hagrid.
And Buckbeak.
Their final exams loomed. Harry and Ron had divination. Hermione Muggle studies. They climbed the marble staircase together, but Hermione peeled away on the first floor without a word. Harry and Ron continued upward, higher and higher, until they reached the narrow spiral staircase leading to Professor Trelawney's classroom. Students were already gathered there, perched along the steps, books open, whispering anxiously. "She's calling us in one at a time," Neville said as Harry and Ron squeezed in beside him. His copy of Unfogging the Future trembled slightly in his hands. Crystal ball readings. Have either of you ever actually seen anything in one? He asked miserably.
Nope, Ron said flatly.
But he wasn't listening. His eyes kept darting to his watch. Counting. Waiting. Down below, time was slipping closer to 2 o'clock. Closer to the hearing. Closer to the verdict. The line crept forward painfully slowly. One by one, students climbed the ladder into the dim room above and returned pale and shaken. "What did she ask?" the others whispered urgently. "Was it bad?" No one answered. "She says if I tell you, something terrible will happen to me." Neville squeaked when he finally came back down, wide-eyed and flustered. Now only Harry and Ron remained at the top, waiting. And somewhere far below them, the fate of Buckbeak was about to be decided. "How convenient," Ron muttered darkly, letting out a short, disbelieving laugh. He jerked his thumb upward toward the trap door. "Honestly, I'm starting to think Hermione was right about her complete fraud." "Yeah," Harry said absently, barely listening. His eyes were fixed on his watch. 2 o'clock.
Right now.
Somewhere across the grounds, the hearing had begun. "Hurry up," he muttered under his breath, impatience tightening his chest. The trapdoor creaked. Parvati descended, her face glowing with excitement. "She says I've got real potential," she announced proudly. "A natural seer. I saw loads shapes, signs, everything." She beamed at them. "Good luck." And with that, she hurried off, practically floating down the spiral staircase toward Lavender. Ronald Weasley. The soft, echoing voice drifted down from above. Ron pulled a face at Harry, grimacing, then hauled himself up the silver ladder and vanished. Now Harry was alone. The silence settled around him, thick and heavy. He slid down against the wall, staring at nothing, barely aware of the faint buzzing of a fly near the sunlit window. His thoughts were far away, out on the grounds.
With Hagrid.
With Buckbeak. Time dragged.
Every second stretched, slow and unbearable. Finally. Footsteps.
Ron's large shoes appeared on the ladder, followed by the rest of him as he climbed down.
"How was it?" Harry asked quickly, pushing himself upright. "Awful," Ron said, shaking his head. "Didn't see a thing, just made it up as I went along. Don't think she bought it, though."
"Right," Harry muttered. Then the voice came again.
"Harry Potter."
Harry took a breath and climbed. The moment he entered, the heat hit him. It was suffocating. The curtains were drawn tight, sealing in the thick, perfumed air. The fire burned too brightly for such a warm day, filling the room with a cloying scent that made his throat sting. The clutter of chairs and small tables seemed to close in around him. At the centre, Professor Trelawney waited. "Good day, my dear," she said softly. "If you would be so kind, gaze into the orb, take your time, and tell me what reveals itself." Harry leaned over the crystal ball. He stared and stared, willing anything to appear. But there was nothing.
Only shifting white mist.
"Well," Trelawney prompted gently, "what do you see?" The heat pressed in harder. The scent of smoke stung his nose. His head felt light. He remembered Ron's words.
"Make something up." Harry began slowly. "I see something dark." "What form does it take?" Trelawney whispered, leaning forward eagerly. "Concentrate."
His thoughts raced. Then landed.
On Buckbeak. A hippogriff, Harry said firmly. Ah, Trelawney breathed, immediately scribbling onto the parchment balanced on her knees. Fascinating. You may be glimpsing the outcome of Hagrid's troubles with the Ministry. Look closer, my dear. Does the creature still possess its head?
Harry stiffened.
Yes, he said quickly. Are you certain? She pressed, her voice sharpening. Quite certain. You do not see it. Struggling, collapsing, a shadow rising behind it, an axe poised to fall. No, Harry said, louder now, a sick feeling rising in his stomach. No blood, she insisted. No grief, no Hagrid weeping beside it. No, Harry snapped, his voice tight. He wanted out of the heat, out of the room, away from her voice. It's fine, it's flying, it's getting away.
For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then, Professor Trelawney sighed. Well, my dear, I think that will be all, Professor Trelawney said softly, though there was a faint note of disappointment in her voice. Not the clearest vision, but I'm sure you've done your best. Relief washed over Harry. At last. He stood quickly, grabbed his bag, and turned toward the exit. It will happen tonight. The voice cracked through the room like a whip. Harry spun around. Professor Trelawney had gone completely still. Her body was rigid against the chair, her head tilted unnaturally. Her eyes stared ahead, but not at him. They were empty, unfocused, as though she were looking far beyond the room. Her mouth hung slightly open. A chill crept up Harry's spine. Sorry," he said uncertainly. No response. Her eyes rolled upward. For a split second, Harry thought she was about to collapse, some kind of fit, something serious. He half rose from his seat, panic rising, unsure whether to run for help. Then she spoke again, but it wasn't her voice. It was deeper, colder, and it did not sound human. The Dark Lord lies alone and forgotten, abandoned by those who once served him. Harry froze. Every hair on his arms stood on end. His servant has endured 12 years in chains. But tonight, before midnight, he will break free. The words poured out of her, slow and relentless, like something inevitable. He will return to his master. Harry couldn't move, couldn't breathe.
And with his aid, the Dark Lord will rise again, stronger, more terrible than ever before. Her voice dropped to a hollow whisper. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will go to him. Silence slammed back into the room. Professor Trelawney's head dropped forward onto her chest with a dull thud. A strange, choking sound escaped her. Harry stared, rooted to the spot. Then she jerked upright again, blinking, alive. I do apologize, dear boy, she said vaguely, as though nothing had happened. The heat, you see, it does make one drift. I must have dozed off for a moment. Harry didn't move, didn't speak. He just stared at her, confused, shaken, deeply unsettled. Is something the matter? She asked, peering at him with mild concern. You just told me, Harry said, slowly, his voice unsteady, that the Dark Lord is going to rise again, that his servant is going back to him.
Professor Trelawney blinked. Her expression shifted to genuine surprise. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, dear, she said lightly. And suddenly, that was almost more frightening than anything else. The Dark Lord, he who must not be named, Professor Trelawney echoed, blinking in astonishment. My dear boy, that is hardly something to trifle with. Rise again, really. But you just said it, Harry insisted, his voice rising. You said the Dark Lord.
I think you must have drifted off, dear, she cut in lightly, waving a hand as though brushing the whole thing aside. I would never attempt to predict anything so improbable. Harry stared at her. Something felt wrong. Deeply wrong, but there was no time to argue.
He climbed down the ladder and hurried along the spiral staircase. his thoughts racing. Had that really happened? Had he just witnessed a genuine prophecy, or had it all been an act? The words echoed in his mind, relentless, impossible to shake. Tonight, before midnight, 5 minutes later. He was sprinting past the security trolls, barely noticing the crowds pouring toward the grounds. Students laughed, shouted, celebrating their freedom, but their joy felt distant, unreal. By the time he reached the portrait hole and climbed into the common room, it was nearly empty, except for 2 figures in the corner. Ron, Hermione. Professor Trelawney just told me Harry began. Breathless. Then he stopped. Their faces. Something was wrong. Buckbeak lost, Ron said hoarsely. Hagrid just sent word. The letter lay open between them. This time it was dry, no tear stains, but the writing was uneven, jagged, as if Hagrid's hand had trembled too much to steady itself.
Appeal lost. Execution at sunset. Nothing you can do. Don't come. I don't want you to see it. Hagrid. A heavy silence fell. Then Harry shot to his feet. We're going, he said at once. He can't face this alone, not like that, not waiting for them. Sunset, Ron murmured, staring blankly out the window. We'll never be allowed out. Not now. Especially you. Harry dragged a hand through his hair, pacing, thinking, desperately searching for a way. If we still had the invisibility cloak.
Where is it? Hermione asked sharply. Harry hesitated, then explained how he'd left it hidden in the secret passage beneath the one-eyed witch statue. And if Snape catches me anywhere near there again, he finished grimly. I'm finished. Hermione stood up instantly. If he sees you, yes, she said quickly, but that doesn't mean I can't go. Harry blinked. What? How do you open it? She pressed. You tap the hump and say Descendium. But she didn't wait. Without another word, Hermione spun on her heel, strode across the room, shoved open the portrait, and vanished. Ron stared after her, stunned. She's not actually going to get it, is she? 15 minutes later, she was back, breathing fast, cheeks flushed, the silvery cloak hidden beneath her robes. Ron gaped at her. Hermione! What's gotten into you lately? He said, half in awe. First you slap Malfoy, then you walk out on Trelawney. Now this. Hermione lifted her chin slightly, and for just a moment she looked almost pleased with herself. They went down to dinner with the rest, forcing themselves to blend in, to act as though nothing was wrong. But every bite felt tasteless. Every laugh around them sounded distant. And when the meal ended, they didn't return to Gryffindor Tower. Harry had the invisibility cloak hidden beneath his robes, bunched awkwardly against his chest. He kept his arms folded tightly, trying to conceal the shape. Together, the 3 of them slipped into a small, empty chamber just off the entrance hall and waited.
Listened.
Footsteps echoed faintly through the castle. Voices passed, then faded. A door slammed somewhere in the distance. Silence followed. Hermione edged toward the doorway and peered out, her breath held.
Okay, she whispered. No one's there. Cloak quick.
They huddled close, pulling the shimmering fabric over themselves, shrinking into its cover. Moving as one, careful and silent, they crept across the hall on tiptoe and slipped out through the great doors.
Outside, the world was dimming.
The sun was sinking behind the forbidden forest, its last light catching the highest branches in a dull, golden glow. Shadows stretched long across the grass. Time was running out. They reached Hagrid's cabin and knocked. For a moment, nothing happened. Then footsteps heavy, uneven. The door opened.
Hagrid stood there, pale, his eyes darting wildly across the empty air, searching for someone he couldn't see. It's us, Harry whispered urgently. Under the cloak, let us in. You shouldn't have come, Hagrid breathed, but he stepped aside anyway.
They slipped inside. The door shut quickly behind them. Harry pulled the cloak off. Hagrid didn't cry, didn't rush forward, didn't say much at all. He just stood there,
Lost.
as if he didn't quite understand where he was or what was about to happen.
And somehow that was worse.
"Want some tea?" he muttered after a moment. His hands were shaking as he reached for the kettle so badly that it rattled against the stove.
Hagrid, where's Buckbeak? Hermione asked gently. I took him outside, Hagrid said, his voice unsteady. He fumbled with the milk jug, spilling it across the table without seeming to notice. In the pumpkin patch, tied up, thought he ought to see the trees, smell the air, before... His voice broke.
The jug slipped from his fingers
and smashed against the floor. I'll get it, Hermione said quickly, rushing forward, kneeling to clean the mess. There's another in the cupboard, Hagrid muttered, sinking heavily into a chair, wiping his face with his sleeve.
Harry exchanged a helpless look with Ron. Neither of them knew what to say.
Isn't there anything we can do? Harry pressed, sitting beside him, his voice tight. Dumbledore.
He's tried, Hagrid said dully. Told 'em Buckbeak's harmless, but they won't listen. Too scared. He swallowed hard. Lucius Malfoy. You know what he's like. Pressured 'em, I'd bet anything on it. And the executioner McNair, he's one of Malfoy's lot. He stared at the floor. But it'll be quick, he added quietly. Clean, I'll be there, with him. His eyes flicked around the room, restless, searching as though hoping something, anything, might change. Dumbledore's coming down, he said after a moment. Wrote this morning, said he wants to be there, with me. Good man. Dumbledore. Behind them, Hermione let out a small, strangled sob as she found another jug. She straightened quickly, blinking hard, forcing herself steady. We'll stay too, she said, her voice trembling but determined. But Hagrid shook his head slowly, and the silence that followed felt heavier than anything he could have said. You three need to get back to the castle, Hagrid said, his voice low but firm. I told you I don't want you seeing this, and you shouldn't be down here in the first place. If Fudge and Dumbledore catch you out here without permission, Harry, you'll be in serious trouble. Hermione said nothing. Tears streamed silently down her face, but she turned away from Hagrid, pretending to busy herself with the tea things, her hands moving too quickly, too nervously. Then she froze. The milk bottle slipped slightly in her grip.
And suddenly she shrieked. Ron, I don't believe it, it's Scabbers. Ron spun around. What?
Without answering, Hermione hurried to the table, grabbed the milk jug and flipped it upside down. There was a frantic squeak.
Scrabbling claws. And then
a small, ragged body slid out onto the table.
Scabbers, Ron breathed, staring in disbelief. What are you doing here?
He snatched the rat up quickly, holding him closer to the light.
Scabbers looked worse than ever.
His body was thin, almost skeletal. Large patches of fur were missing, exposing raw, uneven skin beneath. He writhed desperately in Ron's hands, twisting and squirming as though trying to escape something unseen.
It's okay, calm down, Ron said, tightening his grip. There's nothing here, no cats, no danger.
But Scabbers didn't stop struggling. If anything, he seemed more terrified.
Suddenly,
Hagrid stood up, so abruptly that his chair scraped loudly against the floor. His eyes were fixed on the window. His face, usually warm and ruddy, had drained of all colour.
They're coming.
The words fell like a blow.
Harry, Ron and Hermione turned as one. Outside.
Figures were descending the distant castle steps. At the front walked Albus Dumbledore, his silver beard catching the last light of the setting sun. Beside him moved Cornelius Fudge, his pace hurried, uneasy. Behind them, the frail, ancient committee member,
And the executioner.
McNair. Even from a distance, his presence felt heavy, final.
You have to go, Hagrid said, his voice shaking now, every word strained. They mustn't find you here. Go now.
Ron shoved Scabbers into his pocket, still squirming violently. Hermione grabbed the invisibility cloak with trembling hands.
I'll take you out the back, Hagrid muttered.
They followed him through the rear door into the garden. The world outside felt unreal. Too quiet. Too still. And then Harry saw him. Buckbeak, standing a short distance away, tethered to a tree beyond the pumpkin patch. The hippogriff shifted uneasily, his sharp eyes darting from side to side. His talons scraped against the earth, restless, sensing something was wrong. He knew.
It's all right, Beak, Hagrid said softly, his voice breaking. It's all right.
He turned back to them, his expression desperate now.
Go, he urged. Get going.
But they didn't move.
Hagrid, we can't just leave, Harry said.
We'll tell them what really happened, Hermione added, her voice shaking.
They can't do this, Ron burst out. Go! Hagrid roared suddenly, his voice cracking with emotion. It's bad enough as it is. I won't have ye lot getting into trouble too.
His words hit hard.
Final.
And the sound of approaching footsteps was getting closer. They had no choice. As Hermione flung the cloak over Harry and Ron, muffling them into invisibility, voices rose at the front of the cabin, closer now, unmistakable. Hagrid stood staring at the spot where they had just vanished. Go, he rasped, his voice breaking. Quick, don't listen. Then he turned and strode back inside, just as a sharp knock struck the front door.
Numb, almost detached from themselves, Harry, Ron and Hermione began to move. They crept silently around the side of the cabin, each step slow, heavy, unreal. Behind them the door opened, voices entered, and then it slammed shut again. Hermione's grip tightened around Harry's arm. Please, she whispered, her voice shaking. We have to go. I can't bear this. They started up the sloping lawn toward the castle. The sun was dying.
The sky had faded into a cold grey-purple, while the horizon burned with a deep, blood-red glow. Ron suddenly stopped. Oh, Ron, please, Hermione began, almost desperate. It's Scabbers, he won't stay still. Ron was hunched over, clutching his pocket, struggling to keep the rat contained, but Scabbers was frantic, thrashing, clawing, squeaking wildly, his tiny body writhing with panic as though something unseen was closing in.
Scabbers, it's me, Ron hissed under his breath. It's Ron, you stupid, behind them. A door creaked open. Voices drifted out into the evening air. Closer, clearer. Oh, Ron, please, we have to move. They're going to do it, Hermione whispered, her words barely sound. All right, just stay still, Scabbers. Shut up. They moved again, but Harry couldn't block it out. The low murmur of voices carried across the garden, men speaking, indistinct, heavy with finality. Ron stopped again. I can't hold him. He won't stop, Scabbers. Be quiet. They'll hear. The rat's frantic squeals cut through the silence, but not enough. Not enough to drown out what came next. A sudden stillness, a pause that seemed to stretch forever, and then a sharp, slicing swish, followed by a dull, final thud. Hermione staggered. Her hand flew to her mouth. They did it, she whispered, her voice hollow, disbelieving. I can't believe it. They did it, and for a moment...
Everything felt like it had stopped. Chapter 18. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. For a few seconds, the words just hung there, so absurd, so impossible that none of them could quite process them. Then Ron said what all of them were thinking, his voice shaking with disbelief. "You've both completely lost it." "That's insane," Hermione whispered, though her voice lacked conviction. "Peter Pettigrew is dead," Harry snapped. "He was murdered 12 years ago." He jabbed a finger toward Black, whose gaunt face twisted violently.
"I tried to kill him," Black snarled, baring yellowed teeth, his voice thick with rage, but the rat slipped away. Not this time. In a flash, everything exploded into motion. Crookshanks was flung aside as Black hurled himself forward. Ron cried out in agony as the man crashed into him, crushing his injured leg beneath his weight. "Sirius! Stop!" Lupin shouted. Lunging forward, he grabbed Black and dragged him back with force. "Wait! You can't just do this. They deserve to know we have to tell them everything. We'll talk after." Black roared, struggling like a wild animal, trying to break free. One hand clawed desperately at the air, reaching for Scabbers. The rat was shrieking high, piercing, frantic, scratching wildly at Ron's face and neck, desperate to escape.
"They have a right to hear it," Lupin gasped, tightening his grip. "Ron's been carrying in him for years, and Harry deserves the truth." "Sirius." That stopped him. Black froze. His chest heaved, but his hollow, burning eyes never left the rat, now clutched tightly in Ron's bloodied, trembling hands. "Fine," Black said at last, his voice low and dangerous. "Tell them. Say whatever you want." His lips curled slightly. "But be quick. Remus, I've waited 12 years to finish this."
"You're both mad," Ron said hoarsely, glancing between Harry and Hermione, searching for anything solid. "I'm done with this. I'm leaving." He tried to push himself upright, balancing on one leg, but Lupin's wand snapped up again, aimed directly at Scabbers. "You're staying," Lupin said quietly. "And you're going to listen. Hold on to him tight." "He's not Peter, he's Scabbers," Ron shouted, struggling to force the rat back into his pocket. But Scabbers fought harder than ever, twisting, clawing, squealing in pure terror. Ron lost his balance. Harry caught him just in time, steadying him and forcing him back down onto the bed. Then Harry turned sharply to Lupin, ignoring Black completely. "There were witnesses," he said, his voice tight. "A whole street saw Pettigrew die."
"They saw what they were meant to see," Black said coldly, never taking his eyes off the writhing rat in Ron's grip. "Everyone believed Sirius murdered Peter," Lupin said quietly, inclining his head. "I believed it too, until tonight, until I saw the map. The Marauder's map does not make mistakes." His voice lowered. "Peter Pettigrew is alive. Ron is holding him right now." Harry's gaze dropped to the trembling bundle in Ron's hands. For a split second, he met Ron's eyes, and in that instant, they reached the same conclusion without a word. This was madness, complete madness. None of it made sense. Not one piece fit. How could that rat be Peter Pettigrew? Azkaban must have shattered Black's mind beyond repair. But then why was Lupin going along with it? Hermione spoke, her voice tight, fragile, as though forcing calm into existence. "Professor Lupin, that's not possible," she said carefully. "Scabbers can't be Pettigrew. It just isn't." Lupin turned to her, composed, almost patient, like a teacher guiding a student through a difficult lesson. "And why not?" he asked gently. Hermione swallowed, gathering her thoughts, clinging to logic like a lifeline. "Because if Peter Pettigrew were an animagus, the Ministry would know," she said quickly. "They keep strict records. We studied it." Professor McGonagall explained everything. Registered animagi are documented, their forms, their markings, everything. I checked myself. There have only been 7 this century, and Pettigrew isn't one of them. For a brief moment, Harry almost forgot the danger, struck as always by how much effort Hermione put into proving things right. Then Lupin laughed. Not mockingly, but with a strange, almost weary approval. "Brilliant, Hermione, as always," he said. "But the Ministry didn't know everything. There were 3 animagi at Hogwarts who were never registered. A low, dangerous voice cut through the air. "If you're going to explain, Remus, get on with it," Black said, eyes still locked on the struggling rat. "I've waited 12 years. I'm not waiting any longer," Lupin nodded slowly. "All right, but you'll have to help me, Sirius," he said. "I only know how it began." He stopped abruptly. A long, creaking sound echoed behind him. The bedroom door slowly opened on its own. All 5 of them froze. No one moved. No one breathed. Lupin turned first, striding toward the doorway, his wand ready. He leaned out, scanning the darkened landing beyond. "No one there. This place is cursed," Ron muttered, his voice tight.
"No," Lupin said, though there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes as he looked back at the door. It was never haunted. The noises, the screams people used to hear. He hesitated briefly. Those were mine. Silence fell again. Lupin ran a hand through his greying hair, his face shadowed, distant, as though stepping back into a past he'd long tried to bury. "This is where it all began," he said quietly. "With me." He paused. "With what I am."
Ron opened his mouth, but Hermione cut him off immediately. "Shh." Her eyes were fixed on Lupin, wide, intent, unblinking. "I was very young when it happened," Lupin continued, his voice low and steady. "When I was bitten," he looked down briefly. "My parents tried everything, but there was no cure then, nothing." He drew a slow breath. "The potion Professor Snape prepares now, that's new. It allows me to keep control, to remain myself." His voice softened. "If I take it properly, in the days before the full moon, I don't become dangerous. I can stay locked away, aware, waiting for it to pass." A faint, bitter smile crossed his face. "A tame wolf," he said quietly. "Harmless." But something in his tone made it clear there had been nothing harmless about it before. "Before the wolfsbane potion existed," Lupin continued, his voice quieter now, "I wasn't in control at all. Once a month, I became something feral, something dangerous." He paused briefly. "A monster, in every sense of the word." He drew a slow breath, as though steadying himself against old memories. "It seemed impossible that I could ever attend Hogwarts. No parent would willingly send their child to a school that harbored someone like me." His gaze flickered, then settled again. "But then Dumbledore became headmaster." A faint, almost disbelieving note crept into his voice. He saw things differently. He believed that with the right precautions, I could be allowed to study like anyone else. Lupin turned his eyes toward Harry. "I told you once that the Whomping Willow was planted the year I arrived," he said. "That wasn't a coincidence. It was planted because I arrived." His eyes drifted slowly around the room, the peeling walls, the warped floorboards, the oppressive stillness. "This place," he said softly, "and the tunnel beneath the tree, they were created for me. Every month I was taken out of the castle in secret, brought here to transform. The willow guarded the entrance, kept anyone from stumbling across me when I was at my worst." Harry didn't fully understand where this was leading, but he couldn't look away. The room seemed to tighten around Lupin's words. Even Scabbers' frantic squeaks felt distant, swallowed by the weight of the story. The transformations. Lupin's voice faltered slightly. They were agony, every time. He swallowed. "And because I was isolated, because there was no one else to harm, I turned on myself. I clawed, I tore, anything to release it." A shadow crossed his face. "The villagers heard it all, the howling, the screaming. They thought the shack was haunted, filled with violent spirits. A bitter note slipped through. Dumbledore allowed them to believe that. It kept them away." He let out a quiet breath. "And even now, after all these years, no one dares come near this place." Silence pressed in for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, something softened in his expression. "But outside those nights, those few terrible hours," he said slowly, "I was happier than I had ever been." He looked up directly at Harry. "For the first time in my life, I wasn't alone." His voice dropped. "I had friends, real friends, 3 of them." A faint, distant warmth touched his tone. Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew. His gaze lingered for just a second on the struggling rat. "And your father, James Potter." Harry felt something twist in his chest. "They noticed, of course," Lupin went on, "that I disappeared every month. I tried to explain it away. I lied over and over, told them my mother was ill, that I had to visit her." He shook his head faintly. "I was terrified. Terrified that if they knew what I would, they would leave." He paused. They didn't. A small, almost incredulous smile flickered across his face. "Like you, Hermione. They figured it out." Hermione didn't move, didn't blink. "And instead of abandoning me," Lupin said, his voice growing steadier, "they did something extraordinary, something reckless, brilliant, dangerous." He looked at each of them in turn. They became animagi. The words landed heavily. "My dad too?" Harry asked, stunned, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," Lupin said softly. "They did." A faint, distant look crossed his face. "It took them nearly 3 years to master it. Your father and Sirius were among the brightest students Hogwarts had ever seen. They had to be. Becoming an animagus is incredibly dangerous, one mistake, and the consequences can be irreversible. That's why the Ministry monitors it so closely." His eyes flicked briefly toward the rat. "Peter wasn't nearly as talented. He relied heavily on James and Sirius to guide him. But in the end, by our 5th year, they succeeded. Each of them could transform, at will, into an animal." Hermione frowned, still trying to piece it together. "But how does that help you?" she asked. Lupin's expression softened, almost painfully. "They couldn't be with me as humans," he said, "so they became something else." He drew a breath. "A werewolf only poses a threat to people, not to animals, so every month they would sneak out beneath James's invisibility cloak, transform, and come to find me." His voice grew quieter, heavier. "Peter, being the smallest, could slip past the Whomping Willow's branches and press the knot that immobilized it. Then they'd all follow the tunnel into this place."
A faint shadow crossed his face.
"And when they were there," he murmured, "I wasn't alone anymore." He looked down at his hands. "My body still changed. I was still the wolf. But something in me, something human, held on. Their presence anchored me. I was less violent, less lost."
"Hurry it up! Remus!" Black growled, his voice raw with impatience, his eyes never leaving the frantic, struggling Scabbers. "I'm getting there," Lupin replied quietly. "Just let me finish."
He straightened slightly. With that freedom, everything changed. We weren't confined to this house anymore. We started wandering first the grounds, then beyond. The village, the forest, places we had no right to be. A flicker of something reckless, almost nostalgic, passed across his face. Sirius and James chose large, powerful forms, strong enough to restrain me if things went wrong. Between them, they could hold a werewolf back. He gave a hollow smile. We thought we were invincible. His voice darkened. I doubt anyone at Hogwarts ever explored more of its secrets than we did. We mapped everything, every passage, every hidden route. That's how the Marauders map came to be. He looked up.
And we signed it with the names we gave ourselves. Sirius Padfoot, Peter Wormtail. His voice faltered for the briefest moment. And your father, Prongs.
Harry leaned forward slightly, his mind racing.
What did he turn into? That was incredibly reckless. Hermione cut in sharply, her voice tight with alarm. Running around at night with a werewolf. What if you'd lost control? What if you'd attacked someone?
Lupin didn't argue. That fear never truly left me, he said quietly. And we came close, many times. Too close. His gaze dropped. But we were young, arrogant. We laughed it off, treated it like an adventure. A bitter edge crept into his voice. We thought we were clever enough to outrun consequences. He exhaled slowly. I knew I was betraying Dumbledore's trust, he admitted. He gave me a chance no one else would have. He allowed me into Hogwarts when others would have turned me away without hesitation, and I repaid him by breaking every rule he set to protect others. He paused. But every time I felt guilt, his jaw tightened. I buried it, because the next full moon always came with another plan, another reckless idea. His expression hardened.
And it seems, he added quietly, I never truly grew out of that.
There was a flicker of self-loathing in his eyes now.
All year, Lupin continued, I've known what I should do. I should have told Dumbledore that Sirius was an animagus, that he could slip past the castle's defences, that everything we built as boys could still be used.
He shook his head slowly. But I didn't. Silence stretched.
Why? He said, almost to himself, because I was afraid of what it would mean to admit the truth that I had broken his trust before, that I had dragged others down with me.
His voice dropped further. Dumbledore's faith in me has been everything. He gave me a place here. He gave me work when the rest of the world would have nothing to do with me. A hollow breath escaped him. So I lied to myself, told myself Sirius must be using dark magic, that his animagus form had nothing to do with it. He looked up again, tired, exposed.
And in doing so, he said quietly, I proved Snape right about me. Snape? Black's voice cut through the room, harsh and sudden. For the first time in minutes, his gaze tore away from the writhing rat and snapped toward Lupin. What does he have to do with any of this?
He's here, Lupin replied, his tone weighted with resignation. Teaching at Hogwarts. He glanced at Harry, Ron and Hermione. He opposed my appointment from the beginning. All year he's been warning Dumbledore that I'm not to be trusted. A pause.
He has his reasons.
Black's expression darkened. You remember the joke? Sirius? Lupin said quietly. The one that nearly cost someone their life. Black let out a short, scornful laugh. He had it coming, he said coldly, always skulking about, trying to catch us out, hoping to see us expelled. Lupin didn't rise to it. Severus took a particular interest in my disappearances, he continued, addressing the others. We were in the same year, we disliked each other intensely, and he despised James most of all. A faint, tired note entered his voice. Jealousy, perhaps, of his talent, his popularity. He exhaled slowly. One evening, Snape saw Madame Pomfrey escorting me across the grounds toward the Whomping Willow. Lupin's eyes dimmed slightly. Sirius thought it would be amusing to give him a hint. Told him all he needed to do was prod the knot on the trunk, that it would grant him access. Harry felt a chill crawl up his spine. Snape went, Lupin said simply. Of course he did. Silence thickened. If he had reached this house... Lupin's voice dropped, almost to a whisper. He would have come face to face with a fully transformed werewolf. Hermione's breath caught. But James found out what Sirius had done, Lupin went on. He chased after Snape, dragged him back before it was too late. His expression tightened. He saved his life, at enormous risk to his own. Black said nothing. Snape saw me, Lupin added quietly. Just a glimpse at the end of the tunnel, that was enough. Dumbledore forbade him from speaking of it, but from that moment on, he knew what I was. Harry frowned slightly, piecing it together. So that's why he hates you, he said slowly, because he thought you were part of it.
Exactly.
The voice came from behind them, cold, controlled, edged with quiet triumph. Every head snapped around.
A shimmer in the air.
Then fabric slid away. Severus Snape stood revealed, casting aside the invisibility cloak. His wand was already raised, aimed with deadly precision at Lupin.
His eyes burned. I've been wondering how long it would take for the truth to crawl out, Snape said softly, his voice like ice.
Chapter 19. The Servant of Lord Voldemort. Hermione let out a piercing scream. Black surged to his feet in an instant. Harry felt it like a jolt of lightning tearing through him, sharp, violent, electrifying. I picked this up at the base of the Whomping Willow, Snape said coolly, flicking the invisibility cloak aside without lowering his wand. Its tip remained fixed, unwavering, on Lupin's chest. Very useful of you, Potter. My thanks. He was breathing slightly harder than usual, but his face glowed with a tightly controlled, almost feverish triumph. I imagine you're wondering how I found you, Snape went on, his eyes glittering with cold satisfaction. I visited your office, Lupin. You neglected to take your potion tonight, so I brought it myself. A thin smile crept across his lips. Fortunate timing for me. The map you so carelessly left behind told me everything. I watched as you slipped down this passage, vanishing from sight. Severus Lupin tried to speak. Snape cut him off with a sharp flick of his wand.
I warned the headmaster, he said, his voice rising slightly, edged with vindication. Again and again I told him. You were aiding your dear friend Black, letting him into the castle, and now here it is. Proof. His gaze swept the room with disdain. Though I must admit, even I didn't expect you'd be foolish enough to hide here.
You're wrong, Lupin said urgently, stepping forward despite the wand aimed at him. You don't understand what's happening, I can explain. Sirius isn't here to harm Harry. 2 prisoners, Snape interrupted softly, almost savouring the words. 2 more for Azkaban, in a single night. His expression darkened with something close to obsession. I wonder how Dumbledore will justify this. He trusted you, Lupin, believed you were safe. His lip curled. A domesticated beast. You're letting hatred blind you, Lupin said quietly. Is an old grudge worth condemning an innocent man? Snape's answer came like a gunshot. Bang! Ropes burst from his wand, thin, writhing, alive. They lashed around Lupin's limbs, binding his wrists, ankles, and mouth in an instant. He fell hard to the floor, helpless. A roar tore from Black's throat as he lunged forward, but Snape's wand snapped toward him, stopping him dead. The tip hovered inches from Black's face. Give me a reason, Snape whispered, his voice deadly soft. Just one, and I promise you I won't hesitate. Black froze. The hatred burning between them was almost visible raw, ancient, lethal. Harry stood rooted in place, his mind spinning. Nothing made sense anymore. Truth and lies blurred together until he couldn't tell which was which. He glanced at Ron, equally lost, still wrestling with the hysterical Scabbers in his grasp. Then Hermione moved, slowly, hesitantly. She stepped towards Snape, her voice trembling but determined. "Professor Snape," she said, breath catching slightly, Wouldn't it be better to hear them out first?" Harry felt the tension snap like a taut wire. "Miss Granger, you're already skating on thin ice," Snape spat coldly. "You, Potter, and Weasley wandering where you shouldn't, keeping company with a supposed killer and a werewolf. For once, do as you're told and stay silent." "But what if there's been some kind of mistake?" Hermione tried again, her voice shaking.
"Enough!" Snape roared, his composure shattering. "Stop talking about things you don't understand." Sparks burst from the tip of his wand, still aimed unwaveringly at Black. Hermione flinched and said no more.
Snape's lips curled into something cruel. "Revenge. It has a certain sweetness, don't you think?" he murmured, eyes gleaming. "I always hoped I'd be the one to bring you in." Black let out a harsh laugh, still missing the point. "Severus," he said, "if that boy brings his rat back to the castle," he nodded toward Ron, "I'll go without a fight." "To the castle," Snape replied smoothly. "Unnecessary. Once we're clear of the tree, I'll summon the Dementors. I imagine they'll be delighted to see you, perhaps even reward you with a kiss." The colour drained from Black's face.
"You have to listen," he rasped desperately. "The rat, just look at the rat!"
But Snape wasn't listening. There was something unhinged in his expression now, something beyond reason.
"Move," he ordered sharply. With a flick of his fingers, the cords binding Lupin tightened in his grip. "I'll drag the werewolf along. Perhaps the Dementors will have time for him as well."
Before he could finish, Harry had already stepped forward, placing himself squarely in front of the door.
"Out of the way, Potter!" Snape snarled. "You've caused enough trouble already, if I hadn't arrived when I did."
"Professor Lupin has had every chance to hurt me this year," Harry cut in, his voice steady despite the pounding in his chest. "I've been alone with him more times than I can count. If he were helping Black, why didn't he do it then?" Snape's eyes narrowed, cold and furious. "Don't expect me to understand how a werewolf thinks," he hissed. "Now step aside." "You're pathetic," Harry burst out. "Just because they humiliated you at school, you won't even listen."
"Enough!" Snape exploded, his restraint completely gone. "I will not be spoken to like that." His face twisted with fury. "Just like your father, reckless and arrogant, I've just saved your life, and you should be on your knees thanking me. You'd have been better off dead just like him, too proud to see you're wrong about Black. Now move aside, Potter, or I'll make you. Move!" Harry didn't hesitate. Before Snape could advance, he snapped his wand up. "Expelliarmus!"
But his voice wasn't alone. 3 spells struck at once with a thunderous crack. The force blasted Snape backward. He slammed hard into the wall and collapsed, unmoving, a thin line of blood trickling from his hairline. His wand spun through the air and landed on the bed beside Crookshanks. Harry turned. Ron and Hermione had cast the spell at the same instant. "You shouldn't have interfered," Black muttered, eyes still burning. "He was mine." Harry didn't meet his gaze. He wasn't certain he'd done the right thing. "We attacked a teacher," Hermione whispered, horrified, staring at Snape's still form. "We attacked a teacher. We're going to be in serious trouble. Behind them!" Lupin strained against the ropes binding him. Black stepped forward quickly and freed him. Lupin stood, rubbing his wrists where the cords had bitten into his skin. "Thank you, Harry," he said quietly. "I'm not saying I believe you," Harry replied. "Then let's give you proof," Lupin said calmly. He turned to Ron. "Hand over Peter, please." Ron clutched Scabbers tighter. "You can't be serious. You're saying he escaped Azkaban just to find my rat? There are thousands of rats. How would he even know?" "That's a fair question," Lupin admitted, glancing at Black. How did you know where to look? Without a word. Black reached into his robes and pulled out a crumpled newspaper clipping. He smoothed it flat and held it out. It was a photograph of Ron with his family taken from the Daily Prophet. There, perched on Ron's shoulder, was Scabbers. "Where did you get that?" Lupin asked. Stunned. "Fudge," Black said. "He brought me a newspaper when he visited Azkaban. I saw Peter immediately. I'd watched him transform too many times to mistake him. The caption said this boy would be returning to Hogwarts, to where Harry was." Lupin's eyes flicked between the picture and the rat in Ron's hands. "My God," he murmured. His front paw. "What about it?" Ron demanded. "He's missing a toe," Black said quietly. Understanding dawned on Lupin's face. Of course. So simple. So clever. He breathed. He cut it off himself, didn't he? "Just before he changed," Black said in a low, rough voice. "I had him cornered. He screamed, so the whole street could hear, said I'd betrayed Lily and James. Then, before I could even react, he blasted the street apart behind his back, killed everyone nearby, and slipped down into the sewers with the rats. Didn't you ever hear that part of the story?" "Ron," Lupin added quietly. "All they ever found of Peter was a single finger." Ron shook his head stubbornly. "That proves nothing. Scabbers probably lost it in a fight or something." "He's been with my family for years. 12 years, Lupin corrected gently. "Doesn't that strike you as unusual? Rats don't live that long." "We've taken care of him," Ron insisted, though his voice wavered. Lupin gave Scabbers a long, measuring look. "Doesn't seem like he's been thriving lately, though. I'd say he's been deteriorating ever since Sirius escaped. Fear does that."
"He's been terrified of that cat," Ron shot back, nodding toward Crookshanks, who sat calmly on the bed, tail flicking. But Harry felt a sudden jolt of realization. That wasn't true. Scabbers had been acting strange even before Crookshanks appeared, since Ron came back from Egypt, since the news of Black's escape.
"This cat isn't mad," Black said hoarsely. He reached out and gently stroked Crookshanks. "He's one of the sharpest creatures I've ever known. He saw through Peter instantly. And when he met me, he knew I wasn't just a dog. Took him a while to trust me. But eventually, I made him understand what I was after. He's been helping me ever since." Hermione's eyes widened. "Helping you? How?" "He tried to bring Peter to me," Black explained, "but couldn't manage it. So instead, he stole the passwords to Gryffindor Tower from a boy's bedside table, I believe." Harry's thoughts felt heavy, tangled. None of this should make sense, and yet pieces were starting to fit. But Peter realized what was happening and fled. Black went on. "Crookshanks told me he left blood behind on the sheets. Bit himself, most likely. Faking his death worked for him once before." That snapped something in Harry. "And why did he fake his death?" Harry demanded, anger rising fast. "Because he knew you were going to kill him just like you killed my parents?" "No," Lupin said urgently, stepping forward. "Harry, and now you've come back to finish the job." "Yes," Black said, eyes locked on Scabbers with a cold intensity. "Then I should have let Snape take you," Harry shouted.
"Harry," Lupin said quickly, stepping forward, "don't you understand? We've had it wrong all this time. We thought Sirius betrayed your parents, and Peter hunted him down, but it was the opposite. Peter betrayed them. Sirius went after Peter." "That's a lie," Harry shouted. "He was their secret keeper. He admitted it. He said he killed them." He pointed straight at Black. Black didn't deny it. He only shook his head slowly, his hollow eyes suddenly shining. "Harry, I might as well have killed them," he said hoarsely. "I convinced your parents to switch secret keeper at the last moment, to use Peter instead of me. I thought it was clever. I thought it would keep them safe." His voice faltered. "It was my idea. My fault."
He swallowed hard and went on. That night, I went to check on Peter, make sure he was still hidden. But when I got there, he was gone. No signs of a struggle. Nothing. It didn't feel right. I knew something was wrong, so I went straight to your parents' house. And when I saw it, destroyed, when I saw them, his voice broke completely, and he turned away. That's enough, Lupin said firmly, a hard edge in his tone. There's a way to prove the truth. He turned to Ron. Give me the rat. Ron hesitated, clutching Scabbers tightly. What are you going to do to him? Make him reveal himself, Lupin replied. If he's just a rat, he'll be unharmed. For a long moment, Ron didn't move. Then, slowly, he held Scabbers out. Lupin took him. The rat went wild, squealing, twisting, his tiny eyes bulging in panic. Ready? Serious? Lupin asked. Black had already picked up Snape's wand. He stepped closer, his gaze locked on the writhing rat, something fierce and desperate burning in his eyes. Together, he said quietly. Lupin nodded. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Twin flashes of blue-white light burst from their wands. Scabbers froze mid-air, writhing in unnatural stillness. Ron cried out. The rat dropped to the floor, another blinding flare of light, and then the transformation began. It was as if something was growing too fast to comprehend. The small grey body stretched and twisted. Limbs shot outward. A head forced its way up from the shrinking shape. In seconds, a man stood where the rat had been. He was small, balding, with a pinched, rat-like face. He cowered there, wringing his hands, eyes darting wildly in terror. On the bed, Crookshanks arched his back and hissed, fur bristling. The man who had replaced Scabbers looked frail and shrunken, barely taller than Harry or Hermione. Wisps of thin, pale hair clung untidily to his head, leaving a wide bald patch exposed. Though he had once been plump, he now looked as though he had wasted away rapidly. His skin had a grimy, unhealthy look, almost like a rat's coat, and there was something unmistakably rodent-like about his pointed nose and tiny, watery eyes. He darted glances around the room, breathing quickly, nervously, his gaze flicking again and again toward the door. Well, hello, Peter, Lupin said mildly, as if this sort of transformation were perfectly ordinary. It's been a long time, S. Sirius R. Remus, Pettigrew stammered, his voice thin and squeaky. His eyes kept twitching toward the exit. My friends, my old friends. Black's wand lifted at once, but Lupin caught his wrist and held him back, shooting him a sharp warning look before turning back to Pettigrew, his tone now deceptively light. We were just discussing the night Lily and James died. Peter? You might have missed a few details while you were scurrying around as a rat Remus. Pettigrew gasped, sweat now beading across his clammy face. You don't believe him, do you? He tried to kill me, so we've heard. Lupin cut in coolly. But I think it's time we clarified a few things, don't you?
He's here to finish it, Pettigrew shrieked suddenly, pointing a trembling hand at Black, his missing finger all too visible. He murdered Lily and James, and now he's come for me. You've got to protect me, Remus. Black said nothing. He simply stared at Pettigrew, his hollow eyes burning with a cold, terrible intensity that made his face seem almost skeletal. No one's harming you yet, Lupin said firmly. Not until we get the truth.
The truth, Pettigrew squealed, spinning his head wildly as if searching for escape. His eyes lingered again on the boarded windows, then the single door. I always knew this would happen. I knew he'd come back for me. I've been waiting 12 years for this. You knew Sirius would escape Azkaban? Lupin asked slowly, frowning. When no one ever has before. He's got powers none of us can match, Pettigrew cried shrilly. How else could he have done it? I expect you know who taught him a thing or two. At that, Black let out a laugh, low, harsh, and utterly devoid of humour. It echoed through the room, chilling everyone who heard it. "Voldemort, teach me tricks," Black repeated, his voice dripping with scorn. Pettigrew recoiled as if struck. "What's the matter?" Black went on coldly. "Afraid to hear your old master's name? Can't say I blame you. I doubt his followers think very highly of you these days." I don't know what you mean," Pettigrew muttered, his voice shaking. Sweat poured down his face as his eyes flickered wildly.
"Oh, I think you do," Black said. "You weren't hiding from me all these years. You were hiding from them Voldemort's loyal followers. I heard plenty in Azkaban. Peter, things people scream in their sleep. They think you're dead. Otherwise, you'd have a lot to answer for. Sounds like they believe the traitor betrayed them, too." Pettigrew's breathing grew ragged.
"Voldemort went after the Potters because of you," Black continued, his voice sharpening. "And when he fell, not all of his followers were caught. Some are still out there, waiting, pretending they've changed. Imagine what they'd do if they found out you were alive, Peter." "I don't know what you're talking about," Pettigrew squeaked, even higher now. He turned desperately to Lupin. "You can't believe this. Remus, this is madness." Lupin regarded him steadily. "I admit, Peter, it's difficult to see why an innocent man would choose to live as a rat for 12 years. "I was hiding," Pettigrew cried, terrified. "If they were after me, it's because I helped put one of their best men in Azkaban the spy. Sirius Black." Black's face twisted with fury.
"How dare you!" he snarled, his voice suddenly echoing with the growl of the great black dog he had been. "Me, a spy for Voldemort? When have I ever crept behind the backs of people stronger than me? But you always needed protection, didn't you? Peter, bigger, stronger friends to hide behind. First it was us, me, Remus, and James." Pettigrew wiped his face again, gasping for breath. "Me, a spy? You must be mad. I never—" "You were made secret keeper because I suggested it," Black cut in, his voice now low and deadly. Pettigrew flinched backward. "I thought it was perfect. Voldemort would come after me, never suspect they'd trust someone weak and insignificant like you." His eyes burned. "It must have been the proudest moment of your miserable life, handing Lily and James over to him."
Pettigrew muttered under his breath, fragments of denial slipping out. Ridiculous. Madness. But Harry barely listened. What stood out was the man's ghostly pale face and the way his eyes kept flicking toward the door and windows, like a trapped animal searching for escape. "Professor Lupin?" Hermione said hesitantly. "May I ask something?" Of course," Lupin replied politely. "Well, Scabbers, Himmy's been sleeping in Harry's dormitory for years. If he really was working for you-know-who, why didn't he try to harm Harry before now?" "There!" Pettigrew squealed, seizing on her words, pointing his stubbed hand at Ron. "You see, I never touched him, not once. Why would I?" "I'll tell you why," Black said coldly. "Because you've never done anything unless it benefited you. Voldemort's been gone, reduced to almost nothing. You weren't about to risk everything for someone who'd lost his power, not while Dumbledore was around to protect the boy." Pettigrew faltered, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly.
"You were waiting," Black went on, his voice cutting, "waiting to see if your master would rise again. That's why you attached yourself to a wizarding family, so you could stay informed, always listening, always ready to crawl back to him when it was safe." Pettigrew's lips trembled. No words came. Mr. Black serious?" Hermione ventured. Black looked startled, as if he hadn't expected her to address him so directly.
"If you don't mind me asking, how did you escape Azkaban if it wasn't dark magic?" "Exactly," Pettigrew gasped, nodding eagerly. "Yes, that's what I've been saying." Lupin silenced him with a sharp glance. Black didn't look annoyed. Instead, he studied Hermione thoughtfully, as though weighing how much to reveal before answering. In that moment, Pettigrew's desperate pleas only seemed to make everything worse. He shrank back on the floor, his whole body trembling, his tiny, watery eyes darting wildly from one person to another as if searching for an escape that wasn't there. Harry stood frozen, his heart pounding. Everything had happened too fast, the truth laid bare. The past dragged into the present, and now a choice that couldn't be avoided. This was no harmless rat anymore. This was the man who had betrayed his parents. Sirius stepped forward, his gaunt face twisted with hatred. Lupin stood beside him, his expression just as hard, though there was still a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Once friends, they now faced the one who had destroyed everything.
"Harry?" Lupin said quietly, but there was weight in his voice. "You need to understand. This man betrayed your mother and father."
He caused their deaths, Sirius growled, his hands clenching. He deserves to pay. Pettigrew let out a weak whimper, trying to shrink even further back, but his shoulders hit the wall. There was nowhere left to go.
"Harry, please," he stammered, his voice shaking. "I had no choice. They were too powerful. I was afraid."
Just like always, Sirius cut in coldly, always a coward. Harry felt dizzy. Every eye in the room was on him waiting. This decision, somehow, it was his to make. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with tension. The only sound was Pettigrew's ragged breathing and the silence of the others pressing in. And then, slowly, Harry stepped forward. "You handed Lily and James over to Voldemort," Black said, his voice trembling with rage. "Do you deny it?" Pettigrew collapsed into sobs. The sight was grotesque, like a grown man reduced to a snivelling, balding child, crumpled on the floor.
Sirius, what choice did I have?" he whimpered. "The Dark Lord, you don't understand. He had powers beyond anything you could imagine. I was frightened. I was never brave like you. Or Remus. Or James. I never meant for it to happen. He forced me. Don't lie." Black roared. "You were passing him information for a year before they died. You were his spy. He was taking over everything." Pettigrew gasped. What was the point of refusing him?
"What was the point?" Black shot back, fury blazing in his hollow eyes. "Saving innocent lives. Peter, you don't understand," Pettigrew cried. "He would have killed me. Sirius. Then you should have died," Black thundered. "Died rather than betray your friends as we would have done for you." Black and Lupin stood side by side, their wands raised. "You should have known," Lupin said quietly, "that if Voldemort didn't kill you, we would. Goodbye, Peter." Hermione turned away, covering her face with her hands. "No!" Harry shouted. He rushed forward and planted himself in front of Pettigrew, facing the raised wands. "You can't kill him," he said, breathless but firm. "You can't." Black and Lupin both stared at him, stunned. "Harry!" "This creature is the reason you don't have parents," Black growled. "This coward would have let you die without a second thought. You heard him. His own worthless life meant more to him than your entire family." "I know," Harry said, breathing hard. "We'll take him back to the castle. We'll hand him over to the Dementors. He can go to Azkaban, but don't kill him." "Harry!" Pettigrew gasped, grabbing at his knees. Thank you. This is more than I deserve. Thank you. Get off me!" Harry snapped, wrenching himself free in disgust. "I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because I don't think my dad would have wanted them to become killers, not even for you." Silence fell over the room. No one moved, no one spoke, except Pettigrew, who wheezed softly, clutching his chest. Black and Lupin exchanged a long look. Then, slowly, as if coming to the same unspoken agreement, they lowered their wands. "You're the one who has the right to choose, Harry," Black said quietly. "But think carefully. Think about what he's done. He can go to Azkaban," Harry said again, more firmly this time. "If anyone belongs there, it's him." Behind him, Pettigrew's ragged breathing filled the silence. "Very well," Lupin said at last. "Step aside. Harry? Harry hesitated for a second. I'm only going to bind him, Lupin added. That's all, I promise, reluctantly. Harry moved away, instantly. Thin ropes shot from Lupin's wand, wrapping tightly around Pettigrew. In seconds, he was squirming helplessly on the floor, tied up and gagged. But if you try to transform again, Peter, Black growled, leveling his wand at him, we'll finish it. Agreed, Harry. Harry looked down at the miserable, trembling figure and gave a small nod enough for Pettigrew to see. Good, Lupin said briskly, shifting his attention. Ron, I'm not as skilled as Madame Pomfrey when it comes to healing, so we'll just secure your leg for now until we reach the hospital wing. He knelt beside Ron, tapped his injured leg, and muttered, Ferula. Bandages sprang into place, wrapping tightly around Ron's leg and fixing it to a splint. Lupin helped him up. Ron tested his weight carefully and managed a small, relieved grin. That's better, he said. Thanks. And Professor Snape? Hermione asked quietly, glancing nervously at his unconscious form. He's fine, Lupin replied, checking Snape's pulse. You were just a bit over-enthusiastic. He's still unconscious. Best to leave him that way until we're back in the castle. He pointed his wand and said, Mobile corpus. Snape's body jerked upright as though pulled by invisible strings. His head lolled awkwardly, and he hovered slightly above the ground, limbs dangling like a puppet. Lupin retrieved the invisibility cloak and tucked it safely away. And someone should stay chained to him, Black added, nudging Pettigrew, just in case. I will, Lupin said. Me too, Ron said sharply, limping forward with determination. With a flick of his wand, Black conjured heavy shackles. Moments later, Pettigrew was forced to his feet, his left arm chained to Lupin and his right to Ron. Ron's jaw was set tight, clearly taking the betrayal very personally. Crookshanks hopped lightly off the bed and padded toward the door, tail held high, as if leading the way. And together they prepared to leave the room. Chapter 20. The Dementor's Kiss. Harry had never found himself in such a bizarre procession. Crookshanks padded ahead, confidently leading the way down the stairs. Behind him came Lupin, Pettigrew, and Ron moving awkwardly together like participants in a three-person race. Floating eerily behind them was Professor Snape, suspended by magic, his limp body jerking slightly as his toes knocked against each step. Sirius followed, wand raised, controlling Snape's movement. Harry and Hermione trailed at the back. Squeezing back into the narrow tunnel was no easy task. Lupin, Pettigrew, and Ron had to twist sideways to fit through, inching forward carefully while Lupin kept his wand trained on Pettigrew. One by one, they moved through the passage, Crookshanks still leading. Harry stayed close behind Sirius, who continued guiding Snape's unconscious body ahead of them. Snape's head kept knocking against the low ceiling with dull thuds. Harry had the distinct feeling Sirius wasn't trying very hard to stop it. You realize what this means, don't you? Sirius said suddenly over his shoulder as they crept along, handing Pettigrew over. You'll be free, Harry replied. Yes, Sirius said quietly. But there's something else. I don't know if anyone ever told you I'm your godfather. I know, said Harry. Well, your parents named me your guardian, Sirius went on, his voice a little stiff. If anything ever happened to them. Harry's heart skipped. He didn't dare interrupt. I'll understand if you'd rather stay with your aunt and uncle, Sirius added quickly. But once my name is cleared, if you ever wanted somewhere else to live. Something seemed to burst open inside Harry's chest. Live with you, he said, accidentally banging his head against the rocky ceiling. Leave the Dursleys. Of course, I thought you wouldn't want to, Sirius said hastily. I understand. I just thought I'd... Are you serious? Harry cut in, his voice rough with emotion. Of course I want to leave the Dursleys. Do you have a place? When can I come? Sirius stopped and turned fully toward him, ignoring the fact that Snape's head scraped loudly against the ceiling behind him. "You really mean that?" he asked, almost disbelieving. "You'd want to live with me?" "Yeah," Harry said firmly. "I really would." "Yeah, I mean it," said Harry. For the first time, Sirius's gaunt face broke into a genuine smile. The transformation was startling, like a glimpse of the man he had once been shining through the hollow. Worn features. For a fleeting moment, he looked younger, almost as though he had stepped out of a happier time, laughing beside Harry's parents. They didn't speak again until they reached the end of the tunnel. Crookshanks sprang up first, clearly having pressed the knot on the tree to freeze the branches. Lupin, Pettigrew, and Ron followed without incident. Then Sirius guided Snape up through the opening before stepping aside to let Harry and Hermione climb out. At last, they were all back outside. Night had fallen. The grounds lay in deep shadow, lit only faintly by the distant glow from the castle windows. Without a word, they began walking. Pettigrew's wheezing breaths and occasional whimpers broke the silence. Harry's thoughts raced. He was leaving the Dursleys. He would live with Sirius, his godfather, his parents' closest friend. The idea felt unreal, like a dream he was afraid might vanish at any moment. What would the Dursleys say when they found out he was going to live with the so-called criminal they had seen on television? One wrong move, Peter, Lupin warned quietly ahead, his wand still aimed at Pettigrew. They continued across the grounds, the castle lights slowly growing brighter. Snape floated awkwardly in front of Sirius, his head lolling as it bumped against his chest. Then everything changed. A cloud drifted aside. Pale moonlight spilled over the grounds, casting long shadows. Snape bumped into Lupin, Pettigrew, and Ron, who had stopped abruptly. Sirius froze, throwing out an arm to halt Harry and Hermione. Harry saw Lupin's silhouette go rigid, then begin to tremble.
"Oh no!" Hermione gasped. "He didn't take his potion tonight. He's not safe." "Run!" Sirius whispered urgently. "Run! Now!" But Harry couldn't move. Ron was still chained to Pettigrew and to Lupin. He lunged forward, but Sirius grabbed him and shoved him back. "Leave it to me! Run!" A horrifying snarl split the night.
Lupin's body was changing, his head stretched, his spine arched, and coarse hair burst across his skin. His hands twisted into claws as his face elongated into a savage muzzle. Crookshanks hissed, backing away, fur bristling. In the next instant, Sirius was gone, replaced by a massive, bear-like dog. He leapt forward just as the werewolf broke free of the chain. With a powerful lunge, the dog seized the creature by the neck, dragging it away from Ron and Pettigrew. They crashed together, locked in a brutal struggle, teeth snapping, claws tearing. Harry stood frozen, unable to look away from the violent clash. Then Hermione screamed. Pettigrew had lunged for Lupin's fallen wand. Ron, off balance on his injured leg, collapsed. A loud crack split the air, a flash of light, and Ron fell still on the ground. Another blast followed. Crookshanks was thrown backward, landing in a crumpled heap.
"Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted, aiming his wand at Pettigrew. Lupin's wand shot upward and vanished into the darkness. "Don't move!" Harry yelled, sprinting toward him. But it was already too late.
Pettigrew transformed. For a split second, Harry caught sight of the rat's bald tail slipping through the cuff still attached to Ron's arm. Then it was gone, vanishing into the grass with a faint, scuttling sound.
A howl echoed nearby, followed by a deep, savage growl. Harry spun around just in time to see the werewolf bounding away, racing straight into the forest.
"Sirius, he's gone! Pettigrew escaped!" Harry shouted. Sirius, wounded and bleeding, struggled to his feet. Deep gashes marked his muzzle and back, but at Harry's words he forced himself onward. In another instant he had transformed again, and the pounding of his paws faded into the night as he gave chase. Harry and Hermione rushed to Ron's side. "What did he do to him?" Hermione whispered, panic rising in her voice. Ron lay still, his eyes half closed, his mouth slack. He was breathing, but there was no sign he recognized them.
"I don't know," Harry said, glancing around desperately.
Sirius was gone, Lupin was gone. The only one left was Snape, still suspended in midair, unconscious and useless. "We have to get them back to the castle," Harry said, trying to steady himself. "We need help." But then, from somewhere beyond the darkness, came a sound, a sharp yelp, followed by a low, pained whine.
"A dog." "Sirius," Harry murmured, staring into the night.
For a moment, he hesitated. Ron needed help, but Sirius was in danger. The choice made itself. Harry broke into a run, Hermione right behind him. The sound was coming from near the lake. They raced toward it, and as Harry ran, a sudden, biting cold crept over him, though he didn't yet understand why. The yelping cut off abruptly. When they reached the lakeshore, they saw what had happened. Sirius had changed back into a man. He was crouched low to the ground, clutching his head in his hands.
"No," he moaned weakly. "No, please."
And then Harry saw them. Dementors, dozens, no hundreds, gliding over the lake in a vast, black swarm, closing in on them from every side. He spun around. The cold hit him instantly, deeper than before, seeping into his chest, freezing his thoughts. A thick mist blurred his vision. More shapes emerged from the darkness, surrounding them completely. "Hermione, think of something happy!" Harry shouted, raising his wand. He blinked hard, trying to clear his sight, shaking his head to fight off the distant screams echoing in his mind. "I'm going to live with my godfather. I'm leaving the Dursleys." He clung to that thought, forcing everything else away. "Specto Patronum, Specto Patronum." Sirius shuddered weakly, then rolled onto his side and lay still, pale as death.
"He'll be okay. I'll live with him. We'll be free." "Expecto Patronum, Hermione, help me." "Expecto," Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. "Expecto, expecto."
But nothing came. The Dementors were closing in 10 feet away now, a solid ring of darkness tightening around them.
"Expecto Patronum," Harry shouted, trying to drown out the rising screams in his head.
A faint thread of silver mist drifted from his wand, hovering weakly in front of him. At that moment, Hermione collapsed beside him. Harry was alone. Completely alone. Expecto Patronum." His knees hit the cold grass. The fog thickened, swallowing everything. With the last of his strength, he clung to the truth.
"Sirius is innocent. We'll be okay. I'm going to live with him." "Expecto Patronum," he gasped.
By the dim glow of his weak Patronus, he saw one of the Dementors stop just in front of him. It couldn't pass through the faint silver mist, but it didn't retreat either. A decaying, skeletal hand slid from beneath its cloak, reaching forward, as if to brush the Patronus aside.
No, Harry whispered. "He's innocent. Expecto, expecto Patronum."
He could feel them watching, hear their rattling breath, like a foul wind circling him. The nearest Dementor paused, then slowly raised both its rotting hands. Its hood fell back. Where eyes should have been, there was only stretched, grey skin empty, sightless. But below it, a mouth? A gaping, hollow void, opening wide, drawing in the air with a dreadful, rattling sound. A wave of terror locked Harry in place, freezing both his voice and his limbs. The faint Patronus he had conjured flickered weakly, then vanished. Thick, white mist swallowed everything. He had to keep fighting, expecto Patronum. He could barely see. Somewhere far away, the familiar screams echoed again, desperately. He reached through the haze and found Sirius's arm. They weren't going to take him. They couldn't. But suddenly, icy, clammy hands seized Harry by the throat. They forced his head back. He could feel the creature's breath, foul and decaying. It was going to finish him first. The stench filled his lungs. His mother's scream rang louder and louder in his ears, the last sound he would ever hear. Then, through the suffocating fog, a silvery glow began to shine. It grew brighter, stronger. Harry collapsed forward onto the grass. Barely conscious, trembling and sick, he lifted his head just enough to see. The Dementor had released him. The brilliant light spread across the ground, chasing away the darkness. The screams faded. The biting cold loosened its grip. Something was forcing the Dementors back. It circled protectively around Harry, Sirius, and Hermione. One by one, the dark shapes retreated until they were gone. Warmth returned to the air. Summoning what little strength he had left, Harry raised his head again. Across the lake, he saw a glowing figure, an animal made of pure light, galloping swiftly away. Its brilliance was almost blinding, like that of a unicorn. He struggled to focus as it reached the far shore. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw someone there, someone greeting it, raising a hand as if in recognition. The figure looked strangely familiar. But that was impossible. Harry's mind failed him. His thoughts slipped away. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and as his strength finally gave out, he fell forward into darkness. Chapter 21.
Hermione's secret. Terrible business, absolutely terrible. A miracle no one was killed. I've never heard anything like it. By heavens, it's fortunate you were there. Snape. You're too kind, Minister.
I'd say this calls for an Order of Merlin, second class, perhaps even first class, if I can arrange it. You have my gratitude, Minister. That wound looks unpleasant. Black's doing, I assume.
Actually, Minister, it was Potter, Weasley, and Granger. Surely not.
They were clearly under Black's influence. I recognized it at once, a confundus charm, judging by their behavior. They seemed convinced he might be innocent. They weren't in control of themselves. Still, their interference may have allowed Black to escape. They likely believed they could capture him on their own. They've been indulged far too often, which has inflated their sense of importance. And Potter, in particular, has always received exceptional leniency from the headmaster. Well, Snape, you know how it is with Harry Potter. People tend to overlook things when it comes to him. But is that truly in his best interest? I make it a point to treat him like any other student. And any other student would face suspension at the very least for leading others into such danger. Think about it. Minister breaking school rules, sneaking out at night despite strict protections, associating with a werewolf and a convicted murderer, and I have reason to suspect he's been visiting Hogsmeade without permission as well. Yes, we'll consider the matter. Snape. The boy has certainly shown poor judgment. Harry lay still, his eyes firmly shut. Everything felt distant and slow, as though the voices were taking too long to reach his mind. His body was heavy, almost numb. Even lifting his eyelids seemed impossible. All he wanted was to remain there, sinking into the softness of the bed, undisturbed. What puzzles me most is the Dementor's behavior. Do you have any idea why they withdrew? Snape.
No. Minister, by the time I regained consciousness, they were already returning to their posts.
Most unusual. And yet Black, along with Harry and the girl. They were all unconscious when I reached them. Naturally, I secured Black, silenced him, conjured stretchers, and transported everyone back to the castle at once. A brief silence followed. Harry's thoughts were beginning to clear, and with that clarity came a growing sense of dread deep in his stomach. He opened his eyes. His vision was hazy, his glasses were missing. He lay in the dimly lit hospital wing. At the far end of the ward, he could see Madame Pomfrey leaning over a bed with her back turned. Squinting, Harry spotted a flash of red hair beneath her arm, Ron. He turned his head slightly. Hermione was lying in the bed beside him, bathed in pale moonlight. Her eyes were open, wide with fear. When she noticed Harry was awake, she quickly raised a finger to her lips, then pointed toward the door. It was slightly open, and voices drifted in from the corridor, Cornelius Fudge and Snape. Madame Pomfrey soon approached Harry's bed, moving briskly through the ward. He watched as she carried an enormous slab of chocolate so large it looked like a chunk of rock. She set it down on the table and began breaking it into pieces with a small hammer.
"Ah, you're awake," she said efficiently.
"How's Ron?" Harry and Hermione asked at the same time. "He'll recover," Madame Pomfrey replied shortly. "As for you two, you'll remain here until I'm convinced you're fully Potter. What do you think you're doing?" Harry had already pushed himself upright, grabbed his glasses, and reached for his wand.
"I need to speak to the headmaster," he said urgently.
"Potter," Madame Pomfrey said in a calming tone, "there's no need to worry. Black has been captured. He's being held upstairs. The Dementors will administer the kiss very shortly." "What?" Harry leapt out of bed. Hermione did the same. His shout carried into the corridor, and within seconds Cornelius Fudge and Snape hurried into the ward.
Harry, what's going on?" Fudge said, clearly unsettled. "You should be resting. Has he had any chocolate?" he asked Madame Pomfrey nervously. "Minister, listen," Harry burst out. "Sirius Black is innocent. Peter Pettigrew staged his death. We saw him tonight. You can't let the Dementors do that to Sirius. He's—"
But Fudge simply shook his head, a faint, dismissive smile on his face. Harry, you're confused," Fudge said gently. "You've been through something terrible. Just lie back down. We have everything under control."
"No, you don't," Harry shouted. "You've arrested the wrong person." "Minister, please listen," Hermione added quickly, rushing to Harry's side and looking up at Fudge with desperate urgency. "I saw it too. It was Ron's rat. He's an animagus. Pettigrew. And—"
"You see, Minister," Snape interrupted coldly, "they've both been confounded. Black has clearly manipulated them quite effectively."
"We are not confounded," Harry yelled. "Minister, Professor," Madame Pomfrey snapped angrily, "I insist that you leave at once. Potter is my patient, and he must not be agitated." "I'm not agitated. I'm trying to explain what really happened," Harry said, furious. "If you just listen."
But before he could continue, Madame Pomfrey shoved a large piece of chocolate into his mouth. He choked, and she took advantage of the moment to push him firmly back onto the bed. "That's enough. Minister, these children require rest. Please leave immediately." Just then the door opened again. It was Dumbledore. Struggling to swallow the chocolate, Harry forced himself upright once more. Professor Dumbledore, Sirius Black.
"For goodness sake," Madame Pomfrey cried, exasperated. "Is this a hospital wing or not? Headmaster, I must insist."
"My apologies, Poppy," Dumbledore said calmly, "but I need a moment with Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. I have just spoken with Sirius Black."
"I suppose he's filled your head with the same absurd story he's fed Potter," Snape said sharply. "Something about a rat and Pettigrew still being alive."
"That is indeed Black's account," Dumbledore replied, studying Snape carefully over his half-moon glasses.
"And my testimony counts for nothing," Snape snapped. Peter Pettigrew was not in the shrieking shack, nor was there any sign of him on the grounds.
"That's because you were unconscious, Professor," Hermione said earnestly. "You weren't there to hear everything."
"Miss Granger, hold your tongue," Snape barked. Now, Snape," Fudge said, slightly taken aback. "The girl is clearly distressed. We must be understanding. I need to speak with Harry and Hermione privately," Dumbledore said firmly. "Cornelius, Severus, Poppy, please leave us." "Headmaster," Madame Pomfrey protested, "they require treatment and rest."
"This cannot be delayed," Dumbledore replied. "I must insist." Madame Pomfrey pressed her lips together and swept off toward her office at the far end of the ward, slamming the door behind her. Fudge pulled out his gold pocket watch and glanced at it. "The Dementors should be here by now," he muttered. "I'll go and meet them. Dumbledore, I'll see you upstairs." He moved to the door and held it open for Snape, but Snape remained where he was. "You can't seriously believe Black's story," Snape said in a low voice, his eyes locked on Dumbledore. "I wish to speak to Harry and Hermione alone," Dumbledore repeated calmly. Snape stepped closer. "Sirius Black was capable of murder at 16, he said sharply. "You haven't forgotten that, have you? You haven't forgotten he once tried to kill me." "My memory remains perfectly intact, Severus," Dumbledore answered quietly. Snape turned abruptly and strode out through the doorway Fudge was holding. The door shut behind them. Dumbledore then faced Harry and Hermione. Both of them began talking at once. "Professor, Black's telling the truth. We saw Pettigrew. He escaped when Professor Lupin transformed." "He's a rat." His front paw's finger, he cut it off. "He attacked Ron, not Sirius." Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing them. "Now it is your turn to listen," he said gently. "Please do not interrupt me. We have very little time." He paused, then continued. "There is no evidence to support Black's story, none but your word, and the testimony of two 13-year-old students will not persuade anyone. A street full of witnesses swore they saw Sirius kill Pettigrew. I myself testified to the ministry that Sirius was the Potter's secret keeper." "Professor Lupin can tell you," Harry blurted. "Professor Lupin is in the forest," Dumbledore said, "and unable to speak for himself. By the time he returns to human form, it will be too late. Sirius will be as good as dead, and I should remind you, werewolves are widely mistrusted. His support would carry little weight, especially given his long friendship with Sirius." "But—"
"Listen carefully. Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice steady but firm, "it is too late. You must understand that Professor Snape's account is far more believable than yours." "He hates Sirius," Hermione said urgently, "all because of some childish grudge."
"Sirius has not behaved like an innocent man," Dumbledore replied. "He attacked the fat lady. He broke into Gryffindor Tower armed with a knife. Without Pettigrew alive or dead, we have no hope of overturning his sentence. But you believe us."
"I do," Dumbledore replied quietly. "But I cannot force others to accept the truth, nor can I override the Minister of Magic."
Harry looked up at him, a sinking feeling spreading through his chest. He had always believed Dumbledore could fix anything. Somehow, he had expected a miracle. But now there was nothing. Their final hope had slipped away. "What we require," Dumbledore said slowly, his pale blue eyes shifting between Harry and Hermione, "is more time." But Hermione began. Then suddenly her eyes widened. "Oh!" "Listen carefully," Dumbledore said in a low, steady voice. "Sirius is being held in Professor Flitwick's office on the 7th floor, the 13th window from the right in the West Tower. If everything goes as planned, you may be able to save more than one innocent life tonight. But remember this, both of you must not be seen. Miss Granger, you understand the law. You know the consequences. You must not be seen." Harry had no idea what he meant. Dumbledore turned and walked toward the door, pausing only to glance back.
"I am going to lock you in. It is," he checked his watch, 5 minutes to midnight. "Miss Granger, 3 turns should be sufficient. Good luck."
"Good luck," Harry repeated as the door shut behind him. 3 turns? What is he talking about? What are we supposed to do? But Hermione was already pulling something from beneath her robes, a long, delicate gold chain.
"Harry, come here quick," she said urgently.
Still confused, Harry stepped closer. At the end of the chain hung a tiny, glittering hourglass. "Here." She slipped the chain over his head as well.
"Ready?" she asked, breathless.
"Ready for what?" Harry said. Without answering, Hermione turned the hourglass 3 times. The hospital wing vanished. Harry felt as though he were hurtling backward through time, spinning through a whirl of colour and light. His ears roared. He tried to shout, but heard nothing. Then suddenly his feet hit solid ground. Everything snapped back into focus. He was standing beside Hermione in the empty entrance hall. Sunlight streamed through the open doors, casting golden light across the floor. Harry stared at her, the chain still pressing against his neck.
"Hermione, what just happened?" "In here," she whispered urgently. Grabbing his arm, she pulled him across the hall and shoved him into a broom cupboard, closing the door behind them. How, Hermione? What's going on?" Harry demanded.
"We've gone back in time," she whispered in the darkness, lifting the chain from his neck. 3 hours. Harry pinched his leg hard. The pain was real, definitely not a dream.
"But—" "Shh. Listen." Hermione pressed her ear against the door. "Someone's coming. I think it's us."
"Wait," Harry whispered. "You're saying we're in here and out there at the same time?"
"Yes," Hermione said quietly. "I'm sure of it. There are only 3 sets of footsteps and they're moving slowly. That's because we're under the invisibility cloak."
She paused, listening closely. They've just gone down the front steps. Harry had never found himself in a stranger procession. Crookshanks padded ahead down the staircase, tail held high like a banner. Behind him came Lupin, Pettigrew, and Ron, awkwardly moving together like participants in a 3-legged race. Floating eerily after them was Professor Snape, his limp body suspended in midair, his toes bumping each step as Sirius guided him forward with his wand. Harry and Hermione followed at the rear. Entering the tunnel again proved tricky. Lupin, Pettigrew, and Ron had to shuffle sideways to fit through. Lupin keeping his wand trained firmly on Pettigrew. One by one, they squeezed into the narrow passage. Crookshanks led as before. Harry stayed close behind Sirius, who continued to levitate Snape ahead of them. The unconscious man's head knocked repeatedly against the low ceiling, and Sirius didn't seem particularly concerned. After a while, Sirius spoke quietly to Harry. "Do you understand what this means? Turning Pettigrew in—"
"It means you're free," Harry replied.
Sirius hesitated. "Yes, free. But there's something else you should know. I'm your godfather."
"I already knew that," said Harry.
"Well, your parents made me your guardian," Sirius continued, a little stiffly. "If anything ever happened to them—" Harry waited, his heart starting to pound. "I'll understand if you'd rather stay with your aunt and uncle," Sirius added quickly. "But once my name is cleared, if you wanted another place to live—" Harry felt something burst inside him, like a firework going off.
"Live with you," he said, accidentally hitting his head on the tunnel ceiling. "Leave the Dursleys."
Sirius turned sharply to look at him, Snape's head scraping loudly above them. "I thought you wouldn't want to," he said hurriedly. "I just thought I'd offer."
Are you serious? Harry said, his voice breaking. Of course I want to leave them. Do you have a house? When can I come?
For the first time, Sirius's hollow face lit up with a genuine smile. It transformed him completely, as though years had fallen away, revealing the man he used to be. They said little more until they reached the tunnel's end. Crookshanks darted up first, evidently pressing the hidden knot on the tree, because the others followed without the violent branches reacting. Sirius sent Snape up next, then stepped aside for Harry and Hermione. Soon, they were all outside again. Night had fallen, and only the castle windows glowed faintly in the distance. Without speaking, they began crossing the grounds. Pettigrew wheezed and whimpered behind them. Harry's thoughts spun wildly. He was going to leave the Dursleys. He would live with Sirius, his parents' closest friend. It felt unreal.
One wrong move.
They moved steadily toward the castle, Snape drifting ahead like a grotesque puppet. Then, suddenly, a cloud shifted, and Pale Moo.
Ever.
Snape bumped into the group as they halted. Sirius froze, throwing out an arm to stop H.
Lupin stood rigid, his body trembling. Oh no, Hermione whispered. He didn't take his potion. He's not safe. Run, Sirius breathed. Now!
But Harry couldn't. Ron was still chained to Pettigrew and to Lupin. A horrible snarl split the air. Lupin's body began to change, stretching, twisting, hair erupting across his skin. His hands became claws, his face lengthened into a muzzle. Sirius vanished, and in his place, a massive black dog lunged forward. The werewolf broke free just as the dog seized it, dragging it away from Ron and Pettigrew. They clashed violently, teeth snapping, claws tearing. Harry stood frozen, transfixed by the fight until Hermione screamed. Pettigrew had grabbed Lupin's fallen wand. A flash, Ron collapsed.
Another Crookshanks was thrown aside. Expelliarmus, Harry shouted, disarming Pettigrew.
But it was too late. The rat slipped free.
A howl echoed as the werewolf fled into the forest. Sirius, bleeding, gave chase.
Harry and Hermione rushed to Ron, who lay breathing but unconscious. Then they heard a dog's cry of pain near the lake. Without hesitation, Harry ran, Hermione close behind. They reached the lakeshore and saw Sirius back in human form, crouched and helpless. And surrounding them, gliding silently closer. The Dementors had come. "It's us," came Harry's urgent whisper. "We've got the invisibility cloak on. Open the door and we'll take it off." "You shouldn't have come," Hagrid muttered anxiously, stepping aside just long enough to let them in before quickly shutting the door again. "This might be the strangest thing we've ever done," Harry said under his breath. "Come on," Hermione whispered. "We need to get closer to Buckbeak." They moved cautiously through the trees until the hippogriff came into view, shifting nervously where he was tied beside Hagrid's pumpkin patch. "Now," Harry murmured. "No," Hermione replied firmly. "If we take him too soon, the committee will think Hagrid let him escape. They have to see him tied up first. That gives us, a minute," Harry muttered, feeling the plan slipping into impossibility. Just then, the sharp crash of breaking crockery echoed from inside Hagrid's hut. "That's the milk jug," Hermione whispered. "I'm about to find Scabbers right on cue." A shriek rang out her own voice from earlier. Harry hesitated, then said suddenly, "What if we just run in and grab Pettigrew?" "No," Hermione hissed, panic in her voice. "You don't get it. We're already breaking one of the most serious laws in magic. No one is supposed to tamper with time. If we're seen, we'd only be seen by ourselves and Hagrid."
"Harry, what would you think if you saw yourself barging into Hagrid's hut?" Hermione shot back. I'd think I'd gone mad," he admitted, "or that something dark was going on." "Exactly." You wouldn't understand. You might even attack yourself. Professor McGonagall told me terrible things have happened when people interfered with time. Some have even killed their past or future selves by accident. All right, Harry said quickly. I was just thinking out loud.
Hermione nudged him sharply and pointed toward the castle. Harry leaned to see more clearly. In the distance, Dumbledore, Fudge, the committee member, and the executioner, McNair, were descending the steps. "They're coming," Hermione breathed. "We're about to walk out." And sure enough, moments later, Hagrid's back door opened, and there they were. Harry saw himself, along with Ron and Hermione, stepping outside with Hagrid. It was the strangest feeling he had ever experienced watching himself from hiding. "It's all right, Beaky." "Easy now," Hagrid murmured to Buckbeak. Then he turned to the three of them. "Go on, get going. Hagrid, we can't. We'll explain everything. They can't kill him, go," Hagrid insisted. "Things are bad enough without you three getting into trouble too." From his hiding place, Harry watched his past self vanish beneath the invisibility cloak as Hermione threw it over him and Ron. "Quick, go!" A knock sounded at the front door. The execution party had arrived. Hagrid turned and headed back inside, leaving the back door slightly open. Harry saw the grass bend as his earlier self, and the others slipped away unseen. They were gone. But hidden among the trees, Harry and Hermione remained, and through the open back door, they could hear voices inside. "Where is the creature?" came the cold, impatient voice of McNair. "Outside! He's outside!" Hagrid choked. Harry quickly ducked back as McNair's face appeared at the window, peering out toward Buckbeak. A moment later, Fudge's voice floated out. "We must read the formal execution order. Hagrid, I'll keep it brief. Then both you and McNair will need to sign it. McNair, you're required to listen as well. It's procedure." McNair's shadow moved away from the window. This was the moment.
"Stay here," Harry whispered to Hermione. "I'll handle it."
As Fudge resumed speaking, Harry slipped from behind the tree, leapt over the fence, and hurried into the pumpkin patch toward Buckbeak. "By decree of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, the hippogriff known as Buckbeak is hereby sentenced." Keeping his eyes locked with the creature's fierce orange gaze, Harry bowed deeply. Buckbeak lowered himself in response, then rose again, quickly. Harry reached for the rope binding him to the fence and began working at the knot. To be executed at sunset on the 6th of June.
"Easy, Buckbeak," Harry whispered. "Come on, we're getting you out of here, nice and quiet."
By beheading, carried out by the appointed executioner, Walden McNair.
"Now, Hagrid, sign here," Fudge's voice continued.
Harry pulled hard on the rope, but Buckbeak planted his feet stubbornly. "Let's get this done," came the thin voice of the committee member inside. "Hagrid, perhaps you'd prefer to remain indoors."
"No, I want to be with him. I don't want him alone."
Footsteps sounded within the hut.
"Move, Buckbeak!" Harry hissed urgently.
He tugged harder. At last. Buckbeak shifted, wings rustling with irritation as he began to step forward. They were still dangerously exposed, only a few yards from the back door. "One moment, McNair," came Dumbledore's calm voice. "You need to sign as well." The footsteps paused. Harry seized the chance and pulled again. Buckbeak picked up pace slightly. Hermione's pale face appeared from behind a tree.
"Harry, hurry," she mouthed silently.
Dumbledore's voice continued inside, buying them precious seconds. Harry yanked the rope once more, and this time Buckbeak broke into a reluctant trot. At last, they reached the edge of the forest.
"Quick," Hermione whispered, rushing forward to grab the rope and help pull. "Together." They guided Buckbeak deeper into the trees.
Harry risked a glance back. Hagrid's garden was now completely hidden from view.
"Stop," he whispered. "They might hear us." Hagrid's back door burst open with a loud bang. "Harry! Hermione!" And Buckbeak froze instantly. Even the hippogriff seemed alert, standing perfectly still as if listening. For a moment, there was only silence then.
"Where is it?" demanded the thin, sharp voice of the committee member. "Where's the creature?"
"It was right here," the executioner snapped angrily. "I saw it tied up here."
"How very curious," said Dumbledore, a hint of quiet amusement in his tone. "Beaky!" Hagrid called hoarsely. A sudden swish cut through the air, followed by the heavy thud of an axe striking wood. McNair must have lashed out at the fence in frustration. Then Hagrid's voice broke through, choked with sobs.
"He's gone. Gone. Bless him. He's done it. Must have got free on his own. Clever Beaky, clever boy." At this, Buckbeak tugged hard against the rope, trying to return to Hagrid. Harry and Hermione tightened their grip, bracing themselves to hold him back.
"Someone untied him," McNair growled. "We should search the grounds of the forest." "McNair," Dumbledore interrupted calmly, still sounding faintly amused, "if Buckbeak has been taken, do you really imagine the thief led him away on foot? You might do better to search the skies. Hagrid, I could use a cup of tea or perhaps something stronger."
"Oh, of course, Professor," Hagrid replied shakily, though there was unmistakable relief in his voice. "Come in, come in."
Harry and Hermione listened carefully. Footsteps shuffled. The executioner muttered angrily. The door shut with a click, and then everything fell silent again.
"What do we do now?" Harry whispered, glancing around. "We hide," Hermione said, still visibly shaken. "We wait until they've gone back to the castle. Then we wait again until it's time to fly Buckbeak up to Sirius's window. He won't be there for a while yet. This is going to be really difficult."
She cast an uneasy look toward the darkening forest. The sun was nearly gone. "We need to move," Harry said, thinking quickly. "We've got to keep an eye on the Whomping Willow, otherwise we won't know what's happening." "All right," Hermione agreed, gripping the rope more firmly. "But we stay hidden, no risks." They crept along the forest's edge as night settled around them until they found a cluster of trees that concealed them while still giving a clear view of the willow. Suddenly, Harry stiffened. "There's Ron," he whispered. A shadowy figure came racing across the lawn, shouting into the quiet night.
"Stay away from him. Get back, Scabbers. Come here."
Moments later, two more shapes seemed to appear from nowhere. Harry watched, stunned, as he and Hermione, his past selves, ran after Ron. Then Ron lunged forward.
"Got you. Get off me, you filthy cat." "There's Sirius," Harry whispered. From the base of the Whomping Willow, the massive black dog burst forward. In seconds, it knocked Harry aside and grabbed. "It looks even worse from here," Harry muttered, watching the dog drag Ron toward the roots. "Ow, there I go, smacked by the tree. And you too. This is so strange."
The Whomping Willow groaned and whipped its branches violently. They could see themselves dodging and weaving, trying to get close. Then suddenly, the tree froze. "That's Crookshanks pressing the knot," Hermione explained quietly.
"And now," Harry said under his breath, "we're going in."
As their past selves vanished into the opening, the tree sprang back to life, thrashing again. Not long after, footsteps approached nearby. Dumbledore, McNair, Fudge, and the committee member were heading back toward the castle. "That's right after we went down the tunnel," Hermione said. "If only Dumbledore had followed us."
"He couldn't," Harry replied grimly. "Fudge and McNair would have come too, and I bet Fudge would have ordered Sirius killed on the spot."
They watched the group ascend the steps and disappear. The grounds fell quiet for a short while. Then,
"Look, Lupin," Harry said, spotting another figure sprinting from the castle toward the tree. He glanced upward. Thick clouds had swallowed the moon.
They saw Lupin grab a fallen branch and press the knot on the trunk. Instantly, the tree stilled, and he slipped inside the opening.
If only he'd taken the cloak, Harry muttered. It's just lying there.
He turned suddenly to Hermione. What if I ran out and grabbed it now? Snape wouldn't be able to use it.
Harry, no, we mustn't be seen. How can you just stand here? Harry demanded in frustration, watching everything happen. He hesitated. I'm going to get it. Harry, don't.
Hermione grabbed his robes just in time. At that exact moment, a loud, off-key song echoed through the night. Hagrid was staggering up toward the castle, singing loudly, a large bottle swinging in his hand.
See? Hermione whispered urgently. That's what would have happened. We'd have been seen. Stay hidden! Buckbeak, no!
Buckbeak was straining again, desperate to reach Hagrid. Harry tightened his grip on the rope, helping Hermione hold him back. Together, they watched Hagrid weave his way up to the castle steps and disappear inside. Slowly, Buckbeak stopped struggling, lowering his head. Only a couple of minutes passed before the castle doors burst open once more. Snape came rushing out, sprinting straight toward the Whomping Willow. Harry's hands tightened into fists as they watched Snape come to a sudden stop beside the tree, scanning the area. Then he bent down, picked up the cloak, and held it in his hands.
Keep your hands off that, Harry muttered angrily.
Quiet, Hermione warned. Snape grabbed the branch Lupin had used earlier, jabbed it against the hidden knot, and slipped beneath the branches, vanishing as he threw the cloak over himself. So that's it, Hermione said softly. We're all down there now, and we just have to wait until we come back out. She secured Buckbeak's rope tightly to a nearby tree, then sat down on the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees.
Harry, there's something I don't get. Why didn't the Dementors catch Sirius? I remember them coming, and then everything went blank. There were so many.
Harry sat beside her and described what he had witnessed how, just as the nearest Dementor leaned in, something bright and silver had charged across the lake and driven them away. By the time he finished, Hermione was staring at him, her mouth slightly open.
But what was it?
There's only one thing it could have been, Harry said. A Patronus, a strong one. But who cast it? Harry didn't answer right away. His mind drifted back to the figure he had seen across the water. He thought he knew who it was, but that didn't make sense. Did you see them clearly? Hermione pressed. Was it one of the teachers?
No, Harry said slowly. It wasn't a teacher.
Then it must have been an incredibly powerful wizard, she said. If the Patronus was that bright, didn't it light them up? Couldn't you see who it was?
I did see, Harry replied quietly. But maybe I was mistaken. I wasn't thinking clearly. I passed out right after. Who did you think it was?
Harry hesitated, then swallowed. I thought it was my dad. Hermione stared at him, shocked.
Harry, your dad is well, he's gone, she said gently. I know, Harry said quickly.
So, you think it was his ghost?
I don't think so. He looked real. Then how? Maybe I imagined it, Harry said, though he didn't sound convinced. But from what I saw, and it really looked like him, I've seen pictures.
Hermione kept watching him, her expression filled with concern, as if she wasn't sure what to believe. I know it sounds insane, Harry said quietly. He turned his gaze toward Buckbeak, who was pecking at the ground as if hunting for worms, but Harry wasn't really paying attention. His thoughts were elsewhere on his father and the three friends who had once stood beside him: Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. All of them had been connected to tonight in some way. Wormtail had returned after everyone believed him dead. So was it truly impossible that his father had somehow done the same? The figure across the lake had been too far away to see clearly. Yet in that fleeting moment before he collapsed, Harry had been certain. The leaves above them whispered softly in the wind. The moon flickered in and out from behind drifting clouds. Hermione remained still, her eyes fixed on the whomping willow, waiting.
Finally, after what felt like forever. "They're coming," Hermione whispered.
Both of them sprang to their feet. Buckbeak lifted his head alertly. One by one, figures began emerging from the tunnel beneath the tree. Lupin, Ron, and Pettigrew first, moving awkwardly. Then came Hermione, followed by Snape's unconscious body, floating strangely in midair. After that, Harry and Sirius appeared. Together, they began heading back toward the castle. Harry's pulse quickened. He glanced nervously at the sky. At any second, the moon would break free from the clouds.
"Harry," Hermione murmured, as if reading his thoughts. "We have to stay here. We can't be seen. There's nothing we can do."
"So we just let Pettigrew get away again," Harry said under his breath. "How are we supposed to find a rat in the dark?" Hermione snapped softly. "We came back for Sirius, not to change everything else."
"Fine," Harry muttered.
At that moment, the moon slipped free from the clouds, across the grounds. The distant figures stopped. Then,
"There, Lupin," Hermione whispered. "He's transforming."
"Hermione," Harry said suddenly, "we have to move."
"We can't, I told you."
"He'll run into the forest straight toward us."
Hermione gasped. "Quick," she said, rushing to untie Buckbeak. "Quick! Where do we go? Where can we hide? The Dementors will be here any moment." "Hagrid's hut," Harry said. "It's empty now, come on."
They ran as fast as they could, Buckbeak trotting behind them. From the distance came the terrifying howl of the werewolf. The cabin came into view. Harry reached it first, yanked the door open, and Hermione and Buckbeak rushed inside. Harry followed instantly, slamming the door shut behind him and bolting it.
Inside, Fang the boarhound began barking loudly. Harry's realization came all at once, sharp, undeniable, and electrifying. It hadn't been his father standing across the lake that night. It had been him.
He stepped forward, heart hammering, every nerve alive with certainty now. No waiting, no hoping someone else would come, because no one else was coming. He was the one. Harry raised his wand, gripping it tightly, and focused with everything he had, every memory, every ounce of strength, every fierce determination to protect. Expecto Patronum. This time it wasn't weak. It wasn't a flicker. A blazing, powerful silver light burst from his wand, surging forward like a living force. It expanded, bright and unstoppable, driving back the swarm of Dementors with overwhelming intensity. And then it took shape, a magnificent stag. It charged across the ground, radiant and strong, its antlers gleaming like branches of pure light. The Dementors recoiled, retreating under its power, unable to withstand it. Harry stood firm, breath shaking, but his magic held. The stag circled, guarding, protecting him, Sirius and Hermione. It was real, it was his. And in that moment, Harry understood something deeper than magic, something that hit just as hard as the spell itself. His Patronus was a stag, just like his father's. Across the lake, the Dementors were gone. The night grew still again. Harry lowered his wand slowly, exhaustion washing over him, but also something else. Not confusion anymore, not doubt, understanding. Expecto Patronum, Harry shouted again. This time, the magic didn't falter. From the tip of his wand erupted a brilliant surge of silver light, not mist, not a vague shape, but something vivid and alive. It blazed forward, illuminating the darkness as it took form. Harry narrowed his eyes against the brightness, trying to make it out. At first, it seemed like a horse, powerful, graceful, racing across the lake without a sound. Its hooves skimmed the surface like light itself. Then it lowered its head and charged. The Dementors recoiled. The shining creature swept among them, circling, driving them back. Wherever it passed, the darkness broke apart. The cloaked figures scattered, shrinking away, retreating into the night until none remained. Silence fell. The Silver Guardian slowed, then turned. It began to move back toward Harry, gliding across the still water, radiant beneath the moonlight. And now he saw clearly, not a horse, not a unicorn, a stag. Its antlers gleamed like branches of light, its form proud and unmistakable. It approached the shore and halted before him, its glowing eyes fixed on his. It bowed its head, and Harry understood. "Prongs," he whispered. His hand trembled as he reached out, fingers brushing the air where it stood, but the stag dissolved into light and vanished. Harry remained frozen, arms still extended, heart pounding in his chest, then hoofbeats. He spun around just as Hermione came rushing toward him, pulling Buckbeak along behind her. "What did you do?" she demanded, breathless and alarmed. "You said you were just going to watch." Harry let out a shaky breath. "I just saved all of us." "Come on, get behind this bush, I'll explain." They crouched down, hidden once more. Hermione listened as Harry quickly told her everything, her eyes widening more with every word. "Did anyone see you?" she asked urgently.
"Yes," Harry said. "Me, I saw myself, but I thought it was my dad. It's fine." Hermione stared at him, stunned. "Harry, that was incredible. You produced a Patronus strong enough to drive off all those Dementors. That's extremely advanced magic." Harry shook his head slightly, still catching his breath. "I knew I could do it because I already had. I'd seen it happen." He paused. "Does that even make sense?" Hermione hesitated. I'm not sure it does. But Harry, look."
They peered through the bushes toward the far side of the lake. Snape was moving again. He had regained consciousness and was already at work, conjuring stretchers. One by one, he lifted the unconscious bodies, Harry, Hermione, Sirius onto them. Another stretcher floated beside him, already carrying Ron. With his wand extended, Snape guided them all back toward the castle.
"Okay," Hermione said tightly. "Checking her watch. It's almost time. We've got about 45 minutes before Albus Dumbledore locks the hospital wing. We need to free Sirius and get back before anyone notices we're gone." They waited in tense silence. The lake reflected drifting clouds overhead, and the wind rustled softly through the bushes. Buckbeak, clearly less concerned, pecked idly at the ground.
"Do you think he's up there yet?" Harry murmured, glancing at his watch. He looked up at the castle, counting windows along the west tower. "Look," Hermione whispered suddenly. "Someone's coming out." Harry squinted into the darkness. A figure was striding quickly across the grounds, heading toward one of the entrances. Something metallic glinted at his side. "Walden McNair," Harry said under his breath. "The executioner. He's gone to fetch the Dementors." He tightened his grip on Buckbeak's rope. "This is it, Hermione." Hermione placed her hands carefully on Buckbeak's back, and Harry gave her a boost. Then he climbed up in front, steadying himself as he pulled the rope over the hippogriff's neck, fashioning it into makeshift reins. "Ready," he whispered. "Hold on tight." He nudged Buckbeak gently. In an instant, they were airborne. Buckbeak launched into the night sky, his vast wings beating powerfully beneath them. The wind rushed past as they climbed higher and higher. Harry tightened his knees against Buckbeak's sides, while Hermione clung to him, her grip firm and unrelenting. "Oh no, I really don't like this," she muttered nervously behind him. Harry guided Buckbeak forward, steering toward the castle. The dark towers loomed ahead, windows flashing past as they glided closer. He pulled on the left rein, and Buckbeak banked smoothly. "Whoa," Harry said, pulling back. Buckbeak slowed, hovering in the air, rising and dipping with each heavy beat of his wings. "There," Harry whispered. Through the window, he saw Sirius Black. Harry leaned forward and tapped sharply on the glass. Sirius looked up, stunned. His expression shifted instantly from confusion to disbelief. He sprang to his feet and rushed to the window, fumbling with the latch, but it wouldn't budge. "Stand back," Hermione called. Still gripping Harry with one hand, she raised her wand with the other. "Alohomora!" The window flew open. Sirius stared at them, speechless. "How?" "No time," Harry said quickly. "Get on. The Dementors are coming. Walden McNair has gone to fetch them." Sirius wasted no more time. He hauled himself through the window, awkward but quick, and climbed onto Buckbeak behind Hermione. "Up, Buckbeak!" Harry urged. With a powerful sweep of his wings, Buckbeak rose again, soaring high above the castle. They climbed until they reached the top of the west tower, where Buckbeak landed heavily on the battlements. Harry and Hermione slid off at once. "Sirius, go!" Harry said urgently. "They'll be here any second." Buckbeak stamped the stone impatiently, tossing his head. "What about Ron?" Sirius asked hoarsely. "He'll be okay," Harry replied. "Madame Pomfrey will fix him. You need to leave now." But Sirius didn't move. He looked at Harry, something fierce and grateful in his eyes. "How can I ever go?" Harry and Hermione shouted together. Sirius turned Buckbeak toward the open sky. "We'll meet again," he said. "You really are your father's son, Harry." He pressed his heels into Buckbeak's sides. The great wings lifted once more. Harry and Hermione stepped back as the hippogriff launched into the air. Higher and higher they climbed, shrinking against the vast night sky. For a moment, they were silhouetted against the moon. Then a cloud drifted across it, and they were gone. Chapter 22. I'll post again.
"Harry." Hermione grabbed his sleeve, pulling him back to reality. Her eyes were fixed on her watch, panic rising in her voice. "We've only got 10 minutes to get back to the hospital wing without anyone seeing us before Albus Dumbledore locks the door." Harry tore his gaze away from the sky where Sirius had vanished. "Right, let's move."
They slipped inside and hurried down the narrow, spiraling staircase, their footsteps as light as they could manage. The stone steps twisted tightly beneath them until they reached the bottom voices. They froze instantly, pressing themselves flat against the cold wall. It was Cornelius Fudge and Severus Snape, striding quickly along the corridor just beyond. "We can only hope Dumbledore doesn't interfere," Snape was saying smoothly. "The kiss will be carried out immediately." "As soon as McNair returns with the Dementors," Fudge replied. "This whole situation with Black has been deeply embarrassing. I must say, I'm quite looking forward to informing the Daily Prophet that we've finally caught him. I expect they'll want a word with you, Snape. And when Harry Potter recovers, I'm sure he'll confirm how you saved him." Harry's jaw tightened. Through the shadows, he caught a glimpse of Snape's satisfied smirk as the two men passed. Their footsteps faded. Harry and Hermione stayed still a few seconds longer, making sure the corridor was clear. Then they sprinted in the opposite direction, down one staircase, then another. Around a corner, a shrill, manic laugh echoed ahead. "Peeves!" Harry muttered under his breath, grabbing Hermione's wrist. "In here!" They ducked into an empty classroom just in time. Outside, Peeves bounced noisily along the corridor, cackling with delight.
"Oh, this is just perfect," Peeves crowed. "Chaos, punishment. Oh, what fun." Hermione pressed her ear to the door, frowning. "He's probably thrilled about Sirius," she whispered. Then she checked her watch again, her face draining of colour. 3 minutes. "Harry?" They waited, tense and silent, until Peeves's voice finally faded away. Then they burst out of the classroom and ran again. "Hermione, what happens if we don't get back in time?" Harry panted. "I really don't want to find out," she shot back, glancing at her watch. "1 minute." They skidded to the end of the corridor leading to the hospital wing. "Wait," Hermione whispered sharply. "I can hear Dumbledore. Come on." They slowed, creeping forward carefully. Just then the door began to open, and Albus Dumbledore stepped out, his back turned toward them.
"I am going to lock you in," they heard Albus Dumbledore say calmly. "It is 5 minutes to midnight. Miss Granger, 3 turns should do it. Good luck." The door swung shut, and Dumbledore raised his wand to seal it. Panic surged. Harry and Hermione dashed forward. Dumbledore turned, already watching them. A knowing smile spread beneath his long silver moustache. "Well?" he asked softly. "We did it," Harry gasped. Sirius escaped on Buckbeak. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled.
"Excellent," he said. He paused, listening carefully to the silence inside the ward. "Yes, I believe you've just arrived as well. Quickly inside." They slipped past him into the hospital wing. The room was quiet, just as they had left it except for Ron, still lying unconscious in the far bed. Behind them, the lock clicked.
Moving as quietly as possible, Harry and Hermione crept back to their beds. Hermione quickly tucked the time turner beneath her robes. Moments later, Poppy Pomfrey emerged briskly from her office. "Was that the headmaster?" she said sharply. "Am I finally allowed to tend to my patients properly?" She was clearly in no mood for argument. Without waiting for an answer, she thrust chocolate into their hands and stood over them until they ate. Harry could barely swallow. He and Hermione exchanged tense glances, both listening intently. Then it came. A distant roar of rage echoed through the castle. "What was that?" Madame Pomfrey said, startled. The voices grew louder, echoing down the corridors. "They'll wake the entire school," she snapped, marching toward the door. Harry strained to catch the words as they approached. He must have disapparated. Severus. We should have left someone guarding him. When this gets out...
"He did not disapparate," bellowed Severus Snape, his voice now just outside. "You can't apparate inside this castle. This has something to do with Potter Severus. Be reasonable. Harry has been locked." Bam! The hospital wing doors flew open. Cornelius Fudge stormed in, followed by Snape wild with fury and Dumbledore, who alone appeared composed, almost amused. "Out with it! Potter!" Snape roared, striding forward. "What did you do?"
"Professor Snape," Madame Pomfrey snapped, "control yourself at once. Really?" "Snape, this is absurd," Fudge said sharply. "The door has been locked the entire time they helped him escape." Snape shouted, pointing furiously at Harry and Hermione. His face was contorted with rage. "I know they did. Calm yourself," Fudge barked. "You're talking nonsense. You don't know Potter," Snape yelled. "He did it. I know he did. That will do." "Severus," said Dumbledore quietly. The calm authority in his voice cut through the chaos. "Consider what you are suggesting. This door has remained locked since I left." He turned to Madame Pomfrey. "Have these students left their beds?" "Of course not," she said indignantly. "I would have noticed immediately." Snape stood there, breathing hard, eyes blazing, but for once he had no proof. "Well, there you have it. Severus," said Albus Dumbledore calmly. "Unless you are suggesting that Harry and Hermione can be in 2 places at once, I see no reason to question them further." Severus Snape stood rigid, fury radiating from him. His eyes flicked from Cornelius Fudge, who looked thoroughly taken aback, to Dumbledore, whose expression remained maddeningly serene. With a sharp turn, Snape swept out of the ward, his robes billowing behind him. "Man seems rather unstable," Fudge muttered. "Watching him go. If I were you, Dumbledore, I'd keep an eye on him." "Oh, he's not unstable," Dumbledore replied, mildly. "He's simply endured a bitter disappointment. He's not alone," Fudge huffed. "The Daily Prophet will have a field day with this. We had Black cornered, and now he's slipped away again. And if word gets out about that hippogriff, I'll be the laughingstock of the ministry. I must go at once. There are people to inform."
"And the Dementors?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "They will be removed from the school, I trust." "Yes. Yes, they must go," Fudge said, running a hand through his hair. "I never imagined they'd attempt the kiss on a student, completely out of control. I'll have them sent back to Azkaban immediately. Perhaps we should consider dragons guarding the gates instead." "Hagrid would approve," Dumbledore said lightly. casting a small, knowing smile toward Harry and Hermione.
As the two men left, Poppy Pomfrey hurried to the door, locked it firmly, and retreated to her office, still muttering under her breath. A faint groan broke the silence. At the far end of the ward, Ron Weasley was stirring. He pushed himself upright, rubbing his head, blinking in confusion. "What? What happened?" he muttered. "Harry, why are we here? Where's Sirius? Where's Lupin? What's going on?" Harry and Hermione Granger exchanged a glance.
"You explain," Harry said, reaching for another piece of chocolate.
By noon the next day, the three of them stepped out of the hospital wing into a castle that felt strangely empty. The exams were over, the weather was warm, and most students had gone off to enjoy a trip to Hogsmeade. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione stayed behind. They wandered slowly down to the grounds, still caught up in everything that had happened the night before, talking in fragments, trying to piece it all together, wondering where Sirius and Buckbeak might be now. Eventually, they settled by the edge of the lake. Nearby, the giant squid lazily waved its tentacles above the surface, undisturbed by the world. Harry's attention drifted. His gaze moved across the water, to the far bank. That was where it had happened, where the silver stag had appeared, where everything had changed. A shadow fell across them, and they looked up to see a very bleary-eyed Hagrid, mopping his sweaty face with one of his tablecloth-sized handkerchiefs and beaming down at them. "No, I shouldn't feel happy. After what happened last night," he said. "I mean, Black escaping again, and everything, but guess what?"
"What?" they said, pretending to look curious.
"Beaky, he escaped. He's free. We've been celebrating all night." "That's wonderful," said Hermione, giving Ron a reproving look, because he looked as though he was close to laughing. "Yeah, can't have tied him up properly," said Hagrid, gazing happily out over the grounds. "I was worried this morning. Mind, thought he might have met Professor Lupin on the grounds. But Lupin says he never ate anything last night."
"What?" said Harry quickly.
"Blimey, haven't you heard?" said Hagrid, his smile fading a little. He lowered his voice, even though there was nobody in sight. "Snape told all the Slytherins this morning. Thought everyone would know by now. Professor Lupin's a werewolf. See? And he was loose on the grounds last night. He's packing now, of course."
"He's packing," said Harry, that alarmed. "Why?" "Leaving, isn't he?" said Hagrid, looking surprised that Harry had to ask. "Resigned first thing this morning, says he can't risk it happening again."
Harry scrambled to his feet.
"I'm going to see him," he said to Ron and Hermione.
"But if he's resigned, doesn't sound like there's anything we can do." "I don't care. I still want to see him. I'll meet you back here." Lupin's office door was open. He had already packed most of his things. The Grindylows' empty tank stood next to his battered old suitcase, which was open and nearly full. Lupin was bending over something on his desk and looked up only when Harry knocked on the door.
"I saw you coming," said Lupin, smiling. He pointed to the parchment he had been poring over. It was the Marauder's map. "I just saw Hagrid," said Harry, "and he said you'd resigned. It's not true, is it?"
"I'm afraid it is," said Lupin. He started opening his desk drawers and taking out the contents. "Why?" said Harry. "The Ministry of Magic don't think you were helping Sirius, do they?" Lupin crossed to the door and closed it behind Harry. "No. Professor Dumbledore managed to convince Fudge that I was trying to save your lives." He sighed. That was the final straw for Severus. I think the loss of the Order of Merlin hit him hard. So he accidentally let slip that I am a werewolf this morning at breakfast. "You're not leaving just because of that," said Harry. Lupin smiled wryly. Harry felt a heavy silence settle in the room as Lupin spoke, his voice calm but edged with quiet resignation. By this time tomorrow, letters from worried parents would begin to arrive, and none of them would be willing to let a werewolf remain as a teacher. After what had happened the night before, Lupin admitted he couldn't blame them. He had come dangerously close to harming his own students, and that was a risk he could never allow again. Harry stepped forward, unable to accept it. He insisted that Lupin was the best defense against the dark arts teacher they had ever had, urging him not to leave. But Lupin simply shook his head, continuing to pack his belongings in silence. After a moment, he spoke again, mentioning what the headmaster had told him, that Harry had saved lives the previous night. There was pride in his tone as he added that, above all else, he was proud of how much Harry had learned. Then he asked Harry to describe his Patronus. Surprised, Harry asked how he knew. Lupin replied that nothing else could have driven away so many Dementors. So Harry recounted everything: the lake, the light, and the stag. When he finished, Lupin smiled warmly, explaining that Harry's father had taken the form of a stag as well. That was why his old friends had called him Prongs. Lupin finished packing the last of his things, then turned back to Harry. From his belongings, he retrieved the invisibility cloak and handed it over, saying he had brought it back from the Shrieking Shack. After a brief hesitation, he also returned the Marauder's map. Since he was no longer a teacher, he no longer felt bound to keep it. It would be far more useful in the hands of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry accepted both with a grin, recalling Lupin's earlier words that Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs would have found it amusing to lure him out of school. Lupin agreed, adding that James would have been quite disappointed if his son had never discovered the castle's secret passages.
A knock sounded at the door, cutting the moment short. Harry quickly tucked the map and cloak away.
It was Dumbledore, calm as ever. He informed Lupin that his carriage was waiting at the gates. Lupin gave a quiet nod of thanks, lifted his worn suitcase and the empty tank that had once held a Grindylow, and prepared to leave Hogwarts behind. Lupin gave Harry a final, warm smile, though there was a trace of sadness behind it. He said goodbye simply, expressing how much he had enjoyed teaching him and adding that he was certain they would meet again. Then, with a polite nod to Dumbledore, he declined any escort and made his way out, clearly eager to leave without prolonging the moment. Dumbledore watched him go in silence, their brief handshake marking the end of Lupin's time at Hogwarts. When the door closed, the room felt emptier. Harry sank into the chair Lupin had just vacated, his gaze fixed on the floor. Weighed down by everything that had happened, Dumbledore remained behind. Noticing Harry's mood, he gently asked why he looked so down, especially after everything he had accomplished the night before. But Harry couldn't see it that way. To him, it all felt pointless. Pettigrew had escaped. Dumbledore disagreed, calmly but firmly. What Harry had done mattered more than he realized. He had helped reveal the truth and saved an innocent man from a fate worse than death. That word, terrible, sparked something in Harry's mind. Suddenly, he remembered the strange Cutner during his divination exam. He explained how Professor Trelawney had fallen into a trance, speaking in a deep, unfamiliar voice about Voldemort's servant returning to him before midnight to help restore his power. Then she had snapped back to normal, with no memory of what she'd said. Dumbledore listened with interest, even mild surprise. He admitted that it sounded like a genuine prophecy, only the second real one Trelawney had ever made. But Harry couldn't take it lightly. If Pettigrew truly was that servant, then by stopping Sirius and Lupin from killing him, Harry had allowed Voldemort's return. The thought hit him hard. It felt like his fault. Dumbledore immediately dismissed that idea. The consequences of action, he explained, are far too complex to predict so simply. Harry had acted out of mercy, and that mattered. Saving Pettigrew's life was not a mistake, it was a noble choice. Still, Harry struggled with it. Pettigrew had betrayed his parents. Why should he deserve saving? Dumbledore then revealed something deeper about magic itself. When one wizard saves another's life, it creates a powerful, unseen bond. Pettigrew now owed Harry his life. That kind of debt is not easily ignored, and it might one day matter in ways Harry couldn't yet understand. Harry didn't like the idea at all. The thought of being connected to someone like Pettigrew made him uneasy. But Dumbledore reassured him. There might come a time when Harry would be grateful for that very connection. Seeing the doubt still lingering, Dumbledore spoke more softly. He reminded Harry that he had known his father well, and that James Potter would have made the same choice. Harry lifted his head slowly. This time he didn't hesitate. He knew Dumbledore wouldn't laugh at him. He admitted that, for a moment, by the lake, he had truly believed it was his father who had cast the Patronus. When he'd seen the figure across the water, it had felt so real, so certain. Dumbledore responded gently, saying it was an understandable mistake. After all, Harry bore a striking resemblance to his father aside from his eyes, which clearly belonged to his mother. Harry shook his head, embarrassed. He called the thought foolish. He had known all along that his father was gone. But Dumbledore's reply shifted something deeper. He asked whether the people we love ever truly leave us in moments of fear and need. Aren't they remembered more vividly than ever? Harry's father, he explained, still lived on within him and revealed himself when it mattered most. That was how Harry had managed to produce such a powerful Patronus. In a sense, Prongs had indeed returned. It took Harry a second to fully grasp what that meant. Dumbledore went on, smiling faintly, mentioning that Sirius had told him everything about the Animagus transformations, an impressive secret to have kept even from him. Then he connected it to Harry's Patronus, recalling how unusual its form had been even before, during a Quidditch match. In the end, he told Harry something that lingered long after he left the room. In a way, Harry had seen his father because he had found him within himself. With that, Dumbledore quietly departed, leaving Harry alone with thoughts that were both comforting and confusing.
As the school year drew to a close, the truth about that night remained known only to a small handful: Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dumbledore. Around Hogwarts, rumours spread freely, wild guesses about Sirius Black, Buckbeak, and Pettigrew, but none came close to what had really happened.
Draco Malfoy was especially bitter, convinced that Hagrid had somehow smuggled Buckbeak to safety. The idea that a gamekeeper had outwitted him and his father clearly stung. Meanwhile, Percy Weasley took the opportunity to lecture anyone willing to listen, mostly Penelope, about reforms he'd make to magical law enforcement once he joined the Ministry. Despite the bright weather and the lively end-of-term atmosphere, Harry felt unusually low. Even the success of helping Sirius escape didn't lift his mood. He wasn't alone in that feeling. The loss of Professor Lupin weighed heavily on many students, especially those in his Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Seamus Finnegan wondered gloomily who their next teacher would be. Dean Thomas, with a hint of optimism, suggested maybe they'd get a vampire next time. Lupin's departure wasn't the only thing troubling Harry. His thoughts kept circling back to the strange prediction made by Professor Trelawney about a servant returning to Voldemort. He couldn't stop wondering where Pettigrew had gone, or whether he had already found his master again. But more than anything else, what weighed on him was the thought of going back to the Dursleys. For a brief, shining half-hour, Harry had believed his life was about to change, that he would leave Privet Drive behind and live with Sirius, his parents' closest friend. It had felt so real, so close, like getting a piece of his father back. Now, even though Sirius being in hiding meant he was safe. Harry couldn't help feeling the loss of what might have been. When the exam results were announced on the final day of term, there was at least some good news. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had passed everything. Harry was especially surprised about potions. He strongly suspected Dumbledore might have intervened to prevent Snape from failing him. Snape, for his part, had grown even colder and more hostile. Every glance he gave Harry seemed sharper than before, his expression tight with barely contained resentment. Elsewhere, achievements were being celebrated. Percy had earned top marks in his NEWTS, while Fred and George had managed to scrape through their OWLS Gryffindor house. Thanks largely to their victory in the Quidditch Cup, claimed the house championship for the third year in a row. The end-of-term feast was filled with scarlet and gold decorations, and the Gryffindor table was loud with celebration. For a while, Harry managed to forget everything else, caught up in the laughter and excitement. The next morning, as the Hogwarts Express carried them away from the castle, Hermione surprised both Harry and Ron. She had gone to see Professor McGonagall before breakfast and decided to drop Muggle studies. Ron was stunned, especially since she had scored far beyond perfect on the exam, but Hermione admitted she couldn't endure another year like the last. Using the time turner had been exhausting, pushing her to the brink. She had already returned it, choosing a more manageable schedule for the future. Without Muggle studies and divination, she said, things would finally feel normal again. Ron was still clearly annoyed that Hermione had kept the time turner a secret, pointing out that they were supposed to be friends. Hermione, however, stood firm. She had given her word and wasn't about to break it. Meanwhile, Harry sat quietly, watching Hogwarts fade into the distance behind the mountains, 2 whole months before he'd be back. Hermione noticed his expression and gently told him to cheer up, but Harry brushed it off, saying he was just thinking about the holidays. Ron, on the other hand, had already started planning. He insisted that Harry should come stay with his family and promised to arrange everything. He even proudly mentioned he could use a felittone, now prompting Hermione to correct him. As usual, but Ron pressed on, excitedly bringing up the Quidditch World Cup and suggesting they could go together. That idea immediately lifted Harry's mood. The thought of escaping the Dursleys, even temporarily, was more than enough to make him feel better. Soon, the 3 of them were laughing again, playing games and sharing food. For a while, everything felt normal. Then, later in the afternoon, something unusual appeared outside the train window, a tiny grey owl struggling against the wind, carrying an oversized letter. Harry leaned out and carefully caught it, bringing it inside. The little owl looked absurdly proud of itself after completing its mission, fluttering excitedly around the compartment. Hedwig, by contrast, gave a rather judgmental click of her beak, while Crookshanks watched with keen interest until Ron intervened. Harry picked up the letter, noticing his name on it. The moment he saw who it was from, his excitement burst out. It was from Sirius Black. Ron and Hermione leaned in immediately, urging him to read it aloud. As Harry began, Sirius explained that he and Buckbeak were safely in hiding, though he wouldn't reveal where. The Dementors were still searching, but had no chance of finding him. He even planned to mislead them by appearing somewhere far from Hogwarts. Then came the revelation. Sirius admitted that he had been the one who sent Harry the firebolt. Hermione couldn't resist a triumphant reaction. She'd suspected it all along, and now she finally had proof. Yeah, but it wasn't cursed, was it? Ron shot back, only to yelp as the tiny owl in his hand gave his finger an enthusiastic nip, clearly meaning it as affection. Harry kept reading the letter. Sirius explained that Crookshanks had delivered the order to the owl office for him. He had used Harry's name, but paid from his own vault at Gringotts, asking Harry to think of the firebolt as 13 years' worth of birthday presents combined. He also included an apology for the night he had appeared near Harry's relative's house the year before. He had only wanted a glimpse of Harry before heading north, but realized afterward how frightening it must have seemed. Then Sirius mentioned he had enclosed something else, something that would make Harry's next year at Hogwarts far more enjoyable. Harry eagerly pulled out the extra parchment. As he read it, a warm, glowing feeling spread through him, like drinking a whole bottle of butterbeer in one go. It was official permission signed by Sirius Black, allowing Harry to visit Hogsmeade on weekends. "That'll be enough for Dumbledore," Harry said, grinning from ear to ear. Then he noticed a postscript. Sirius suggested that Ron keep the little owl. Since it was partly his fault, Ron no longer had a rat. Ron blinked in surprise, staring at the tiny bird still chirping happily. "Keep him," he said uncertainly. After a moment, he held the owl out to Crookshanks for inspection. "What do you think?" Ron asked. "Definitely an owl." Crookshanks purred in approval. "Good enough for me," Ron declared, beaming. "He's mine." Harry read the letter over and over again for the rest of the journey, holding it tightly even as they stepped back through the barrier at platform 9 3/4. He spotted Uncle Vernon immediately, standing well away from the Weasleys and watching them with deep suspicion. When Mrs. Weasley hugged Harry, Vernon's expression darkened even further. "I'll call you about the World Cup," Ron shouted as they parted. Harry pushed his trolley toward his uncle, who eyed the letter in his hand.
"What's that?" Vernon demanded. "If it's another form for me to sign." "It's not," Harry said lightly. "It's a letter from my godfather."
"Godfather!" Vernon spluttered. "You haven't got a godfather?" "Yes, I do," Harry replied brightly. "He was my parents' best friend. He's also a convicted murderer who escaped from wizard prison and is currently on the run, but he likes to keep in touch, just to make sure I'm happy." The effect was immediate. Vernon looked horrified. And with a wide grin, Harry turned and headed for the exit. Hedwig's cage rattling along beside him, feeling, for the first time, that the summer ahead might actually be a good one.